I'm so poor I work hard for you but this YouTube not give me single pen high I'm crying. Like subscribe share fanfiction audiobook channel you can donate me on PhonePay and Patreon link in channel description. Chapter 101, The Strange Incident at the Headquarters, The Sale of Aokiji? Since everyone is a guest, don't go outside, let's all come in. With that said, why did my mother-in-law scold everyone? Why are you still holding your weapons? This is your in-laws. Put them down, leave me wherever you need to go. 39. Robin et al. This whole island is stupid, right? Just believe it. What AFG marriage? Golden Lion's eyelids twitched wildly. Is it really useful to subdue these people? The old man is very suspicious that they will be tricked to death. That's all, just these nympho, just these idiots, why are you subduing them? Especially that female emperor, no matter how you look at it, she feels that her head is not normal, alas, my heart is tired. 35. Robin coughed lightly and smiled awkwardly but politely. The result, isn't it great? The mission went smoothly. Vivi also nodded, although the Empress is not too smart, she is at least a beauty. She is qualified to be a maid for Lord Xia. The three of you spoke to me, and they all complained about the IQ of the Empress and the brains of everyone on Daughter Island. The mother-in-law below is embarrassed. She doesn't know the character of the Empress, and she knows that these people are not here to propose marriage, but, is it important? As long as the Daughter Island is not destroyed, everything is easy to say. Surrender to Xia? No problem. Empress as a maid? That's okay. There is nothing to gain, no matter what, it is better than the destruction of the Daughter Island. Gee ha ha ha, wasting the old man's time. 35. Golden Lion sneered impatiently, flew 140 directly to the coast of Daughter's Island, and pressed it with a big hand. Miss Robin, open the door. 35. Under the shock of my mother-in-law and others, the top. No, it seems that the whole sky has turned into a huge portal. I don't know how many miles it spreads, as if the whole world is to be installed. Boom. The next moment, this Daughter Island was shaking, and all the girls were horrified. Click. With a shattering sound, the entire Daughter Island began to float under the sluggishness of everyone. At this moment, if someone looks at Daughter Island from a distance, it will definitely be more shocking. The Daughter Island, longed by countless gentlemen, is taking off, falling together with the floating Sky Island in the sky, and then all the magnificent giant gates submerged in the sky. More than an hour later, a marine ship from Combelt has arrived. Huh? Where is the Daughter Island? The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral looked at the sea area ahead in surprise, then looked at the pointer, and then looked at a small deserted island in the distance. That's right, that small island is the nearby island of Daughter's Island. Let's go and have a look. The Flying Squirrel was full of relentlessness, and the boat went back and forth around the desert island to explore, but there was still no trace of it, just the undulating sea of the Sea Kings. He is here to obey the command of the Marshal and warn the Daughter Island. Not only him, many Vice Admirals are in every Shishibukai place, don't call bugs at all, send someone to warn them, Eve. Never try to get close to the Xiaoyai group, otherwise Buster Call warns. But what about Daughter Island? Marshal, Daughter Island is gone. I checked the location of the deserted island near the original Daughter Island dozens of times, and the Daughter Island is really gone, and there is no trace of any battle. The old man knows. Just hung up the phone. The Marshal's office, Sengoku's face is ugly. Damn Golden Lion, isn't it good to be a legend? You have to come out. Daughter Island disappears without a trace? Sengoku doesn't have to think about it, he knows the island has moved. Because it has been confirmed that the Golden Lion group has surrendered to Xia, then he will not be surprised if he subdues the Empress again, he is just very angry. How long has it been? More than a month? Shishibukai all knelt down with Hawkeye, Sand Crocodile, Moria, Hancock, and newcomer Shishibukai Vabel. If it goes on like this, just disband. Jinbei's side couldn't be contacted either, which made Sengoku wonder, what happened to Doflamingo's side? What about the result of Hawkeye's fight with him? A Vice Admiral replied, back to the Marshal, there is no contact with Colonel Moss, no signal. Birdcage comes with a signal blocking function. Damn. Sengoku's face sank, he didn't know Birdcage, but thought the Marines might be killed. Why did you two fail? Seeing Kizaru and Akainu who had returned from failure, Sengoku was furious, because things were not going well recently. Akainu is silent because he is very bad at lying. He can deceive the five elders, but he can't deceive Sengoku, a poor, hard-working man. But Kizaru didn't have so many scruples, and his eyes were full of grief and indignation. Marshal. This is a conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. When Sakazuki and I got there, Hellman called directly, and even Pluton Rayleigh was helping, of course Akainu and I wouldn't be cowards. FK him. 35. Who knows, the red hair and Xiaoya have been waiting in the dark for a long time, I immediately protected Akainu to evacuate, but Xiayat, who killed the heavenly sword, even wanted to kill me, and I rushed out of the encirclement only with all my might. Marshal, I am suffering. Kizaru is covered in bandages, and his breath is weak. Of course he suffers, goddamn Akainu, Helmand and Rayleigh, remember you three. In order to perform well, I actually beat the old man so hard, why should I say that I protected Akainu to evacuate, instead of Akainu protecting the old man to evacuate? Dude, it's so hard. Looking at Kizaru's sad face, Akainu is disdainful. This guy is really an acting school, don't want it if you don't want it, if you don't hit you, hit someone. Alas, thank you for your hard work, Paul Salino. Sengoku couldn't bear it either, so he comforted him, take a good rest these days, I'll give you a few months off, but please stay at the headquarters and don't go out. There is Xiayat in the outside world, it is very dangerous. In an instant, Kizaru said righteously, Marshal, I'm not afraid of him. The big deal is death, for Marine's glory. 99. Sengoku hurriedly said, don't, Marine can't live without you, Paul Salino, how about I give you a raise? Thank you, Marshal. Kizaru immediately frowned, the salary is in hand, I have it in the world. Akainu looked at him coldly, disdain for Kizaru's hobbies in his bones, and he was so obsessed with wages that he despised you. Kizaru felt contempt and opened the guild immediately. Private chat. Kizaru, whatever you despise, think about how to cheat, Baba, did you pull Kyuzan into the club? 39. Ding, you received a private message from Kizaru. Akainu was stunned. It's so exciting to play a guild in the marshal's office. Open the guild, look at the guild screen without a trace, Akainu replied. Akainu, now that Kyuzan is a new world, it's not easy to do. Kizaru, how easy it is, transfer Kyuzan under the guise of the marshal's orders, or assign him a mission. Then let Helmand Rayleigh Golden Lion and others ambush him on the road, and capture him as quickly as possible. Done. Akainu, don't you have any shame? Kyuzan will hate you. Kizaru, shout out, I'm saving him. Bless him. Look at you, aren't you doing well now? Do you still hate me? Akainu, you're right. I can't wait to kill you. Just wait. Kizaru, I'm not right, come on, I'm right here, kill me. Akainu, shameless. The old man disdains to be with you. Just when the two were chatting privately in the guild, Sengoku was stunned. What's the situation? Why did Kizaru's expression come from wretchedness, and Akainu was even more angry and helpless, what happened to these two? Maybe it's too tiring. Alas, blame the damn Xiayat. At this time, the Fishman Island. The Whitebeard pirates are doing their last struggle, and 90% of the people have been thrown through the gate. Hard Shell Tower. After opening the door, a childish and ethereal voice suddenly came out. Who's here? Is it Lord Father? It's really Lord Father, ah. A huge and beautiful mermaid suddenly saw Xiayat. Immediately, she was extremely shy and nervous and hid behind Megalo the shark, but the pet Megalo was too small for her. Half. Cover, half. Cover, I still see pity. Chapter 102. Poseidon, Shirahoshi. When Xiaya looked up, she was amazed. Shirahoshi wears a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory and has long, wavy, and beautiful pink hair. The bright blue eyes seem to be able to speak, and the beautiful appearance is even more eye-catching, and the pink fishtail with different shades is playful and cute. Pirate World, one of the 3 top stunning beauties recognized by the old thief Oda. But old thief Oda's pen power is limited, so he can't express the 3 stunning beauties with pictures, and he even drew many minor supporting characters even more beautiful than them. It can only be described in words, and directly determine that the 3 of them are the most beautiful, and there is no negotiation. The Fishman Island Poseidon Shirahoshi. Daughter Island Boa Hancock. Kojiki Hiri from Wanakuni. The old thief Oda is not good at drawing, but this is the real world. Xiaya can accurately see Shirahoshi's beauty as one of the 3 top beauty. Well-deserved reputation. Lord Xiaya, this is my daughter Shirahoshi. Nipton introduced, and then said gently to Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi, this is Lord Xiaya. From now on, our Fishman Island will be Lord Xiaya's territory. Lord Xiaya? Shirahoshi's big eyes blinked and looked at Xiaya curiously, full of shyness, and said in a small voice, Hello, Mr. Xiaya, I'm Shirahoshi. This person, subdued the Fishman Island? So, Lord Xiaya, how powerful is Shi? Shirahoshi's voice was so small that it was barely audible. Neptune was a little embarrassed, and said quickly, Master Xiaya, Shirahoshi has lived here since she was a child, and has hardly seen outsiders, so she is a little afraid of life. Okay, I know. Xiaya looked at Shirahoshi and chuckled, don't be nervous, the outside world is very exciting, do you want to go see it? I can take you there. Hey! Shirahoshi, who was still nervous at first, suddenly lit up, and his voice was soft. Tired excitedly said, Really? Lord Xiaya, can I go out with you? No, outside. 39. Shirahoshi couldn't go on, and was a little sad. After all, because of some idiot, she was left alone in the hard-shell tower for so many years. Before Xiaya could speak, Nipton said happily, Shirahoshi, don't worry, the crisis outside has been relieved by someone sent by Lord Xiaya. In the future, you can go out and play with confidence. Great. Shirahoshi's beautiful face was full of joy, and he tilted his head to look at the pet. Did you hear, Megalo, I can go out, it's good. Yaha. Shark Megalo cried out, happy for Shirahoshi's happiness. Seeing this, Xiaya couldn't help but smile. Shirahoshi is really pure and cute, and the 14-year-old is the purest, even more pure than 2 years later. It has attracted a lot of attention even before birth. Decades ago, Roger and Kojiki Odin both heard the conversation between the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings said, our king is about to be born. There is also one in the distant sea. There will be a day when the two kings will meet again. We have been waiting for that day. It is coming soon, and this time it will be smooth. Xiarli also accurately predicted that the mermaid princess is Poseidon, and will be born 10 years later. The power of Poseidon, I want it. Just then, a footstep and a voice came. Lord Xiaya, Your Majesty Neptune, I'm sorry. Looking back, Xiaya saw a mature mermaid with short black hair and a blue top. Xiarli, why are you here, why don't you go back soon? Seeing Xiarli, Neptune was very nervous, for fear of disturbing Xiaya and causing anger, but obviously he thought too much. Xiaya is not so stingy. Looking at the nervous mermaid, Xiaya couldn't help but wonder, are you nervous? Did the prophecy predict something? The fortune teller of the Fishman Island. Xiarli took a deep breath and said with bright eyes, yes, Lord Xiaya, I see a corner of the future, it is the broken red line, it is the ruined Marie Joyce, 99. Countless strong men have devoted their loyalty to you, welcome you, and present this world to you. Neptune is full of amazement. Marie Joyce is ruined? Shit, is Xiaya so awesome? Oh? Did you see me? 35. Xiaya couldn't help frowning. As the Lord of the Moon, he has a supreme personality and should not be predicted or seen in the future at all. Not at all. Xiarli shook his head and affirmed, I saw the red-haired, eagle-eyed and others, they half-kneeled and shouted to greet your majesty, they are your people, that person, of course you. So that's the case, your majesty. Xiaya frowned slightly. Greet your majesty when you destroy Marie Joyce, which proves that before the attack, you have established your own country and ascended the throne. That's right, he originally planned to build a country after transforming the moon, so he could justifiably take over this world. Thinking about it, Xiaya didn't go to see Xiarli anymore, and said, Shirahoshi, you have the power to shock the world, and you have more potential than anyone else. I want to cultivate you. Would you like to help me? Neptune's body was shocked, and he quickly lowered his head. Lord Xiaya actually knows Shirahoshi's identity. Hearing Xiaya's praise, Shirahoshi felt a little nervous while he was happy. Lord Xiaya, can I really do it? I can't even beat Megalo. Shirahoshi's autobiography almost made Xiaya laugh. 0 €. Silly girl, what do you compare to a little shark? Shirahoshi, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you will be the most beautiful princess and the strongest mermaid in the world. Xiaya's words made Shirahoshi happy and moved. Until Xiaya took out a bright moon badge and handed it to her, saying, take it, the most beautiful mermaid princess, it will let you know me. You will be my partner too, come and help me, Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, then reached out to pick it up. But Xiaya's eyelids almost couldn't hold back the crit, because Shirahoshi's hand was too big, and the shadow cover pressed down. I don't know, I thought Shirahoshi wanted to crush Xiaya. Xiarli, Neptune, you have it too. Throwing the 2 bright moon badges, Xiaya looked at Shirahoshi expectantly. 0. Thank you, Xiaya, I am willing to serve you. Xiarli and Neptune quickly thanked them. Nice badge. Shirahoshi carefully took the moon badge, which was about the size of an ant, and spoke with excitement and firm anticipation. Lord Xiaya, I will try my best to become stronger, I want to be your partner. For a moment, Shirahoshi froze in place, his big eyes filled with astonishment. The endless images of the heavens and the world flowed into my mind, completely shocking Shirahoshi, who had little knowledge of the world. Ding, detected the power of Poseidon, is it fusion? Ding, check the power of divination, whether it is merged. Fusion of course. Fusion silently. Xiaya smiled, the power of Poseidon, and the power of divination, the potential is very great. What is the principle of controlling sea kings? Is it some kind of energy? Is it some kind of ability? Or, just the king of the sea kings, the impetus for this identity? What Xiaya didn't know was that when Shirahoshi received the moon badge and formed the moon mark on his body, when Xiaya emerged deep in the sea, east, west, north, south, 4 seas, Grand Line, Calm Belt. Almost all the supergiant sea kings with a length of more than 1,000 meters in the depths, all of them were shocked. Their eyes are full of human puzzlement, surprise, curiosity, excitement, and, stunned. What's the situation? Why do we have another king? Yes, this king appeared too suddenly, is it my hallucination? Wow, this king's power is so powerful. He seems to be able to mobilize all his kind easily. 35. It's amazing. Haha, our new king is amazing. Death. Chapter 103. In the depths of the sea, the supergiant sea kings communicated, and then they were all excited. Inexplicable factors are entangled, they seem to be able to clearly feel the breath of Xiaya's deep sea. Especially in the power of Poseidon, it is even stronger than Shirahoshi. Not that Shirahoshi's Poseidon is not as powerful as Xiaya. For example, for 100 copies of the power of Poseidon, Shirahoshi can only mobilize 0, and it can only be mobilized under special circumstances. Even if it is mobilized, it is only 1 to 3. And Xiaya can mobilize all the power of Poseidon, although it is difficult, but still able. Ding, Doflamingo joins Minjiao Guild. Ding, Boa Hancock joins the Imperial Palace Guild. Ding, the Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi joins the Imperial Palace Guild. At this moment, all the members of the Minjiao Guild and the Imperial Palace Guild received the membership notice. Kizaru and Akainu at Marine Headquarters looked at each other and shook their heads. Even if Xiaya does not act, world government is not far from death. Feeling the silent fusion of Poseidon's power, Xiaya can't help but be amazed. Whoosh whoosh. He seemed to see that invisible silk threads flew from the distant C-140, all wrapped around him. As if gently poking, the sea is turned upside down. Each silk thread represents a sea king's. You can even clearly feel their emotions, strength, size, name, type, and even dialogue. If you sprinkle bright moon badges in the ocean at this moment, you will be absolutely invincible in this world. No, it's not only invincible in this world, but even with 8-star, 9-star, and even explosive star powers, there is no problem. 35. Xiaya's eyes are shining bright. He is also the king of the sea kings now, and if they are willing to surrender themselves, then the prerequisites for the imprint of the bright moon are met. Sea kings, even a 10-meter-long small sea kings, its physique, strength, physical strength, and mental energy are far beyond ordinary people. How many sea kings are there in the ocean? Definitely more than people. It is said that the world government dominates the world, but the human territory is only bigger, and the sea kings are the masters of this world. At least tens of billions of sea kings' power, after fusion. Even if the small combat power is 1, the medium is 2, the large is 3, the super large is 5, and the supergiant is 10. Then Xiaya's own combat power will exceed 1,000, or even close to 1 trillion. With nearly 1 trillion combat power, it is not very simple to blow up the planet. The flesh becomes a saint and crosses the void, not the future or a dream. Xiaya activates the power of divination, in him, can see more future. A glimpse of the prosperous and beautiful moon, Xiaya suddenly turned off the divination. Knowing too much about the future makes it boring, because his life has become more unpretentious, and the future that can be seen can be changed, it's boring. Lord Xiaya, what's wrong with you? Looking at the inexplicably excited Xiaya, Neptune didn't know what to do, and instantly made up his mind. Why are you excited? When are you excited? Of course I was excited when I saw Shirahoshi. Hiss, did Lord Xiaya have a crush on the little girl? Whoa, that's so good. This old man is not selling women for glory, but only by following Xiaya and becoming Xiaya's woman, Shirahoshi will be the safest and happiest. Well, that's it. Cough, Mr. Xiaya, the little girl is not married yet, I wonder if you mind? Even if it is small 5. Xiaya. Ah, what are you talking about, Lord Father, Xiaya. It does not make sense. You father and daughter are weirder than each other. While the advice is good and he likes Shirahoshi a lot, Xiaya has more important things at the moment. Nipton, celestial dragons, and pirates are eyeing this place, I want to transfer the Fishman Island, what do you think? 35. Huh? Where to move to? Moon. 6699. Neptune was almost scared to death, my darling, wouldn't that be too far? But he couldn't help himself, not to mention that he didn't have the courage to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and said, thank you for thinking about the Fishman Island, I am willing. Moon? Really going to the moon? Great. Shirahoshi was full of cheers, and his playful tail was quite cute. In the picture receiving the imprint of the bright moon, the moon is the country of Xiaya. She naturally wanted to go there to see and feel the beauty of the kingdom of God. Well, just wait. After Xiaya finished speaking, she dodged and disappeared. Fishman Street. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates here have been thrown into the moon, and the redhead and others are directing the fish people to clean up the battlefield. Grown-ups. Seeing Xiaya, everyone hurried to say hello. Xiaya nodded slightly, standing directly in the void, watching the whole the Fishman Island, a terrifying aura bloomed. Submit, or die. We surrender. In an instant, all the fish and murlocs shouted in unison. At these times, they have long known that the Whitebeard pirates are completely destroyed, don't they surrender and wait to die. Very good, 9. When Xiaoya raised her hand, the magnificent giant gate surrounds the whole the Fishman Island. Traits: any gate shape can be controlled, size can be controlled, and appearance can be controlled, so. The Xiaoya control giant gate appears in the center of the double protective film of the Fishman Island. Surround the Fishman Island in a hemispherical manner, then move the Fishman Island to float in. Lion fruit, activate. Boom. The whole the Fishman Island was shaking, causing countless panics. Neptune also came and hurriedly comforted him loudly. Don't be nervous, this is Master Xiaoya transferring the Fishman Island, then we don't have to hide in the deep sea. We will have our own land and more sunshine. Let's cheer. Oh. 95. In an instant, all the mermaids and the mermaids were excited. The dream of their ancestors for generations is to have their own living area on land, and then bathe in the sun like ordinary people and experience real life. The redhead and others were also surprised. Transfer the Fishman Island? I'm afraid not to the moon, right? Suddenly, Beckman, Sand Crocodile and others looked at the fish people with pitiful eyes. The moon? No hair at all. It's better to stay in the deep sea. If Xiaoya knew what everyone was thinking, she would be absolutely mad. Can't you be proud of the moon? Every day you know to complain, this god is about to transform the moon, and you will be blinded by then. Boom. Under the final shock, the Fishman Island fell into the giant ring gate. The supergiant sea kings guarding the Fishman Island are stunned again. What's the situation? The king's house is gone. But after feeling it, I found that the power of the two kings is there, but the distance is a little far. That's a super long distance they can't handle. 2 eyes are blind, 4 eyes are blind, and countless eyes are blind. So angry. The Sea Kings wanted to vent their anger, and suddenly saw a pirate ship coming, trying to enter the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island is gone, what are you doing? Go, kill them. 35. Boom. Under the shock of Golden Lion, Hellmand, Doflamingo, Rayleigh, Fujitora, Hancock, Robin, Vivi, and others. An exceptionally beautiful island floats out of a giant gate and falls on the moon. When Doflamingo looked up, the sunglasses fell off in shock, full of exclamations. FK, this is the Fishman Island. It's amazing, who brought it back? Hancock, including Daughter's Island, was also shocked. You must know that the Fishman Island is 10,000 meters in the deep sea, beyond imagination. Anas didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked at Brother Ming who was shocked by the sunglasses, and complained, Hey, 5.5 I said why you are wearing sunglasses all the time, it turned out to be a pair of dead fish eyes, so ugly. 9. Brother Ming, before. What the hell, you're a dead fish eye. I'm super invincible, charming, long, narrow, and hooked with peach blossom eyes. I'm afraid that your mother-in-law will wear sunglasses. Amazing, incredible. 35. Rayleigh is also very shocked, but the most shocking is Fujitora with his eyes closed. After the Dressrosa incident, Brother Ming did not remove Birdcage, pressed thousands of people in the game, and crossed the gate to the moon with Anastasius, and Fujitora followed. The moon is shocking, and the addition of Daughter's Island is shocking. Rayleigh, Golden Lion, and even heard that Akainu, Kizaru belonged to this faction, everyone was shocked. What shocked everyone even more was that the wounded and disabled of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard smashed to the moon with only one breath left, and all lay dead on the moon. Now, the Fishman Island is here too. Is this going to move the entire pirate world over here? Chapter 104. Call. World Government? It's over. Fujitora guessed with her eyes closed, knowing that Xiaoya will not stop and will continue to recruit people to expand her power. This is changing and the other is growing, and the world government is ignorant, and it will be finished sooner or later. The protective film of the Fishman Island was torn open, and figures rushed out. The man at the head was handsome and extraordinary, full of divinity, and at a glance, it seemed that the gods were descending. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaoya. Anas led the people to kneel immediately, full of shouts. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaoya. Golden Lion, Hellmand, Robin, and so on all chanted. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaoya. The newly joined Rayleigh, Brother Ming, etc., even the arrogant Hancock couldn't help shouting. Welcome to the return of Lord Xiaoya. Thousands of participating pirates who were suppressed by Ming Ji and others were all kneeling in fear and obeying the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoya forces were all half kneeling. It's so hard for me. Only Fujitora was left standing in a daze, with a tangled face. He is like a rabbit among a group of lions, so conspicuous and so eye-catching. After thinking about it for a long time, I suddenly thought of my life plan. I was already old. Thinking of the last life to do something big to change the world. The current big forces, the pirates are not enough, the revolutionary army is not enough, the world government is about to end, only the moon forces can. So what are you waiting for? Meet 04 Xiaoya-sama. Under the days of Xiaoya. A wild Fujitora is shouting. What's the situation? When did the monster laugh get in? Good. His. Everyone on the Fishmen Island who was watching the music in a daze, and then looked at the black figures kneeling in front of them, Neptune and the others all gasped. My god, what did the old man see? Ha, gu la la la. 95. Not far away, Whitebeard, who was lying on the corpse, opened his eyes with difficulty and saw this scene, and laughed at himself. The Golden Lion Group, 5 Shishibukai, 4 Emperors, the world's greatest swordsman. Even he heard that the 2 Admiral, Kizaru and Akainu were also in this force. What else can stop? Suddenly, Whitebeard understood. Why did Xiaya have the strength to kill herself, but she didn't? It turned out to be to subdue yourself, the target, the world government. Really? Invincible. Marco, Jaws, Baista and others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They actually fought against Xiaya's group before? Even if they escaped, they would still be hunted down by a group of bigwigs. Dead. Whitebeard turned his head with difficulty, and saw the corpses lying one by one, met with eyes full of anxiety, grief and even despair. In an instant, Whitebeard felt a pain in his heart. Once, how beautiful they were, but now, he can't even protect his own sons. Do you want to watch your sons die? He is not afraid of death, but he is absolutely unwilling to watch his sons die one by one. It is even more uncomfortable than his death. The sons are in their prime, and they still have a lot of years to go through. They don't even have wives. It would be meaningless if they all died here. Xiaya. 99. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, and then saw that it was Whitebeard who stood up with difficulty and shouted. Old man, pay attention to your tone. Anas is upset. How to call Master Xiaya, be respectful, gentle, and lick, you know. What? Want to kill me? Xiaya opened her mouth lightly. See, there are so many, my little brother is in hand, I have it in the world. Whitebeard took a deep breath, looked around for a week, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. I know, I'm not qualified to negotiate terms with you now. In an instant, Marco and others burst into tears. What did they think of that made them even more sad? Whitebeard, dying. But please spare my sons. Saying that, under everyone's astonishment, Whitebeard's tall body shrunk down and knelt down to Xiaya. Seeing this, the seniors such as Golden Lion and Rayleigh opened their mouths and finally sighed. Edward Newgate. Remember, it's not a shame, it's a blessing from God. Okay, I promise. Please, Thought that Xiaya would refuse, Whitebeard was stunned, and was immediately filled with fear and happiness. It seems that Xiaya is not bloodthirsty, that's fine, so that he can die in peace. But Xiaya's 2 words made Whitebeard's heart lift, just listen to him. You, surrender to me. Your sons, submit to me. 35. Don't refuse, or, I'll die. Marco and the others were instantly furious, but what followed was powerlessness. Didn't you see the red hair, Golden Lion and others all staring at each other? Revolt? And then die with Daddy? No, we are not afraid of death, we are just afraid of. No one gave Daddy a clock. No one built a tomb for Dad. Thinking like this, it is better to let Marco wait for life and death. This is Xiaya-sama, my husband Kun, so charming. Hancock dragged his small face with his hands, and his coquettish and shy words made Robin and Vivi beside him secretly annoyed. Damn, this woman. I'm always greedy for Xiaya's body. Don't know what to come first? Remember to queue up. Do you want someone like me too? Whitebeard said the same thing that Hawkeye said at this time. After all, he is now crippled with both hands, and he is going to die soon. He is worthless now. But seeing Xiaya silent, Whitebeard no longer hesitated. This was his last chance to save his sons, and immediately shouted. Sons. Whitebeard pirates. Disband today. The last order, surrender to Xiaya and live well. After speaking, Whitebeard looked at Xiaya, and gave a final shout. Edward Newgate. I surrender to you. Great power. Their future, please. Puff. In an instant, Whitebeard vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes began to blur. Holding on to his last strength, he looked back at each of his sons with regrets in his eyes. Bang. Crash down. Whitebeard, die. Dad. Dad. 140 Dad, don't die. Woohoo. In an instant, Marco and others went crazy. Back and forth, they all ran beside Whitebeard, all kneeling and crying bitterly. This scene, many newcomers such as Rayleigh and Fujitora couldn't bear to watch it and bowed their heads one after another. The era of Whitebeard? But the era is over. Boiled, really touching. Doflamingo couldn't stand this kind of family drama the most, so he turned his head and happened to see the members of the Don Quixote family. Suddenly, my heart was shocked. Family, if I die one day, will you grieve for me? Enough. Noisy. 35. Anas was full of irritability, and immediately scolded, if you die, you will die, why do you cry? Just when Marco and others were angry. Anas continued, I have died dozens of times, do you know that? Now that you have surrendered to your Lord, the divine light of your Lord will shine on you. My Lord, give them glory. Under the staring eyes of Brother Ming and others, Anna's actually knelt down and asked for blessings, which was completely unlike his style. Bunch of idiots. Anna's disdains everyone and buys people's hearts, do you understand? Although he is a younger brother can still have a younger brother. Whitebeard, who used to be the strongest in the world, is the perfect younger brother. Is that so? Not bad. Years. Xia Yat, who was also curious about Anna's actions, couldn't help but probe his thoughts, and then appreciated it. He doesn't mind the ambitions of his subordinates, as long as they don't betray or disrupt his rules. The more loyal, the more casual. Chapter 105. In my name, life is revived. Under the shock of all the newcomers. When Xia Ya raised her hand, a dazzling golden light spread out and landed directly on Whitebeard. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, just under the surprise of the newcomers, one after another powerful heartbeat sounded. Marco and the others watched nervously. Boom! The next moment, the terrifying conquerors erupted from the light group. Xia Ya raised her hand and waved, destroying the spread of conquerors. Daddy! 35. Feel the familiar conquerors, Jaws and others exclaimed in surprise. Countless breathless voices sounded because they saw it. After the light group dissipated, Whitebeard stood up straight. Shockingly, Whitebeard was not only resurrected but unscathed. Even more astounding, the aged Whitebeard, now with her blonde hair fluttering. The whole body exudes a strong breath, and it is directly younger by several decades. Resurrected, really resurrected. 35. Compared with the shock of Fujitora, Mingji and others, Rayleigh is even more excited and unable to extricate himself. What did he join the Xia Ya gang for, is to resurrect Roger. Even if there is only a glimmer of possibility, he will spend the rest of his life working hard. I'm alive? I'm young. Whitebeard, who stayed in place, felt his own surging power. Immediately after returning to God, he took a deep breath, his heart was filled with reverence, and he immediately knelt down on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Xia Ya. This is Whitebeard's heartfelt words. 35. Xia Ya nodded slightly, and when she raised her hands, countless golden lights fell on Marco and others, and the injury was healed. Thank you, Lord Xia Ya. Jaws and the others bowed down together, full of surprises and honors. Dad didn't die, but he has regained his youth. It's easy to say anything, kneel and lick. Whoosh whoosh. The bright moon badges fell in front of all the newcomers, and Xia Ya left 3 words and disappeared immediately. Take it. Congratulations to Xia Ya-sama. Everyone bowed in unison, and the newcomers curiously touched the Minjiao badge. It's a miracle. 35. Sir Xia Ya is immortal. A shout resounded on the surface of the moon, excitement, worship, etc. Emotions were beyond words. Xia Ya looks at the inside of the moon, full of relief. These people are all made by me in just over a month. Ding, congratulations to your majesty for completing the main mission 1, rewarding the right to transform the moon. Xia Ya has some surprises. Do the math, it really is, Hawkeye, Brother Ming, Sand Crocodile, Empress, Jinbei just knelt down, Moria died. Although no big bear cub was found, Vabel was caught. Just now this guy saw so many big guys, he has already kneeled. The right to reform is in hand, and it must be planned well. 35. Xia Ya contemplation. More magnificent than any place, more prosperous than any city, more atmospheric than any building. This is a very complicated project, and it doesn't mean that it will change anywhere and end up in a mess. Xia Ya didn't know anything about planning and design, but she couldn't ask anyone how to change it, which showed her ignorance. So. The system, where is it? The omniscient and omnipotent me, it's too difficult. Xia Ya said, and she was full of complaints. Every time he sees the words omniscience and omnipotence, he panics. What will he? He will still be on Earth. What can he do? Pretend to be deep and wave everywhere? He can't even make his subordinates stronger. What kind of omnipotence and omnipotence is this? One day, when I meet God, I will be laughed to death. Ding, is your majesty complaining about the ineffectiveness of the system? Yes. I'm annoyed. Please change omnipotence to self-reliance. Ding, a copy of Zushin's prosperous architectural drawings, automatically selected in line with the design plan, to solve problems for your majesty. In an instant, many plans and video text descriptions appeared in Xia Ya's small world. There are even planetary models of various building plans, as well as blank moon models. Xia Ya can clearly choose each best plan, and then integrate and upgrade each other. First use the moon model to build until you are satisfied, then build the moon. Well, you can let me know. Choose a day to transform, choose a day to build a country. Ding, Fujitora joins the Bright Moon Guild. Ding, Whitebeard joins the Minjiao Guild. The Minjiao Guild suddenly became quite lively. Although small chats are limited to private chats, but new members join, old members still have to welcome 2 words. Kizaru, it's scary, Whitebeard is here, but, which hero is Fujitora? Change a familiar name. Whitebeard, this is, oh, that's what it is, I should have known that, the old man was here earlier, goo la 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 la. Fujitora, I have seen you all, I am from the folk, I don't know why it is Fujitora, I generated it myself when I joined the meeting, but I like this title. 39. Is Fujitora blind and can't see the screen? Wrong. The guild built on the imprint of the bright moon, don't be blind, Fujitora can see it even when he is dead. In the future, if the credit is enough, Fujitora can completely restore the light. Akainu, smile? I know you. Private chat for a while. Golden Lion, gee ha ha ha, Whitebeard don't stand still, come and dance. Really, why are you dancing, come and drink. Redhead, so hilarious. Add me. Hawkeye, +1. Beckman, I'm going to prepare wine and food. Hellmand, go along. 35. Brother Ming, Beckman, Hellmand, the two bosses stayed, I've seen all the bosses, this time I'll invite them. 5. Sand Crocodile, the same invitation, it's all the bosses can't afford to offend. Arnold, okay. Annas, don't force it, my lord is about to transform the moon, establish a country and become emperor, prepare the congratulations. Everyone. Seeing this, Akainu, Kizaru, Rayleigh and others can't help squinting. Transform the moon? For the gods, it is a trivial matter. After all, there are many people, and the moon should be prosperous. Founding a kingdom? It should be so. Otherwise, even if the world government were to be eliminated, it would not be in the right name. The most important thing is that only by becoming an emperor can you completely dominate the world. Instead of forming alliances one by one, it is very chaotic. But what gift to give? Treasure? That's an insult. Beauty? Too cheap. Sight? That's too slow. After thinking about it for a long time, everyone was confused. After all, the existence of Xiaya lacks everything. Until, Kizaru came, the guild shook. Kizaru, talents. Marine Admiral. Pirates 4 emperors. Capture them and serve them all. Everyone, Zan, who do you want to fight? Kizaru, Admiral Aokiji. 4 emperors Kaido. Enough. 99. Everyone, Zan, when will the operation be performed? Kizaru, tomorrow morning. Waiting for the news, everyone, and Aokiji. Tomorrow afternoon, Akainu and I will attack Kaido, please help everyone, all credit and gifts. People, thank you. Kizaru suddenly smiled lewdly. The old man is really a natural talent, sooner or later, he will leave his name in the history. Doflamingo, everyone, the plan is very good, but they look down on them too much, why not divide it up more? There are many types of talents. There are also scientific research talents, business talents, etc. It is easy to attack the world, but it is difficult to maintain the world. These talents are very important. 35. Of course, it can't be done in one go and take it slow, but this time it's better to divide into 4 ways, Aokiji, Kaido, Golden Emperor, Vinsmoke, 4 ways to conquer, how about it? When everyone sees that they are here, they can't help but nod their heads. Indeed, with so many big men besieging Admiral together, and besieging Kaido together. Don't be ashamed to spread it out. Sand Crocodile, I have a plan, Aokiji, Kaido's side depends on the big guys, and at the same time, some important news can be spread, attracting countless powerhouses to come, and then catch them all at once. Redhead, what news attracts people? Raftel. Hellmand, that's not enough. There's one thing that drives everyone crazy. Akainu, what? Beckman, pure gold. 9. Everyone, hush. Everyone couldn't help being astonished, and their eyes were full of scorching heat. But when I thought that as long as I worked hard for Xiaya and got enough credit, there would be no problem with immortality. In other words, the talents in this guild are the talents that Xiaya values, and they all have the opportunity to gain immortality. However, they all have relatives and friends, and it is impossible for everyone to live forever. Only pure gold can be distributed to relatives and friends, it may not be immortal, but longevity is enough. As for whether there is any, does it matter? If you have it, find it, if you don't have it, make it up. Chapter 106. The plans of the little brothers are connected one by one. Xiaya raised her brows inadvertently, very satisfied. This is the benefit of having a lot of younger brothers, don't worry. Annas, what is pure gold? Hellmand, it is said that it can make people live forever, live for hundreds of years without any problem, and can quickly recover from any injuries. A little bit is enough to buy a country. Annas, find. Must find it. Everyone nodded, this is of course to be found. If found, find some more scientists. If you can analyze the pure gold structure and make it in batches, it will be good for everyone. Golden Lion, gee ha ha ha, it's a really good suggestion, since it was suggested by Xiao Ming, let's tell the world at Dressrosa, come and catch one. Brother Ming, 66. Xiaya, exactly. Everyone, congratulations, Mr. Xiaya. We will prepare immediately. Inside the moon. Watching the guild chat, Xiaya couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, there are many younger brothers, it is too convenient and easy. He didn't even need to use his brain, he made arrangements one by one clearly. Hashtag. Look at the Imperial Palace Guild, chat with the girls, don't pretend to be mysterious and cold in front of the girls, it's weird. You should play, or you will be single for life. Then. Fusion strength. After the retreat, transform the moon, establish a country and become an emperor. After Akainu, Rayleigh and others discussed it, the plan was started immediately. 140. A piece of news went viral. The world shakes. New Shishibukai Vabel announces his surrender to Xia. Shishibukai Straight Jinbei announces surrender to Xia. Shishibukai Empress Hancock announces submission to Xia. Pirate Admiral Golden Lion reappears. Surrender to Xia. Shocked. Daughter's Island. The Fishman Island disappears. A piece of news was spread all over the world by Morgans and other newspapers, actively attacking the prestige of the world government. Except for Whitebeard's gang, Doflamingo's gang, and Rayleigh, Fujitora and others who didn't report, the other three Shishabukai's betrayals are enough to cause a sensation in the world. And the surrender of Golden Lion, one of the three great legends, shocked the world even more. Counting down the strength of Xiaoya's subordinates, many people are terrified, too powerful. Baldigo. There were even more shocked expressions in the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Boss, Xiaoya's group is too strong. Oli, the commander of the Western Army, wiped away his cold sweat and was horrified by the strength of Xiaoya's group. Currently known, there are 5 Shishibukai, 4 emperors, and the legendary Golden Lion, plus the world's strongest Xiaoya. This kind of strength is enough to attack the New World, kill at least 4 emperors, and dominate the New World. Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, looked heavy, the new era is coming too fast. Who knows, whether Xiaoya's group will have hidden powers. According to intelligence, Dressrosa is being raided by Hawkeye. But as soon as Birdcage opens, the follow-up news is no longer clear, but it can be guessed that Doflamingo will probably surrender. Also, according to the information, the Whitebeard pirates went to the Fishman Island, but the Fishman Island disappeared, which makes people think. It's a pity that no one knows yet, Marine and Admiral are also kneeling, and they are about to kneel in 3rd place. If it spreads out, it will be enough to make the world government PD off. Xiaoya. Drago's eyes are complex, with resentment, regret, an array of admiration. His father died, which left his emotions nowhere to be released. And Xiaoya gathered so many strong men in a short period of time, which was more terrifying than the Revolutionary Army who could only hide in the corner, which made him admire again. I really want to contact Xiaoya for cooperation, but the Revolutionary Army is getting more and more unqualified. Have you contacted Sabo? Hearing Drago's question, Imazuna frowned and said, I can't get in touch, and Koala can't get in touch either. The whole island is surrounded by tough lines and our people can't get in. Everyone's heart sank, and everyone who didn't understand Birdcage's ban signal, the first thought was that something had happened to the two of them. I'll go take a look. Haku said in a deep voice, he should have gone with the two of them originally, but some were delayed, and this time he just went over to take a look. There was grief in Durag's eyes. Go, if you can. Tell Hawkeye to give everything you can to get the body of Hero Garp back. This is the only thing he can do. Before conquering the world government, he can only hide everything in his heart. Cake Island. Where's Cracker? Haven't gotten in touch yet. Katakuri felt a sense of unease. After so long, Cracker should report whether he got devil fruit or not. But now, there is no news at all. Smoothie shook his head, I can't get in touch, it's possible. Without saying a word, everyone could not help frowning, knowing that the ant valued those 2 fruits very much. Cracker won't delay things anyway, but... Tell Mom, I'm going to Dressrosa. Katakuri was extremely decisive. Eve got up and rushed out, he didn't want his brother to have an accident. Everyone's mind is heavy, Cracker must not have an accident, otherwise the mother will be furious. And an island in the first half of the Grand Line. A hole. 35. Blackbeard was also angry this time, because so many Shishabukai's betrayals would definitely anger the world government. Then, there is a high possibility that the Shishibukai organization will be abolished, and his plan will be put on hold. Captain, what should we do now? The gathered Lafitte, Van Oka, Chisas Burgess, and Poison Q looked at Blackbeard. These days, they have been avoiding a guy who plays with fire, and they are tired of running around. Thief ha ha ha, I have a lot of plans. Blackbeard laughed viciously, he liked to do things later, and he had thought of more than one plan over the years. Even if Shishibukai fails, he still has the opportunity to score Impel down to receive his younger brother. Don't wait, Daddy, don't wait. Before the world government removes Shishibukai, try it first, then. A thief ha ha ha, I can only attack you, Captain Ace. Blackbeard looked fiercely into the distance, as if he could see that Ace was looking for him, so he went to the nearby island and waited. Marie Joyce. The voice of anger broke out in Panchinj City again. Xiaoya. 35. The blonde 5 elders are the most angry, and at this moment they want to kill themselves to the moon. But they dare not, because Xia strong like a god. The bearded 5 elders are also cold-eyed. What a Shishibukai. No one cares about the world government. This kind of organization, it's useless to keep it, let it go. The curly-haired 5 elders spoke. This time Shishabukai's death was sentenced, causing a great loss of face for the world government. Obviously, Xia is fighting against them. Otherwise, why are there so many big pirates staring at Shishibukai? No need. 39. But the bald-headed 5 elders retorted, proposing, some chess pieces should be used, and then send some people to follow. If Xia continues to look for Shishibukai, there is a good chance that people under Xia's command will be caught, so that we can take the lead. 99. The expressions of the 5 elders moved. What is world government? It was the strongest organization after more than 100 kingdoms joined. Roughly speaking, the kingdom pays protection fees, and the world government protects them, because the pirates are a threat. If there are no big pirates, why do you want marines, and why should the kingdom pay for protection? Then the control power of the world government will be greatly reduced. So they have to maintain the balance of the sea, but it is not enough, they are still picking some people from their subordinates to become pirates. It can be said that in New World, there are many big pirates who were trained by the world government. On the one hand, it threatens the major kingdoms, and on the other hand, it does not make the New World too chaotic. This is the real world government. Flat Hat 5 elders agreed, then let Delker and the others do Shishibukai and send some ace to follow. As long as Xia didn't shoot, someone else dared to come, just grab it. 39. Everyone nods. He makes him stronger. Now the 5 elders subconsciously ignore Xia, so as not to recall the horrific experience. Sir, should you wake up? Chapter 107. And in the marshal's office. Sengoku has no time to discuss Shishibukai. Daily meetings, or rather, these days after Xia's influence on the world, Sengoku always has meetings. Everyone must use their brains and come up with a way to deal with Xia. Marshal, Marine suffered heavy losses, we should do something to increase Marine's influence. After a few minutes of discussion, Kizaru said, we can't sit still this time. I got word that Whitebeard went to the Fishman Island, Red Hair pirates are not in the New World, so there are only Big Mom and Kaido left in the 4 emperors, 35. They are far apart, so I suggest. Take the initiative, kill one of the 4 emperors, and declare the world. Wow! In an instant, the audience was shocked. There are also those who do not lead the worship of Rear Admiral to look at Kizaru. Recently, Kizaru has been doing a lot of show, and its influence has skyrocketed. Sengoku pondered for a while, and his heart was also full of energy, and immediately said, okay, then use the ant to open the knife. No, I think Kaido is better. 995. Akainu spoke heavily and was a little nervous, after all, it was the first time to be an undercover agent. Ant surgeon? Take him down and give it to Lord Xia. Ant is so ugly, I'm afraid she will be hacked to death by adults. Kaido is great, perfect hitter. Crane could not help frowning, Kaido, this person can't be killed, isn't it a waste of troops? 5. No, it's easy. Kizaru said, took out a box and said, this is what I stole from the moon before, Xia's treasure, the only function. Devouring souls. As soon as Kaido runs out of energy and falls down, just stuff the contents into his mouth. Up to an hour, die on the spot. What? Sengoku couldn't help but be curious and motioned to Kizaru to bring it. Opening the box is a golden sphere, with endless attraction, let him touch it subconsciously. Marshal no. 35. Puff. Sengoku, who had just been attracted to touch the sphere, vomited blood immediately, and his whole body became a lot weaker. Everyone was shocked, but Sengoku took a breath and laughed, it's really good, I just felt that my body was losing control and my head was aching. Is it the soul that hurts? Very well. The low-end version of Soul Eater made by Xia, even if you put it on your body, it still takes an hour to devour the soul. Not bad, but still a good thing. Anyway, it's the reason for Kaido's surgery. Then, take Kaido to the knife. Sengoku made a decision on the spot, Anti's reputation is not as good as Kaido. After all, the strongest creature, the undead Kaido fights everywhere, and pays more attention than the ant who only gives birth to children and eats desserts. Akainu, Kizaru, you lead the team, I will find someone to assist you, go to New World to meet Aokiji, and act low-key. Kizaru's eyes flickered, and then he said, Marshal, keep an admiral at the headquarters to avoid Xia coming again. No, the headquarters is safe. Sengoku shook his head and immediately issued various orders, the group would be excited. 3 admiral plus an ace, and many vice admiral, if you still can't kill the Kaido pirates, then go eat Xiang. Sure enough there is a problem. Akainu and Kizaru looked at each other casually and nodded lightly. They had already discovered that the marine headquarters was undercurrent, and Sengoku occasionally went to some forbidden corners with a serious face. Go for what? Private. Will you be a little sister? No, the two of them conducted a small investigation and research and came to the conclusion that there are other strong men guarding the marine headquarters now. I don't know how many people there are, but they are definitely strong enough to be the trump card that Sengoku borrowed from the world government after the Xiaya incident. 20 minutes later. The Marine Corps set off secretly, blocked the signal, and did not allow anyone to go out. A few minutes out of the sea to leave the signal blocking area, Kizaru directly opens the guild screen. Kizaru, everyone, get ready, use any gate to wait near Stan Island immediately, we and Aokiji will go in two separate ways, that's the route that Aokiji must pass. People, received. Kizaru, take down Aokiji and rush to Onishima. Sengoku sent an extra world government trump card. Everyone, okay. Kizaru gave a wretched smile and inadvertently glanced at the man in black not far away. Strong, very strong. Is this one of the world government's trump cards? The breath is not weaker than him, but it is completely a gift. Kyuzan, don't hate me. But for your own good, that is the glory bestowed by God after all. At the same time. Dressrosa. Dover, Jinbei, Hawkeye, Arnold, Vabel, and Morgans are all here. Helmand, Beckman went to Vinsmoke. Rayleigh, Sand Crocodile, Vabel went to MIT. And Whitebeard, Fujitora, Golden Lion, Redhead, ready to take down Aokiji, FK Kaido, and get it done. Then, wait for the arrival of the major forces together. Haha, what a great plan. Morgan's feathers stood up excitedly, looking forward. Don't worry, I will spread the word to the world as quickly as possible, and I believe that all major forces will arrive here as quickly as possible. 35. This is pure gold, although it is fake news, but who knows? If there was any definitive news about pure gold, the five elders couldn't help but take it personally. Boil up, go crazy, world government. Doflamingo is looking forward to waiting for the arrival of the world government, so many people will die at that time. 0. Ask for flowers. Those killed are thrown to the moon immediately. In this way, the soul is not scattered, Xiaya will strip away everything from the dead. Mental energy, physical energy, etc. Let the subordinates integrate, and improve the strength of the subordinates as soon as possible. The stronger the subordinate, the stronger he is. Monet, Fergo, you came just in time. Seeing the two of them coming, Dover said, you don't have to be an undercover agent in the future, Fergo, Monet, you. Well, how about being the maid of Lord Xiaya in the future? Although it is under consideration, there is no doubt about the sound. Yes, my lord. Monet couldn't help but be bitter, but still nodded. He knows Xiaya, but he doesn't know Xiaya at all, he doesn't have the imprint of the moon. I only know that Dover surrendered to Xiaya, and then turned around and gave her away. Besides, her younger sister Xia Tang also became a maid? Dover, how can you be so shameless? Although my sister is not young, she still looks like a child. 0. Don't you treat us as family, my mother hates you. Dover glanced at Monet for unknown reasons, sensed the hatred in it, and immediately shook his head. Misunderstood me Monet, I really do it for you, that is God. If I were a beauty, I would definitely rush to get on the ship of Lord Xiaya. He hates it. Why is he not a woman? Dover didn't explain, and Fergat said to the unconscious guy, young master, what about this guy? It's a talent, lock it up first, and take it away together later. Dover still recognizes Guy's talent, although his brain is not very good, he can still make a living. After an hour. Stan Island. A group of marine fleet quickly drove away from a distance, causing many people on the island to be amazed. What's the situation? Marine is not seen here all the year round, are you not afraid of the attack of the four emperors' pirates? But the fleet is too fast, and everyone is too lazy to think about it. And on the ship, Aokiji is adjusting his breath, ready to fight with all his strength. Attacking the entire Kaido pirate group, even if they must win, they will still suffer heavy losses. Because of the war, how can there be undead, how many marines can come back this time? Strange, why do I have a bad premonition? Aokiji frowned slightly, his left eyelid twitched inexplicably, and he even felt a little chill inside. Although he is a frozen fruit ability, he is very cold, but this cold. It was cold and dark, as if someone wanted to harm him. This puts Aokiji on his guard, and he trusts his instincts. But as far as the eye can see, the sea is vast, and there are no ships at all. After more than 10 minutes, the sea is still endless. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Death. Chapter 108. As time goes on, Aokiji is more flustered, but doesn't know why. I don't know what happened to Kizaru, Akainu, where did it go? Don't tell me there's something wrong with them, right? Thinking of this, Aokiji's heart tightened and he hurriedly dialed the phone. If Kizaru knew that Aokiji was worried about them, definitely. Shame for a second. Poor baby, take care of yourself. Don't be PD off. Blue. Are you all right there, Paul Salino? Kizaru, who received the call bug, had a strange expression, cough, are you all right there? Kyuzan? 35. What do you mean? What's wrong with me here? It's nothing, this task is very tight, I'm afraid you will have a problem. Don't worry, everything is fine here, see you on Ghost Island. Well, I wish you a safe journey, remember, you must be happy, your mood is the most important, I really hope you will be happy for a lifetime, so as not to commit suicide in the future. After hanging up the phone bug, Aokiji was a little speechless, but also moved by 140. After all, they are old classmates for decades. Although they are not siblings, they have a very good relationship. This concern. I remember, Kizaru. All is well, Aokiji's mood is much better. Lie down immediately, put on your blindfold, and take a nap. Next moment. Boom. There was a sudden roar, and Aokiji woke up immediately, opened the blindfold to look, and immediately froze in place. A huge door suddenly opened, and a small island rushed out. 4 figures are standing on the edge of the island, staring at Aokiji strangely. Damn. Golden Lion. Done. Whitebeard. FK. Shanks. Pit. Folk monsters. What kind of combination is this? Aokiji was stunned in place, as if he had been immobilized. Apparently it's a bad visitor, and he never dreamed that such a combination would attack him. Anyway, they are all big bosses, you have no shame. Boom. The terrifying conquerors fell from the sky, and the other marines didn't have time to react, their eyes darkened on the spot, and they all fainted. Click. The ship collapsed directly under the conquerors' interweaving. Ice Age. Aokiji shot out immediately, the forest cold broke out, and a terrifying cold current swept across dozens of miles in an instant, and everything froze wherever he passed. But after the calf, there is absolutely no escape. Gee ha 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 ha, isn't it so embarrassing? The golden lion floated up and even started dancing in the void, full of excitement. I have lived for so long, and today's fight is definitely the best. Sure enough, any one-on-one challenge or one-on-one is a hammer. Riot. Calling people to besiege, or even beating Admiral, that's cool. Who betrayed me? Of course, Aokiji didn't believe that they happened to pass by, and his face was extremely ugly, so he couldn't help scolding. Now he can only fight to the death, the chances of survival are almost non-existent, he doesn't want to die so ignorant. Gu la la la, you will know later. Especially Aokiji's cute little expression of despair made Whitebeard laugh and feel relieved. Why should I tell you? Wait for you to find out slowly, then get angry, and then how good we are watching the play, now it's useless. It's a blessing not to look at things, but I really want to see. Fujitora didn't know who to learn from, and now I really want to recover my eyes. Then take a good look at the look of Marine Admiral, one of the highest forces in the world government. This is one of the big guys, as a civilian, how can you not be curious? When the redhead was about to speak, Aokiji immediately shouted with a cold face, enough. Today I admit it, I will fight if I want to, no more nonsense. Surrender is impossible, if you can't run away, what else do you say, do it. Icebird, pheasant mouth. Cold air condenses on Aokiji's hands. A huge icebird that describes the phoenix slowly takes shape. Whoosh. The icebird storm pheasant's mouth made a hoof sound, and its wings turned into a stream of snow-white light, and flew towards the sky fiercely. Wherever he passed, the void froze. Gee ha ha ha, old guys, let's go together. Remember, I want to capture Marine Admiral alive. 35. Golden Lion danced happily, and the island behind him suddenly burst open, turning into ferocious lions. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. The momentum was monstrous, and the group of lions that was hundreds of meters vertical and horizontal swooped down with their teeth and claws. Breakdown. When the redhead landed, he slashed violently in midair. The terrifying conquerors and armed colors burst out with the sword intent, and a majestic sword energy with a vertical and horizontal distance of nearly 1,000 meters rose from the void, and the horizontal strike that destroyed everything. Boom. The mouth of the violent pheasant was directly destroyed by the sword energy, the terrifying lions attacked wildly, and the terrifying fluctuations washed away the atmosphere. Not good. Aokiji's complexion changed greatly, and when he retreated in a hurry, a terrifying cold air broke out on his body. Glacier burst. The white air current rushed out of Aokiji like a tsunami, turning into a torrent that spread for 100 meters, ready to rush into the sky. But the action has not yet been completed, Aokiji's body froze. Hell Brigade. 99. Fujitora's whispers are like hell, the sword moves slightly, and the terrifying gravity instantly presses down. Bang. In an instant, Aokiji was directly crushed to the ground by the unpredictable terrifying gravity, which was enough to pull the meteorite to fall on him, which was terrifying. Elementalization? All elements are under gravity. Whoa! Get out of here! Aokiji roared, and the terrifying armed color swept through, began to flow, and suddenly broke free of the gravity field. But Aokiji, who just broke free, changed his face. Gu la la la, air shock. 35. The landing Whitebeard took advantage of the moment Aokiji was overwhelmed, rushed in front of him, and punched him suddenly. Click. The atmosphere cracked, the white halo even wrapped the armed color to blacken it, and it bombarded Aokiji directly with incomparable force. Boom! The terrifying power was released. Aokiji felt pain all over his body, and his whole body flew out like a shooting star. Blade! The red-haired, who had been separated from the other three, saw Aokiji flying upside down, and his eyes swept away. The surging momentum haki is poured into Griffin, and it rushes forward like a teleportation, passing Aokiji abruptly. Pfft! The blood spattered, and Aokiji's abdomen was directly cut open, almost slicing him in half. The suffocating pain echoed in his mind, and Aokiji was in a trance for a moment. Right at this moment. Gravity knife, big mayhem. Fujitora also dodged, and the gravity enough to twist the void carries terrifying power. The gravity around Aokiji was directly chaotic, and his body lost control for a short time. Slash wave. The golden lion flew from the sky and fell, and the swords slashed down like a rainbow. The dazzling slashing waves carry the general momentum and fly towards Aokiji in a crisscross pattern. Earthquake. One trick to eat all over the sky, find the right time to shoot again. Whitebeard's power was a little bigger than before, and it was a complete greeting to death. At the moment when Aokiji was in a trance in pain, the three-way attack crashed into him. Boom! The terrifying collision resounded through the heavens and the earth, the void shattered. The shock wave containing the terrifying power instantly shattered the ice land in a radius of nearly 10 miles. Wow la la! The turbulent sea water erupted 5.5 out of 5.5 meters, stirring for nearly 100 meters, mixed with blood. The aftermath was overwhelming, and the three Whitebeards suddenly retreated. Damn! Ice Giant! When Aokiji was seriously injured and the cold broke out again, the four of them attacked again. After a few minutes. Do it again! The injuries on Aokiji's body increased rapidly. This is a pain that no one can bear. But the red hair was full of arms and flowed, and the whole person rushed into Uzumaki, holding the sea stone handcuffs in his hands. Brush! A few seconds later, the red-haired Aokiji, who was seriously injured, rushed out, stepped into the air, and landed on the island. He was directly and seriously injured by the attack from all directions, blood splashed all over his body, and his fierce bones collapsed. Arms and legs showed incredible bending, especially the right leg was broken by Golden Lion's slash wave. Aokiji was thrown to the ground, his whole body was in pain, but he was still endured by his strong will, not unconscious or even wanting to roar in anger. You! Stop talking nonsense! Bang! Chapter 109. Without waiting for Aokiji to speak, Whitebeard knocks it out with a punch. From the four-player appearance, no, from the four-player attack, to Aokiji being seriously injured and dying, unable to fight again. In just a few minutes, the battle is over. It's not that Aokiji is not strong enough, it's just that the attack is too fierce, too overbearing, and continuous. Attacking from all directions, attacking to death, not even giving a chance to react, all are big moves. Enough physical strength? Completely useless. Serious injuries are the deadliest. Gee ha ha ha, is this what it feels like to be surrounded? Golden Lion likes this attack more and more. If it is one-on-one, who knows how to fight for a few days, waste time, and all kinds of accidents. But 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, 4 people siege is a geometric increase in strength, no one can stop it. Except Kaido, who is extremely resilient, can last for a while, and other strong players can last for 10 minutes, so they lose. The redhead silently burns incense for Aokiji, Fujitora shakes his head, poor Admiral, and Whitebeard laughs too. Goo la la la, the task is done, the next task, let's go. Bright Moon Guild. Redhead, done. See you at Onishi's Hima. Aokiji half-remained photo. Kizaru, so soon, poor Aokiji, woohoo, big brother is so heartbroken. Akainu, stop being disgusting. Smelly shameless thing. Kizaru, hee, if I knew I had hacked you last time, I should have beaten you first. Akainu, you will be beaten by Aokiji sooner or later, I will help. Kizaru, come. Not only Aokiji 04, but Sengoku too, let's go together. If I run away, the name will be written upside down. Everyone. This product has been floating since the sale of Akainu. Really floating. After selling Aokiji, he turned around and put his mind on Sengoku. Everyone can't imagine the result of Kizaru. Forget it, go ahead and do Kaido. At the same time, led by Morgans, Doflamingo connects the underground forces and spreads a message to the world. Shocked. The pure gold of the long-lived treasure was discovered in Dressrosa. The huge lanternfish went out to sea. The major pirates besiege the Don Quixote family, scramble for the lanternfish, and Pluton Rayleigh joins the war. A piece of news has caused great turmoil in the world. Civilians naturally couldn't receive it, but all the major forces were shocked. Legendary pure gold. Dream longevity. Regardless of whether it is true or false, even if there is a 1 in a million chance, grab it. The world government, the revolutionary army, the major pirates, the major kingdoms, and the major underground forces have sent strong men to attack. All forces believe that if he can't get it, he will be destroyed. Otherwise, a long-lived force will emerge, and other forces will be destroyed. Before the arrival of the major forces, Dover will never withdraw. The signal is blocked to prevent anyone from spreading the news and avoid others' suspicion. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku suddenly felt a twitch in his heart. Huh? Why do I have a bad premonition? Blue. Get through the phone number, are you all right there? Polisalino? 99. Cough, okay, what's the matter, Marshal? Are you worried about us? Don't worry, I just got on the phone with Aokiji, and he's fine. Kizaru's expression was stagnant, a little guilty, and he glanced at the man in black not far away. Are the big guy's intuitions so accurate now? Fortunately, you should have contacted me first, otherwise. Huh? Why are you coughing, is something wrong? Cough, no, choked on Sakazuki's cigar, who knows where to buy a bad cigar. 55. Kizaru opened his mouth with erratic eyes, attracting contempt from Akainu next to him, a real chicken thief. Well, keep in touch. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku didn't contact Aokiji, after all, Kizaru just got on the phone. Huh, maybe I think too much. Alas, since Yaya appeared, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Garp, overjoyed, his own relatives have passed away, alas. The peak of Munjung. Huge hall. Small moons with a diameter of more than 3 meters are floating around. Very good, this is good. In the hands of Xiayat, Wei Lixuan is conducting a simulation experiment before transforming the moon. On the moon model, the mountains and rivers are created, and the earth and trees are like rainbows. Pieces of buildings are set against each other, and the flowers are like brocade, and the upper continent occupies 40% of the surface. No, there is only one continent, so it feels like something is missing. Xiaya thought, she still needs some islands or something. It is even more necessary to divide a certain area independently, as the imperial capital, where the imperial palace is located. City in the sky? No need, the moon is already high above, and it is boring to have a city in the sky. Take your time, it will take a few days. Xiaya intends to set that only the world's elite and fanatics can live on the moon, as the world's highest power center. As for the world to conquer in the future. What should I do if there are too many elites? What if there are too many moons? He felt that in the future, the moons of each world could gradually merge into an endless and supreme origin continent, linking through the worlds of the heavens. As the Lord of the Moon, Xiaya can set the moon as the supreme world. No matter how awesome you are in other worlds, it would be fine to shatter the universe with one punch, but when you just arrived at the highest level origin continent, if you can fly up, Xiaya loses. For example, on Earth, you can run, but on some planets, gravity alone can crush you to death, and you can't even take a step. Children are stronger than you. Therefore, the world levels are different. Some small world spaces will shatter when touched and fly at will, but higher worlds cannot be broken with all their might. Some universes seem to have countless planets, but they are not as good as a giant continent with a distance of light years. The gravity is strong, the space is stable, and the laws are complete. Most of the strengths are naturally inferior to the creatures on the mainland. And the moon of each world will become a super phantom projection, with all the functions of the moon, but without the real thing. I really look forward to it, the heavens and the worlds, the origin continent, the supreme land, eternal and eternal. It's just fantasy now, so Xiaya forgets everything and looks at the surface of the moon. Maybe there is a better plan. Here is. A certain marine admiral was woken up by a basin of water in Anna's and opened his eyes in pain and confusion. I saw a dog-headed man at a glance. Ahem, it's you, Anna's. Aokiji recognized it, but it wasn't too surprising, just wondering why he didn't die. Sure enough, this is the moon. I can't go back. Stop talking, I'll show you a video. Anna's said, and adjusted the screen of the Minjiao Guild. Although it is only seen by individuals, it is okay if you want to be seen by others, but people will not show it at will. Unless you show it to your own person, and Aokiji is your own person to be determined. This is. Looking at the guild panel, Aokiji was stunned, and then saw Anna's call up the chat history. Kizaru, Aokiji can have it. I buy him. Sell him and sell him. Akainu, the plan is such a plan. Stan Island. Let's go. Crowd, Aokiji will hate you. Kizaru, no. He will appreciate me. Trust me. Puff. No matter how ignorant Aokiji is, he understands something at this moment. Paul Salino. Sakazuki. You. What a cruel heart. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. With that said, Anna's called up a video, take a good look and then vomit blood, this is the video that Kizaru left for you. Aokiji looked up and saw Kizaru's wretched old face, full of compassion. Kuzan, as the big brother, you have to think about your happy life. Draft Master. Aokiji's eyes are bloodshot, he has never hated a person so much in his life. Especially Kizaru's face full of thought for him, shameless, are you good for me? Did you see the wounds all over my body? I'm dying, you know. Don't blame big brother, Big brother is not easy, you said that you sleep in marine every day, you have achieved nothing in your life, hate iron is not steel, so. You need to change to a better career and start over. Face, IFK. Aokiji vomited blood, I am Marine Admiral. Maybe Marshal Marine in the future, is this called nothing? Restart your brother-in-law, I'm almost 50. Oh, I know you hate me in your heart, why don't I hate myself? Kizaru's eyes were full of expectation, and in Aokiji's eyes, it was the eyes of a caring thief. If God gives me another chance, I will be the first to save you. Let you, this cute young man, become the king as soon as possible, you know? The moment you came to the moon, the second half of your life, how bright your future is, 9. Pfft. A hole. Turn me off. Aokiji couldn't help but vomited blood and yelled again, the pain all over his body was worse than the pain in his heart. Dirty. Shameless. Shameless. Damn it. He swears, even if he is a ghost, he will not let this BD go. Let's go, wait for Kizaru to come back and give you a chance to avenge. Anas carried Aokiji into the prison, threw it directly to the floor of Garp Momuzagi, and turned to leave. Blue. Aokiji Admiral? P.S. Please be more lively in the comment area, and leave a 1. Chapter 110. Aokiji Admiral. Hearing the movement, Momuzagi couldn't help being horrified. In the fence-style cell not far away, with few lights, she could clearly see Aokiji, covered in blood, with twisted hands and feet, lying on the ground with serious injuries. Ah! Why? Why exactly? And Aokiji was lying on the ground, full of murmurs, and didn't even notice Momuzagi. After the pain and resentment, Aokiji began to be lost and lost. Why both Kizaru and Akainu betrayed, Xiaoyahida Hineng. No matter how strong Xiaoya is, there is absolutely no reason why Marine who has worked for decades is not as good as Xiaoya. Seeing Aokiji as well, the shocked Garp sighed inwardly. His eyes are very accurate, and at first glance, Aokiji is considered half abandoned. This kind of waste is not only physical, but also psychological. What has happened? Da-da-da. Light footsteps came, accompanied by faint voices. Long time no see, Aokiji. Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral? He's long gone. After being awakened by the sound, Aokiji regained his senses and turned his head to look with difficulty. The figure got closer and closer, and under the dim light, a tall and extremely beautiful woman appeared, dressed in a suit, very capable. Behind him was a beautiful young woman in a blue princess dress. Nicole, Robin. Welcome to the moon, 3rd. Marine Admiral. Robin gave Aokiji a complicated look, and all the past turned into a sigh. Hate? Maybe. But if it wasn't for Aokiji, she'd be dead. Even Akainu is relieved, everything is over, not to mention Aokiji. What? 3rd place. What? Garp Vice Admiral. His. Momuzagi Vice Admiral. You're still alive. Garp's exclamation made Aokiji also exclaim. The 6 eyes are facing each other, and they are speechless. What is the swollen situation, the feeling of shame and shame in my heart, what is the swollen situation? Momuzagi knew that Kizaru had been to the moon, but could not help worrying, why the 3rd? What about Akainu Admiral? What happened to him? Garp's face also sank, there is Xiaoya on the moon, whoever comes will die. He now has some doubts whether Kizaru really betrayed. Fake betrayal escape? Can you escape? Glancing at the sad and silent Aokiji, Robin opened a notebook and spoke lightly. Polusalino under the command of Mrs. Xiaoya. On April 1, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. Successfully law Sarasaki into the organization. Incentive salary doubled. Sakazuki and Polusalino, while undercover, did well and doubled their wages again. 99. Garp and Momuzagi don't know the time, but Aokiji is full of grief and anger. Co-author, you have betrayed long ago, and you still returned to the headquarters to be an undercover agent? Why are you so arrogant? It's ridiculous, haha, ridiculous. Garp burst into tears inexplicably, feeling sad for Marine. He believes that Marine headquarters is not far from destruction. BD Sakazuki. Rubbish Polusalino. You are shameless. You are Admiral. If it were me, even if I died here, even if I was chopped into 800 yuan, I wouldn't be an undercover agent. Aokiji growled sharply, he felt blind, and all the kindness in this life were fed to the dog. Hearing this, Robin's expression couldn't help but feel a little weird. Many big bosses are not surrendered, later, you know. In the face of the existence of Xiaoya, there is no escape from the law of true fragrance. I'll stop. Robin's voice silenced the 3, and continued, give you a chance to surrender to Lord Xiaoya, don't rush to refuse. It's very simple, are you willing to die here? The 3 Garp are silent, none of them are saints, who would be willing? I won't bully you either, but I have a suggestion, listen to it. You hate Kizaru, you hate Akainu, you hate your own powerlessness, so. Why don't you pretend to surrender to Lord Xiaoya? Looking at the dazed eyes of the 3. Robin said calmly, Lord Xiaya is invincible, he never cares whether you are sincere or fake, as long as you are willing to surrender, then send you back to Marine headquarters immediately. Keep your word. When the time comes, you can expose the two of Akainu, or try your best to take revenge, no one will care about you. Wow! Momozagi's eyes widened, Garp was dumbfounded, and Aokiji was thinking. But the three of them have something in their hearts, I can't believe it. Are you kidding me, is Xiaya so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to take back the water you spilled? They pretended to surrender and returned to the headquarters, who would pay attention to Xiaya at that time, hoping for revenge, and what would Xiaya get? But I have to say, Robin's proposal, they were moved. Maybe, Xiaya is really arrogant, thinking that anyone will be loyal to him, right? Good. I surrender. Aokiji was the first to speak, with deep grief and anger hidden in his eyes. If there is a chance to return to the headquarters, he will be the first to take Kizaru and then kill Akainu. It's a pity that his body has been abolished, but he is not discouraged at all. I surrender. Asterisk 2. Garp and Momozagi spoke at the same time, and the two had different thoughts. Anyway, just try it casually, and there is no loss. If you can really go back to the headquarters, then wait for revenge. They don't know the outside world, and still think that their resurrection is some kind of ability of Xiaya, or the ability of a younger brother under Xiaya. And there is no deeper speculation, only that Xiaya is strong enough to explode. Well, you guys have this badge. Robin spoke calmly, and Vivi behind him looked at Robin with admiration, and then handed the badge to the three of them. Wow, Miss Robin is amazing. No coercion. No temptation. Confused by detours, not taking the usual path. It's an understatement to get three people, so admirable. Seeing the three of them take the badges, Robin's eyes light up. It seems easy, but in fact it is a combination of various factors. On another occasion, the three of them would still rather die. Marine's two undercover agents made the three extremely worried. At this moment, they just want to return to the headquarters and don't care about anything else. What is this? The three of them looked at the Minjio batch, vigilant again, and then relaxed. But if you want to break your head, you will not think of anything. The world view is limited to three people, and you will not think too much about an ordinary batch. Proclaim it. Lord Xiaya is absent, it represents Lord Xiaya. When the three people's eyelids twitched, Xiaya is really crazy, any badge can represent herself. How to announce? Robin said directly, Nico Robin. Surrender to Lord Xiaya. 99. In this life, don't give up. Don't give up. Respect Lord Xiaya as the master, and worship Lord Xiaya as a god. Sacrifice your heart for Lord Xiaya. Give up your soul for Lord Xiaya. From now on. If my lord dies, I will die. If my lord lives, I will have eternal life. Believe in my lord. Reincarnation cannot be reversed. Eternity lasts. This template. So shy. Shame. Garp, Aokiji, Momozagi are speechless. Can't you change the line? If it is spread out in the future, how can it be mixed up? Vivi laughed secretly, Sister Robin is so black-bellied, why do I need to say so much? No, the picture must be photographed, absolutely black history. Thinking about it, Vivi secretly turned on the recording function of the Imperial Palace Guild and aimed directly at the three of them. Garp was speechless for a long time and suddenly laughed, haha, it's very interesting, I'll come first, 5. No, let's go together. Momozagi immediately refused, this kind of shameful lines, it is better to be together, so that it will not be too embarrassing. 3, 2, 1, start. I, Hero Marine, surrender to Lord Xiaya. I, Admiral's replacement, give my heart to Lord Xiaya. 35. I, the Frozen Fruit Power 1, believe in my lord and live forever. Robin and Vivi rolled their eyes. These three are really chicken thieves, they didn't even say their names, but you think it's all right? Too naive. Face God. Stealing one's ears and stealing bells is too stupid. Chapter 111. Finally finished. The three of Aokiji endured their shame. After the shame was finished, the lines were too shameful. I was about to hand back the Minjio badge, but my body was shocked. The exquisite bright moon badge turned into a streamer and fell on the three people, forming a bright moon imprint directly on the body. Boom. The brain is stagnant, as if the world has changed, and it has come to the kingdom of God. Endless pictures that are enough to shock the world flow in front of you. 3 people were shocked, 3 people were shocked, 3 people were stunned, 3 people, Rai smiles. Supreme God. Lord of the Moon. All the worlds? Only me, Xiaya. 35. Got scammed. Knowing that this badge can thoroughly understand Xiaya, they will not touch anything. Because the more you understand, the more frightened, the more powerless, the more in awe. The enemy is God. No, how can it be the enemy? We are just all beings in the world ruled by God. Therefore, it is a great honor to surrender to Xiaya. World government, it's over. The three Garp looked at each other and looked at each other. It seems to understand why the two Kizaru betrayed so easily. If they are not loyal and surrender, are you idiots? Why didn't you say it earlier? It's delicious if you say it earlier. Anyway, we don't have a good opinion of world government. Cough cough. Aokiji's injuries are getting heavier, and his eyes are full of suffocation. Anyway, Kizaru. Akainu. We have a big feud. But I can't report it, I can only find a chance to come back. This is for you. Hand Aokiji a box. 140 Robin said flatly, eat it and heal your wounds. Next, I will send you to the island of ghosts and join them with Kizaru. 99. The only purpose of attacking Kaido this time is to capture him and serve Master Xia. How can you explain it to Sengoku? I think Aokiji is bitter and everything is manipulated. Open the box and inside is his Marine Admiral exclusive phone bug, and the other is a golden bean. Without thinking about it, Aokiji picked it up and ate it. In an instant, an extremely bright light erupted from the body. A few seconds later, to Garp and Momozagi's consternation, all Aokiji's injuries were healed, his hands and feet recovered, and even the blood was gone. This is... Robin explained, this is something that Master Xia did casually, which can quickly restore the physical strength of any injury, called Minjiu Dan. 99. By the way, Mr. Garp, you are already dead in the eyes of many people. Hearing Robin's words, Garp was stunned, and then he realized that he had indeed died once. Then the life card has already been burned, so I wonder what Sengoku thinks. Then what if I go back to Marine headquarters like this? How? 39. It's very simple, you were exiled by the dimensional fruit, space, and disconnected from the life card by Master Xia. Then your life card will burn out naturally, but Mr. Xia is a little careless, you didn't die but escaped and just landed on the island of ghosts. Everyone's eyes, twitched, can you explain it like this? The ability of dimensional fruit. The more you make up, the more arrogant you are. Momozagi nodded and said, in this case, as long as no one confirms it, and I say the same, no one will doubt it, and no one will doubt the marine hero. No, Mr. Garp is alive, but you are really dead. Robin looked at Momozagi with a half-smiling smile, Miss Oiwan, you can stay on the moon in the future, and you can go to Marineford after the world is unified. Why? Momozagi was puzzled, and Robin shook his head without explanation. More Momozagi is not much, less Momozagi is not much. If she goes back, what else can she do except increase the possibility of exposure? So, leave it to Xia to beat her legs, Ding, Garp joins Minjiu Guild. Ding, Aokiji joins the Minjiu Guild. Ding, Momozagi joins the Imperial Palace Guild. The successive sounds made everyone in the guild all over the world stunned. Admiral Kizaru smiled lewdly, opened the guild page, and spoke immediately. Kizaru, Kuzan. Big brother didn't treat you badly, did he? Are you grateful to me? Akainu, here again, shameless. Aokiji, thank you Mr. Don't talk to me in the future. Garp, hehe, I really want to give Kizaru an iron fist of love. Crowd, Akainu and Aokiji and Garp, come on, this guy Kizaru is getting more and more floating lately. Kizaru, don't make trouble, we'll be on the island of Oni soon, get ready to work. Aokiji, don't worry, I will definitely attack you. Akainu, second, I'll send meteor volcano. Garp, I'll go too, blow up the Kizaru chicken. Xia looked at the guild and couldn't help but smile. It's only been so long, Kizaru has drawn so much hatred. After a while, there will be a scene where all the big guys in Marine beat Kizaru. Turn around, Xia continues to evolve the lunar model. Just when Whitebeard and others sharpened their knives and rushed to the ghost island. This is the sea area where the pirates are the most rampant and the kingdom is the most powerful in the land of the four seas. The kings of many kingdoms here have decent strength, and there are also many strong people who silently guard their own kingdoms. And in North Blue, there was a family that controlled the entire North Blue by force. Even if the glory is gone now, it is still strong. North Blue's most intimidating family, the Vinsmoke. In a sea area of North Blue, here is a strange territory with a large chain of giant snails. This is where Vinsmoke is, the mobile war house. Germa 66, as its name suggests, ruled North Blue for 66 days. 35. As a scientific combat unit, the main application of technology is the lineage factor theory called approaching the realm of the gods, cloning and transforming soldiers. Make soldiers into dead soldiers with absolute obedience and outstanding quality. It can be called a family of rioters in the pirate world. The buildings on the snail are also very huge, and one of them is very conspicuous like a castle. At this moment, countless soldiers from Germa 66 surrounded the castle on the 3 outer floors, making sure that not a single mosquito could fly in. There are only 4 people in the huge hall. One is Vinsmoke Judge, the ruler of the kingdom of Germa, sitting on the throne above, and the others are his sons and daughters. Wonderful. If Xia is here, at a glance, she will definitely complain. Look, these 5 people, blue hair, red hair, pink hair, green hair, golden hair. This is a legend, killing Matt and burying the Love family. At this time Judge was looking at today's newspaper, and it was written that several Shishibukai had publicly surrendered, and even the Golden Lion had joined Xiayat. Xiayat, Lord of the Moon. Such an enviable force. Judge opened his eyes slightly. Xiayat already has the capital to challenge the world government. But Vinsmoke can only hide in North Blue. If he has the power of Xiayat, North Blue can be easily obtained. Father. I think it is possible to form an alliance with Xiayat. When the time comes, it must be a combination of strong and powerful forces. Don't care about the world government, North Blue is ours. Red Maoji spoke methodically, with confidence in his eyes. The blue-haired Niji on the side is full of approval. Iji is right, after winning North Blue, then New World and West Blue, and the world government will divide the world equally. Wait a few more years, the world will be ours. 5. Haha, although it's unpleasant to see you, but I think so too. Yuji Lumao said arrogantly, it is an honor for Xiaya to get our alliance. If he finds out, he will die of excitement. Yes, Xiaya must be very happy. Yeah, who we are the great Vinsmoke. Judge. Reiju. These three, at a glance, you know that AZ is not very smart. A group of mentally retarded. No matter how arrogant an arrogant Judge is, he can't help but want to scold his mother at this moment. Oh 4 emperors. Oh 5 Shishibukai. Oh Golden Lion. Do you know? These people are Xiaya's little brother. And forget the coercion of Xiaya? Are you crazy or Laozi is insane? Even an ant can't handle it, and she still wants to make an equal alliance with Xiaya? You are thinking about shit. Huh? There's an ominous premonition. Judge was suddenly shocked. This premonition seems to be the death crisis of the sky falling. Could Xiaya hear them? Chapter 112. BD. Shut up, Lao Tzu. Judge roared angrily, wishing to slap a few idiots in the crack of the wall. If I had known that night, I should have shot to the wall. Call. The three of Yuji pouted, and although they stopped, they were still proud. Father is too timid. Judge glared at the three of them, then looked at one side with a slightly softer gaze. I originally planned to marry Big Mom, but now I have a better goal. What do you think, Reiju? Yuji, three people were deprived of their feelings at birth. The character is extremely bad, each arrogant, and arrogant regards human life as a must, good, ruthless and cold-blooded, they are all emotionless machines. Father. Reiju's tall and slender body is very charming, and she gently strokes her pink hair. After thinking for a while, he answered, Xiaya's strength is naturally beyond imagination, but we don't know his character. Judging from the fact that he has conquered so many strong people, he definitely likes to recruit talents. But if we don't pay the same value, then we should stay away from him, lest we get into trouble. Hearing this, Yuji sneered, okay Reiju. It's a big disaster. Are you looking down on us Germa 66, I think you just want to betray the family. Reiju frowned, can you keep your focus, Youngji? Germa is strong, but can he be stronger than the 4 emperors? Can he be stronger than Xiaya? Why can't it be? If one can't beat him, then 1,000, 10,000 and a pile of people can kill him. Neji took the words, full of arrogance. Reiju said silently, you. Forget it, I have nothing to say to you. Iji rubbed his gloves and succeeded, look at our sister, I know every day that I have a lot of ambition, so let's give her away. Shut up. If you talk nonsense, get out of here. Judge frowned, no worries. Reiju lowered his head with disappointment in his eyes, although he was used to it. But these three brothers who lost their humanity really broke her heart. However, the next moment, Reiju is even more disappointed, even desperate. Judge solemnly said, for the glory of the family. We must have the support of Xiaya. Some things cannot be handed over, but some things can be. What do you say? Reiju. 35. Reiju paused and said sternly, Father, my daughter doesn't understand. No, you get it. You're not too young. Saying that, Judge opened the newspaper and motioned for Reiju to read. He suggested, look, Xiaya Kamui is like a prison, and her appearance is rare in the world, not to mention her identity. Totally worthy of you, my daughter. Reiju took a deep breath, his voice a little bitter, Father, are you going to give me, to him? No. It's a marriage. But. If he doesn't want to, then I can only trouble you to be a maid. I believe he will not refuse. Our family needs to strengthen contact with him. Everything, for the glory of Vinsmoke. Judge's words sent Reiju's heart into the abyss. She, although she is very curious and admires Xiaya, but Judge's behavior really chilled her. For a hopeless so-called glory, he gave his own daughter to others, even to be a maid. Okay. I'll go. Without waiting for Judge to mention it, Reiju opened his mouth and closed his eyes to hide his sadness. Judge smiled contentedly and was about to speak, who knows? The strange and vast energy surged, and in an instant, the entire sky darkened. A touch of extremely dangerous and heart-pounding darkness swept across more than 1,000 meters. It even fills the hall through the gap, and surrounds Judge and others. The terrifying darkness seemed to devour and destroy everything. Who is it? Judge and others were startled, the darkness came so suddenly. And the lights in the hall are dim, about to go out, as if all the light is incomparably small in front of this darkness. How dare you invade Germa 66? Courting death. The most irritable Yuji shot directly, and his armed colors flowed out. Winch bash! With green hair fluttering, Yuji clenched his fists and blasted into the darkness. Stop! 99. Judge, who felt the danger, shouted, but before the sound could be heard, Yuji rushed forward. Puff! What shocked Judge and the others was that Yuji's full-strength strike didn't respond at all, as calm as mud plunging into the sea. Yuji was completely submerged in the darkness, leaving only the sound of a small balloon popping, and there was no more movement. Empty, dark, and silent, Judge was furious. BD. Who the hell? Get out of here. 35. Boom bang bang. Judge is very smart with a special pistol, and repeatedly hits the darkness. But there was no movement, it was extremely strange, and the darkness was still sweeping towards everyone. Damn, let's do it together. The big crisis is coming, Judge will explode all his power immediately. Electromagnetic assault. Judge's high-tech spear generated ultra-high voltage current, its eyes a bright, terrifying current surging in the hall. The spear is entwined with electric current, and it shoots towards the darkness. Sparklight fist. Ichi's eyes radiated intense light, and his hands burst into fiery flames. Use the battlesuit to instantly hit multiple dazzling light punches, rushing into the darkness like a laser. Electric punch. Neji's fist surged with electricity, flashing across the hall, and attacked quickly. Pink poison arrows. Reiju's curvy body spit out a large amount of arrow-shaped venom from his mouth. Whoosh whoosh. The poisonous arrows smashed the atmosphere and plunged into the darkness. And the next moment, the four of them were horrified, even a little scared. The darkness is still unresponsive, even faster. Like endless smoke, it swept the hall frantically, and in an instant, the four of them didn't have time to reflect and drowned it. 0. Ask for flowers. Ah! In the darkness, screams resounded for a moment, and then the sound was engulfed in silence. I do not know how long it has been. As long as a century. The moment Judge opened his eyes, he felt pain all over his body, but the next moment his pupils shrank. When the darkness receded, the gorgeous buildings in the center collapsed one after another, and he was in ruins. What terrified him even more was the sky. There was a person floating in the air, 6 wings spread behind him, wisps of darkness engulfed him, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura. Is this an angel? No, it's a fallen angel. Are you awake? It's really weak. The old man just gave a flat A, and you all kneeled. Hellman's flat and disdainful voice echoed, and at the same time, Reiju and the others were awakened. Judge and the others looked horrified. What are you kidding? The darkness just now was a random trick? Their bodies are in agony now, as if their souls are torn apart. I don't know what happened at all, I don't have any wounds on my body, but it's hard to even stand up. 0. It was Hellman's dark tide just now, as long as his strength was lower than him, his soul would be torn apart and his whole body would be powerless. But he won't die, he can only lie on the ground and enjoy pain, unable to struggle. Hello, Hellman Sr. You're going to pretend to force me to ignore it, but can you put me down first? Beckman was lifted by Hellman, his legs fluttering, and he smiled wryly. Now the old seniors are all very aggressive, your sister's easy to level A. This is the way you came up over Germa 66, thought about it for a few hours, and came up with the way to play, big brother. Brush. Hellman brought Beckman to the ground. Looking at a few people as if looking at ants, his voice was cold. Germa 66? A bunch of trash. 35. #%. Yuji, Iji, and Neji are still arrogant lying on the ground, trying to get up and fight. 10 years? 20 years? Or 30 years? Looking at the three struggling and scolding, Hellman fell into his thoughts and said slowly, oh, after all these years, no one dared to scold me again. Sad and ignorant ants. Dark erosion. Hellman stretched out a finger and shot out a black light that fell on the three of them separately. Ah! In an instant, Yuji and the three roared in pain. That black light seemed to have turned into hundreds of millions of bloodthirsty ants, burrowing into the body, biting and trampling on the body surface, on the bones, and even in the blood. This pain is enough to make people despair. Puff puff. It was as if countless miniature bombs were exploding on the body. Under Judge and Reiju's astonishment, Yuji and the three of them turned into blood, as if their flesh and blood were rotten to the core. Rustling. The three bodies are all blackened, turning into black water. Die on the spot. Do not. T. Chapter 113. What? Judge's eyes widened, he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. What a grudge, what a grudge. If they didn't get along, they attacked them, and the three of Youngji just vented a few words and killed them on the spot. Ruthless. Ruthless. Extremely cold-blooded. Reiju opened his mouth and finally closed his eyes. Even though the three were heartbroken, there was still some sadness at the moment. Why? Why kill them? Judge struggled on the ground, utterly angry now. Beckman wiped the gun without speaking. Let's let the big guy perform, not stealing the scene. The cry of the weak, I don't care about the noise of the ants. Hellman put away his 6 wings. Dressed in luxurious clothes like a nobleman, he said indifferently, but, 5 minutes and 17 seconds ago, what these 3 trash said to Lord Xiayat. Death is not a pity. Boom. A word was frying in Judge's mind, and he looked at Hellman in disbelief. He was not shocked that Hellman was Xiaya's person, because he knew 140, didn't he see Beckman? He was shocked. The 3 of Iji never abused Xiayat. Just arrogantly exaggerating the strength of Xia Germa, just think that he is qualified to be allied with Xiayat. Just a little disrespectful. Damn it for being a little disrespectful. Just because of this? Kill them? How cruel. Ah. Judge is heartbroken. He had never seen such an unreasonable, cold-blooded person. Reizhou was also incomprehensible, and even had fear in his heart. He didn't dare to look up at all. No fun. Glancing at Judge's wailing, Hellman was full of indifference. Flashed directly into the distance, took out the red wine from the guild, and tasted it leisurely. As if everything had nothing to do with him. I'm so hard. Beckman is speechless. What should I do now? It's good to come here to conquer Vinsmoke, get its scientific and technological enhancement background. But now that Hellman directly killed Judge's 3 sons, it's fine if he doesn't hate you. Even if he talks about breaking the sky, can't he be subdued? Thinking of this, Beckman can only be strong, give you a chance to surrender to Lord Xiayat. You can say no. The result is simple. Your dream. Your ambition ends here. The entire Germa 66 inches of grass will not grow, nothing will be left, and all traces of Vinsmoke will be erased. Enlightenment, ants. Judge, who was still in mourning, suddenly froze, and his whole body froze in place. He didn't do anything to hurt him like that. Then killed his 3 sons and now threatens him. You guys are so cruel. Puff. Judge spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, and even wanted to commit suicide. But, he can't. He can only endure. All his ambitions have not yet been exerted, he cannot die here, and Vinsmoke's glory cannot be cut off. Is this, the world of the strong? Reizhou's body was shaking, and he finally understood a truth. If you are not strong enough, you can only be at the mercy of others. Ridiculous, Vinsmoke has been living in the glory of the past and can't see himself clearly. Don't waste time, I don't have time to watch your performance. 10 seconds, the choice is yours, survival or destruction. After Beckman finished speaking, he puffed out a puff of smoke. He was really not suitable for this kind of thing. Sure enough, I am still too virgin, I have to change. Father. Looking at the dull and sad Judge, Reizhou couldn't bear it, but he had to be reminded that 10 seconds was too short. Good. I surrender. Returning to God, Judge hid all the pain in his heart and said solemnly, I can surrender, but, 9. No, I'm willing to give everything, I'm willing to give everything for Lord Xiayat. Judge, who was not giving up on negotiating the conditions, suddenly saw Hellman approaching. Immediately terrified, he wiped away all his unwillingness, and opened his mouth again and again in fear. This devil, he never wants to face again. Not that stupid. Hellman ignored it, raised his hand and called out the guild, asking for instructions to open the door. Boom. The vast and boundless giant gate fell in front of Germa 66, tens of meters deep into the sea. Let's sail, follow me. Seeing the two dodging and rushing into the giant gate, Judge immediately collapsed to the ground, but his eyes lit up with a hint of brilliance. All your efforts are worth it, as long as you get the support of Xiayat, everything is worth it. Yes, after 3 dead, I still have a son. Yes, I have a daughter, dedicated to Xiaya-sama. Everyone, listen to the order, Germa 66, get in. Here comes again. Such a big snail. At this moment, the surface of the moon is already somewhat prosperous. Of course, Xiaya hasn't been remodeled yet. But the islands brought by the Golden Lion, as well as the Fishman Island, Daughter Island, and many pirate ships landed on the moon. They gathered in one place, not looking at the barrenness in the distance, they thought they had come to some paradise. Judge and others were naturally horrified. He did see those world-famous islands and many familiar people. Swoosh swish. Just at this moment, the bright moon badges flew from afar. When Judge and others saw it, they couldn't help but reach out to touch it. And inside the moon. Again, hey. A bunch of rubbish. Xiayat, who is preparing to receive thousands of tens of thousands of power, can't help frowning. Because a few people like Judge went out, and the rest were all cloned dead men. Completely unable to perceive the bright moon batch, naturally unable to integrate their power. Forget it, set up an Academy of Sciences, and throw it into work. No longer interested in Vinsmoke, Xiaya motioned Robin to organize, and then took a nap on the sofa. Take a break and fuse the strength. This time, the fusion required is too much, and it will take at least half a month to complete the fusion. Sir Xiayat, shh. Didn't you see Lord Xiayat resting? Interrupting Hancock's words, Vivi's mouth is quite cute. To the pirate queen, although she is very attractive, she does not feel any pressure at all. Because she thinks that the empress's brain is not very smart, Yazi. But he's a concubine's husband Kun. Hancock didn't dare to disturb Xiayat, but was still shy and whispered. 66. Vivi and Perona turned black. This woman is really helpless. Lord Xiayat, I haven't said a word to you until now, okay? You little maid who can only beat her legs. Momuzagi, who had just finished reading the Handbook of Handmaids, regained his senses and whispered, you are just greedy for his body, if you just talk and don't practice, you go to wait and sleep at night. Hey! Hancock froze. Then there was a blush on his face, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Is it possible? Is it really possible? Then No. Absolutely not. Vivi waved quickly. Staring at Hancock with big eyes, didn't you read the handbook I wrote for the maid? As a maid, you must do your best for Lord Xiayat, but don't harass Lord Xiayat. 5.5 Lord Xiayat is going to rest in the middle of the night, how can you go there? Huh? This little girl. Hancock raised his head slightly, raised his hand with arrogance in his eyes, and said, you said it too, it was written by you, the concubine only approves one sentence, and she is not allowed to sleep with her under the age of 18. Are you jealous? An underage girl. Vivi pursed her mouth, humph, you old woman. What? You call me an old concubine? You are so rude. You're already old, you wait, I'll be guarding the door tonight. Innocent, the concubine is going in, can you stop it? Perona, remember to watch the gate with me and see what she can do. Hancock is so angry, these two girls have been against her. Must be jealous of the beauty of the concubine, the room of Lord Xiayat, the concubine is going to be fixed tonight. Momuzagi, you help me stop them at night, wait for the concubine to come out, and give you a chance to let you in, perfect. 66. Chapter 114. Vivi couldn't help but be speechless, Momuzagi's eyelids twitched. Hancock is such a good plan, he sold Momuzagi in no time. Although she is curious about Xiayat and has admiration for the gods, she has only met for the second time, so how can she have the thought and courage to devote herself? That's a god, would a god like a pink skull? Aren't you afraid of God's wrath? Tisk tisk, looks like Hancock is very handsome. Vivi doesn't seem to be an opponent, if Nami comes, he will definitely be able to fight. Close your eyes and rest in peace, Xiayat is completely in a melon-eating mentality. We are not hypocritical, although we are greedy for the bodies of girls. But the improvement of his strength can make him more cool, so let's do it in the future. Huh? Another maid. Without looking, Xiayat's mind is a panorama of the moon. It can be seen that Robin is taking curious, anxious, and sad Rejo to the top of Yukyung. It seems, Rejo was sold by his father? So sad? Forget it, he didn't have the heart to solve the woman, just comprehend it himself. Brush. Seeing Xiayat disappear, Hancock looked around in a hurry. Husband Kun, what about the concubine's husband Kun? Vivi snorted coldly, needless to say. You must be PD off. Little girl, you are so rude. Bad woman, you are so naive. 04. Robin, who just came back, expresses his habit, but Rejo is full of confusion. What are they doing? What am I doing? What is Master Xiayat doing? Ding, Rejo joins the Imperial Palace Guild. Huh? Another one. Vivi turned around, and immediately handed a large stack of books to Rejo. No, this is the handbook for maids, remember to memorize it, don't miss a word. And those are all, and some of you are busy. Looking at the books in the corner with 7 or 8 stacks up to 10 meters high, Rejo's eyes went black. Where is God? Wrong. Here it is, hell. Now. Near New World Wanakuni, Oni Island. It is one of the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts stationed in the New World, an island shaped like a giant horn of a ghost. Grumbling. In the spacious hall, Kaido sits above and sips wine. At this moment, the injury on the body has recovered, even if the broken hand grows again, it is extremely terrifying. The positions in the pirates are divided into, governor, big signboard, numbers, pillars, givers, pleasures, and standbys. The 6 strongest people in the pillars are called 6 suns in the sky, and they have a higher status than the other pillars. But he didn't listen to the words of the 3 disasters at all, and even wanted to defeat the 3 disasters and become a new big sign. There is no Supernova X Drake in the current Volley 6. He joined 100 Beasts more than a year ago in World Summit, which means he became the 6th son of Ling Kong a few months later, and his hidden identity is Marine Undercover. The one before Drake was a swordsman who subjugated his country, King Chuan Pu. Below, Yan Jiajin said, in short, this meeting has something to do with Miss Yamato, right? Kaido nodded, that's right. 35. I see. After the epidemic, Quin's eyes changed slightly, and Miss Yamato ran away from home again? Boss, that guy Jack can't get in touch, and Heavenly Yaksha won't answer. Kaido said indifferently, don't worry about him, if he died outside, he would only be too weak. At this moment, the 6 sons of Lingkong came. Boss Kaido. Don't be too polite today. Kaido looked at Lingkong Liuzi, and said a little irritably, I'll give you a task. 5. The stupid daughter of my family who disappeared today. Bring it back to Lao Tzu. Daughter Yamato, cheerful and gentle. But worship Kojiki Oden, which makes Kaido mad. This. Lingkong Liuzi frowned, somewhat reluctantly. The giant beauty Maria immediately complained, oh, such a laborious thing, did you mean to go to Miss Yamato when you said the important thing? Run is also complaining, it's so annoying, it's your family chores again. Can you? The younger brother on the side, Pejuan hurriedly stopped, eldest sister, stop talking. Shut up. You are so noisy. Quinn shouted angrily, his eyes full of sternness. You guy. Lingkong Liuzi even glared back with a ruthless expression. To say that in the 3 disasters, they are the most unhappy is Quinn, who has the qualifications to manage them. Especially during the time when he was defeated by Kaido and put in prison, Quinn was in charge of the prison. Always sneering at them and beating and scolding, the 6 desperately want to kill Quinn. No, the 6 even want to kill all 3 disasters and ascend to the top together. The strong compete for the top, there is no so-called harmony here. Grumble. Kaido doesn't care if he drinks big wine, he likes to recruit talents, but he definitely doesn't like weak people. It does not stop this kind of open and secret struggle for the idea of up. Motivation can only be achieved if there is ambition. If someone can take the 3 disasters to the top, he will only be happier. The swordsman Foz Fu with the horn helmet said expectantly, so, what if we can bring the young lady back? Everyone be quiet. Kaido was drinking wine, his eyes put a lot of pressure on everyone, and he said solemnly for a long time, then give you the right to challenge the 3 disasters. Become my direct cotter. It's a word. Lingkong Liuzi couldn't help but be overjoyed, and even glanced at Quinn without concealment, the meaning was very obvious. Kaido looked at the 2 of them and said, you guys, don't you have any opinions? Yan Calamity said, yeah. No problem at all. He, challenges are welcome at any time. Quinn's chubby face sneered, the mustache was shaking, and he glanced at Lingkong Liuzi fiercely. Just you rubbish, you want to be in the top? Bah. It was at this time. Boss Kaido, it's not good. A giver ran over and panicked, ships, many ships. I also saw Kizaru, Akainu, 2 admirals. There are also many vice-admiral. Marine is attacking Onishima. Boom. One sentence directly detonated the audience. Everyone's sight and hearing quickly spread out, Kaido's expression first sank, and then he became furious. Damn Marine, since he's here, leave it all for Lao Tzu. Boom. The huge seat burst instantly, Kaido rushed out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Quinn calls someone, and they're all for me. No one is allowed to be spared. Fire Calamity snorted coldly, and only sent 2 admiral to attack, they were too underestimated. The Island of Ghosts is the base camp, and grinding can kill 2 admirals. Whoosh whoosh. The 6 children in the sky are waiting to rush out one by one, but... Ice Age. The blazing cold suddenly erupted, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Under the anger of everyone, the cold air poured into the hall like a flood, freezing the place where they passed. The Volley 6 sons, which are most dependent on 140, instantly turned into ice cubes. BD. 35. Yin was furious, and the wings behind him suddenly began to burst into flames. At the same time, his samurai sword and clothes also burned, the terrifying high temperature was vigorously scattered, the cold air melted in an instant, and the earth was burning. Dragon fruit, ancient species, toothless pterosaur form. Boom. Yin rushed straight into the cold current, burning out the cold air and blasting away. The 6 sons of Lingkong also used the flames to break free from the freezing, and they were all furious. Alas, it's getting stronger and stronger, Flame Calamity. Outside the door, Aokiji opened his mouth lazily, as if he was about to fall asleep. I didn't expect you to be here too. Seeing Aokiji, Yan Zhan also looked ugly. Even without receiving any news, the 3 admiral broke the Island of Ghosts. Aokiji shrugged, don't worry, as long as you don't run, I won't shoot. 39. It's ridiculous, no matter how many you come, you have to die. Yin's 2 wings stirred up, and the orange blazing flames erupted violently, forming a red dragon to open the sky. Burning the mountains and boiling the sea generally leaves black marks in the void, violently attacking Aokiji. Who? But just as the flames flew halfway, Yin couldn't help shrinking his pupils. I saw a man wrapped in armament haki, rushed through the flames, and came to him in an instant. A powerful punch. Boom. The air burst, Yin's body dented a bit, and the whole person flew out as if he had been severely injured. All the way, the 3 Volley 6 sons behind him were smashed into the air, and the buildings behind were smashed into pieces, and smashed directly into the giant pit, making others horrified. Garb. Chapter 115. Why did he come? The expressions of the rest of the people changed greatly. Isn't Garp dead? And Pejuan in the form of Spinosaurus, the ancient species of dragon fruit, turned into a Tyrannosaurus directly and roared. Eldest sister, follow me and rush out first. Runti immediately jumped on the dragon's back, even a little frightened. More than 3 Admiral, even Garp, who knows if there are others, today is definitely a disaster for the beast's pirates. Boom. The giant beauty Maria made a jump, blasting the roof, and her huge body was ready to rush out. The 6 suns in the sky are more frightened than each other. Haha, I still want to run in front of this old man. Stop for me. Garp disappeared instantly after speaking, and a terrifying punch hit Maria directly. Tekken. The armed color instantly wrapped around the arm, and the entire fist became incomparably dark, like a black stone. A sudden punch instantly repels the surrounding air, and rushes out with terrifying energy. Boom. Under the shock of Maria, Pejuan, and the others, a huge punch that spanned hundreds of meters, destroying everything came. When the fist's strength passed, everyone vomited blood and flew upside down one after another, and the blood mist fell on the hall. Jin, you idiot, don't lie down, get up quickly. The Plague Quinn, who escaped a single blow, was furious, and then his body swelled. Dragon fruit, ancient species, Brachiosaurus form, leaping more than 100 meters in depth. The Brachiosaurus bomb. The huge Brachiosaurus fell from the sky, and the terrifying force squeezed the void. Good job. What a big target, ha ha ha, 99. Garp was laughing, his hands twitched and his arms flowed. Fist bone storm. Garp's terrifying power converges on his fists, and as soon as he strikes, nearly 1,000 fists rush forward. A vacuum field is formed above, and the power bursts out. Bang bang bang. Quinn was hit by nearly 1,000 terrifying punches, and his entire body was shrunk a lot. The blood spurted out, slammed into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah, get one. Aokiji yawned. Mr. Garp's outburst was scary enough. If it weren't for the strong resilience and defense of the ancient Quinn species, it might have been directly blown up. Glancing at Garp rushing towards Yin, Aokiji looked at the edge of the distant island again. Whitebeard and the others, are they coming soon? So many bosses are besieging you, be proud, Kaido. Oni Island coast. Densely packed marine battleships surrounded it, and hundreds of pirate soldiers on the coast fell to the ground, and those who were still alive were terrified. That fierce magma, that dazzling light. Kizaru, Akainu, it's a rare sight to see. Akainu calmly said, the left wing is empty, you go to the right wing, and rush into the island of Oni with all your strength, Kaido is handed over to us. Yes, Akainu Admiral. The Ghost Spider and other Vice Admiral all rushed to the island. The ace man in black frowned, how can there be Garp in the island? Kizaru said casually, Aokiji called just now. He arrived at Onishima Island ahead of time and found Garp Vice Admiral. No one knows what's going on. Let's talk after the call 5. When the fight is over, you kneel too, brother. Click to open the guild. Kizaru, we're here, how about you? Golden Lion, gee ha ha ha, coming soon. Kizaru suddenly smiled mysteriously, making the man in black beside him chill, but he couldn't understand the situation at all. Roar. A few minutes later, a dragon roar roared from afar. Dragon's breath. Kaido, who turned into a dragon, flew over and breathed out without a word, and a terrifying heat wave came from the air, turned into a terrifying sea of fire, and fell from the sky. Swipe. When the trump card of world government was about to make a move, he couldn't help but be surprised, because Akainu and Kizaru avoided directly and rushed into the distance, leaving him alone. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the black-clothed ace also dodged and ran after the two of them. Don't run, leave it all to Lao Tzu. The dragon turned into Kaido, took out the mace from nowhere, and slammed it out of the air. Thunder 8 trigrams. The void was distorting, and a terrifying force turned into an impact and attacked the three of them. Buzz. At this moment, the void in front of the two of Akainu Kizaru trembled, an invisible portal suddenly appeared, and 4 silhouettes shot out. Goo la la la, long time no see, Kaido little wild. Empty earthquake. 39. The atmosphere collapsed, crashing and colliding with the impact. Nearly 1,000 meters of ground collapsed, sweeping up hundreds of meters of dust, but it made the ace of the man in black sluggish in place. Even Kaido couldn't help but stagnate and fell to the ground with wide-eyed eyes. The dust dissipated, and the whole place was silent. Impossible. The ace man in black roared, and the whole person was shaking. Look what the hell this is. Definitely enough to shock the world. Whitebeard. Shanks. Golden Lion. And the laughter of the folk monsters that the world government has investigated many times. Oh heaven. Oh earth. I beg you to be a man. What scares him the most is. Oh, it's such a coincidence that you came here. Under the sluggish look of the ace man in black, Kizaru laughed enthusiastically, and even stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Are you the Fujitora in the guild? I have read your investigation report, you have the strength of a monster. The cold-faced Akainu also smiled at this moment. Welcome. You are really strong. You two gentlemen are welcome. My strength is not as good as yours. Fujitora smiled calmly. Not far away, the ace man in black immediately shouted, Kizaru. You traitor! And Akainu, you are all Marine's scum. Even if he is mentally disabled, he knows that these people are a group, damn it. Escape. Must escape from here. If the news doesn't get out, Marine will end sooner or later, and the world government will be in great trouble. Hell trip. Fujitora immediately raised the knife, and the terrifying gravity rolled away. Bang. The man in black was not quite crushed to the ground. But the terrifying armed color broke free. Obviously, he was already prepared, but it was too late. Pfft. At the moment of overwhelm, the red hair stabbed with a sharp knife. A knife was stabbed to the heart, but the man in black was also a monster. His body suddenly turned to one side, just inserted into the shoulder, and suddenly retreated. Escape. The man in black splattered blood, did not stop at all, and desperately escaped from here. Light speed kick. The dazzling aurora came, and Kizaru kicked it away with a fierce kick. Just the two of us, let's fight quickly. After speaking, Kizaru and Fujitora rushed towards the man in black, and the redhead smiled and looked at Kaido. Gee ha ha ha. Golden Lion floated in the air with knives in both hands, and Haki looked forward with awe. Long time no see, in turn. Kaido looks stunned, in turn? How many years ago was this? The silence at this moment is not fear, even if 10,000 golden lions come, it will not make him afraid, what he is silent is. Whitebeard, golden lion ahead. Unbelievably, he was full of the breath of life and his blonde hair was fluttering. This. Absolutely peak state. The two have become so young. Hello everyone, I'm an intern, get it, Kaido who has been practicing for 230. I like to kill, fight and accept younger brothers. Seniors, please give me more advice. The sudden trance made him think he was back decades ago. That was when he was an intern at the Rocks Pirate and the two captains swept everything. Goo la la la, are you scared, Kid Kaido? Whitebeard laughs, not in a hurry to shoot. He even turned on the guild to stream the battle. In an instant, all the guild watched the live broadcast together, the melon seeds and fruits were in place, it was so fun. Even Xiaya couldn't help but look over, wondering. How long can Kaido last? It's time to start. FK him. Akainu can't wait, he just wants to play Kaido with the three of them. Oh, the red dog that only matches the candle, the dog fights the power of the human being. After returning to God, Kaido's face was full of disdain, and his hands were full of wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think Lao Tzu will be afraid? This is the battle that Lao Tzu desires the most. 35. Come on. Come on together. Kizaru. And that blind man. Come on, too. If you have the ability, just kill Lao Tzu, ha 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 ha. King. Chapter 116. Ha ha ha, let's go together. Surprise. Excited. Excited. Kaido's whole body began to tremble with joy at this moment. He never imagined that one day, so many big men would come to besiege him. What a treat this is. What a thrill this is. If others are besieged by so many bosses, even the ant will be afraid, but Kaido can only be excited. Go to hell. 35. Kaido clenched his fists and attacked actively, like a tyrannical dragon, rushing straight in, his aura affected the entire island. Gee ha ha ha, this in turn is still so arrogant, he doesn't have a long memory at all. Golden Lion's laughter was a little cold, and he was more arrogant than himself, so he had to beat him up. Come together, FK him. Boom boom boom. Terrifying battles unfold on the island. The constant roar woke everyone, Marine and the Beast's pirates began to fight. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Red Hair, Akainu all together, airtight. Seamlessly connected terror strikes Kaido all the time. This is a combination that makes anyone desperate, there is nowhere to escape in the sky and the ground. Ha ha ha, that's it. It's better to kill Lao Tzu. Ha 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 ha. Unbelievable, under the intensive attack, the strongest creature was covered in blood. The terrible scars are getting bigger and bigger, and he is getting more and more excited. Frozen capsules. 3 minutes later, Aokiji also pounced. Fistbone Tempest. 4 minutes later, Garp came running wild. The joining of the two makes the war escalate again. 140 Kaido even raised his hand, a powerful attack from all directions. Once the body is stagnant, the attack will come again, and it will directly fall into a state of complete passive defense. Terribly 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 terrifying. Kaido has nowhere to say bleak. No matter how strong the defense is, how can the resilience be strong? As soon as a small hole was made, a more terrifying attack will strike before it can recover. Open the hole directly, it will get bigger and bigger, and the injury will be terrifying. Tisk tisk, what a shame, Kaido. From Whitebeard's perspective, watching the live Dover is not good, the BD who has been bullying him, finally someone can cure him. 10 minutes later. Roar. Kaido roared fiercely, covered in injuries but still without fear in his eyes, Conquerors erupted, and was about to clench his fists and prepare to explode. Boom. 35. Whitebeard struck with a punch, directly smashing Kaido's raised hand down. At the same time, the attacks of Garp, Akainu, Red Hair and others rushed in, not giving Kaido a blast at all. Damn, I'm very upset. Kaido can only be beaten passively, any attack will be blocked by Beifang's attack, and the pain will shock his nerves. This is the fight he wants, but it's so aggrieved, the aggrieved Kaido can only roar. The strongest creature. Watching the live broadcast, Rayleigh and others couldn't help but sigh. In the face of this combination of attacks, the only one who can survive 10 minutes without falling down is Kaido. In a few minutes. Light speed kick. Gravity knife, Tiger. Defeat Kizaru, the ace CP0, and Fujitora joins the battlefield. The terrifying gravity swayed on Kaido, and the dazzling light speed kick was directed at Kaido's eyes. The battle escalated again, with 7 or 8 super strong attacks almost every second. Kaido was covered in blood. FK. FK. End calf. Yan Zanjin and Quinn flew miserably from a distance, and the two who were preparing to support them glanced forward and almost died of fright. What did they see? It's too much, what a big guy. The invincible boss is standing in the middle like a target. There are terrifying attacks in the sky and the ground, left and right, front and back, dazzling and terrifying. For them, it would be nonsense to last 3 seconds. Gee ha ha ha, here are some more brats. 35. Golden Lion stabbed Kaido from time to time, and then distracted his fingers, and the ground in front of him was broken and turbulent. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. A mighty group of lions swept across the heavens and the earth, rushing into embers and plagues. Not good. The situation is not good, first retreat strategically. Yin and Quinn hurriedly fled back with terrified expressions, and they just picked 2 big bosses out, they couldn't escape even if they tried their best. There is only retreat to speak of, they believe that Kaido will not die, at most seriously injured and unable to fall down and recover sooner or later. Hell Brigade. Fujitora's ability is simply super-controlling the field, pulling out a knife, and gravity is pressing on the 2 of them. 4 teammates of God, even a momentary stagnation is an opportunity. Boom. At the moment when the 2 were overwhelmed by gravity, they were directly submerged, twisted, and crushed by the terrifying lions. Yin and Quinn immediately buried deep in the ground, and the blood mist penetrated the soil and stone. Gravity distortion. Fujitora even withdrew from the siege and fell directly into the burial with a knife. The earth was collapsing, and there was even a sound of bone cracking. Hundreds of meters of ground showed irregular twists, and Fujitora's shot was a ruthless one. Whoa, whoa, damn you! Watching his younger brother crush into the ground, Kaido roared and turned into a dragon. The armed color of the body flows like a flood, and the Conquerors has become substantial, extremely terrifying. Not only angry for the younger brother, Kaido suddenly wanted to leave. This is different from the battle he fantasized about. He thought it was full of blood, but it was a target, and he was suffocated to death. Want to explode seeds? Dream. Gee ha ha ha, don't hold back, do your best to FK your mother. The Golden Lion directly controlled the ground, causing Kaido to stumble, and the red-haired griffin stabbed straight in. The hot magma, the dazzling golden light, the fist bones vibrated in all directions, the steel fist tore the atmosphere, and the icy air was awe-inspiring. Terrifying energies are intertwined in Kaido's body, creating an explosion that can collapse the island. Boom. The entire Ghost Island was shaking, and the long and narrow ravine spread rapidly for more than tens of miles. The aftermath of the air waves even sent the marine pirates on the other side flying. Even the rushing coast swept up the monstrous waves. No, go back. Run, the island of ghosts is going to collapse. Ghost Spiders and other vice-admiral rushed to the shore with the 6 sons of the sky, who were handcuffed to the sea stone, and the rest of the pirates even panicked and fled. Boom. The attack from the 8 directions fell on Kaido again, and the terrifying energy blast hit the island of Oni again. In an instant, the entire Ghost Island burst apart, and all the buildings crashed. In the blink of an eye, nearly 90% of them all fell into the sea. Ice Age. 99. The endless cold swept across the sea, and the sea froze for dozens of miles. You should go. Aokiji looked at Shenlong, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and was full of emotion after recovering from the scars. This is the first time he has seen and heard of it in the past 10 years. Kaido didn't collapse due to exhaustion, but he was seriously injured and unable to collapse. It is conceivable that Kaido, who is extremely resilient, suffered a serious injury. Gee ha ha ha. Cool. Let's go. Golden Lion controlled a large piece of ice, and everyone jumped on it. Raising his hand again, the ice block in front of him broke, sweeping the fainted Yin and leaving together with Quinn and the ace CP0. The invisible door opened, and everyone disappeared. How do you go back and explain? After a long silence, Garp couldn't help but worry. Not only have to explain the disappearance of Kaido and others, but also lie to Sengoku about the reason why he is not dead, what a headache. Kizaru said casually without caring, it's very simple, just say golden lion, red hair, Fujitora grabbing the head, as for white beard. Let Mr. Sengoku check it out by himself, and slowly experience despair. 99. Akainu, Aokiji instantly despised Kizaru. This stuff is getting more and more shameless. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Kizaru smiled slyly, oh, the marine boss is only left with Sengoku and Crane. When we go back, we will invite them to dinner, and then... So. 3. Awesome, you bad silver. There is Kizaru in Marine Admiral. Simply a godsend. Chapter 117. Lunar Surface. Fish people, mermaids, etc. walked around here together, and it was very lively. The huge ice cube flying out of the door once again attracted everyone's attention. When they saw Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Redhead, and other bigwigs, countless people stopped clamoring immediately. Bang 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 bang. Kaido, Yin, Quinn, Ace CP0 all smashed, fall to the ground. Tisk tisk, your efficiency is quite high. Annas came over and brought sea stone to the three of Yin. Put them in jail with Cracker, Jack. Yes, Lord Ains. 35. After finishing speaking, Annas looked at Kaido with great curiosity, this guy is the strongest creature? Why is it so ugly? It affects his image. Everyone's eyelids twitched. No matter how ugly Kaido is, it is still a human figure, and you, the Kobold family, can't look good with the whole dog face. His injury, eh? What about the injury? Annas, who was about to say that Kaido was hurt badly, was shocked, but he blinked, and the wound under his left rib was gone. Looking at it again, no matter how heavy the other injuries are, they are recovering quickly. Boom! The terrifying conqueror swept out from Kaido, opened his eyes suddenly, and drank. Xia Yat! Come out for Lao Tzu. I know you are here, come out. Although Kaido has a bad brain, he is definitely not stupid. With so many big bosses appearing, the moment he saw the red hair, he knew that these were Xia Ya's people, and their killing intent was not obvious, so they definitely didn't come to kill him. Then come to a top-level battle with these people, and when you fall, you can always see Xia Ya. Xia Ya's coercion that day made him particularly fond of memories. It was the first time he was as powerless as an ant, so... The top war of his dreams, only Xia Ya can start. However, Kaido naively thought his tone was polite. You stupid big man, my lord is also what you want to see. 35. At the moment of brain pain, Annas jumped his feet angrily, come on, let him die once and then. Buzz. Not waiting for Whitebeard and others to take action. An extremely vast coercion passed by the crowd like a spring breeze, and directly overwhelmed Kaido as if the sky was collapsing. Boom. Kaido was crushed to the ground, the wounds all over his body cracked again, and his soul seemed to be torn apart in pain. In my name, life and death are reincarnated. Xia Ya's voice was like hell, and it was frightening, and an unimaginable energy swept over Kaido. Bang bang bang! Then, under the horror of Golden Lion and others, Kaido directly turned into a blood mist, and his soul was wiped out. Next moment, Kaido recovers again, terrified. Bang bang bang! Kaido was destroyed again, and the soul became ancient. In a blink of an eye, Kaido is back to normal, full of sluggishness. Bang bang bang! With a crackling sound, Kaido dies again and comes back to life. In just a few seconds, Kaido has been reincarnated more than a dozen times. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, my dear mother! In particular, Golden Lion dared not look directly, recalling the scene where he was killed and resurrected by Xia Ya 3 times in a row. And this time, Xia Ya didn't show up at all, didn't even say a word, let Kaido experience endless life and death first. Goo la la la, the old man is really lucky. Whitebeard, a mighty hacky man, was covered in cold sweat, and even began to laugh cautiously. He couldn't imagine how painful and desperate it would be if Xia Ya gave him this set. Others can only breathe in cold air, and their scalps are numb. Shout, a bunch of natives. Annas was the first to experience these deaths, so he calmly opened the guild video. In the future, this video is a must-see for newcomers, so as not to be arrogant. After half a minute, Kaido, who has died hundreds of times, has recovered again, and his eyes are now dim. The body is fine, but the constant collapse of the soul has consumed a lot of his spiritual will. A feeling of ultimate fear spread throughout his body like never before. Who is it? Edisai, Kaido is the devil? See. Check it out, Xia Ya is a demon. Stop it. After a few seconds, the previous death did not come again, Kaido roared immediately, for fear that Xia Ya would do it again. Scared. Kaido, who is not afraid of heaven and earth, is finally afraid. He would rather die than experience the reincarnation of life and death just now. I don't know how high the sky is. I don't respect the gods. Suppress you here, reflect on it. Boom. As Xia Ya's voice fell, a huge palm appeared in the sky above. The palm turned into a mountain, and pressed directly on Kaido at an incredible speed. Seal it here directly, leaving only the head exposed at the foot of the mountain. It's futile to let Kaido struggle. And the red-haired and the others in the distance couldn't help but be amazed. This mountain, I don't know how many miles high, the pressure on it is strong, but the 5 fingers are clearly defined. This is Wasishin. %@ at 1 carat. In a different space. Seeing Kaido being suppressed, Xiaya couldn't help but be satisfied. Wasishin suppresses you, this cow, you can blow it for a lifetime. After all, this kind of treatment is only available to that one, the great sage of the battle of heaven and earth, and Kaido's arrogance is a younger brother in front of him. Suppress Kaido for a while to completely dispel his anger. When will you be obedient and when will you release it? Huh? Already dead so much. Xiaya couldn't help holding her forehead when she realized that more than 300,000 self-destruction machines had returned. He is very satisfied with the mechanical family. Not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the earth, with a pure heart. Curious about everything, good at learning, good at thinking, good at fighting, and has absolute loyalty to Xiaya. 0. Ask for flowers. However, these bear children are too noisy. It's only been a few days, although I have learned a lot, but I have also fallen out in the pirate world. Because Xiaya is hostile to the world government, the little guys are very hostile and always make trouble in various alliance countries. They even organized tens of thousands of troops to attack an allied country. There are also mechs, Chi-Chi teamed up to attack the Celestial Dragon's ships. Can't beat it? Blow yourself up. There are also mechs, and thousands of people attack Cake Island. After going up, it will be scattered around, and if you can kill one, you will explode. There are other pirate territories, allied countries, marine, and everything disrespectful to Xiaya, all within the scope of the machine race. The existence of the mechanical family makes the world shake. If you can't beat it, it will self-destruct, even if there is no body, it will turn into light and disappear in place, how can it not attract attention? 0. I asked you to learn, you are going to war now. Xiaya can't laugh or cry, it's too noisy. Perceiving where the imprint of the bright moon is, Xiaya directly opened tens of thousands of doors in the world of pirates. Right now, in New World. A pirate gathering place in New World. Kill. For the glory of Father God. 99. Damn him, you're greedy for my body, you don't deserve it. 35. Stop, look at the Atari cannon of my moon god of war. If you don't want to submit to God the Father, you should all die. One by one, the mechanical clan attacked the pirate base in full swing. They even developed a combination technique, that is, thousands of people, and even tens of thousands of mechanical clans, fused together into a very powerful battleship. The towering artillery is like a nuclear bomb, here is a death blow. Humph, if you don't obey your father, you will die, anyway, they are all a group of pirates. It is the truth within the range of my mechanical family. The patriarch Minjaya Glory wore a white robe with a solemn and stern face. Coming to pirate world these days, he suddenly discovered that this world is too dirty, and full of chaos. The endless evil party pirates kill endlessly, eliminate them endlessly. There is also the world government, the largest pirate group that dominates most of the world, which makes the machine race very indignant. This world is Godfather's back garden, how can you allow you to make trouble? Damn it! At the moment of the mechanical race, although each of them is the strongest but the top rear admiral, the power of their fusion with each other is soaring. In particular, the giant warship with the fusion and transformation of 10,000 people, the 3-shot destruction of the island, is definitely an existence that makes countless people desperate. It's a pity that they are now ignorant of many scientific theories and weapon principles. There is no way to develop stronger scientific weapons, otherwise they will go straight to Marie Joyce. Buzz. A magnificent giant gate appeared on the coast, and everyone was stagnant. Come back, bear children. Death. Chapter 118. Come back, bear children. A gentle voice washes out from the door. Some pirates instantly numb their scalps and are full of fear, they heard it, this is the voice of Xiaya. Ah! Father God! Father God, are you here to pick us up? Haha, let go of you today, and blow you up next time. Humph, wait to die, you BD who is greedy for Miss Ben's body. All assembly, get started. With the glory of the moon shouting loudly. Under the dazed force of the pirates, all the mechanic races walked into the gate in unison, ignoring them. Wow, these demons are finally gone. Many pirates burst into tears and were devastated. Who are they provoking, and when these people enter the island, they ask. Pirates, are you willing to surrender to God the Father? What? Don't want to? Then die. Whoa, who knows who your father is, a bunch of innocent demons. No matter how strong you are, dozens of hundreds of thousands of them blew themselves up together, and in a blink of an eye, 140 died a lot of big pirates. Not to mention the terrifying battleship that destroyed the island with 3 shots. In an instant, many pirates called the mechanical race the demon race. But many civilians don't care, because the mechanic does not harm ordinary civilians, but calls them angels instead. In lunar space. Crash. 1 million mechanical clans came together, some of them were covered with metal residue, some were full of enemy blood, some were innocent and pure, and some were full of wisdom. But they were all very excited. Meet God the Father. The eyes of every mechanic are full of fanatical worship, and each pair of eyes is full of admiration. Xia Ya nodded slightly and said softly, "You have also learned a lot these days, have you found your own way? Go back to Lord God." The Patriarch Minjiao Glory took a step forward and said respectfully, "Each of us can change all kinds of metal weapons, and can devour all kinds of metals to grow. We can take the road of devouring growth." 35. However, the day before yesterday, I found a copy of the principles of firearm production in this world. In a very short period of time, I can change this weapon and deduce it to make it a step further, and give it to others to discover the same, and 359. So my family is very good at learning, transforming, and inventing, and it is also suitable for taking the road of technological growth. This time, the warship formed by the fusion of our 10,000 people is enough to destroy the island with 3 shots, so we can use technological weapons to enhance our strength. Even if the metal resources are insufficient, we can still have power far exceeding others. Finally, your back garden pirate world is chaotic, inconvenient to communicate, and people's livelihood is suffering. Many people don't even know the word, they don't know what a school is, and they don't know that knowledge is the greatest wealth. So, we also need to develop people's livelihood technology to improve your back garden. Change the world. Father God, and crazy. After Minjiao Glory finished speaking, the 10 elders also opened their mouths. Xia Ya patiently listened to them one by one, and couldn't help but sigh. Create your own race, that's awesome. Most importantly, Xia Ya was a little surprised. He didn't feel any negative emotions in the millions of machines. Laziness, greed, evil, jealousy, pride. It's not scientific. Xia Ya was really surprised. She obviously added emotions and desires to them, but there was no such dark side of human nature. Studying in a chaotic world like pirates for so long, I killed a lot of villains, but my heart is still extremely pure. Unity, enthusiasm, diligence, bravery, loyalty, optimism, etc. The beauty makes Xia Ya feel ashamed. It turns out that I didn't even notice. Carefully perceiving the situation of the mechanical family, Xia Ya suddenly understood. The mechanical family is a complete metal life, and the body and soul are pure. Any impurities and distracting thoughts will be automatically repelled and eliminated. Fair enough. May you live forever, and your original intentions remain the same. After thinking about it, Xia Ya suggested, in the past few days, I have sent people to find a lot of scientists and brought back a lot of scientific materials. Find out the most scientifically gifted among you, and learn it. 35. Work hard to grow, I'm looking forward to it. It is impossible for every mechanic to be good at scientific research, there are always those who are good at fighting, good at literature, etc. Their development must be comprehensive. It's Father God. In a few days, I will transform the moon, and I will leave an area for you, which is completely owned by you. Thank you, Father God. Go to the moon and try to digest the advantages of their knowledge. Xia Ya raised her hand, and all the millions of machines went to the moon. Their work and rest time is similar to that of people, and their food is all kinds of metals, and they can even drink engine oil. But it can also eat human food, drink, and the difference from human beings is that the essence of life is different, but there will be no impurities left on the body. I really look forward to your growth. Xia Ya is looking forward to it. He decided that the strong should cultivate metaphysics, and the mechanic should cultivate science and technology, and the two sides would develop together and conquer the heavens. The destruction of Onishima has caused an uproar around the world. Marine headquarters will send a report immediately. 3 Admiral took the 4 Emperors Kaido, destroyed the 4 Emperors' forces, and destroyed the beasts' pirates. There is also the return of the hero garb, which has given Marine a boost and gained a wave of prestige for the world government. But many pirates are full of fear. It's getting worse and worse now. Xia Ya Kamui is in prison, and Marine is watching. The forces on both sides are too strong, one will die if they do not surrender, and the other will die if they do not go to jail, which greatly compresses the living space of pirates. Just then, the world government newspaper published. Shishibukai. Completion again. Violent Kun Bartholomew Bear. The speedy swordsman Fairmonk. Boxer Bar Ison. Ferocious beast Kubeka. Queen of War Molina. Slaughter warrior Jakara. Shadow assassin Dori. The world is in an uproar again. No one could have imagined that after Shishibukai was beaten to death by Xia Ya, the world government would not give up and recruit pirates again. And this time, the 6 pirates are all very famous in New World, and none of the bounty is less than 500 million. Thief ha ha ha, it's so cruel. Some island, Teach, who was waiting for Ace, couldn't help but rage again. Yes, you did not cancel the Shishibukai system, but you re-elect whoever is stronger than the other. This made it a bit difficult for him to get the idea of taking Ace for status. Captain, I see it. It's the shadow assassin Dolly, shall we? Hearing Lafayette's words, Blackbeard's face was ruthless. What rubbish assassin, it's a fart in front of Lao Tzu, go to hell. Thief, ha ha ha, give it to me. 39. Shi Shibukai had to free one, so Blackbeard took someone to kill him. But what Teach doesn't know is that this time apart from the bear, the other 6 were big pirates trained by the world government before, and now they are all mixed with the ACP-0, trying to catch the Xiaoyai group who came to attack. Therefore, even if Blackbeard wins this time, it is extremely miserable. Although the world government is not very clear about the situation on Ming Ji's side. But now that the Eagle Eye has passed, there is no hope of giving back any hope, maybe he has already surrendered to Xiaoyai. Therefore, directly increase the reward of Ming Ji. Betrayer Doflamingo. Bounty, 760 million berry 5.5. Boiling, have you guessed it? It's a pity it's late. Doflamingo laughed wildly, guessing what if he surrendered. The current world government is a lamb to be slaughtered. The power of Xiaoyai's side is getting stronger and stronger, and in a few days, even if Xiaoyai doesn't shoot, they are eligible to attack Marie Joyce. Bang bang! Suddenly, 2 landing sounds made Hawkeye, Vabel, and Jinbei look over. These 2 tried to dig through the ground and through the birdcage, and I found out. I didn't care, but your subordinates said that they should be the Revolutionary Army. 35. Arnold said so much, and then closed his eyes and rested. Koala. Jinbei stared blankly at a little blonde girl on the ground. Is it her? Didn't expect to grow so big, but didn't say anything. Bibababo, I seem to have seen you somewhere, pictures? Chapter 119. Doflamingo looked at the blonde young man who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. After taking a closer look, I suddenly realized, last month, I heard that a 20-year-old young man became the general staff of the Revolutionary Army, but I was shocked. Short blonde hair, scars on his face, and aristocratic attire, he's really a big man. Humph. Sabo lay on the ground and snorted coldly, very hard, but also a little ashamed. Although that Arnold looked tall, he was no more than a teenager at most. But in just a few minutes, he was seriously injured and weak, making him doubt his life. You must know that he received orthodox training since he was a child, and even the leader and Xiong taught him personally. He is definitely the best in his age, but today. Pride crush. Koala on the side was a little angry, what the hell are you doing? Banning the island and arresting so many people, aren't you afraid of offending people? What a naive little girl. Doflamingo looked at Toripole with great disdain, give them sea stone handcuffs and lock them up. Now, I really hope your leader will come to save you, that's a big credit. The anger of countless 2 people was directly taken away. The next moment, Diamanti came. Dover, many people came from outside the island, all attracted by pure gold. Boiled, very good, then open the door to welcome guests. 35. Dover raised his hand, birdcage collapsed 04. All forces are rushing in. At the same time, a certain area of the New World. There is a golden city that drives countless people crazy. It seems to be a huge ship made of gold, which is quietly mooring. And at the bow of the ship, it was pulled by 2 sea turtles with a size comparable to the giant sea kings. The body length was 3 kilometers away, but this amazing length was actually less than half of the ship. This 10-kilometer-long giant ship is the largest entertainment city in the world. Because it seems to be made of pure gold, people call it the Golden Ship. And its owner is also called the Golden Emperor. And in the sea a few miles away from the Golden City, on a medium-sized vessel, a beautiful woman with purple hair and long fading, full of complaints. Damn it! It's really nasty. You big guys, why are you bullying my little girl? 99. Is it my fault for being beautiful? Why arrest me? 6. Rayleigh's eyelids twitched, when will this little girl stop? Enough. What nonsense. Sand Crocodile's face was full of ferocity, and he spit out a smoke ring. Who is it, who has been begging for various reasons to get on the boat, and wants to steal things in the middle of the night? 99. It's you. People are looted, and you would have died 800 times before. 9. Karina. Your handful of jewelry rings, has been attracting my attention. If you are not a nouveau riche, the old lady is going to steal something from your boat? But this time, Karina has been thinking about how to steal the treasure from the ship, but she didn't recognize the 2. After knowing his identity, one can imagine how desperate he is. Most desperate. Sand Crocodile, I won't kill you this time. Seeing that your condition is good, you can train well and be a footwash for Lord Xiaoyai. Karina. God, I am a singer. She is a super phantom thief who dreams of becoming the richest woman. Not a footwash girl. Okay, just don't kill me. Karina's eyes rolled, and then her eyes fell on the golden ship in the distance. She will never forget the purpose of coming to New World. She has suffered so much to come here for the wealth above. You see, this splendid ship, with all kinds of neon lights shining on it. How gorgeous it is, I really want to take it all away. Blue blue. After getting through the phone, Shaq Crocodile said unceremoniously, "I'm here, come out to pick me up quickly, or you will be responsible for the consequences." The other side was silent for a few seconds as if to calm down his anger, and then replied coldly, "Okay. You wait. Don't look at it, in the future this ship will belong to Lord Xiayat." Glancing at the greed in Karina's eyes, Sand Crocodile couldn't help but contempt. Today's little girl, only money is in her eyes. She even looked reluctant to be the maid of Lord Xiayat. "Don't you know that the whole world will be Lord Xiayat's? What a naive little girl. What? Can Xiayat deprive others of property at will? Karina. I will fight to the death for the Golden Emperor." Karina looked like she was defending justice, but Rayleigh had already seen through it and ignored it. Long before he came, Sand Crocodile got a phone and contacted the Golden Emperor directly. "In a word, I am Sand Crocodile. I surrender to Lord Xiayat. Take you to attack Marie Joyce." The Golden Emperor looked sharp, but only thought for a few seconds before agreeing. And at this moment, in the splendid hall of the Golden City, there was an extremely strong smell of gold. That day, 20 years have passed. On the sofa in the main seat of the main hall, a man in a pink suit was holding a wine glass made of gold, which contained a blood-like scarlet liquid. He is the Golden Emperor who is famous all over the world. The world's leading business wizard has grown from nothing in just over 10 years, from a worthless slave to the richest man in the world, controlling 20% of the world's wealth. There is anger, hatred, and anticipation on Tetsalo's face at the moment. His angry sand crocodile attitude, hatred of celestial dragons. Expect Xiayat to do it. "Lord Tetsalo, have you really decided?" Baccarat spoke tactfully, with orange-red wavy curly hair, a graceful figure, and an approachable smile on her face. With silk gloves on her hands and a black sleeveless evening gown with split ends in a large fade, her proud curves/lines were set off to perfection. "Lord Tetsalo." The wretched and weird-looking Mr. Tanaka couldn't help worrying, will this be too risky? Even if Xiayat is unbelievably powerful, no one can guarantee the final result. And, no matter who rules the world, we don't have to surrender, right? Golden City Black and White notices, all forces will give face. Even if there is trouble, it's just a matter of spending money to solve it, and even in battle, few people can beat Tetsalo on the ship. If you are free, why should you be a little brother to others? This is my decision. Tetsalo spoke in a deep voice, bowed his head slightly, and his eyes were full of crazy killing intent and hatred. Brows frowned, Baccarat still puzzled, but world politics. What AFG world government? Stop mentioning it. Tetsalo's expression was extremely ferocious, and he even roared in anger and pain, revealing endless killing intent in his eyes. 35. In horror, Baccarat and Tanaka took a few steps back. But Tetsalo didn't attack them, just muttered to himself. "You don't understand. He will never forget that day. His beloved woman was bought by celestial dragons, and he shouted angrily and became a slave of celestial dragons. 3 years later, Tetsalo was in despair when he learned of his lover's death. From then on, he was extremely persistent in money, and he hated the nobles and the rich, and his heart began to distort. 4 emperors? Can only nest in the new world. Marine? The BD of the world government? Revolutionary army? It may not be successful when he dies. No one can avenge him. Therefore, Tetsalo can only hide his hatred for celestial dragons deeply in his heart and dare not reveal it at all, let alone reveal his identity as a slave of celestial dragons. However, Xiayat's coercion of the world a few days ago, let him know that there are still people who can do it. So in the words of Sand Crocodile, he is willing to surrender, and even willing to give everything. "I'm worth it in this life, but I have some grudges, I won't be a human if I don't report it in this life." With Baccarat and Tanaka stunned, Tetsalo laughed and said something that scared both of them. "Wait, celestial dragons garbage, I will chop you up and feed the dogs, treat you as slaves, and destroy everything you have. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, celestial dragons BD. Done. Lord Tetsalo is crazy." Baccarat and Tanaka looked at each other, Tetsalo's voice was too loud just now. Even, as if deliberately. Use the ability to amplify the sound, it is deafening, and the whole city is estimated to hear it. At this moment, there are not only merchants, pirates, major forces, even Marine Vice Admiral, and a celestial dragons. In an instant, the Golden City is in chaos. It's Tetsalo's voice. Hey, is he crazy? He even insulted celestial dragons. It's over. That's celestial dragons, run. Chapter 120. The entire Golden City was in chaos, and countless people rushed to escape. Damn Tetsalo, anger celestial dragons and attract Admiral and CP0, then everyone will be unlucky. Trash? Bastards. Hearing Tetsalo's laughter, Traverse Sand snorted for a long time, and then became extremely angry. Damn untouchables. To insult the descendants of God. Go, kill that untouchable for me, this saint will make him my slave. The 2 CP0s in white suits behind him disappeared immediately, leaving 2 men in black to guard Traverse. After the Sabayati incident, the safety of celestial dragons became more and more important. Now it is standard to travel with 2 CP0 elites, and then find 2 people from the family shield to follow. Baccarat, you go get Sand Crocodile and Rayleigh. Sensing that someone was attacking in the hall, Tetzalo sneered and rushed out. Now that he has decided to join Xiaoya's gang, and there are assists from Rayleigh and Sand Crocodile, it's still a fart. Today, catch celestial dragons and sacrifice to heaven. Whizzing. The 2 CP0 elites were about to rush to the tallest building when their bodies suddenly tightened. A mysterious wave suddenly rippling. Golden binding. 16 liquid gold pillars on both sides rose into the sky, a total of 32 pillars, and slammed into the 2 men fiercely. Shave. The 2 immediately flashed away. Ha 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 ha, looking for a dead guy, turn Lao Tzu into a sculpture. 5. Tetzalo sneered, his palm pressed down fiercely, and there seemed to be thunder and lightning rolling in his palm. Using his ability to control gold, all the gold powder that penetrated into the human body can be solidified, even the flesh and blood, and even the internal organs. No matter how good you can run, as long as you take control of your body, you're left with only one dead end. But a few seconds passed, and he did not see even a trace of gold appearing on the skin of the 2 of them. Tetzalo's face sank. So, have you been protecting me for a long time? ACP0 elite sneered, who do you think you are? When someone calls you the Golden Emperor, do you really take yourself seriously? To tell you the truth, the world government has already figured out your ability, and the gold powder that has fallen is the confidence of your arrogance. 99. Another CP0 is even more murderous. When you just insulted the noble celestial dragons, you were on the death list. Today, be a slave first. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Hearing the word slave, the Golden Emperor was completely furious. The liquid gold in the area where he was located completely burst, and a wave of gold tens of meters high rose. Golden tornado. Tetzalo quietly suspended in midair, palms together. The liquid gold that rose up around suddenly closed together and spun at an extremely fast speed, as more and more gold was absorbed. Driven by the golden tornado, the entire golden lake began to tremble. The 2 decisively moonwalked to heaven. Tempest kick tempest. Tempest kick cross. On one side, the dense energy formed a storm like a slash wave, which was extremely powerful. The surface of the golden lake was broken into pieces in an instant, and cracks with a width of dozens of meters appeared on the surface of the lake, as if a dozen swords had been slashed by someone. The tempest kick on the other side formed a cross blade, crossing dozens of meters vertically and horizontally, attacking the Golden Emperor extremely fast. Gold Guardian. When Tetzalo raised his hand, countless liquid gold surged up to form a thick golden wall that blocked the cross blade in front of him. The terrifying air blade ripped open the Guardian directly, fell on the Golden Emperor, and drowned it with the Golden Lake. Ah! Lord Tetzalo! In the auditorium not far away, several exclamations sounded at the same time. Some cotters are still a long way from the Golden Lake, and even if they want to go to the rescue, it is too late, not to mention that on that battlefield, they simply cannot fight effectively. Mr. Tanaka, go and help Lord Tetzalo. Baccarat said to Tanaka with a solemn expression, then turned to pick up the Rayleigh Sand Crocodile. Chilling a little, it's okay to leave it to me. 99. Mr. Tanaka is the guard of the Great Desalo and an important cotter under the Golden Emperor. Wearing the fruit can pass through all non-living bodies, relying on his elusive ability, and relying on his own marksmanship, he can barely be regarded as a killer. He put his palm down, and the hard golden ground seemed like nothing to him, and he passed through it strangely. When he took out his palm again, there was already a jet-black flintlock gun in his palm. Siler, give me death. He continuously pulled the trigger towards a CPO elite, and the power brought by the explosion of gunpowder caused the bullet to burst out at an almost sonic speed. No bullets. Every bullet is aimed at the eyebrows of a CP0 elite with great precision. Oh, ridiculous sneak attack. Although it was a sneak attack, under the perception of the CP0 elite observation hacky, any conspiracy and tricks could not succeed. You don't even need to hide, the terrifying armed palm directly catches the bullet and crushes it with one grip. Silly, it's arrogant. Mr. Tanaka, who had expected all this, suddenly laughed sinisterly. Now that you can perceive the trajectory of things, what if the thing is not in the current space? Can you respond? Not good. Just the moment the CP0 elite retracted his palm, a ring about the size of a finger appeared in the space in front of him, and in the next instant, from that ring, a jet-black bullet, also entwined with haki, burst out. Bullets come through space. Pfft. The bullet hit a CPO elite in the eye with great precision, and suffered heavy damage. Crash. The golden lake suddenly became turbulent again, and it twisted and flowed directly into a sharp weapon, wrapped in armed colors, and stabbed straight into the golden lake. Golden strangulation. Tetzalo's body formed on the lake, and he controlled thousands of armed weapons. At the moment when CP0 fell into the lake, he was strangled like 1,000 swords returning to his ancestors. Pfft. The blood mist sputtered, and the other CP0 was relieved from the shock. Damn! You actually killed my brother. God killed Tetsalo. There are 2 brothers in CP0, what a rare thing, this makes him extremely angry. Trash! How come there are so many dramas? Tetsalo was extremely disdainful. With him as the center, the circles of blue-purple fluctuations continued to spread, and in an instant, it completely covered the surrounding kilometer range. All the gold within a few kilometers rushed towards his body, and the rolling waves of gold used it. I don't know how many people were buried here. This is awakening. Damn, I didn't receive this kind of information. The CPO elite has a heavy face. Originally, 2 people could kill the Golden Emperor, but his younger brother died, and the awakened Tetsalo will be a terrifying upgrade. He stepped on moonwalk and was in the air, blocked by the golden waves, and he could only watch the golden giant wrapped around Tetsalo. From nothing, becoming taller and taller. Until finally standing between heaven and earth, becoming a huge giant close to 1,000 meters high. Circle circle. A huge momentum swept out, like a storm, rolling away some ruins and walls, and countless people roared and fled with death. Life is returned. The CPO elite was heavy for a moment, and a blood-colored mist rose up from his decisive body. The whole person seemed to be burning, and the momentum of the whole body rose straight up. Chopsticks, give my brother back his life. 6 styles, biggest wheel, heavy cannon. Boom. With a punch from a high altitude, a huge shock wave was directly formed, rushing towards the giant's head like a giant cannonball. Gold industry fire. Tetsalo's already huge fist at this time has been further armored. In the process of the fist falling, the golden punch seemed to achieve a dazzling effect due to the burning of high temperature. Boom. The shock wave smashes and directly collides with the CPO elite. The explosion attacked, as if a dazzling golden sun suddenly appeared in the dark night. Then came a powerful roar, and the surrounding area was crushed for thousands of meters. Huh? What a strong fluctuation! The ship's warehouse a few miles away from the golden ship. Rayleigh and Sand Crocodile watched in amazement at the terrifying golden explosion. Chapter 121. Too scary. Karina couldn't help shivering, she actually wanted to steal the treasure of that kind of boss. The kilometer giant that suddenly rose up just now is terrifying even from a few miles away. Mr. Rayleigh. Mr. Crocodile. Here. Baccarat opened a passage, and a boat came very fast and shouted. 2 gentlemen, please board the ship, Lord Tetsalo is fighting with CP0. There is also a celestial dragons on it, please help the adults to take it, thank you very much. 5. Seeing the polite Baccarat who jumped onto the boat, the 2 couldn't help but nod their heads. I didn't expect that Tetsalo's Iron Man, and such a bright and moving subordinate. Leave it to Miss Vivi, let's do maid training. Karina was full of apprehension, are we really going? No, people will die. Haha. Sand Crocodile glanced at Karina, then at the charming Baccarat. Immediately he opened an invisible portal and gave Rayleigh a small look. Go in. 99. Rayleigh slaps his hands in the air. Under the advanced armed color skills, Haki formed a rebound force, which fell on the 2 girls like a repulsion force. Bang bang. Baccarat and Karina were photographed in the invisible door. Hey. There's nothing but smirks left on the boat. The younger brothers do not know what Xiaya likes, nor what kind of women Xiaya likes. 140 But as long as it is a beautiful woman with rich characteristics, it is in the scope of everyone's dedication. In case one day, the girl they presented is valued by Lord Xiaya, that is a credit. Just like the ministers of the ancient emperors of the earth, trying to please the emperor. Beauty is one of them. If the emperor doesn't like it, there is nothing to lose. If the emperor likes it, it will make a lot of money. After a few minutes, the 2 of Rayleigh landed on the island, happened to meet celestial dragons and 2 guards, and killed them without a word. Ha ha ha, go to hell. 35. Tetsalo, who just killed the CP0 elite, felt refreshed. Look out over the marine warships and celestial dragons ships outside the Golden City, and immediately run wild again. Golden fire. The pupil of the right eye of the golden giant suddenly increased, and there seemed to be endless golden light condensing in the pupil. 2 seconds later, a laser beam that was almost condensed into substance shot out from his right eye, like a laser, directly hitting the positions of various warships. Boom boom boom. All marine and celestial dragons ships explode. Ah, BD. Tetsalo, damn you. The nearby marines saw that the ship was destroyed. Thousands of marines rushed towards the golden giant in anger, and various attacks fell over it. But I'm sorry, these few vice admirals' attacks are still difficult to break through the defense, and the others are even more scratched. A bunch of rubbish. I'm the Golden Emperor. I'm a god on this boat. Eve. Tetsalo stepped on the ground, the golden ground and high-rise buildings began to liquefy. The river formed by the gathering of countless liquid gold began to gallop recklessly on the Grand Desalo. Golden Ocean. Whoa. At a glance, the surging golden ocean could not be seen, the waves rolled up hundreds of meters, and everything was swallowed up. This sudden situation shocked countless people, and it is unknown how many people died in this accident. The incoming marine was crushed to death. FK. Are you crazy, Tetsalo? After being affected by the Golden Ocean, the sand crocodile was also furious, and was kicked out by the guard of celestial dragons on the opposite side. Tisk tisk, awakening, what a powerful force. Facing such a terrifying Golden Ocean, even Rayleigh had to retreat. The Golden City, which is full of gold, can add various buffs to Tetsalo's strength, and the weaker ones will die. In New World, he is definitely one of the strongest under the 4 emperors. Other pirates, unless they hang up, can they kill the Golden Emperor? Ah! Come and save me. Watching the incoming Golden Ocean, Trivers St was scared to pee on the spot. 2 CPO elites died, 2 family shields were contained by the Rayleigh sand crocodile, and the remaining small fish and shrimp collapsed one by one. To Trivers Saint's surprise, the Golden Ocean stopped abruptly a few meters away from him. Ah! Oh, Master Ben understands. 35. After returning to God, Saint Trivers snorted and became proud again. He raised his head and said disdainfully, Tzalo. I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. Don't get down on your knees, I might give you a chance to live as a slave, or I'll insult you celestial dragons, attack and scare me, you won't be enough to die 100 times. The faces of the 2 family shields turned black, and Rayleigh and Sand Crocodile, who were blocking them, cast an idiot's gaze. Ha ha ha, how dare I kill celestial dragons? You know, you are descendants of gods. The golden giant disappeared, Tetsalo walked over with a sneer, and every step made the golden lake, ripples and waves. Hurry up and kneel. Kneeling, you are paralyzed, and be a slave to Lao Tzu. Tetsalo shouted angrily, and the liquid gold under his feet rose up. Golden twist. Dozens or hundreds of liquid gold pillars, flexible like vines in the jungle, directly tied Trivers into a zongzi. Boom bang bang. Tetsalo rushed up and kept trampling on the celestial dragons, but he took most of his strength, so as not to trample the slave to death. Ha ha ha, the world's largest entertainment city, we will add a project in the future. Watch the abusive celestial dragons, 1,000,000 berry each time. Ha 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 ha, 99. Tetsalo maintained a shrewd business acumen even when he was furious. Dozens of ways to make money with celestial dragons slaves come up in a blink of an eye, and the world is going to explode. Special, what are you pretending to be? Sand Crocodile scolded while fighting, come and help, don't join us if you don't do anything, just go and do it yourself with the world government. Damn, the old man will stop beating. Rayleigh, who was quite envious and hated, stopped immediately and wanted to beat Tetsalo. Since retiring, he has worked hard every day to coat. He even pretends to be a slave from time to time to be trafficked and robbed of the rich, but at most he earns 100,000 berry each time, which is not enough to drink. What about Tetsalo? The richest man in the world. Today, any operation is just a rush of money, and it also runs the world's largest casino. Me. Rayleigh. Hate the rich. Stop arguing, I'm here. Golden punishment. Boom. More than half an hour later. The 3 of Tetsalo cleaned out Marine and others on the boat, opened the door directly, and let the Golden City swim in. The imprisoned celestial dragons instantly attracted countless onlookers, and Tetsalo was zealously collecting money, attracting countless people to complain and abuse this profiteer. Ding, the Golden Emperor joins the Minjayo Guild. Ding, Karina joins the Imperial Palace Guild. Ding, Baccarat joins the Imperial Palace Guild. With 1 more elite brother and 2 more maids, Xiaoya's mood is also very good. Have fun with a few maids, and then enter a different space to retreat. After exiting this time, directly build a country and start the New World Unification War. And now, on the coast of Dressrosa, there are a lot of powerhouses gathered. The news of these people gathering is enough to make a sensation in the world. It has included nearly half of the big pirates in New World, plus the younger brother. There are more than 10,000 people. Where's the pure gold? Doflamingo. This is a great pirate, a speed fruit person, pros hawk. GGG, don't hurry up and hand it over, or no one can save you. Yes, we must give each of us a point, you are not qualified to take it all. They joined Xiaoya's group, and they scared people to death. One by one, the big pirates, the evil party, the underground forces, and even the ACP0 of the world government are hiding in the corners. The 2 commanders of the Revolutionary Army were watching from one place. It could be said that no one was dispatched except Marine, and all the major forces were gathering at the moment. Pure gold. Legend has it that even a little bit can make people live forever. What if Doflamingo is Xiaoya's person? As long as I live long to hide until you die of old age and then come out. Chapter 122. Where's Cracker? If you don't hand it over, you'll die here. Katakuri was staring at Dover, and he couldn't help but want to kill. He would not allow his younger siblings to be hurt again. Bibubababo, everyone is so arrogant. Doflamingo took steps that he didn't recognize, looked at everyone contemptuously, and opened his arms. Pure gold? Leave it all here. Rustling. Endless thread erupts, birdcage surrounds the island again. After watching this scene, I didn't even bother to care what birdcage was, but it completely angered a group of big pirates. Come on, kill Heavenly Yaksha first. Dozens of big pirates, with thousands of younger brothers, rush in densely. Under the sound of rumbling, the ground in front of them cracked inch by inch, and a ferocious earth tiger rushed over with a roar, drowning it in the blink of an eye, drowning hundreds of people. Whoosh! A majestic sword glow, like a crescent moon, descends hundreds of meters across the battlefield. Pfft! In an instant, hundreds of pirates were directly cut in half, and a terrifying gully spread over 1,000 meters was drawn behind. Boom! The terrifying shock wave came from afar, smashing hundreds of people like anti-aircraft guns, and even overturning the ground several hundred meters ahead. Swoosh swish! Dozens of fluent arrows shot out, directly piercing through dozens of people, and shattering the buildings behind. Brush brush! Arnold, Hawkeye, Vabel, Jinbei all appeared. In an instant, the audience froze. This is a conspiracy. The faces of all the visitors were not good looking, and sure enough, the last glimmer of hope was shattered. They didn't really believe that Dover found pure gold, guessing it was a conspiracy, but there was a 1 in 10,000 possibility that they were willing to come, and greed rushed into their thoughts. Now that the island is sealed, there is only a war. Not good. Let's go. As if seeing something in advance, Katakuri's face changed greatly, and he turned and ran away without hesitation. Katakuri was terrified in his heart, but fortunately this time he came alone without his younger siblings, otherwise all of them would have to be buried here. Boom! Under the puzzlement of the powerhouses, a magnificent giant gate was outlined in the sky above, and it fell directly to the ground, smashing dozens of people to death. Click! With the broken door, everyone's eyes widened. Hey, fake, fake! An admiral, how is this possible? Ah! Escape! Escape! Damn Heavenly Yaksha, I won't let you go if I'm a ghost. One by one, the big pirates, even the Revolutionary Army, the ace CPO started to flee in panic. They believe that in such a situation, even if all 4 emperors and all big pirates come, they must escape. Whitebeard. Golden Lion. Shanks. Rayleigh. Marco. Fujitora. Beckman. Golden Emperor. Sand Crocodile. Hellmand. Coupled with the previous Hawkeye, Vabel, Jinbei, Arnold, Dover, this combination simply shocked the world. What's even more unbelievable is that Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Garb. Well, the 4 of them were on their way back to Marine headquarters, entered the room, returned to the moon with the help of the imprint of the bright moon, and then came with everyone. There are 19 top-level powerhouses, and the weakest are Shishibukai like Jinbei, the sand crocodile. One can imagine how terrifying it is. If it wasn't for Kaido, Yin, Fire Calamity, and others being suppressed, it would have made the forces even more terrifying. Nimazara, Jaws, and others are also here, everyone's power is too strong. All the mechs obey. Take them. For the glory of God the Father. 35. It is worth mentioning that Minjio Glory, the chief of the mechanical clan, also gathered 10,000 mechanical clansmen who are good at fighting, and followed the Golden Lion group to prepare to rush to kill. In Birdcage, the signal cannot be sent out, and the outside world cannot be contacted. The fastest way to solve the battle. Gee ha ha ha, you old fellow is still alive, lay down for me. Suddenly seeing an immortal old man, Golden Lion rushed over while laughing wildly. Goo la la la, you all stay away, I'm going big. Inexplicably excited, give me a face, let me play a wave of conqueror's pretense. 99. A lot of people, the old man has not done it for many years, let's take a rum first to suppress the shock. Come on, we're in a hurry, meteor volcano, 9. Ice Age. Boom boom boom. One by one, the big moves landed on the coast of Dressrosa, and the road behind was completely frozen. Doflamingo directly expands Birdcage, expands the band location more than 10 kilometers away from the ice surface, and transfers the battlefield to the ice surface, otherwise Dressrosa will be completely dead. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, no matter how you hide, they have been found out. The strong men were directly crushed by the crowd, shouting and cursing everywhere, and the blood flowed into rivers in a short time. And at the 10th minute, when the battlefield sound was much quieter, everyone's body was shocked. Swipe. The ice surface not far away suddenly began to crack, and Katakuri exclaimed directly, "Stop it all! The lanternfish is coming out! It's a super giant lanternfish!" 35. Wow! Whitebeard and others were stunned for a moment, suddenly surprised. The legendary pure gold is inside the lanternfish, but it is a supergiant lanternfish. Over the years, many people have killed a lot of lanternfish and have not found the hair. But at first glance, the supergiant lanternfish seems to have only one. That is a giant that can swallow several small islands in one bite. Boom! The ice surface shattered instantly, and a huge figure rose up from the sky. Above the sea, the waves are turbulent, as if the world will be drowned in the blink of an eye. Laughing, chatting, I didn't expect it to come true. Doflamingo was also very excited at the moment, and said excitedly, big. It's really big. It must have pure gold in its body. 0, ask for flowers. Crash. The huge shadow gradually surfaced on the sea surface. Even if it was just the body exposed on the sea, there were dozens of islands added together. Everyone finally saw clearly that this was a supergiant lanternfish. What is even more strange is that on its tentacles, there is also a dazzling light. If it's true, this is a great credit. Rayleigh couldn't hold back his excitement and stared at the lanternfish. Yes, Xiaya can indeed give people long life and even immortality, but why? I need a younger brother in the early stage, but in the later stage. Everyone believed that, without merit and hard work, Xiaya would not think about prolonging your life every day. Even if you are immortal, what about your relatives and friends? Do you still want to ask Xiaya to bestow? Dream. So pure gold is definitely a big credit. If it can be handed over to Xiaya or scientists to analyze and mass produce it, it will be awesome. Gee ha ha ha, a rare big guy. The golden lion laughed, and Dressrosa was in danger of overturning amid the overwhelming waves. Woo! A huge and long sound came from the mouth of the lanternfish. The huge lanternfish opened its mouth, and the sea water has formed a turbulent ocean current. Just like a bottomless abyss, nothing can escape the swallowing of this abyss. All the machines, step back. Minjiao Glory shouted, and looked at the lanternfish with burning eyes. This fish must be dedicated to your majesty. Without hesitation, contact the guild. Glory of the moon, Father God. A supergiant lanternfish that can engulf several islands appears in Dressrosa. Suspect that there is pure gold in it, please open the door and lead it. Avoid escaping. Yes, everyone did not dare to attack the lanternfish casually, in case the pure gold was injured, or he was surprised to dive into the deep sea and run away. Even if they shot and killed them together, they were afraid that it would affect the existence of pure gold in the body. In the different space of the moon, Xiaya, who was preparing to fuse her strength, suddenly opened her eyes. Giant lanternfish? Pure gold? Xiaya is also a rare surprise. This is definitely a treasure. What nonsense accidental creation can't be recreated, and in his hands, he can directly analyze and copy hundreds of millions, easily. Boom! A gigantic giant gate with an unseen top for tens of kilometers in length and width was pressing down on the coast of Dressrosa. It's your majesty's move. More. The red-haired people were delighted, and then looked sharply at Katakuri and the others. The huge giant gate went deep into the sea for several kilometers, and quickly attacked the lanternfish, directly engulfing it, and even engulfing a lot of big pirates. With the disappearance of the giant gate, Katakuri and others remained sluggish, and then became furious. Ah! Give back the pure gold. Chapter 123. Ah! Xiaya! All the forces are angry. The possibility of longevity is in sight. Who can be reconciled? Ice Age. Turn on the birdcage ban signal again, take them down, and hunt down all the other forces on the island. Don't let one go. Dressrosa is at war again. And on the moon. When the supergiant lanternfish that spanned dozens of miles landed, it instantly made everyone a sensation. Congratulations, Mr. Xiaya! When Xiaya appeared, everyone immediately bowed. Many people secretly looked at this god. After all, it is rare to see him. He looks more and more like an otaku, alas. Certainly. Immediately immobilizing the fluttering lanternfish, Xiaya felt her body. Sure enough, it's pure gold. Xiaya's eyes lit up, glanced at the curious crowd, and immediately disappeared in place. Also disappeared are the supergiant lanternfish. In a different space. In my name, create the ocean. In an instant, a basin with a vertical and horizontal dimension of several hundred kilometers appeared in the space, and the endless C-157 rushed in, and the lanternfish also swam in. This is a rare and cherished species. Xiaya will not kill. Stay in the moon aquarium in the future. Come out. Xiaya raised her hand, and the lanternfish broke a hole several meters high. 2 silhouettes and a bunch of life forms, as well as countless materials in a container flew out, and the wound recovered. Hey? Where am I? Who are you? Another idiot who covets this treasure that can buy the world's treasure? This treasure belongs to me alone. The little girl was short in stature, with dark skin, a bow tied on her head, and a sinister expression on her face. Beside her, there is also a small green lizard dragon. Orochia, is it really you? Next to him, a guy with a fat face and a round body widened his eyes. Miskia Asir, the scientist who made pure gold 200 years ago. The existence that has been sought by the world government. That little girl, his daughter, Miskia Orochia, who lived 200 years. But even after living for so long, the body still stays in childhood, and its development is extremely slow. It is conceivable that pure gold will give at least hundreds of thousands of years of life, and even more. Don't come here. 35. Looking at Azir vigilantly, Orochia looked at the glass container in Xiaya's hand again. Inside, fist-sized solid gold gleamed in a cylindrical vessel. Finally found it. Orochimaru was insidious and greedy. He laughed and said, "Pure gold can buy the treasures of the whole world. This is my own treasure. People are more greedy for money than anyone else. 5. Give it to me, oh. Is it?" Xiaoya's eyes lifted slightly, and a cold light flashed across her. Rustling. Orochimaru turned to dust on the spot and died completely. This 200-year-old little girl is completely brainless, telling people about pure gold everywhere. Usse, an old antique, is not worth much. Nice stock of knowledge. Xiaoya has a halo in her hand, which is the scientific knowledge and scientific talent in Azir's mind. After more than 200 years of boring, Azir read many scientific materials countless times. But it's all too outdated, it's considered waste, and it can make the foundation for the fusion of Minjiao glory. It really is an unrepeatable accident, but the process is too simple. After browsing the whole process of making pure gold, Xiaoya is uninteresting. Bang! A handful crushed the container, the glass shattered, the solution splashed, and fist-sized metal fell into his hands. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling light burst out from the metal, instantly turning a radius of thousands of meters into daylight. It's pure gold shine. The unique divine light in the pirate world. It's so beautiful. Xiaoya can't help but admire the beauty of pure gold. He only has one color, but it seems to be the condensation of endless light. After taking off the title of Lord of the Moon, Xiaoya could feel that the cells in her whole body were dividing very slowly, and she even felt warm all over her body. This piece is enough to increase your lifespan by 5,000 years. Feeling the increase in lifespan, Xiaoya put pure gold into the small world, stripped the very small pure gold and put it in her hand. Yes, even 1 gram is enough to increase your lifespan by 500 years. 99. But no matter how much, the lifespan of 5,000 years is the upper limit. B. Xiaoya put all the pure gold in her hand, carefully sensed and analyzed it. Omniscient, almighty, analyze, 9. Omniscient and omnipotent, create. 35. Boom. Thoughts exploded in my mind, and the simulation experiment was carried out again and again, only once in 100,000 times was it possible to succeed. Xiaoya went on, a million times, to bring the success rate to 10%. F. 30%. In an instant, after 10,000 simulations. This unrepeatable accident, Xiaoya pushed its success rate to 100%. Wow la. Immediately, the different space was filled with a large piece of material, which combined and reacted with each other. Come out, pure gold. 35. At the moment when Xiaoya's words fell, in a radius of hundreds of miles, it seemed that the different spaces in the endless realm were bright and overflowing. High altitude. This is a huge piece of pure gold with a diameter of hundreds of miles. It can even replace the sun and illuminate most of the moon, but it can only be used for lighting. After all, the function of the sun is not replaceable. It's really good, I will use pure gold to decorate the imperial palace in the future. Xiaoya is very satisfied with the existence of pure gold, all the younger brothers of Dressrosa before have credit. Reward for her merit. Ding, Minjiao Guild, Imperial Palace Guild, Master Xiaoya uploading pure gold. Many of the elite younger brothers who were fighting in Dressrosa were suddenly shocked. While typing, take time to check the guild and look at the uploaded items. Pure gold, Master Xiaoya analyzes and creates at will. Efficacy 1, quick recovery of injuries. Suppress any disease. Efficacy 2, 1 gram increases lifespan by 500 years. 10 grams increases lifespan by 1000 years. Over 100 grams, the upper limit is 5,000 years. Remaining quantity, 1 trillion tons. Qualifications, credits can be exchanged for the corresponding amount. Outsiders cannot be traded. Everyone was shocked. They thought that pure gold is very effective, but they did not think that just 1 gram can increase lifespan by 500 years. Moreover, there is absolutely no 1 trillion tons of pure gold in the lanternfish body, and it is only a few kilograms to die. But this kind of treasure was easily analyzed by Mr. Xiaoya to create trillions of tons. The admiration of everyone is like the water of the Yellow River, and their loyalty has risen a lot. Ding, all members of Dressrosa participating in the war can receive 1 gram of pure gold at any time. Ding, all those who participated in the war and did not join the guild can be collected by guild members. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help being surprised. Rewards for meritorious deeds, the difference is clear, they like this kind of boss. Everyone, thank you Lord Xiaoya, Lord Xiaoya is immortal. Xiaoya can't help but smile and nod. Showing a wave of mystery from time to time and harvesting a wave of loyalty, Xiaoya's omnipotent image can continue to accumulate in the hearts of everyone. It's time to find them. Xiaoya disappeared in place and opened the door to enter the world of pirates. Over the comm belt, Xiaoya floats into the void. You guys, can you hear me? Xiaoya closed her eyes, strange energy began to wash away. This is a weak, but incredible energy. Even Xiaoya made it easy to cross the 5.5 new world, across the east, west, north, south and 4 seas, all over the world. In an instant, all the sea areas shook. Woo! King! We are here! 35. Ha ha ha, it's the new king, our new king is calling. One by one the wise supergiant sea kings shook. His eyes were full of human excitement. How long, they don't know how long they have waited. Finally waiting for a king who can perfectly apply the power of Poseidon. Very good. As if hearing various voices, Xia smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry, there will be a day when you take action, now I need you. Need your loyalty. 9. The supergiant sea kings are a bit confused, of course we are loyal. Feeling an energy comparable to the power of faith, Xia smiled. Then, let's get started. 10 million doors, open. Chapter 124. Open thousands of doors. Xia directly opens 10 million invisible doors in all sea areas of the pirate world, covering every corner of the sea. Wow la la! The next moment, even those who could not see the invisible door, saw a terrifying scene one after another. I saw the black and golden round coins falling down one after another in the sky. This is the emblem of the bright moon, and it is raining emblems all over the world. In an instant, the world was buzzing. Countless people didn't know why, and even wanted to touch them, but they were bounced off and sent flying. The major forces shook one after another, only Xiaya's younger brothers understood what this was, but they were equally astonished. Like the first half of the Grand Line. Ah, this is, a moon batch. Just left Alabasta. Nami, who was bored on the boat drying oranges, was taken aback for a moment, looked at the batch rain and ran over immediately. At a glance, it seems that the whole sky is pouring bright moon badges everywhere. Hi! What is Master Xiaya doing? Sanji's stunned smoke fell. Does he know the function of the Minjiao batch? Let the people who touch it know the identity of Xiaya and many other functions. But now the badge rain does not fall on the island, but in the sea? What's in the sea? His. Invincible. It's so, unbelievable. Even the Iron Man Zoro can't help but be shocked. The marine who rules the world? Pirates? Great kingdoms? 04 is not. Compared with sea kings, humans are simply huddled in the corner. Nearly 90% of the world is the sea, and nearly half of the world is surrounded by red lines, and the rest is where human beings are. How terrifying the number of sea kings in the sea. Lord Xiaya, is this to conquer all the sea kings? System, come out for me. Xiaya, who has always been calm, is now depressed. He is the new king of the sea kings, he can feel how revered and loyal the sea kings are, but... Ding, your majesty, what do you mean? Why can't sea kings receive the moon badge? Xiaya sensed it, the emblem of the bright moon entered the sea. I thought that all the sea kings would receive it, and then I could fuse their powers myself, but Xiaya was wrong. Except for a few supergiant sea kings of the antique type, even if there are many of them that are not small or even larger, they still cannot receive the bright moon badge. Ding, have you forgotten? There are 2 prerequisites for receiving the bright moon badge. 99. Ding, first, the target surrenders to you. Even if it is false. Second, the target has wisdom that is not weaker than human beings. Hearing the system's voice that seemed to be wronged, Xiaya was stunned. I mean, am I to blame? No, I can sense that there are at least tens of thousands of people who can talk to me, but how come there are only nearly 100 of them? Ding, after testing, it was the influence of Poseidon's power. His own wisdom is not high. Xiaya silence. The final interpretation right belongs to the system? Okay, I'm not greedy, nearly 100 heads are enough. 5. Xiaya calmed down. Strength should rise slowly, too much at one time will float. The day. Badge rain shocks the world. But it seems that nothing happened, so it was hastily. However, the Revolutionary Army completely lost the 2 commanders, as well as the news of Sabo and Koala, and the world government also lost the news of several CP0s. Big Mom is furious at Cake Island because Cracker and Katakuri are completely out of touch. The underground forces, the major kingdoms are all furious. All the targets were directed at Dressrosa, the pure gold was not obtained, but the younger brothers lost contact one by one. But just when all the strengths were preparing to send troops to attack, a news spread all over the world. By the order of Lord Xiaya, Dressrosa belongs to the leadership of the moon. Golden Lion. Shanks. Whitebeard. Hawkeye. Hellmand. Anyone, any force, offender, kill without mercy. Wow. The news shook the world. Especially the collection photos of these people in the newspapers made countless people terrified. Really, too strong. What is terrifying is that Whitebeard also joined Xiaya's group, and the terrifying mechanical family is Xiaya's subordinate. The Xiaya group is too strong, even if Xiaya is removed, this is a terrorist force that is enough to threaten all forces. In a short period of time, the forces were uneasy and complex. Xiaya's ambition is finally exposed. At the moment when he occupied Dressrosa, everyone knew that this unimaginable powerhouse would never be reconciled and could only sit in a corner. Other islands, even the entire New World, and even the entire world, are his goals. At this moment, the world is shaking, and the undercurrent is surging. The revolutionary army has begun to shrink, and even the world government has begun to contact the ant and major forces, and many careerists are excited. Is this the age of God? The era of world government? No, this is the most chaotic, but the best era. So, countless villains, pirates, and careerists went crazy. I actually joined the Xiaoyai group and became. Ace couldn't say the words little brother and thug, and even felt a sense of shame. No matter how strong Xiaoyai is, it looks too young. He and Xiaoyai stand together, and most of them say that they are much older than Xiaoyai. But such a young-looking guy has become the boss of the old man. No. Absolutely not. Ace couldn't accept it, but when he thought of Teach, all his unwillingness turned into killing intent and anger. Whitebeard's choice Ace can't be reversed, but Blackbeard must die. This BD, how dare you contact me? The thought of Blackbeard contacting him just now, the harsh laughter made Ace extremely angry, and the good mood of meeting Luffy before was instantly destroyed. Banaro Island? You die for me. Thinking of the address given by Blackbeard, Ace directly sailed and killed it. Maybe in half a month, maybe in January, the two sides will start fighting, and the result can be imagined. 3 days later. Lunar alien space. The most critical moment has come. Xiaoyai first cloned into hundreds of millions, and first integrated all sword skills, abilities, physical skills, and combat experience. There are too many people, even if the clones are hundreds of millions, they have just finished running and digested. All the avatars returned to the original body. Xiaoyai began to fuse the fundamental powers such as body haki, body energy, spiritual energy, etc. Here we go. Xiaoyai closed her eyes, her aura grew stronger and stronger. Quasi 6-star peak? Break. Boom. A whole new field is opening to Xiaoyai. Perhaps in terms of strength, it is not even better than Xiaoyai, who was full of strength before. But the realm is indeed something that Xiaoyai does not have, because each realm of his is much stronger than the same realm, and only with a solid foundation can he go further. 6-star late. Quasi 7-star midterm. Boom. The Fishman Island has more than 5 million people. Daughter Island has nearly 1 million sisters and 157 children. Nearly 100 supergiant sea kings with a body size of no less than a few dozen miles. There are also tens of thousands of younger brothers of other big brothers. There are also dozens of strong men who are not weaker than Shishibukai. The energy of the body, the energy of the spirit, the fusion is too powerful. Early 7 stars. Teo hashtag. Quasi 8-star peak. 3 days later, Xiaoyai opened her eyes. His own realm and strength have all surpassed the boundaries of this world. Even just one step away, into the 8-star. This is the realm, not the strength of the so-called physical soul, etc. He is naturally far beyond the same realm. It is said that someone refines chi to 5,000 layers. Can't become an immortal? Cough. And because of some special cases, no matter how strong the body is, it still can't fly, such as a bald head. That is without the improvement of the realm, and naturally there is no ability that the realm should have, but the strength of the body cannot be underestimated. So even if you don't use the title of Lord of the Moon, even if you don't use the fruit ability, Xiaoyai can still take off physically at this moment, even extremely fast. Pirate world, fear nothing. No one can stop him, no matter how strong Yumo is, no matter how terrifying the national treasure is, if he can hurt Xiaoyai, he will lose. Any strange ability would be difficult to work on him. What curse, what ban, what space and time, he can break away and reject it instantly. After all, the strength of the user is too different from his, and it is difficult to take effect. Chapter 125. Host, Xiaoyai. Title, Lord of the Moon. Privilege, Life and Death. Creation of the Moon. Realm, the Quasi 8-star pinnacle of outsiders on the Moon. Combat power, the primary combat power of the lunar aliens rank 9 stars. Items, Small World with You. Special Random Door. Bright Moon Badge. Main Quest 1, Capture or kill all Shishibukai. Reward the right to transform the moon. Completed. Main Quest 2, Conquer or kill all 4 emperors. Reward the moon cloth. 3/4. Main Quest 3, Conquer or kill the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Reward Bright Moon Sword. 0 or 30%. Main Quest 4, Conquer or kill the high-level Marine. Reward the Throne of the Moon. 80%. The Ultimate Task 5, Destroy the World Government, Rule the World of Pirates. Turn the Moon into a Power Center. Reward the title of Lord of the Navigation World. Unfinished. A battle strength that spans nearly 2 great realms. Mission 2 and Mission 3. Xiaoyai thought about it and understood. Kaido was still suppressed, even if he hadn't given him the Minjio batch, but he had been killed more than 100 times, and it was done. Revolutionary Army? Sensing the moon, Sabo, Koala, both commanders are in prison. Come on, the defense of the Minjiu sacred cloth, the power of the Minjiu throne must be obtained first. Wait until the peak of the 9 stars, and further progress is the next field, the star burst. 9 stars of the human level, 9 stars of the earth level, 9 stars of the sky level. Xia Yi realizes her own power, and it is true that she cannot directly destroy the planet of Pirate World. But given him time, he can push the surface horizontally, and nothing will grow. Whitebeard and others are only 5 stars. When Xia Yi reaches the ground level, she will explode the star with one punch. Enough is enough, start building a country. Everything is set for the author's bacteria, don't care, it's not important. Now on the surface of the moon. Millions of mechs get along with millions of people and grow extremely fast. The islands are connected together, and lively sounds can be heard everywhere. Everyone pay attention, at 8 o'clock tonight, Jiangguo. Everyone's attention, at 8 o'clock tonight, Jiangguo. 35. Robin's voice rang through the moon under the loudspeaker made by Xia Yi, and everyone was shocked. Everyone is excited too. Once the country is established, the unification war will officially begin, and the pirate world will also become Xia Yi's. In an instant, Dressrosa's Whitebeard and others rushed back to the moon. Aokiji and others at Marine HQ looked at each other. Well, go back to the room to rest for a while, let someone guard the door, and return directly to the moon. The establishment of the country is a must, and no one wants to miss it. The Straw Hat pirates on the Grand Line were also shocked, and they were about to moor the ship on a nearby island, leaving. The new chopper? Everyone immediately looked at each other, but Chopper didn't have the imprint of the bright moon, so he couldn't bring it back. Nami was also embarrassed to use the guild to contact Xia Yi to open the door. This trivial matter really shouldn't bother Xia Yi. Chopper, I can only grieve you, when we come back, I will bring you a batch. It's okay, I can protect the boat, trust me. 39. Chopper raised his little hoof and said firmly. Although it is curious about Xia Yi and the moon, it is also very sensible. 2 hours later. Everyone under Xia Yi gathered on the surface of the moon, plus millions of people in the Fishman Island were waiting in a dense crowd. Everyone is excited and looking forward to it. So many people, what to do? Koala and others who had just been released, Quinn and others looked at countless people and dozens of bosses nervously. I'm finally out. Kaido, who had been suppressed by Wuzishin for many days, took a breath and did not dare to be arrogant at this moment. Xia Yi killed him hundreds of times in a row with a single sentence, and Wuzishin is a nightmare. Where did he get his arrogance? That kid. Sabo is also full of tension. But suddenly seeing Luffy jumping out of the far corner, his body was shocked and all his memories returned. Luffy just turned his head, and the two burst into tears. A bitter drama of brothers recognizing each other is unfolding here, attracting many people's attention. Garp rushed straight over. Son thief! Look at Grandpa's iron fist of love. Bang bang bang! Luffy was almost blown up, stunned countless people. Sabo also affected the fish pond and rolled the eyes of the dead fish. Gala Luffy? Ace's always mentioned boy. Whitebeard smiled, suddenly thinking of Ace. That son was a stubborn bull and couldn't understand his choice, so he could only find some time in the future to bring him back. Maybe he won't come back, maybe he's disappointed, maybe he wants to kill the traitor stubbornly. Buzz. After another half an hour, a gleaming light flickered in the far-off nothingness. What followed was a shocking force. The next moment, a stalwart figure sits on the gorgeous throne, and the godlike majesty is poured over the entire moon. Congratulations, Mr. Xia Yi. Everyone was shocked and knelt in unison. Congratulations, Father God. The glory of the moon brings millions of mechanical people to pay tribute. Meet Mr. Xia Yi. Sabo's group, Kaido's group, Cracker, etc. And many big pirates who fell to Dressrosa a few days ago all bowed. If you don't worship, you won't be able to stand out from the crowd. This is my country. Looking at the dark crowd below, Xia Yi is also very proud. Haven't experienced that millions of people worship, you will never understand what kind of mood it is. Xia Yi's ambition is inspired again. How can a million people be enough? He wants billions of people. Billions of trillions of people. The whole world. All the heavens and all worlds worship. Get out. Xia Yi waved her hand directly into the theme, and the incredible power washed the entire moon. Clap la la. Everyone was excluded from the moon, but stood in the void under the mighty force and looked at the moon one after another. In my name, sea, land, and waves. Boom. Under the deafening ear, land on the lunar surface rose to form continents, and land collapsed into basins. Immediately afterwards, endless sea water emerged from the void, filling the gully basin, and seeing the sea and land waves at a glance. A continent occupying 3/10 of the lunar surface appeared, and there were hundreds of islands condensed around them, and an extremely large land mass was next to the continent. In my name, the mountains and rivers are magnificent. With a bang, under the shock of everyone, the barren moon. Pieces of mountains and rivers are turbulent, and pieces of forest stand. All the islands and continents are stacked with mountains, and rivers, and clouds and mists form a perfect picture, like a fairyland. This scene is displayed in front of everyone like the creation of the world, and it is engraved in the depths of the soul. This is God. Those prisoners who have not been given the Minjiao badge are all stunned and shocked. Xiaya's Kamui, beyond their imagination, can't describe the mood in words. In my name, the cities will be brilliant. On the mainland rose up a piece of magnificent cities. And in the center of its continent, there are even more continuous buildings, a magnificent giant city, and its city is known as the imperial capital. And at the end of the imperial capital is a magnificent building with splendid splendor, green tiles, red eaves, glazed eaves, Kaianglu and Yu, and its name is the imperial palace. In my name, the sky is heavy. In an instant, the moon began to blur, by Li Zhao. Layers of atmosphere lingered and covered, and everyone could still see the moon in the distance turned blue. Like a miniature version of Pirate Planet? No, this is the supreme place to rule the world of pirates. Brush brush. Everyone fell into the Imperial Plaza, and the air was so fresh. It is clearly a square that spans 10 miles, but many people are astonished that this square seems to have no edge in sight, as if the space is folded, and it will never be filled with people. In the center of the square, a luxurious high platform stands with continuous steps, and Xiaya is standing on the top throne. Woo, woo. Boom, boom, boom boom boom. At this moment, the sound of the horn and the drums of war suddenly resounded throughout the imperial capital. This is the unyielding horn, this is the sound of the immortal drum, this is the sound of the golden iron horse of the empire conquering the heavens. Hearing this voice of coexistence of arrogance and pride, millions of people in Imperial Plaza were all excited. Everyone's heart is filled with a feeling of honor, wishing that Xiaya would immediately ascend to the throne, conquer the heavens, and be immortal. The hour has come, the enthronement ceremony begins. Chapter 126. The scene where Xiaya created the moon just now, everyone is like a dream. Lord of the moon, God of creation. At this moment, everyone is extremely respectful, even Kaido and others who have not yet understood the Minjiao badge can't help but feel a sense of adoration. Raise the hand to transform the moon and make it bigger than the world of pirates. What level of existence is that? Most importantly, except for the almost uninhabited red line, everyone has never seen such a vast continent. Those islands that countless people are looking for are simply incomparable in front of this continent. The hour has come. The enthronement ceremony begins. Seeing that the time has come, Minjiao Glory on the high stairs spoke calmly, and everyone heard it clearly. Everyone is solemn, and unconsciously, their hearts are linked together, and they worship Xiaya together. Xiaya, the Lord of the Moon, slept for 2.58 billion years. 35. The sky and the earth are vague, all things are clumsy dogs, sighing at the grand aspirations of the common people, feeling the sorrows of all beings, and building an empire to secure the Buddha. 99. Therefore, the empire should be like the stars over the moon, and the galaxy of the world, bowing its head and serving as a minister. Therefore, the empire should be like a bright moon across the sky, illuminating the heavens, and all ethnic groups worship. The empire looks to the abyss of infinity, and then opens the gate of Kanghong, unifying the infinite, eternal, and immortal. Imperial power is supreme. The emperor is the only one. The Lord of the Moon, ascend the throne and become the emperor, the country's name is Minjiao. Ao. After the oath of enthronement was finished, everyone was excited. The Xiaya on the magnificent high platform seemed to be radiant at the moment, making everyone's heart surging and worshipping endlessly. Hey, what is that? Everyone was shocked. I saw Xiaya's whole body, an infinite miniature rising up. The most shocking thing is that when people look closely, they can clearly see what the miniature is. Like Whitebeard. Looking closely, it seems that all the scenes around him are changing, and a miniature of Xiaya's body is rapidly magnified billions of times. This is a new world. Whitebeard saw that this world was different from the world of pirates. That is an extremely vast continent, which is being trampled by terror. The two people above, one side was heavily shadowed, and the other was flames, and the battle swept the entire continent. During the collision, the continent was devastated and countless lives perished. Until 22 kinds of strange flames flew from afar, all of them condensed in mid-air, and an ancient ruler with brilliant colors smashed to the ground. Under the shock of Whitebeard, a huge abyss with a vertical and horizontal dimension of 100,000 miles appeared on the mainland. Whitebeard retracted his gaze and looked at the other miniatures. Countless people are horrified, excited, and shocked. The endless miniatures turned out to be incredible new worlds, which made their horizons skyrocket. There are people who will unite all countries, one emperor through the ages. Someone, punching stars, coercing the world. Someone, roaring galaxy, smashing the galaxy. Someone, with a single instruction, the universe is shattered. Someone, pioneering the world, is unparalleled. One by one, the world's top talents were displayed in front of countless people. At the same time that everyone's heart was surging, suddenly, many people are silent. Years, you are so ruthless. A certain emperor who unified all countries and unified the country, his eyes were full of longing for life. But he is going to die, old age, sickness, mortal pain. He will not understand that after his death, the country will be shattered. Some people can even destroy the universe, but their lifespan is only a few 10,000 years. Why? Isn't this deity invincible? Because a certain invincible world powerhouse was suddenly pointed out by an inconceivable existence and destroyed the great thousand world, directly destroying it completely. The invincible doesn't know who made the shot until he dies, and he doesn't understand why there is such a terrifying existence. He has clearly reached the peak, right? Is there a boundary outside the world? Are you a frog at the bottom of a well? Invincible is a kind of prison, no way forward. Because of the terrifying existence of the universe's reincarnation when the galaxies are broken and the eyes are raised. How bright their life is, but in the end there is only loneliness. Lonely. Sadness. Someone overlooks the sea of cosmos, but sighs alone in the hall. No matter how hard they struggle, they still can't break through the barrier of promise and go to the new promise. Yes, you have shattered the world, you have seen the heavens and the world, you have shattered the universe, and you have seen the universe of the universe, so what if you become an immortal and an ancestor? But they all understand that the strong never end. The heavens and the universe that I know are not cages, and maybe even the so-called heavens are just a small broken ball in the eyes of some people. But they can't get in, can't jump from one promise to another promise, the bright first half of life, the lonely second half of life. Invincible loneliness, who can understand? Is there a supreme existence that opens the way? Proud? How proud is the frog at the bottom of the well? No one wants to be a frog in a well, if someone can take them, Eve, to the new promise. Keep fighting, keep going strong, they are willing to follow. Suddenly. Everyone got it. If there is no Syayat, they are also frogs in the bottom of the well. If there is no Syayat, all beings in the pirate world can only turn to the dust of history. Only Syayat can break through infinity and bring new light to Tianjiao of all realms. Crash. For a while, everyone bowed down. All the reverence, indescribable, reached its peak. Oh gods, what I want to lead are the real gods. 35. Syayat exhaled slowly, her eyes radiating sharp eyes. After today, I will not be the ordinary beings I used to be, but the emperor who wants to accept the heavens as a territory. I am enthroned as emperor today, from now on I will abolish my title and change my name to me. In the name of the Emperor of the Moon, I am here to preach Wuji. 99. The future generations will continue to be counted, billions and billions of infinite epochs, and the Minjiu Empire will last forever. 5. The sun and the moon are the evidence, the heaven and the earth are the same, and the immortals, devils, and gods listen to it. Starting from today, we will start the year with the Minjiu Empire's chronology method, and this year is the first year of the Minjiu. Xiaya's deafening words resounded in the imperial capital, like the endless light in the darkness, illuminating everyone's heart. Looking at the unparalleled Xiaya on the high platform, everyone is fascinated. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. The loud shouting sound seemed to spread all over the moon, as if it spread to the world of pirates, instantly burning the atmosphere to ultimate enthusiasm. May the empire last forever, and may your majesty be immortal. Xiaya's excited heart gradually calmed down. 20 years of ordinary people, 5 years of emptiness. 2 months of enthronement and proclaiming emperor, this is his current life. Xiaya believes that his future will be brilliant. As long as you are stable, you can definitely stand on the highest ground and rule the heavens. When the empire was first built, I should have fun with the people. 35. Xiaya's voice echoes to the moon, and when she raises her hand, it can be washed away with great power. In my name, the injury will never come back. Buzz. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the pale green light spots in the nothingness, which fell on their bodies like a majestic rain. In an instant, everyone was warm. Even if you have never been sick, even if you have never been injured, even if you are an uncontaminated baby, there are still some neglected problems in you. Not to mention that many people have secretly injured their whole bodies, even with disabilities, and their injuries will disappear in the blink of an eye. It's a blessing not to look at things, but old man, I'm very happy at the moment. The scars on his face were completely removed, and Fujitora, who was bright again, felt very lucky the moment he opened his eyes. The empire he owes allegiance will be the perfect country that he will give everything to maintain. In my name, life is resurrected. The next moment, everyone was shocked. A majestic energy rain fell from the sky again, and it was indeed golden. Everyone was immersed in the light and rain and felt extremely comfortable, and those who were older were even more choked and excited. His Majesty is restoring youth to everyone and living a wonderful second life. Ha ha ha, the old man has become a little fresh meat. Kizaru laughed suddenly, a light mirror condensed in his hand, and his eyes were full of bewildered confidence. Look, what was once Marine's first tender grass, is back. Rayleigh, Akainu, etc., and even Kaido and others are still in their prime, and their hearts are full of admiration. Even if you are young, you will feel refreshed. Thank you, Your Majesty. May the empire last forever, and may your majesty be immortal. Chapter 127. The creation of the moon, the establishment of an empire. The miniature of the heavens, the revival of life. In a short time, everyone seemed to be drunk. Drunk under the might of His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. The glory of the moon, obey. Robin appeared on the high stage to announce. Minjiu Glory immediately knelt down and listened to the announcement. Your Majesty's vocation, make you a 3-star general. Form the Royal Forest Army, guard the Imperial Capital and guard the Imperial Palace, form the Minjiu Crusade, call the Minjiu Marshal, and fight the world for the Minjiu Empire country. Thank you, Your Majesty. 35. Minjiu Glory bows respectfully. Arnold, Rayleigh, Shiki, Edward Newgate. Your Majesty's vocation, make you 2-star generals, and organize elite troops to fight the world for the Minjiu Empire. Thank you, Your Majesty. A series of nearly 10 people were bestowed with seals, and they could form troops one after another. Once again, dozens of people were awarded as 1-star generals and joined the major troops. Some have joined the Wenchen lineup. From soldiers to Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Admirals, the Empire implements 16 stars of military merit. The Admiral is only the 7th star, and the 9-star Admiral is the end. If you don't have enough military and political achievements in the future to become a 1-star general, or a 7-star political officer, it's over. Currently, there are 5 types of imperial armies. 1. A total of 100,000 armies of all ethnic groups formed the Imperial Forest Army to guard the Imperial Capital and the Imperial Palace. 2. A standing army guarding all walks of life. Such as a new marine in the maritime world. Formed after unification. 3. The top powerhouses from all walks of life form their own teams, and the leaders are the generals. Thousands of people are full, and they must be elites. Team names are not allowed, Xia, Ya, Wang, Huang, Emperor, which is a taboo. God, Holy, Ancestor, Zun, Lord, etc., it doesn't matter, Xia Ya doesn't care. The clan must be formed by the strongest in the first echelon of the empire. If there are members stronger than the clan generals, they can form a new clan by themselves. If the general of the clan falls into the first echelon of the empire, he will merge into other clans, or join the Moon Crusade. 4. The mechanic group formed the Minjiu Crusade, and the Minjiu was honored as the commander, and cooperated with the army to besiege. 5. God's Guard / Heavenly Emperor's Guard. There are no positions, members are free, and no team is formed. The members are directly led by Xia Ya, and they only follow Xia Ya's orders. When there is no war, members of the escort team abide by the Imperial Capital and eliminate hidden dangers from all walks of life at any time. During the war, follow the team, go out with the army. Daily time, the Emperor travels, the guards follow, and the personal guard. Qualifications, top powerhouses from all walks of life. Different from ordinary people's attributes or talents. Clear personality. Xia Ya agrees. Current guard members, Hawkeye, Kizaru, Aokiji, Helmand. The 4 have different personalities, but none of them want to recruit their subordinates, so they joined the escort with Xia Ya's consent. The Minjiu Empire is not divided, and the Imperial Palace has no males and no eunuchs. In the depths of my Imperial Palace, no one wants to enter. Xia Ya is very disgusted with the eunuch. Some of him are maids. The maids are not weak women, can't they take care of the Imperial Palace? Nonsense. The minister held a meeting in the Minjiu Hall outside the Imperial Palace, and the Imperial Forest Army was also guarding it. Put on the barrier, and even a bird will not want to fly into the depths of the Imperial Palace. Imperial power is supreme. The Emperor is the only one. By His Majesty's order, from now on, the new world will be unified. 35. All noble kingships, marine pirates, and underground forces no longer exist. Minjiu's glorious shout shocked everyone's heart. Finally, it's time to start the battle, take the new world first. But Xia Ya understands that the world government will not sit and wait to die, it can only struggle with fear. Perhaps the moment when the new world is unified, before it is even unified, a world war will begin. Today, have fun with the people. When Xia Ya raised her hand, the whole Imperial Plaza became more lively. In the Imperial Plaza, which was folded by space, as if it could not see the edge, millions of people spread out gently, and there were gorgeous tables and chairs in front of everyone. The food is fragrant and the wine is sultry. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal drum sounded, and everyone sat down quietly, excited. The empire was first built, His Majesty and the people had fun, and the show was on. With Robin's voice, everyone looked curiously at the high platform ahead, no matter how far they were, they could see clearly. Next moment. Puff. A lot of people are drinking. At the beginning of the hot music, I saw Golden Lion leading Whitebeard, Shanks, Kizaru, Dover, and even Hawkeye and others, dancing there. The extremely hot and dazzling dance starts here. Everyone looked sluggishly, and the brain was a little short-circuited. Is this a cold eagle eye? Is this a serious Akainu? Look how dazzling Whitebeard's big eye is wriggling. Ow oh! The next moment, everyone screamed and cheered. Damn, what a wonderful life! Kaido below also widened his eyes and suddenly wanted to dance. Your Majesty, what dance is this? Xiaoya also sat down on the high platform, and the little maids below came together, and Vivi asked very curiously. It is said that the seaweed dance was rehearsed by Golden Lion, so I have a heart. Xiaoya smiled, turned on the video, and recorded the scene. The courtiers are offering great gifts one by one. FK. What kind of wine is this? Zoro, who couldn't help drinking while watching the show with delight, suddenly widened his eyes. After a sip of wine, he felt that his soul was sublimating. His strength, physique and even his perception of kendo are rapidly increasing, and he has taken a big step forward on the road of Jianhao. Hey! This kind of food is invincible. Sanji ate a piece of delicate pastry at will, and his scalp was numb in shock. That is a kind of refreshing feeling that makes the soul flutter, and even strengthens all his strengths, and his understanding of cooking has skyrocketed. Let's eat. Millions of people were blown away by the delicious food and wine. This is specially created by Xiaoya, which can greatly enhance the physique and greatly enhance the perception. Even if Golden Lion and others drink and eat it, they can still be stronger by 30 to 40%, saving years of hard work. A few hours later, even Xiaoya couldn't help but admire the shows prepared by the big guys themselves. Gentlemen, you are really attentive. 3 days later, set off for New World. Xiaoya's last words directly determined the fate of New World. At the same time, there were thousands of bright moon badges sprinkled in front of Kaido and others, and he felt the reverence of these people from the bottom of his heart. 0. Ask for flowers. Yes, Your Majesty. Familiarize yourself with the moon, and don't make trouble in your own home. Congratulations to Your Majesty. When Xiaoya left, many people were relieved and full of reverence. In fact, His Majesty's power is getting bigger and bigger, even Whitebeard and others can't help trembling. Then one by one excitedly looked at the square, looked at the imperial capital, looked at the imperial palace, and then began to disperse. The land and oceans of the moon are very large, and there are countless prosperous places. While there are not many people, if you don't settle down first, there will be no place to cry in the future. Marshal Minjiu, I want to return to the Revolutionary Army. Sabo's words attracted many people's attention. Seeing the inexplicable eyes of everyone, Sabo immediately waved his hands and sneered, everyone misunderstood, I am not going to inform, I am going to persuade the leader to return to the Minjiu Empire and serve His Majesty. Develop a revolutionary army? What a joke! So many big bosses gather to sharpen their knives, and if they don't surrender, they will die. The world government is entering the countdown to death, so the dream of the revolutionary army is complete. It is the right way to return to the Minjiu Empire as soon as possible and do a new big cause. Well, yes, but... Or many rags willing to surrender, but others, can you promise? The words of Minjiu Glory puzzled Koala, but Sabo was about to refute, and his face suddenly became bitter. Overthrow the world government? To put it bluntly, it is to fight the country. So many people have spent half their lives supporting Drago. There are even major forces rooted in the Revolutionary Army, and many people just want to become the new powerful people to dominate the world. We support you so much. But you are good, halfway through the process of being a little brother, what about us? If Drago dares to surrender, he will definitely be hated by many revolutionary cadres, and he will not surrender even if he dies. Some things can't be stopped once they start, how many people's efforts and expectations are wasted. I will try my best to bring everyone down. Sabo's heart is a little cold, he can't imagine the scene where many cadres are unwilling to surrender, and then the imperial army descends, bloodstaining the revolutionary army. If he is still reluctant to surrender despite his efforts, Sabo can only let nature take its course. Don't surrender? The world government is about to end, so why are you other than greed for power? Sabo is not willing to kill everyone for these people. This is Suyodan. Minjiu Glory came over and handed a bottle to Aokiji, now you are too young, eat it first. 99. It can make you return to the way you were before, and it will automatically recover after 2 months. Garp and the others nodded, otherwise it would be too chaotic to come back one by one. Especially Kizaru, whose acting skills have reached the point of deceiving himself, he has been praising himself for being a little fresh meat with a mirror. I slap your face. You were more wretched when you were young. Ah, shouldn't we also, ask Sengoku and the others to come? Kizaru's proposal immediately made Aokiji contempt, and then they were full of consideration. Yeah, it's all about war. Sengoku, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's be happy together. Live. Death. Chapter 128. The next day. The major forces began to integrate. It's not about ordinary people on the moon, well, for example, Straw Hat Crew is too weak, and also ordinary people. Throw it into the pirate world and continue to wave. If you grow up, you will naturally be able to join the army. If you can't grow up, then be an ordinary person for the rest of your life. That night. Silence begins at Marine headquarters. and in a villa in the town of Marineford. Watching the villa busy and busy. Akainu burning fire, Aokiji ice wine, Garp washing vegetables, Kizuru cooking scenes. Sengoku is stunned all over. Crane is also puzzled. What's the situation? Marine's 3 camps, doves, hawks, neutrals, and the leaders of the 3 factions actually gathered together. To cook for the marshal, for the staff? Let the old man slow down. After get off work, Sengoku went back to rest after a tiring day, made a side dish and had 2 sips. Unexpectedly, these 4 people came together with wine and food, and also invited the Crane. After get off work, during 157, all the big bosses of Marine have a dinner together. It's been a long time since it happened, and Sengoku misses it. Sengoku pondered for a long time and couldn't help but say, "Cough, Garp, why don't you take a break and I'll come? FK off. The old man doesn't want to cook for you, right? No, I'm afraid you didn't wash it. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it won't kill you." Sengoku choked and looked at Kizuru again. "Can you cook? Don't you? Marshal. Trust the abilities of a Marine Admiral. I am loyal to Marine. Loyal to world government. Naturally I can cook well." 99. Kizuru's sonorous voice infected Sengoku. Even ignoring that this has nothing to do with cooking. Aokiji, Akainu, Garp cast scornful glances without a trace. This showman. Now it's hard to hold back without acting for a day. That's great. Touched by this warm scene, Crane didn't think much. The most is thinking, perhaps this time, the 4 of them attacked the territory of the 4 emperors together and expressed their feelings. After all, she does not understand the feelings of men. That's fine, it's better than fighting every day, making people laugh. An hour later, the 4 of Kizuru were in a hurry to finish the meal. "Oh, I can't eat." Aokiji sighed as he looked at the dark dishes that were hard to swallow. Akainu frowned even more. "I said long ago that Paul Salino, the old man who grew up, can cook and waste food. Then why don't you do it? You can't even tell the difference between cabbage and radishes." 39. Kizuru's counterattack was even sharper, and Garp on the side stopped him. "Forget it, it's fine if you don't eat, just drink 5. Don't worry, the meal I ordered was delivered." Crane shook her head. Could she not understand the 4 of them? "None of them can cook, so I ordered a meal early and it just happened to be delivered." A minute later, sumptuous food was filling the table, and the wine was fragrant. "In the future, get together." Raising his glass, Sengoku said these words heavily, choking a little. "I spent my whole life for Marine, all my former comrades are no longer there. Even the rest are crippled waste. Even if they live well, each of them is intrigued, or disappointed with Marine and leaves, and their affection fades. Nowadays, this kind of harmonious dinner scene, Sengoku has only encountered in a dream. If Marine is united as one, everyone is diligent and upward, not greedy for power and wealth, and not harming the people. In order to fight against the pirates without fear of anything, Marine can be many times stronger. Marshal, I'll give you a toast. I'm done, you can do whatever you want." Kizuru drank a glass of wine, and said sincerely, "I admire the ability of the Marshal, and the management of the Marine of Noah in an orderly manner. I really hope that you will continue to do it forever." Seconded. Great proposal. Well said. Akainu, Aokiji, Garp nodded. Sengoku didn't know why, but he was a little overwhelmed, and quickly said, "Don't say that, the old man is old, and if he does this every day, he will never have a chance to retire. The future is yours, you won't be able to accept the old age." Hearing this, Kizuru immediately toasted another cup and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Marshal, you will stay young forever, Marine still needs you. The people can't live without you." Cough, I hope so. Sengoku even had a few drinks, and some doubts about life. When did Kizuru flatter so much? "But no matter how much you shoot, I can't recommend you to be a marshal. Actually, ahem. Aokiji's acting skills are quite immature, so he can only bite the bullet. This time we are here mainly to express our apologies to Marshal and Senior Crane. If you make a big mistake in the future, I hope the 2 of you can forgive me." 99. Sengoku, Crane, stunned. "Right." Akainu also immediately took over the words and said solemnly, "Marshal, Senior Crane. Everyone makes mistakes, we can't keep holding on to that person's mistakes and blame them for the rest of our lives, right?" Sengoku, Crane, bewildered. Garp said with a straight face at this moment, "Sengoku, Zaihe, we have known each other for decades, have I lied to you? No. Then have I hurt you? No. 35. So, if I really do something that makes you resentful, please forgive me once, or I will suffer for the rest of my life." Sengoku, Crane, shock. What the hell happened? The 4 of them were nervous, and one of them was outrageous, so that the 4 of them wanted to mutilate the 2 of them. "Hey, are you?" As if thinking of something, Sengoku's face changed greatly. Immediately back several meters, he said solemnly, "Okay you guys. I said why are you so kind today? Are you out of money, ask me to borrow money?" 35. The old man put the words here today, if you want money or not, you will die. Everyone's eyelids twitched and they almost vomited blood and sprayed Sengoku to death. The Iron Rooster who even has to deduct a few points from his salary, borrow your sister's money. Marshall misunderstood, sit down first. Signaling Sengoku to calm down, Kizaru said mysteriously, you lost a treasure some time ago, I found it for you, look. Saying that, the invisible door opened wide, and the two of Sengoku didn't notice that. But... what? A familiar sheep cry suddenly made Sengoku's eyes widen. I saw a sheep come out like this, and Sengoku was very excited and screamed. Ah! Oh my sheep! You are back at last! Sengoku was quite excited and hugged him quickly, but then his face darkened. Damn it, who made my Alaska pleasant so fat, the old man can't hold it. The sheep that used to be strong, have now become fat into a ball, and have grown into a big fat sheep that weighs thousands of pounds. Sengoku was emotional and didn't think much about it. But the crane was in shock, and even cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his eyes were full of anger. Garb! Tell me! Where did this sheep come from? 35. Huh? Yet. Didn't the sheep get caught by Xia yet? Sengoku came back to his senses and glanced at the four of them with heavy eyes, as if he had thought of something, and his heart skipped a beat. Ugh! Garp sighed, unable to bear the gazes of the two of them, and immediately shouted decisively. 5.5 What are you still doing? Aokiji blocks the door, Akainu blocks the way, Kizaru does it. Ice Age. The extreme coldness sealed the entire villa, it was extremely heavy, and it was difficult for the sound to come out. No way! And Akainu turned the ground into lava, forcing both Sengoku and Crane to the front of the invisible portal. Light speed kick. Kizaru disappeared in place and kicked the crane with a quick kick. Sengoku was shocked and ready to shoot, but in a moment of stunned, Garp's fist came straight at him. Bang bang! In an instant, the two flew upside down and fell directly into the portal. The four let out a deep breath. No one likes betrayal, but if the two of Sengoku are not sent to the moon, then death awaits. Miss Robin is waiting there, let's just wait for them to come back. Aokiji didn't want to face the roar of the two, and sat quietly and waited. The three of Akainu also sat down and hoped that the two would return as soon as possible. Chapter 129. A. BD. Damn it! Betrayed Marine. 35. Sengoku's anger has nowhere to vent, and his eyes are bloodshot. He couldn't understand it, he could only resent it. What a warm dinner, what strengthens friendship, this is seeing off the last meal of the old man. Garb. Akainu. Kizaru. Aokiji. He couldn't even dream of it, couldn't even understand the betrayal of the four. Sengoku stopped talking, look where this is. Signaling Sengoku to be quiet, Tsuru couldn't help but look around. The pirate world is clearly at night, the sky here is bright. And this is a magnificent square with magnificent buildings in front, and many people looked at the two of them curiously. To the horror of the two, they saw Shanks passing by from a distance, saw what Whitebeard was commanding in the distance, saw Hawkeye. Hiss, the headquarters of Xiaoya's gang? Isn't the moon barren? Why is it so prosperous? The traitor Kizaru lied to them again. Miss Robin. As a beautiful woman came, all the people passing by said hello, and the beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Seal up. Taking out the token, Robin directly blocked all the power of the two. One word. If you don't surrender, Whitebeard and the others will immediately enter the marine headquarters. Garb. Aokiji. Kizaru. Akainu. Will also kill, because no one can disobey His Majesty's orders. By then, Marineford will be dead, does 04 understand? In a word, make Sengoku and Crane angry, resentful, and powerless. Jinghong glanced at the abusive gazes of Golden Lion and others, and Sengoku lowered his head, grief in his heart. 3 seconds, don't wait. 3. 2. 35. Enough. Sengoku stopped Robin from continuing, and said angrily, I only need one reason, if you will tell me, I will surrender. 39. Robin was full of calm, go ahead, if it involves your majesty, I won't answer. I wonder, what will Marine do if I surrender? Robin didn't think about it, and said directly, the same as before, nothing needs to be changed, and no tasks need to be done. You can continue to obey the world government's dispatch until the Empire attacks Marie Joyce, and you will come back. Sengoku and Crane Lang, so simple? Do nothing and wait for the final war? Crane was silent, then suddenly said, I want to know, what happened to Jun? She shouldn't be dead, right? She's fine, choose. Time's up. We surrender. Pulling Sengoku directly and pressing him down, Crane sighed with resentment. Is it still a choice to surrender and go with the flow, or not surrender and watch Marine be destroyed? The little girl in front of her seemed to be easygoing, but she didn't want to pay attention to them at all. If the two do not surrender, they will definitely lead someone to the Marine headquarters in the next second. Here, take it. The door is open, your strengths are unlocked, turn here for half an hour, and go back by yourself. Leaving the 2 moon badges behind, Robin turned and left. Chatting with the 2 of them, it's better to go back to the Imperial Palace to be in touch with your majesty. I've been single for so long. If you wait any longer, you will become an old maid. Girl, That's it, alas. Sengoku and Crane receive the picture, which can't help but be complicated. Who can stop this kind of existence? God's back garden does not allow people to make trouble. The world government can only be a lamb to be slaughtered. At this moment, the 2 seem to understand the behavior of the 4 Garb, but they can't forgive them. Pit, Xiaya is so arrogant, you can say it directly, why do you still play this set? We remember that kick and punch. Gee ha 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 ha, isn't this the majestic Marshal Sengoku? Gu la la la, I haven't seen you 2 for a long time, why are you lying on the ground? Golden Lion and Whitebeard arrived together, looking at them with amusing expressions. How boring is it to surrender? The 2 of them have done a lot of energy and have nowhere to vent. Humph, the villain is successful. Sengoku stood up and snorted coldly, noticing the youth of the 2, hee, I don't know you. The Golden Lion in my impression has never lost his teeth. Whitebeard has become a waste, hanging on a medicine bottle every day to survive. Gee ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be jealous too, Sengoku. Golden Lion laughed. Then his face became ruthless, but I can't pretend that I didn't hear it, what is old and lost teeth, come on, go to the arena with me to fight, I won't kill you, 5. Gu la la la, I'm here too, let you know what waste is. Whitebeard clenched his fist with a murderous look on his face, very violent. You 2 are going to hit me? In the face. Bah. Fighting is king. You know a hammer. Sengoku is completely dumbfounded. What have you been through to become so shameless? I'm afraid of you, where is the arena? FKU. As he spoke, he glanced at the giant gate. Sengoku turned his head and said, Crane, stop watching the show, go back and bring Garp and the others, don't you like to be around, who wouldn't? Crane was a little embarrassed, cough, no need. Why is it unnecessary? Sengoku said very irritably, every day the idiots on the sea think that the 4 emperors are not good enough. They think that the 3 legends kill Admiral in an instant. Today I want to correct Admiral's name. The old man wants to tell them that the 4 emperors are just rubbish. Cough cough. At this time, Shanks came over, full of headaches and said, Senior Sengoku, I can't pretend I didn't hear these words. Otherwise, I'll be very embarrassed. Ha ha ha, you idiot, Sengoku is here too. At this time, Kaido charged from a distance, full of viciousness, what did you just say? The 4 emperors are garbage. Go, and call those little bastards from Garp. I can't kill you guys. 35. Crane is stunned. 4 emperors, 1 legend, are all there? Damn. Sengoku was instantly angry, do you really think you can't kill? Call someone, don't say we bully you. 5 after 4, whoever goes down first is trash, shout around the square 100 times that I'm trash. Allow. Suddenly, Xiaya's voice echoed in the square, and everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, this noise actually attracted His Majesty. The next moment, Sengoku and the others all disappeared in place and appeared in the arena. And the Aokiji 4 also appeared in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? This is an imperial arena much bigger than Dressrosa. In addition to some areas are battlefields, others are prepared for those villains who lack humanity in the future, as well as celestial dragons, to experience what the life of a slave is. Well, it's too cheap to kill celestial dragons, please entertain the people of the empire. For example, the Golden Emperor has a million ways to make them feel good, and in an instant, a million possibilities for celestial dragons. 157. There were big screens all around, and in a blink of an eye, many people came to watch the show. Fujitora, Dover, Hawkeye, etc. came looking sideways. Wow! Suddenly, Xiaya also took all the girls to the seat. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Everyone was shocked, and immediately congratulated. Get up, let's set the rules first. 35. The 2 sides fought, and the loser ran around the arena and shouted that he was trash, let's start. 95. Garb 4. What the hell? Why are we fighting? Why are you alarming Your Majesty? What the hell does Sengoku do? Ahem, let's start, you have to use all your strength, understand? Especially you Kizaru, don't paddle for me. Seeing the eyes of the 4, Sengoku was a little embarrassed, and he turned into a big Buddha and rushed over. Big Buddha impact. The dazzling golden Buddha illuminates the arena, creating an instant sensation. Marine 5 bosses, fighting the legend of the 3 emperors in one. It's really interesting, it's rare to see. Xiaya is also full of interest and looking forward to the result. This is the real world. Will the emperor be at the same level? The emperor is greater than the general? Will the emperor be greater than the emperor? Maybe today. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing task 4, rewarding the throne of the moon, cannot be damaged, the strength is doubled, it has been put into the portable small world. Xiaya's eyes lit up. That's right, except for some vice admiral, all the big guys in Marine kneeled down. Of course the mission was completed. For him, the throne of the moon is not just as simple as doubling his strength. It is more of a status symbol. Although it is a throne, this king is the king of the heavens and can be used for a long time. The Minjiu Sacred Clothes of Main Quest 2 and the Minjiu Sword of Quest 3 are coming soon. Chapter 130. Your Majesty, which side do you think will win? Hancock put his hands on his chin, looked at Xia Ya shyly, his tone was soft and greasy. This scene suddenly made Robin and the girls frown. If you get closer, you will lie on the top of His Majesty. One person dragged Kaido first, the other four went to besiege the three, and then returned to do Kaido, otherwise it would be troublesome if Kaido dragged two or three. Is Kaido that strong? Xia Ya's words surprised the girls. The world is so big, and they are all big bosses standing at the top. Why are you so strong? Ability? Physical? Haki? Combat experience? Are the gaps big? Impossible. Can't say that. Kaido's resilience is too exaggerated, not afraid of death, pain, or injury. Xia Ya shook her head slightly and said softly, he is a meat shield, his stamina is not exhausted, and generally he can recover very quickly from serious injuries, so it is normal to drag him for a while. But don't overestimate Kaido, Admiral is not something he wants to delay, especially this kind of melee. Robin couldn't help but realize, then according to His Majesty, if they use the tactic of dragging Kaido and surrounding 3 with 4, they will win, right? Note, this is not a death battle, so. Xia Ya lightly pointed at the 4 of Kizaru, look, the 4 of them are still stunned, and have no idea what happened. The main thing, even if it's clear, is this unmotivated battle. Kizaru can paddle, Aokiji can be lazy, Garp can watch a play, Redhead can yawn. Only Kaido wanted to really fight, Whitebeard and Shiki also wanted to teach Sengoku a lesson, and the results were predictable. 35. Vivi and the other girls couldn't help snickering. This possibility, Marshal Sengoku is really miserable. Except for Akaina's serious work, everyone else is ABD. After half an hour. In fact, as Xia Ya said, Kizaru Aokiji Garp has red hair, one more slicker than the other, just a couple of strokes every now and then. Sengoku and Akaina directly faced the critical attack of Kaido Whitebeard Golden Lion, and they became pigheads in a blink of an eye. Kizaru. Aokiji. Garp, are you dead? A group of pig teammates, it's not too soon to go all out. Sengoku was roaring and sweating profusely. If he knew it was a group of pig teammates, he wouldn't start a fight if he said anything. The 3 of Garp immediately finished their strokes and continued to paddle. 2 hours later. Sengoku and Akaina strike directly, full of grievances. Xia Ya couldn't help shaking her head, unless she opened the virtual battlefield in the future, she would fight to the death, and there would be no chance to see it. Gee ha ha ha, Sengoku, no, who is this Mr. Pighead? Gu la la ala, the little devil who lights the candle, you are still far away. Humph, beating around or something, I'm not happy at all. The arena is full of sarcastic laughter. This battle between Marines and pirates was watched by millions of people, and the result was too tragic. Damn, let's go. Sengoku's face turned black, and he hated the Garp 3 to death, teammates pigs. Akainu also had a livid face, and glanced at the 3 of them with bad eyes. All the paddlers today, he remembered. Gee ha ha ha, don't go around the arena shouting trash, I will record it. What? Sengoku is full of grief and anger, screaming in the sky. A group of pig teammates. Shame. 2 days later. Dressrosa opens a huge portal. Thousands of people rushed out. Imperial power is supreme. The emperor is the only one. From today onwards, the aristocratic kingship, many forces, if you don't surrender, you will die. His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire, immortal. Roar. The sound shook all directions. Minjiu glory brings millions of mechanical clans, and the Minjiu Crusaders rushed to the north. Golden Lion organized thousands of elites to form an imperial flying team and rushed to the south. Shanks organized thousands of elites to form the imperial swordsman team and rushed to the west. Whitebeard organized thousands of elites to form the imperial air shocking team and rushed to the east. And Kaido Arnold Fujitora and other organizations' respective teams, as well as members of the escort team, rushed to the last 4 emperors, the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms. There can only be one god in this world. What kind of king, what kind of emperor, all have to die. Hey, something happened. It's over, the world is going to be in chaos. Millions of troops rushed to all sides of the new world, and the major forces explored in Dressrosa were all shocked. Report. A million aliens appear. Headquarters, please reply, Golden Lion, Whitebeard have appeared. 99. Boss, get out of New World, you will die. One after another, the powerful spies reported to each other with fear on their faces. Even the world government would have to be scared to death with such an army of countless bosses and millions of soldiers. Moon Empire? When? Xia Ya's ambitions are finally revealed. After the major forces received the news, their expressions changed greatly, and they all shrank their forces, and they must withdraw their subordinates from New World. Such forces are unstoppable. Bang! There is a shattering sound from the ancient city of Marie Joyce. The faces of the 5 elders were extremely ugly, filled with resentment, killing intent, and powerlessness. Outwardly angry, but... it's so scary. That's what the 5 elders have to say. They had long been afraid of Xia Yat, and they didn't even dare to face it. Especially in recent days, many franchise countries are surging, let them understand. If you continue to wait, you will die, and you will lose everything. Can't wait any longer. Xia Ya's ambition is very obvious, to found a country? What is he going to do? Damn, even if he is really a god, we have to slaughter. Cough, what did you say? The worst-tempered blonde 5 elders was about to shout out the slogan of slaughtering God, but suddenly felt a chill in his heart and immediately changed the subject. What followed was a face of shame. What kind of identity do you have? You don't even have the courage to scold others. Hate. Go, and report to the adults. The 5 elders were still wearing bandages, and the injuries caused by Xia Yat were surprisingly indelible. For Xia Yat, although they are resentful, they are more powerless. How terrifying the coercion that day was, that huge palm completely wiped them away, but even so, it almost wiped them all out. Why didn't Xia Yat kill them? They knew it. Because they used to play with ants like this. Sometimes living is more difficult than dying, living in fear. After a few minutes. Deep in the ancient city. This place, called Between the Flowers, is the highest forbidden place in Marie Joyce. In this luxurious hall, the top of the steps cannot be seen, and the void throne at the top stands. On the steps below the throne, countless swords are inserted there, the sword intent is magnificent. At this moment, if Sengoku and other marine executives look here, they will be shocked. Because the 5 elders are kneeling under the high platform, and they dare not lift their heads. Bai Li Zhao. Bow your head, like a servant, kneeling in front of the empty throne. Half an hour later, needles could be heard in the entire hall, and the 5 elders were sweating profusely, but even so, they did not dare to look up. And silently, on the void throne, a figure shrouded in mist appeared out of thin air. This person is tall and slender, wearing a black robe, with a certain high crown on his head. Oh, Lord Im. The eyes of the 5 people are full of fanaticism, like mad believers and like die-hard fans, excited. Those who didn't know thought they were 5 die-hard fans, but when they suddenly saw female idol stars, they wanted to kneel and lick everything. Lord Im. 5 elders, come and meet. And seeing this, the 5 elders were shocked, their voices were extremely respectful, and their heads were buried. I'm Master of the Void Throne Order. The leader of celestial dragons, the master behind the world government, the most noble person in the Holy Land. I like to change the overall situation and direction of the world by turning off the lights. Chapter 131. Lord Im. The bearded 5 elders restrained their frenzy and said solemnly, the moon is occupied by Xia Yat, and the Shishibukai 4 emperors are constantly subdued. Now form an empire, form an army. We are heading for the new world. If we don't stop it, within half a month, the new world will fall. We believe that Xia Ya's ambitions do not stop there, and he will continue to conquer the world. The words fell, and the 5 elders waited silently. They very much hope that this master, this idol, can say something. Xia Yat? What is he? Watch this Queen FK him at night. Ahem. 1. I didn't say a word, but in the astonishment of the 5 elders, got up and walked off the void throne. Da. Da, da, da. The sound of unhurried footsteps came from the steps, and the footsteps were light. Hiss, Yumo is like an emperor with a 10-meter step. In the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground like a phantom. The tall stature is eye-catching, the tall crown is splendidly entwined, and the black robe covers the body. His eyes were indifferent, full of fearful majesty. Da. Da, da, da. Without looking at the 5 elders, I'm continued to walk deep among the flowers. The clothes on the body are spread out in the back, like a long skirt, and the skirt corners are dragged a few meters behind. This. The 5 elders looked at each other in dismay, but did not dare to say a word, so they could only follow. A few 157 minutes later. This is a place where birds and flowers are fragrant, and the 4 seasons rotate. Nita's sakura flower tree dances against the breeze, and the sakura flowers are falling. If there are women here, they will definitely treat this place as a paradise, and linger. Rustling. A beautiful butterfly flew over, Yumu's eyes lit up, he raised a slender finger, and the butterfly landed on it happily. Beauty. Beautiful view. Beautiful butterfly. The 5 elders also revel in the beauty. After a long time, Im withdrew his hand, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and flew straight out. Puff. The sword plunged into the ground, and the 5 elders looked, there was a stack of bounties and photos. These bounty orders are exactly the group of Xia Yat. Lord Yumu, you mean? Let's kill Xia Yat and the others. The 5 elders' eyes were full of horror, what Whitebeard, what Golden Lion was all bullshit, they didn't pay any attention to it, but Xiaoya or something, the concubine can't do it. Did not speak, looking down at the photo of Xiaoya thoughtfully. His brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was afraid, annoyed, and puzzled. Even he was shocked by the existence of Xiaoya, but the coercion that day was crushed into the flowers, which shocked he and couldn't believe it. But, for Xiaoya, he proudly considers himself and her half a dozen. Even if you win, you will lose a lot, but if Eve loses, everything will be gone. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can win 100 battles, and knows too little about Xiaoya. Recruit him into the temple and divide the rights equally. Im's voice was a little hoarse, but it was so dreamy that it was hard to tell the gender. What, 99? I can't, I'm Sama. Us. As the 5 elders were talking, they suddenly met Yumu's indifferent pupils, and they bowed in cold sweat. You are wise. As the 5 elders spoke, their eyes were getting brighter. Lord Yumu is indeed a genius, and he can come up with such a method, it's amazing. You see, if Xiaoya agrees. There are only many people on top of them, but the benefits are too great. There will be a lot of powerhouses under him, and they will be able to take the opportunity to wipe out all the forces in one go, hold the rights of those kingdoms in their hands, and completely dominate the world. Moreover, they also have the opportunity to learn more about Xiaoya, analyze weaknesses, and prepare to find opportunities to kill Xiaoya. What if Xiaoya disagrees? Might disagree? Easily become the king of the world, why bother fighting the country? The highest position is lonely, and sharing the world with Lord Yumu is so good, if it is them, then they will wake up laughing in their dreams. The 5 elders thought so happily, and even fascinated with self-confidence, shouted again. Master Im is wise. Waving directly, Im signaled everyone to get out. Curious, this is everyone's first emotion towards Xiaoya in the pirate world, and Im is no exception. The origin of Xiaoya. The strength of Xiaoya. Everything about Xiaoya. If you want, I. If you don't want to, then. Im's eyes changed slowly, without saying a word, and finally sighed inexplicably. I am invincible, lonely. New world. Kill. 39. For the glory of the empire. Imperial power is supreme, the emperor is the only one, take them down. The 5-way army began to crush the entire new world. The strongest pirate group under the 4 emperors? The anti-4 emperors alliance? It's all rubbish. A thief is a thief. The Minjiu Empire does not allow the existence of any thieves. If you are strong and human, you can disband the pirates and join the empire as a soldier. If it's not strong enough? If you have the ability to fruit, then lock it up and wait for deprivation. If you don't even have the ability, just turn it into nourishment. The Minjiu Empire does not allow any fruit power to flow out. The king of the super kingdom? What a shit. The emperor is supreme, the emperor is the only one. Nobles and royal families must be abolished. If you want to live, there is only one possibility, to offer everything, to surrender all rights. Kneel on the ground and pray for the forgiveness of His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. What? Underground forces? Without you, the world would be in chaos? It's all nonsense, let's die first and then talk about it. The hegemony of the Minjiu Empire makes everyone tremble. Boom. The Bright Moon Crusaders, every 10,000 people of the mechanic family merged into supergiant battleships, and dozens of battleships slammed into the major kingdoms on the road. The terrifying artillery that was enough to destroy the island in 3 shots fell on the island, which was deafening. Allied nations of world government, King of Demacia. 99. Surrender immediately and offer everything, abolish the royal power and aristocracy, or die. The shattered earth, the dense number of mechanical races are rushing to kill the guards, and the glory of the moon stands on the city wall and shouts. Why? We didn't mess with you. Damn, can't we quit world government now? The king was full of grief and indignation, and he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. He still has a chance, he has to wait for the support of the world government to arrive. The empire does not allow any kingdoms to exist. Kill. No royal family left. 5. Boom. The city gate was shattered, hundreds of thousands of mechanic races rushed in one after another, and the nobles and royal families called them corpses one after another. All soldiers, rebels, kill without mercy. The other side. Elbaf. This is the strongest kingdom, the giant kingdom. Giants are a race with overwhelmingly huge individuals, with a lifespan of 350 years, and each adult is no less than 10 meters tall. Boom. Several small desert islands fell directly here. Submit or die. Golden Lion with the flying team, storm here. Countless giants looked at the archipelago in the sky in horror, no matter how big they were, they would not dare to collide with it. New World must completely belong to the Minjiu Empire, and no forces must exist. Kill. Whitebeard's air force, rushing through the islands. Kill all pirates, marines, nobles, villains. To clear this place, we must continue to smash the sea and kill all the unstable factors in New World. Kill. The red-haired tyrannical sword team is rushing aggressively. There are so many pirate villains in New World, Blood flowed everywhere they went. For a time, a chilling atmosphere filled the new world, as if the whole world was in chaos. All eyes are focused on the past, the madness of the Minjiu Empire makes everyone tremble. All forces are trembling, angry, and powerless. P.S. A lot of evidence is proving that I'm is a woman. Floor-length skirts, tall statures, dancing sakura flowers, fingertip butterflies, long nose hair, feminine names, 5 elders craze, and more. If it's a man, can't look straight. But Oda has been hiding, and no one can be sure until it is revealed. Black-hearted thief. Chapter 132. All Vice Admiral orders. From now on, everyone's army will set off to completely clean the first half of the Grand Line. Marshal Sengoku spoke righteously, with excitement in his eyes. Finally have the opportunity to destroy all the pirates. Admiral will shoot again tomorrow, but keep it in mind for this old man. If you meet someone who is capable, try to catch them alive, understand? Yes, Marshal. Blue. Hey! Sengoku, withdraw all marines from New World immediately. Don't delay. I know, it was withdrawn the day before yesterday. Huh? Very well, what are you doing making a lot of noise over there? Move the army and clean the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Okay, ask if Kizaru has Xiaoya's contact information and send it to me. That's it. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku's eyes were extremely disdainful. What? Is contacting His Majesty for revenge or what? I'll send it here. Kizaru lewdly smiles. The 5 elders begged to be humiliated, how could he not help? No matter what reason they have, the world government is over, and the celestial dragons must be exterminated. The other side. Mad. 35. Are they crazy? 35. Many of Baldigo's cotters were also very angry. I just received the news that several revolutionary army strongholds have been removed by the Minjiu Empire. Except for some capable ones, none of them remain. After the founding of Xiaoya, everyone felt fear. If you don't surrender, you will die, even if you say one more word, you will be killed, and you will not tell any reason at all, it is absolutely crazy. How many pirates and how many forces does New World have? Is the Minjiu Empire not afraid of rebound? Shut up! Drago roared angrily, turned his head to the side, and said gently, you're back? What about Koala and the others? Did Xiaoya embarrass you? Leader, and seniors. Sabo's eyes are complicated, and he goes directly to the theme. The purpose of our revolutionary army is to overthrow the world government, and you have all seen the power of the Minjiu Empire 5. That is the force that can overthrow the world government. So I propose that the entire revolutionary army join the Minjiu Empire and overthrow it as soon as possible. Shut up, what are you talking about? Before Sabo could finish speaking, a cotter said with anger and bad eyes, okay, take a look, Chief, this is the General Staff Officer you chose. He started to betray after he went out for a few days? I think he was brainwashed by Xiaoya. Join the Minjiu Empire? What about us? When the world government is defeated, will we be attacked? You are trying to push us into the fire pit. Everyone's face changed slightly. Angry, murderous, puzzled, and complaining, all kinds of eyes fell on Sabo. Drago was also stunned, his eyes were complicated, and he wanted to say something but didn't say it. Senior GER, what are you talking about? Sabo's eyes widened, isn't our revolutionary army trying to overthrow the world government? As long as it can be overthrown, what can't we give up? 99. As long as we join, I promise that the Minjiu Empire will not hurt us. Enough. Another cotter interrupted and looked at Sabo with cold eyes, tell me, which side are you from now? General Staff Officer of the Revolutionary Army? I think you surrendered to Xiaoya long ago, damn traitor. Take him down for me. 99. Boom. Darag's conquerors erupted instantly, directly pressing on the crowd. Like a mountain, everyone stopped. Don't talk nonsense, the power of the Minjiu Empire is obvious, they do have the possibility of overthrowing the world government, we can't deny this. 35. Vote. Disagree to join their hands, agree. Let's talk. After speaking, Drago closed his eyes and couldn't help sighing in his heart, right is indeed the most poisonous poison. In order to strengthen the revolutionary army, Darag compromised many times. It has also received the secret support of many pirate underground forces and many kingdoms. Fighting the country, who cannot be hot. If they don't succeed, they will immediately erase the relationship. If they succeed, they are all powerful. Therefore, the forces of the revolutionary army are intricate and complicated, and even Drago cannot make any decisions at will. Too many people have suffered with him for half their lives in order to welcome the last light and honor their ancestors. How many people in this world who only know how to fight, kill, and shout slogans and truly sigh the suffering of people's livelihood? Joining Xiaoya? That is the result of decades of handing over to others, all to be little brothers, and devoting everything to strangers? None of them are saints, how many people can accept it? Brush. In an instant, most of the people raised their hands. 3 seconds later. 2/3 hands up. 5 seconds later, 90% of people raised their hands. Sabo couldn't believe it, his eyes were dry as he looked at the few people who lowered their heads and didn't raise their hands. Is it considered? Or is it unnecessary? Why? Are you so greedy for power? I see, am I not qualified by myself? Wait a minute, I'm going to pick up Koala and the others, and I'm going to invite His Majesty to come. For a moment, many people looked at Sabo coldly. A cotter mocked, Your Majesty? Xia, you unfamiliar white-eyed wolf, you really betrayed. Enough. What do you know? Sabo's eyes flushed instantly, he gasped, and pleaded, I beg you. Return to the Empire. Who do you think Your Majesty is? He is a god. It's not ants like us who can only crush ordinary people. Tell you. If you don't surrender today, you will all die. I am saving you. 35. Wow. Everyone looked at Sabo in amazement. I really didn't expect Sabo to say that, to let them surrender is to save them. Well, they don't understand at all. Ask you again, do you want to join the Minjiu Empire? Sabo looked around and looked deeply at everyone. After a long time, except for a few, such as Betty, the others were still stubborn and did not want to surrender the revolutionary army to others. What about you, Chief? I have no objection, but I would like to meet Xia if I can. Sabo nodded calmly, heaving a sigh of relief, the leader would just refuse directly. But these people. I'm sorry, seniors. In order not to let all the revolutionary troops die together, we can only sacrifice you. Sabo's words shocked everyone, and the next moment, Sabo actually took out a token. Drago frowned slightly, feeling bad, always feeling that some disaster was about to happen. Boom. The moment Sabo crushes the token, Sengoku and the others at the Marine headquarters were all shocked, and immediately told the Admiral leaders to leave the office immediately. The next moment, the invisible portal opened, and several people stepped in together. Boom. 2 huge portals smashed the Revolutionary Army office, and everyone's complexion changed greatly. A portal, there are 5 figures, Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu. A portal, 1,000 mechanical races are blackened together. The fruit of the enchantment of the 4 directions. The halo on Minjiu Hetu instantly surrounded the entire Baldigo. A giant transparent barrier with a height of hundreds of meters is fully blocked. Seal fruit, ability seal. 355. Minjiu Luoshi pressed the earth with his hand, and the strange ripples washed away. In an instant, everyone's abilities were directly banned. The 2 quickly retreated in the corner of the barrier, and blessed multiple layers of barrier to avoid being attacked. Boom. The whole brain of the revolutionary army roared, all this happened too fast. When everyone was still shocked by Sengoku and others, the enchantment seal completely sealed this place, making it difficult to escape. How can that be? Marine headquarters, fell. This is all the big bosses in Marine, everyone is terrified. They are obviously from Xiaoya's gang, but none of them have received any news, it's horrible. Sabo. Looking at Sabo who had retreated to Sengoku and the others, Drago couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really grown up, little guy, so calculating, it's really hard to guard against. Only one chance. Surrender now. Don't be fearless in resistance. 35. Sengoku took a step forward, looking at his pair of terrified and angry eyes, and spoke without changing his face. These people are all lambs to be slaughtered. If they resist, even if they are doubled, there is no possibility of surviving. T. Chapter 133. Damn unfilial son, don't surrender soon. As long as you dare to say no, the old man will kill you today. Garp shouted loudly, and the terrifying sound even sent many people flying out. Father. Drago's complexion changed slightly, as if thinking of something unpleasant when he was a child. Immediately said solemnly, don't resist. Sabo is right, if the world government can be overthrown, there is nothing that cannot be given up. Leader, but... Bang. A cotter just opened his mouth, Garp rushed in with a devastating punch. Blast it directly, full of killing intent. Who else wants to talk nonsense? Let me continue. The hearts of the cotters sank, they didn't expect an old hero like Garp to be so cruel all of a sudden. Drago gave Garp a complicated look, and lowered his head a little ashamed. He knew that it was Garp who was saving him. Boom. Under everyone's astonishment, Drago faced Garp directly, knelt on the ground, and said nothing. We surrender. 99. Don't do it, we're down. Seeing Akainu's bad looks on several faces, most of the cotters dropped in unison. Ha ha ha, ridiculous revolutionary army. Failed. We still failed, Lao Tzu's dream. If you die, you will die. This is my whole life's hard work, go to hell. 35. Some cotters and many revolutionary troops were angry. Cutting off someone's future is like killing one's parents. They have worked hard for so long and have not achieved anything, who can be reconciled to handing over them? Oh, a bunch of garbage. 35. Go to hell, 6 styles cracking fire. Akina rushed over first, punched hard, and even sent out a fiery punch, sweeping all directions and destroying everything. Even if he can't use his abilities, Admiral is not weaker than others. 6 styles, Cold Blast. 99. 6 styles, Furious Buddha Shock. Mechanical Gatling. 35. Aokiji, Sengoku and the mechanic also make their move together. Extremely decisive, killing anyone who tried to resist on the spot. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed into rivers, and there were screams everywhere. Remember, old man, if you dare to move, I promise not to leave one. Everyone must be buried with you. Garp passed Duruk, full of stern speeches, and rushed over. Destruction strikes in Baldigo. Even because of the resistance of some people, many people who wanted to surrender were destroyed in the aftermath, bringing huge disaster to the Revolutionary Army. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing Task 3, rewarding the Bright Moon Sword, cannot be damaged, the strength is doubled. Ding, Your Majesty, please note that the Divine Sword has a spirit and is extremely powerful. Xia Yat, who was flirting with the maids in the Moon Palace, had a look. The efficiency of the little brothers is not bad, they took down the Revolutionary Army so quickly. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you? Hancock dragged his chin with his hands and his cheeks were flushed. He was dizzy, is it uncomfortable? I will rub my body for you. After speaking, he stood up, the Cheongsam was drawn out, and Zionio Yiren stood behind Xia Yat, gently softening his temples. The girls. This bad woman is always ready. Vivi pouted, turned his head and said, Perona, I'll be here tonight to guard the gate. You go to His Majesty's bed, palace, and servant. Anyway, you're an adult, you know. Anyway, we can't let this fairy succeed first. 35. What? Perona's eyes widened, and then she was full of shyness, but she was extremely happy. Wow, is Miss Ben finally turning over? Will I, who was the first to take down His Majesty's body, be named a concubine and become the eldest sister of these girls? Waiting. Sleeping? Hey? Didn't the king betroth me to His Majesty? Shirahoshi was happy in the huge pool not far away, his big eyes full of puzzlement. These sisters, why do you want to fight with Shirahoshi-kun? Competitive pressure. Robin, who was reading a book not far away, suddenly raised his head and felt a trace of pressure. All these girls are thinking of running to His Majesty's palace one by one, it is really hard to prevent. There are also Reiju, Monet, Momuzagi, Karina, Baccarat, etc. who look very enchanting. The trainee maids are all potential pressure. No, as long as I am fast enough, you are always one step behind me. Robin smiled gracefully, tonight? No. At noon, when His Majesty is accustomed to the lunch break, I will go by myself. Hancock, stay away so as not to hurt you. Ah. His Majesty is actually calling the name of the concubine, is he going to marry the concubine? So shy. Embarrassed. Xia Ya can't laugh or cry, although Hancock is very good now. But this brain. He was really afraid that if he touched Hancock at random, he would faint with excitement. What was the difference between him and a dead corpse? Come on, I will meet you. Clang. With a move of Xia Ya's hand, an extremely gorgeous and bright long sword appeared in her hand. The sun, the moon, and the stars turn on it, the world's grand map, as if the endless miniatures of the universe are engraved on it, and every pattern is so perfect. An extremely terrifying monstrous force emanated from the sword. The breath like an iceberg suddenly erupted in the imperial palace with an endless chill. Stop. 35. Xia Ya immediately banned the aura to vent, even if it was slow for a moment, Xia Ya did not doubt that Robin and others would be suppressed by the aura. What a strong sword. 9. Momuzagi stared at the bright moon sword, she felt it. His Jinpiro was trembling, as if it was about to collapse at any time, and a neighing scream of extreme pain was heard. Condense your breath and come out. Feeling the breath in Minjiu's sword, Xia Ya is looking forward to it. Excalibur has a soul? I don't know what. Brush. While the girls were shocked, a stream of light shot out from the bright moon sword and landed on the ground. Wow, how beautiful. Vivi's eyes widened immediately, and she blurted out in admiration. Hancock, Shirahoshi, etc. were also stunned, and were amazed. Standing in front is an unparalleled beauty. Wearing a golden armor will perfectly outline your beautiful figure, wear a shirt, and have white sword wings on your back. The most amazing thing is that those intoxicating phoenix eyes glow with starlight, and there is a flash of sword light that destroys everything. The delicate jade face is all as delicate as fat, and the ink is pouring down like a cloud, and the temperament is elegant and dusty. However, there is an indifference that rejects people and is thousands of miles away. Clang. The Minjiu sword flew over and fell directly into the hands of the sword spirit. What a goddess of war! Xia Ya was in a trance moment and couldn't help but admire. The sword spirit in front of her is extremely pure, and her sword intent has only one word, war. What surprised Xia Ya was that the sword spirit in front of her. It is clearly living blood. The body of flesh is no different from a real person. This is the most incredible. Do you have a name? Hearing Xiaya's words, Sword Spirit did not speak, even looking at Xiaya, his eyes were still cold. As if waiting for Xiaya's order. If not, then I will call you. Xiaya is in the difficulty of naming it again, think about it a little, and affirm it directly. Minjiu. From now on you will be called Xia Minjiu. Suddenly, Sword Spirit's eyes seemed to light up a bit, and he immediately retracted his sword and knelt on the ground. Xia Minjiu, see your majesty. I would like to open up territory for your majesty and kill all enemies. The girls are still sluggish. Such a perfect woman, looking at such a powerful goddess of war. Her strength is so weird, she doesn't seem to be weaker than the previous one. Xiaya felt its breath and was a little puzzled. Ding, the Sword Spirit will always be loyal to your majesty, and always lower your majesty by a level of 5.5. The stronger your majesty, the stronger the Sword Spirit. Ding, your majesty can bestow 2 abilities on the Sword Spirit. After the Sword Spirit is cultivated, you can give back to his majesty tenfold. Ding, your majesty is immortal, and the Sword Spirit is immortal. The Divine Sword is immortal. Ding, your majesty can collapse the Minjiu sword with a single thought. The Divine Sword will be destroyed. The Sword Spirit will be destroyed together. Xiaya was lost in thought. He is now at the Quasi 8-star realm, and the Sword Spirit is Quasi 7-star? Very strong. What do you mean by granting 2 abilities? 9. Ding, your majesty is free. Xiaya's eyes lit up, this sentence is very interesting. At will? I am not a human being when I act at will. Finally there are no restrictions, then. In my name, I grant you the power of time and space, the power of the reincarnation of fate. Ding 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 ding. The system is a bit chaotic and almost short-circuit. What? Are these 2? Isn't time and space a combination of time and space? Fate turns around. How many combinations of abilities is this? The Emperor Xiaya is very bad. Chapter 134. What's the matter? Can't it? TTT. Xiaya smiled with satisfaction, and mobilized Weili to put her power on Xia Minjiu. In an instant, Xia Minjiu's body time and space flow, fate is unpredictable, life and death change, and reincarnation is orderly. These terrifying abilities, to a certain extent, will be transformed into laws and rules, which will be unimaginably powerful. In the eyes of the girls, Xia Minjiu's figure is like a dream, as if it doesn't exist anymore. Xia Minjiu, thank you, your majesty. Well, from now on you will be my personal bodyguard. Yes, your majesty. As soon as the words fell, Xia Minjiu took the Minjiu sword to hide in the void. Anyone who dares to violate Xiaya's existence will be hit by the destructive time and space reincarnation. Is it so cold? Xiaya thought she was standing beside her to guard. When you have nothing to do with your eyes, you can see if it is really no different from the real person, who knows it is hidden. However, Xia Minjiu can become the foundation, after all, the growth is extremely high. It's such a powerful force, it's terrifying. Xiaya was surprised by the power of time and space and the power of reincarnation from Xia Minjiu. 10 times the reward, these powers belong to him completely. Even if he leaves the moon, he can still use it. It's exactly the same as 04 he realized, and it's still getting stronger, because Xia Minjiu is always comprehending and always giving back 10 times. These abilities are enough to increase my combat power. Xiaya open personal list. Realm, human level Quasi 8-star peak. Combat strength, Earth rank 1-star beginner. The combat power directly crossed the 9-star level from the human level 9-star primary level, Quasi Earth level, and jumped to the Earth level. Ground level, Starburst start. This means that Xiaya can instantly destroy a planet with the power of reincarnation. Can use the power of time and space to instantly destroy the entire pirate world, but it will also consume all his physical and mental power. But starbursts are starbursts, and that's another realm. At present, only relying on physical strength is not enough, then the ability to make up. I've made a lot of money, and finally I'm no longer the 5 scumbags. Xiaya was in a very good mood and looked at the girls inadvertently, ignoring them one by one. Robin, Reiju, accompany me to rest. The feeling is coming, I can't stop it. Do whatever you want. Don't pick, choose randomly, and you will have a chance in the future. Wow. For a moment, the girls were stunned and looked forward to it. Your Majesty, this super steel, cold and straight man has finally come to his senses? Hey, when will it be my turn? Yes, Your Majesty. Robin and Reiju suppressed the sound of their heartbeats, the flushes on their faces flickering. Under the envy of the girls, I entered the bedroom with Xiaya. My concubine is so angry. Hancock kicking, why not choose her? Body? Looks? How did His Majesty choose? What are you mad about? Vivi pouted and said, just your temperament, don't talk about serving, sleeping, Your Majesty will faint if you touch you a little, do you want to scare His Majesty to death? 99. A woman who is excited and suffocated even when His Majesty calls her name, wait another 100 years. You rude little girl, do you look down on your concubine? Humph, anyway, when I'm an adult, it won't be your turn, bad woman. 99. Whoa, daily slapstick. Perona and other women all became the melon eaters and began to watch the play. By the way, there is another Nami senpai in the guild who is invincible. I don't know what happens when she comes, I'm looking forward to it. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army died and surrendered silently. Perhaps when the news breaks out, it will be the most chaotic time in the world. Some elites were absorbed, differentiated and enhanced by the Empire's major teams. And under the orders of Xia Yat, Kaido Hawkeye and other major teams are doing their best to bring destruction to the seas of all nations. One by one, the island forces in the waters of 10,000 countries disintegrated, pushing everything horizontally towards the Cake Island. Imperial power is supreme. The Emperor is the only one. The 4 emperors have become history. Charlotte Linlin is the self-proclaimed queen of the Tato Land Kingdom, violating the laws of the Minjiu Empire, and killing without mercy. Boom. The whole Cake Island is covered by Big Mom's conquerors, and there is an extremely angry killing intent. The previous 2 sentences went viral on New World, and the major teams rushed over to sharpen their knives. I just don't take her seriously, like an ant that can be pinched to death at any time. No, this is to ignore any forces in the New World, and directly incorporate the New World into the territory of the Empire. Katakuri, Cracker, joined the Moon Empire, didn't they? The ant's eyes are full of hideousness, and she looks at each and every child with extreme ferocity. 39 daughters, 46 sons, 43 husbands, 129 people in the whole family, this is the heritage of all nations. But these children were tortured by the ant, and even took away the lives of many children, which is extremely cruel. Mom, don't be mad. Snug, one of the 4 generals, was sweating profusely. Dryly said, I received news that in the Rayleigh underworld swordsman, Brother Katakuri became his lieutenant, and Brother Cracker was also in it. BD. How dare you call them brother? The ant was instantly angry, and the whole person fell into a state of madness, and the momentum on her body rose sharply. The expressions of Smoothie and others changed greatly, and my mother was angry. Snag. Owen and the others closed their eyes in pain. Anyone who angered his mother, even the lowest punishment, was to draw lifespan, which was extremely vicious. Ah, mommy don't. Seeing Big Mom's hand reaching out, Snag was terrified. Soul spell. 60 years of life. 35. The ant grabbed her 25th son and pulled out his soul fiercely. Soul incantation, even if the opponent feels a trace of fear, the soul will be instantly taken away, and the soul will be arbitrarily deprived in units of lifespan. Bang. Snag, who fell to the ground, was twitching and his body was abnormal. Snag. The next moment, Snug was shocked by Daifuku and others, and he died directly. Snug's original lifespan was less than 60 years. He was supposed to be defeated by Urage 2 years later, and then he was defeated by Germa, and he died on the spot. All the children are cold, and their fear of the ant has reached the extreme. Humph, damn, it's cheap for you. Ant is not sad at all, still full of anger. Her greatest masterpiece, Katakuri, Conqueror's Haki, and such an excellent son who can foresee the future, betrayed her. Even if all these people died, it would be difficult for her to calm down. I'll leave it to my mother to guard the coast. If you put a piece of junk in it, all of you will die. Yes, Mom. After the children left in panic, the ant's face was uncertain. In the end, I took out the phone bug and contacted a stupid big guy. I can only contact you. At this moment, on a small island dozens of miles away from Cake Island. Eagle Eye, Kaido's beasts, Arnold's Earth, Fujitora's warriors, and Rayleigh's future. Arnold is indeed the first echelon of the Empire now, and because of Xia appreciation, he gave him some hooks. These 4 major teams, each with 1,000 people, are all elites. It's done, there is only Cake Island left in the Wangguo Sea area. Rayleigh walked over dashingly, wiping the blood from the long knife. Fujitora couldn't help looking to the other side. I don't know, is there anything I need to pay attention to in Cake Island? Oh, what's there to be afraid of in that woman's place? Lao Tzu alone is enough. Kaido speaks furiously, with great disdain and contempt for everything. The general is mighty. 99. Jack, Yin, and Quinn shouted together. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and Eagle Eye said calmly, what do you think? Katakuri. No need to pay attention. Just be careful of soul attacks. Katakuri spoke calmly, his eyes a little complicated. Both he and Cracker joined the Dark Sword team, and now they are going to kill their own home. But the boss promises that as long as those younger siblings don't resist, those who are not too brainless and inhumane will have the opportunity to live and be divided into various major teams. Mother. Cracker was silent, his eyes changing and finally powerless. There is absolutely no force in the Empire that can resist. Perhaps, the brothers and sisters can live better when their mother is dead. Blue blue. The phone bug is ringing. Chapter 135. Blue blue. Suddenly the phone worm rang, and Yin said, Boss, cough, General Kaido, your phone. Which rubbish is calling at this time? Kaido was irritable, the phone bug immediately deformed, and a harsh voice came out. Well, Kaido, it's me. Kaido's expression froze, and everyone turned their ears. Calling at this time, is it to ask Kaido for help? Ridiculous. If you have something to say, just let it go. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and the heavy breathing sounded as if angry. Well, Kaido. The ant was silent for a while, then laughed again. Don't forget, you still owe me a big favor. Oh, that's all old stuff. Kaido's face was full of displeasure, especially when he felt his eyes fall on him. He was immediately distraught. No, that's the kindness of a lifetime. Auntie's laughter grew even louder. Well, Kaido, let's get along like we did back then. 39. Damn it. It's just drafted. You fat MR wants to hurt Lao Tzu. I'm telling you, you are dead today, you dead fat woman who has been greedy for Lao Zi's body. Wait. FK. What the hell? Kaido hung up the phone and the angry conquerors started to erupt. Lao Tzu is now Xiaoya's man. Xiaoya ordered me to kill you. And you still want to get along with me, isn't this against Xiaoya's order? This dead fat woman must be under the shadow of Lao Zi. Human Xing, and what's the matter with your body? Arnold, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked what everyone wanted to ask. It is said that you have a son named Yamato? It's not that you and the ant gave birth to him. Boom. The ground smashed directly. Kaido glared at Arnold fiercely, and immediately turned back and shouted. Chong for Lao Tzu, that dead fat woman must be exterminated today. Yes, General Kaido. Ah. Death. I want you to die. 35. The ant on Cake Island is also angry. Kaido even scolded her as a dead fat woman, and had a bunch of swear words, without caring about her past affection and human affection. This makes my mother angry. I really want to kill a few children and be shocked. Kaido. Hawkeye. Rayleigh. And folk monsters and others, and 4,000 are elite. Thinking of some of the information about the 4 major teams that invaded the realm of the world, the ant's face changed. No matter how arrogant and confident she is, she cannot guarantee that she will be fine under these people's attacks. I'm afraid that using the only trick developed over the years will have a chance of surviving, right? No. The old lady can't wait to die. The ant thought for a while irritably, and immediately shouted. Bray. Mondor. Get the old lady over here. The two who had just arrived at the coast were startled, looked at each other, and began to return in bitter horror. Mirror fruit mirror world, book fruit book world. These two fruits are not only weird and powerful, but they can also create a huge inner world, where life forms can be put into them. The ant planned to let some elites in the family enter, and then put in the treasure. Run away from the sky with the bearer of 2 worlds by yourself, hide as far as possible. It's not too late for Auntie to take revenge for 10 years, as long as she doesn't die, there is always a chance. AJ. On the coast. Boom. A gate directly smashed a 100-meter crack on the coast, instantly stunned Defu and others. 4,000 people and 5 teams appeared together. By His Majesty's order, kill the ant. Rebels, kill without mercy. Arnold shouted, and immediately pressed the ground. Boom. The earth trembled, and in an instant, thousands of meters were collapsed, and the entire Cake Island was split. Hundreds of tigers came out ferociously, madly galloping here. Smoggy, Deifuku, and you guys, surrender. Katakuri exclaimed, listen to me, I will not harm you. Otherwise, all of them will die. 35. Maybe a few years, maybe decades ago. As long ago as the younger brother and sister were brutally hurt by the ant, when his life was drawn, his heart died. He just wanted to protect his younger siblings. No matter how much he respected the ant, he couldn't recognize her cruelty to her family, and now it's natural. Surrender. We surrender. The eldest son, Pero, threw the weapon directly, and the rest of the people changed their faces dramatically, and they surrendered unwillingly. Bring your own sea stones. Fujitorum motioned for the soldiers to come forward to bake and then said seriously, I will investigate your past one by one. If anyone has no humanity and is too cruel, I will never spare you. Owen and the others' faces sank. Which pirate didn't have blood on his hands? Even an adventurer like Luffy killed a lot of people in the process of resisting. This world is neither black nor white, but a delicate ash. Boom. With the collapse of Arnold's Tiger Group, large buildings collapsed and attacked the central castle of Cake Island. Sudden. An extremely violent conquerors is coming in the distance. Damn BD, stop this old lady. Charlotte Linlin roared like a roar from far to near, and the ant who rode the sun Prometheus had a ferocious face and shot directly. Thunder. A thunder cloud in the sky began to expand wildly, turning the cloudless sky into a cloud of clouds in an instant. Fire in the sky. At the same time, another fire cloud was also expanding wildly, making the entire sky seem to be burning like crazy. Mom is angry. 55. Numerous sons and daughters showed expressions of horror and fear, watching the sky that suddenly turned into hell. Compared to Kaido and others, Auntie is the one that scares them the most. Sizzle. The thunderous flames roared in the sky, and the soul fruit gave Big Mom extremely tyrannical power. Give everything a soul, control everything, and even manipulate the weather and natural phenomena. As a natural monster, when he was 5 years old, he destroyed the giant village and killed the hero of the giant family in seconds. On his 6th birthday, he ate so much that he even ate the nun and a few friends in the process, and got the nun's soul fruit directly. This is a steel balloon that does not require hard training. Conqueror's haki awakens naturally, and becomes stronger and stronger. His talent is definitely the top in the pirate world. Let Lao Tzu end her. Kaido's eyes flashed, and he turned into a dragon and rushed into the sky. The old man took someone to collect the treasure, lest the island be destroyed and lost. By the way, there is also the historical text of the Red Road sign. Rayleigh swung a knife directly at the sky, and then took Katakuri with a few insiders and rushed to the treasure trove of Cake Island. The soldiers of the team were also taken away, and it wouldn't help much if they stayed anyway. Arnold directly opened the guild live broadcast and privately chatted with Big Brother. Arnold, brother, how is it? Anna's, very good, this fruit ability is very suitable for me, I want all her strengths. Arnold, well, I'll kill her and throw her into the sea, lest you get stronger and bully me again. Anna's, smelly brother, Li Zhao, brother. Boom boom boom. The battle between Kaido and Big Mom unfolded in the sky, and all kinds of thunder and flames overflowed. In front of Kaido's dragon body, Auntie is like a rabbit, but she doesn't lose the wind at all, and even is surrounded by thunder and fire, she looks extremely powerful. This distance. 99. Eagle eyes stared at the sky, everyone's sword intent gathered black knives, and the whole seemed to be a sword that split the world. Nearby people avoided it unbearably, and the ground of hundreds of meters was cut into pieces every inch. Fujitora is fascinated. In this world, in terms of kendo, I would like to call you the strongest with a smile. Enough. The eagle eye suddenly drew his sword and slashed, and the terrifying sword light rose up like the ocean of Wang Yang. However, it was compressed 100 times in an instant, the blade light turned into a long and narrow meniscus, and the speed increased several times, and the sharpness of the sharpness increased several times and flew towards the sky. The current eagle eye, the condensed sword is not in place, but it is enough to attack several times stronger than before. Seeing and hearing the color is always paying attention to the bottom, Big Mom's expression is condensed, and he feels a crisis, and immediately prepares to escape. Gravity Knife, Chaos. 35. Chapter 136. Fujitora is even more in the moment before Hawkeye's sword, the staff, and swords are slashed one by one. The tyrannical gravity crushed everything in front of him, and at this moment, the invisible field turned into a deep purple. The purple halo rose into the sky and flew into the sky before Hawkeye's slash appeared. What? Big Mom's complexion changed. An invisible wave almost enveloped her, causing her body to lose gravity, and her body movements stagnated, extremely uncoordinated. You can only arm the whole body in an instant. The long hook claw. Seeing this scene, Kaido came quickly, and the huge claws of the dragon seemed to cover Big Mom like a cloud. And the sword energy of the eagle eye also came in an instant. Go to hell. Damn fat woman. The moment the sword chi fell on the ant, Kaido's claws directly grabbed the door and slammed it down. Ah! Big Mom roared, even if the steel balloon, even if it was full of armed colors, was scratched by the terrifying sword energy, and even the body was squeezed by Kaido's sharp claws. If it wasn't for her strong defense, her body would definitely explode on the spot. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Ant tyrannically squeezed out some space, holding a sharp sword and stabbed directly at the heart of the claw. Pfft! The pain came, Kaido was furious, and directly regarded the ant as a stone, and threw it from the sky to the Cake Island. Boom! The Big Mom that flew upside down shattered the battlefield in an instant. 157. Like a cannonball, it smashed the outer wall of the top layer of the Cake Castle, and smashed into the town below like a meteor. It's all ruined by Laozi. Kaido looked at the central castle fiercely, opened his mouth and burst into flames. Dragon's Breath. The terrifying heat wave was like an anti-aircraft gun, and it fell directly on the Cake Castle, forming a terrifying explosion. In the huge roar, the entire castle became smashed one after another, and the heat wave shot into the sky. Hormize inside the castle and countless members of the Big Mom pirates were instantly wiped out by Kaido's move. On the coast, countless people lost their voices. What? Just as the castle collapsed, a sharp roar came from the town below. The sound screamed like a beast, and even pierced the clouds, causing the entire battlefield to be in chaos in an instant. Elite warriors who were taken away by Rayleigh to find treasure have been hit hard. This piercing scream, combined with Conqueror's haki, made Hawkeye and Fujitora feel their eardrums buzzing, and their movements stopped for a while. Ant's strange voice, absolutely terrifying. The gun of Elbaf, powerful country. Big Mom rushed out holding the hilt in both hands and performed the ultimate move of the giants. This move is a slash that can fully utilize the physique of the giants and explode all power. Like a huge beam of light, the slashing violently rolled out, piercing the void, and unexpectedly changed direction and swept straight towards where Hawkeye and the others were. Not good. Fujitora and Hawkeye, who were just affected by the strange sound, never thought that Big Mom would suddenly change the direction of their attack. Hawkeye can only swipe a knife quickly and then dodge with his whole body. Fujitora makes the gravity field in front of him chaotic, and his whole body dodges. But this attack is too huge and fast. Boom! Bright light covers the sky. The giant slash like a beam of light instantly shattered the slash and the gravitational field fell on the two of them. The terrifying power caused a loud roar, and under the majestic air waves, the two flew upside down and fell like cannonballs, smashing to the ground. Even more, Uwe unabated and flew back with the two of them, causing a crack that seemed to be torn on the ground. Sneak attack can't kill you, you're getting worse and worse, Linlin. Kaido turned into a human figure, rushed over directly, and bombarded with his fists a huge attack to hit Big Mom. Well, even if my mother died here today, you have to die first. Big Mom sneered and collided with Kaido without fear. Boom! 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 Big Mom wraps his arms around the thunder, constantly facing Kaido in front of him. Kaido is like a storm, punching more than a dozen punches, bursting with terrifying power like a series of shocks. The two collided, and the whole road seemed to have a 10th magnitude earthquake, and the sea surface was even in the aftermath of the shock, setting off monstrous waves. Thunder 8 trigrams. Under the consternation of Big Mom, Kaido took a step back, and a huge mace appeared out of thin air, which was taken out of the guild space. In such a moment of astonishment, Kaido's stick slammed on the ant. Bang! Atmospheric riot, Anti was blasted into the distance like a meteor, and flew straight to the sea under the watch of countless people. Mother! Thundercloud Zeus saw this scene, and directly turned into thunder and lightning floating above the sea, forming a sea of thunder to catch the flying ant. Well done, Eve, Zeus. Seeing that the abdomen was split a little and the blood was flowing, the ant's face was extremely ugly, and she immediately signaled Zeus to fly down and touch the sea. Since you want my old lady to die, then everything will be destroyed. Soul infusion. Tick. Under the astonishment of everyone, the sea began to turbulent, and the sea that was more than several kilometers turned into a deep purple, and it was extremely terrifying to raise a monstrous wave of hundreds of meters. And there is a human face in the center of this huge wave, and the evil smile is rushing towards the Cake Island. Storm. 39. Meanwhile, Big Mom manipulates the weather. The sky over Cake Island is covered with clouds for dozens of miles, and thunder and storms are rolling on it, mixed with lightning and thunder, and it rains instantly. Want to flood Cake Island? Dream. Kaido turned into a dragon again and rushed into the distance, trying to interrupt Big Mom's attack. But Ant no longer needs to control the sea will continue to charge the island, and then directly fight Kaido again. Let me. Looking at the surging huge waves and the storm in the sky, Arnold pressed the ground, and the whole Cake Island roared continuously. Thick walls of earth rise from the edge of the island and close in the sky. Thousands of times the density of the earth-shaped wall is airtight to surround the entire Cake Island. Boom! The waves are constantly rushing, and every time they are crushed by hundreds of millions of gravity, the cracks in the earth wall are repaired in an instant, but the entire island that hits is dangling. I can't do this, I'm stuck. Hawkeye couldn't help frowning. Big Mom and Kaido fought in the sky and sea in the distance. Even he couldn't participate, because he couldn't fly, and moonwalk was difficult to participate. Follow the old man and blast her into the sea. 99. Fujitora cracked open a piece of land and took off, took Arnold and Hawkeye to smash the dirt wall, controlled gravity and rushed out, facing the incoming waves. But Fujitora didn't care at all, flying higher and higher over the waves. Big Mom and Kaido below are fighting in full swing. Good chance. Seeing Anti being blasted back a few steps, the three of them shot from the sky in an instant. Profound truth, extreme storm. Hawkeye slashed dozens of swords downwards, directly intersecting to form a sword energy storm. Nearly 1,000 meters in length and breadth, the dense sword chi swept through everything, smashed everything it passed, and flew quickly towards the bottom. Combo Mountain Fist. Arnold's whole body surged with energy, bombarding dozens of punches in a row. I saw huge heavy peaks of 100 meters being blasted out by him, cutting through the void, as if countless meteorites fell from the sky. Gravity Knife, Tiger, Power. Fujitora's sword was unsheathed, the purple halo was extremely dazzling, and the surrounding space was distorted a bit. A purple gravitational wave instantly passed through hundreds of meters and fell below, directly covering the ant. Thundercloud Zeus suffered a terrifying distortion and collapsed directly. Ha ha ha, don't try to escape, go to the sea with Laozi, Linlin. Seeing that the ant who had nowhere to use and was affected by gravity was staggering and losing control, Kaido quickly grabbed the ant. Who knew that the ant just stumbled into Kaido's arms? Kinda hot eyes. But at this moment, a sword energy storm struck, followed by dozens of huge mountains. Boom! Kaido hugged his ant and was directly attacked by it, the terrifying air waves swept all directions, and the whole person was bombarded directly into the sea with his ant. The storm and tsunami in the sky are gradually calming down. All soul objects on Cake Island fell down and became dead. Just now, Kaido was hugging Big Mom. Chapter 137. Just now, Kaido was holding Big Mom. I see, Kaido is protecting Big Mom. Alas, it's really unfortunate that I can't see things. Fortunately, the old man's eyes have recovered, but it's really annoying. Arnold, Hawkeye, and Fujitora each say a word. It directly turned this siege into the affectionate relationship between Kaido and Auntie, a bloody drama. Still streaming. 99. Arnold couldn't help but speak. He was indeed showing Anna's all the power of Big Mom and preparing for Anna's to accept Big Mom's strength, so. In the guild, all the people who are curious about the battle have seen it all. In particular, Marine's group, who had just defeated the Revolutionary Army, watched the live broadcast with joy. Kizaru, hiss. It's so scary. Akainu, alas, I might as well. Aokiji, amazing, the taste is really heavy. Sengoku, it's over, I won't be able to eat any more. Garp, that's right, these two really have a leg. Crane, don't you think it's very touching? I'm crying. That scene just now was so hot. It's as if the prince protects the princess, even if he is injured or dies, he doesn't care. This will definitely be Kaido Black history from now on. Cut it down and use this to send dynamic pictures later. I went down and destroyed her. Hawkeye said and jumped off the slate, holding a black knife and falling into the sea. The weakness of Fujitora and others naturally disappeared, but 2 people in the sea were enough. Ant is a capable person, she must be powerless to enter the sea, and even the so-called steel balloon will be broken. It's very simple, after the nun's photo was damaged, Ant's steel balloon ability disappeared. The body becomes more fragile than ordinary people, so it is likely to be the same when entering the sea. However, no matter what, the domestic ants are powerless to resist. 10 minutes later. The ant was thrown on the ground with several holes in her body, blood was flowing. Even the abdomen was pierced by Kaido's sharp claws, and the internal organs were clearly visible, which was extremely miserable. The body is still twitching, the next moment, there is no breath. Is it dead, Linlin? Realizing that Auntie had lost her breath, Kaido's eyes flashed slightly and he couldn't help shaking his head. Throw her into the moon, the power will dissipate. Rayleigh came running at this moment, opened the door immediately, and was about to catch Auntie, but suddenly a big terror was born in his heart. No. She's not dead. Hawkeye and the others also changed their expressions, and Kaido couldn't help being shocked. Brush. I saw the ant who was considered dead by everyone, and a visible soul floated from her body. The soul floated in the air as if it were materialized, opening its mouth and roaring strangely. Bury them all with the old lady. Soul awakening. 99. Soul storm. Big Mom's soul body instantly swells and bursts directly. Boom. The turbulent soul turned into a mighty terrifying storm, sweeping out overwhelmingly, covering the entire Cake Island in an instant, and rushing wildly into the distance. The soul storm is like a real tornado, crushing everything it passes. If it wasn't for the elites of the clan with all the treasures, they would have left through the portal before, otherwise they would all die instantly. Puff puff. Kaido, Hawkeye, Fujitora, Rayleigh, and Arnold were directly blasted out, and they were even severely injured and vomited blood. Not only the physical blow, but also the tearing of the soul, strangling on everyone's soul like a storm, extremely terrifying. This is the only ultimate trick that Big Mom has worked so hard to develop over the years. It is a terrifying big move that is enough to perish with countless people. The whole island was razed to the ground, and the soul of any living body collapsed. Especially when the 5 were so close to Big Mom and the attack was so sudden. Besides Kaido was seriously injured, the other 4 were on the verge of death, and their consciousness began to collapse. Problem occurs. The guild members who watched the live broadcast were horrified when they saw the live broadcast collapsed. No one would have thought that Auntie's soul would be materialized from the body, and there would be such a big move as Soul Storm. It can only be said that the soul is something that everyone understands too little, and it is too mysterious and powerful. Brush. A figure appeared here, looking around indifferently. Directly open the door and send 5 people to the moon, banning the dying state. If you hurt my subject, do you still want to escape? 35. Xia never believes that Ant can get out of the body and even escape, but she chooses to blow herself up? Do you have such a true temperament for a cruel guy like you? I found you, BD. Xia's sense of sight and spiritual power scan 1,000 miles. The direct mental power turned into a monstrous terrifying big hand, pressing towards the void a few miles away. After entering the quasi-8th star, Xia's background is too rich, and her spiritual power has been substantiated. What? With a strange scream, Xia withdrew her hand. I saw an ant with a broken soul in her hand, which was only half a meter high. This was not caused by Xia, but the remaining soul after the ant's soul storm. You are also proud to be able to develop the soul fruit to this point. But, that's it. Xia's mental power is swept away, and the ant looks miserable but can recover. Maybe it can absorb other people's souls to grow, or take advantage of the body to be reborn. The good world of pirates was turned into a world of immortals by my aunt. The body didn't collapse, what a steel balloon. Noticing the corpse of the ant in the far distance, Xiaoya grabbed it and stepped into the giant gate. Bright Moon Guild. Xiaoya, Soul Storm warning. Be careful, it's not an example. Everyone, yes, Your Majesty, ministers and others, please remember. The ant's self-destruct soul incident this time really gave everyone a wake-up call. They have always thought that the empire is invincible, but they almost turned over with the ant, so what about the world government? How many more terrifying and hard-to-prevent capabilities are there? On the moon. Kaido 5 people took Minjiudan and quickly recovered. Well, Minjiudan also repairs soul wounds. Moreover, the effect of Minjiudan is increasing all the time, because Xiaoya is getting stronger and stronger. The upper limit is the realm of Xiaoya, and any of the following injuries can be recovered. Ant's mental energy is only 1/10 left, and her body energy is only 3/5, but it has been supplemented by me. But after absorbing her strength, you also need to practice hard, understand? Learn from your brother. 0. Ask for flowers. Xiaoya serious warning. Don't flutter when you suddenly have strength, it's easy to cause trouble. He doesn't want to kill a loyal servant one day. Your Majesty, I will remember what you said. Anna solemnly promises, a loyalty to the Son of Heaven. Then, let's fuse. Xiaoya condenses all the power of Big Mom into the energy group and falls directly on Anna's. Boom. All the ants are strong, and Anna's has finally ushered in spring. What a soul fruit. Xiaoya also clearly felt the power of her soul, which was boiling. This mysterious power is definitely the nemesis of many meat shields. Auntie, this idiot, the soul and soul fruit is completely wasted. What is the basic power of the soul? Spiritual power. It's like a master of mind power, or spiritual attacks are the most terrifying, not what gives souls to all things, it's all external forces. But he wanted to try it out to see if he could make some Zanpakuto for the younger brothers, ahem. Go down. Go to the 7 waters, and bring back the Pluton blueprint in Flaky's body. Yes, Your Majesty, Wei Chen retire. Anna's hilarious retreat. Now that you have the strength, you can form a team and expand the territory for Your Majesty. Well, let's go and collect some younger brothers first. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing mission 2, conquer or kill all 4 emperors. Reward the moon cloth. Cannot be damaged. Strength is doubled. Brush. A very luxurious and mysterious black and gold armor appeared in the hands of Xiaoya. On its battle armor, there is the emblem of the bright moon and the emperor's totem. Xiaoya looked at it and wore it directly on the body, and the armor automatically wore it. Whoops, it's too coquettish. Looking at herself in the mirror, Xiaoya couldn't help but tease. I don't know what kind of metal the armor is made of, and every pattern is spinning, like the reincarnation of the universe. Every detail from head to toe is so perfect in Xiaoya's eyes. There are 6 wings swaying behind it, and the halo on it is lingering, as if gently fanning, it is the change of the world. Even with the emperor's crown on Xiaoya's head, an indescribable emperor's aura sweeps tens of thousands of miles. On the moon, everyone's body was shocked, and their hearts suddenly felt a sense of reverence. I admire and admire, in these heavens, who can be worthy of you? Xiaoya is a rare narcissist, whispering to herself in the mirror. As soon as the holy clothes were put on, countless girls and young women in the heavens were about to cry. Brush. The brilliance of the bright moon sacred clothes circulated and changed its form directly, becoming the same luxurious and mysterious black gold robe. The shape is controllable, it cannot be damaged, it never gets dirty, and the strength is doubled. This is the characteristic. Tasks 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all completed, and the bright moon 3-piece set is complete. Then, waiting for you, the ultimate mission. Looking into the distance, Xiaoya holds a staring fruit, and directly and clearly sees the red line of the pirate world. Marie Joyce, you who are born in fear, how can you resist? Chapter 138. The war in the New World continues. After Anna's got the full strength of Big Mom, he began to form a team. After a turnaround, Anna's spotted Wild Dover. Yes, Doflamingo has not joined any clan yet. He is working hard, and when there are more prisoners, he can apply for a replacement devil fruit, and strive to step into the first echelon of the empire. However, Brother Ming's arrogance is really eye-catching, attracting Anna's. Join my true spirit team, understand? Bobo 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 Bo 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 bo. The team can only be formed by the first echelon of the empire. Your strength seems to be. Boom. The terrifying conqueror's outbreak. With thunder and flames all over his body, Anas said calmly, Your Majesty said that I have an extraordinary talent and a bright future, so I deliberately integrated my aunt's strength into me. Doflamingo has a black line, you are extremely talented. If it weren't for you as His Majesty's first scumbag, which round would you get your fusion aunt's strength? Of course, Dover wouldn't say it, and instead said with a smile 173, Boom, my little brother has admired you for a long time, and I'm willing to join, General Anas. Ah, very good. Is there anyone with better talent in the pirate world? Anas is unwilling to be mediocre and wants to train himself. You can see that the lieutenants and captains of other teams are all talented or extremely powerful. There is only one Dover in his team to support the facade, which is not enough. Talent. Hashtag, CP9. After a little thought, Dover set the target at Nice Lobby. A little explanation, Anas shines, Rob Lucci. The strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in all dynasties, known as Nice Lobby CP9, the strongest in 800 years, just this title, Anas is full of interest. The important thing is that the Nice Lobby seems to be near the Seven Waters, just to complete His Majesty's mission. What ability does he have? It seems to be cat fruit, leopard. So rubbish. Anas frowned and turned calm, My stupid brother, I brought back a phantom beast ferret fruit yesterday, Master Storm, very fast. If he is really good, I will apply to His Majesty to replace him. 35. Dover's eyes lit up, and then he shook his head. Zoan or something, he's not interested, doesn't suit the pace of his ignorance. Of course, certain titans, angels, dragons, and phoenixes, etc., would only interest him. By the way, I have caught a lot of capable people recently, do you want to change them? Boiled, there is no one suitable for me at present. Which one is right for you? If you find time, space, natural disasters, thunder, angels, gravity, etc., then make use of it. You're thinking about farting. 9. At the same time. Emperor Palace Minjiu Hall. Wei Chen, see Your Majesty. 39. May Your Majesty be immortal and unify the heavens. A calm and powerful voice echoed in the hall, and half knelt on the ground was a man with a surging breath, a solemn face, and a resolute look. Dong dong dong. The powerful heartbeat is like an immortal drum, resounding in waves. Anyone who looks at it can't help but look sideways. Such a powerful fighting spirit, even facing Xia Ya, the sound of war drums like an imperial engine broke out. Who is coming? Buggy is too. Why are you so nervous? Xia Ya couldn't help frowning, Buggy's strength was much stronger, but he also became a little more cautious. Maybe Xia Ya didn't even think about it, the power on his body became more and more tyrannical. I haven't seen Xia Ya's Buggy for a long time, and I was so scared that my heart was about to explode. Your sister's imperial engine, Buggy, I'm scared to pee, okay. Go back to Your Majesty, Wei Chen feels Your Majesty and dare not surpass. Buggy wiped the cold sweat without a trace, feeling uneasy. He didn't know what Xia Ya was going to do to find him back. After training on Fierce Beast Island for just over a month, he has gone through dozens of life and death crises, his strength has indeed improved a lot, and even Conquerors has unexpectedly awakened. After the awakening of the Overlord, Buggy's talent showed, his armed color and knowledge color just awakened, and it was indeed much stronger. Buggy, you are not strong enough now, let alone the first echelon of the Empire, you are far behind in the second echelon. Xia Ya's voice made Buggy feel ashamed and uneasy, only Xia Ya said plainly, I will let you exercise for another 10 years. 10 years later, if you are weaker than the second echelon, then go to farm, understand? Yes, Your Majesty, Wei Chen understands. Buggy hunched over, hands clenched, teeth clenched. The experience of Ferocious Beast Island made him understand how weak he is. After returning to the moon, the presence of powerful breaths made him feel ashamed. Then, let's get started. When Xia Ya raised her hand, brilliance surged. Opening a portal, Buggy walked into the training tower in Xia Ya's different space. Adjust the time scale, 1 minute outside, 1 year inside. No fatigue. No hunger. Death will be resurrected directly. Boom boom boom. The Buggy battle begins. On the first floor of the training tower, pirates with a bounty of tens of millions, if you defeat one, there will be 2 different ones, and if you defeat 2, 3 different ones will appear. In the end, there are thousands of pirates. Must persist for a year to enter the next level. On the second floor, pirates with a bounty of 100 million. Ditto. The third floor, the bounty is 200 million. Ditto. It's a test. Xia Ya calmly watched the battle in the training tower, the opponents inside were created by him. He has been thinking about how to make his younger brother stronger these days. In addition to the most important exercises, he has not created it yet, so he can only increase his combat power by 0. Then the training tower may be able, the time ratio can be adjusted, and the battle can be used to become stronger. In 5 minutes, 5 years had passed, and Buggy began to enter the 6th floor, and his combat power improved steadily. In the face of 600 million bounty pirates, Buggy died for the 100th time, and immediately awakened after being resurrected. Sure enough, the split awakening, after affecting the outside world, split everything. Xia was very satisfied to see that in Buggy's awakening realm, everything split and shattered, and every punch was cleaning up the power of split. After awakening, it can not only split itself to a great extent to eliminate weaknesses, but also split foreign objects and smash everything. 10 minutes later. Fight! 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 Buggy Hacky overflowed, roaring murderous, and even forgot that he had walked out of the training tower. There is no concept of time there, he only knows that after he has been on each floor for a long time, he will enter the next floor, and each floor is more terrifying. After 10 years of unstoppable fighting, I don't know how many times I have died, Buggy's spirit is about to collapse. Wake up! Xiaoya's voice made Buggy froze for a while, his eyes were confused, his memory returned, and he immediately knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Looking at Buggy, who was full of blood and energy, Hacky overflowing, and Buggy with sharp eyes, Xiaoya was also a little emotional. Fighting, killing, really trains people, but Xiaoya made a mistake. Each floor must stay for a full year, continuously fight for 10 years, and the setting without stagnation is too damaging to the spirit and needs to be improved. Fortunately, Buggy's will became stronger and survived. Quite 5-star peak combat power, you passed the test, Buggy. Xiaoya is not surprised that Buggy did not reach the level of General Emperor. Conquerors, to put it nicely, is the chosen person, and to put it badly, it is the crucian carp crossing the river. What New World has is, it's nothing unusual, and it doesn't represent anything. Thank you Your Majesty for cultivating. 5.5 Buggy spoke calmly, still digesting everything from that decade. Go and rest, 10 days later, go to complete my mission, and then join, the True Spirit team. Yes, Your Majesty, Wei Chen retire. Buggy complimented and turned to leave. Xiaoya looked at Buggy's figure, as if she was bearing a huge mountain, extremely heavy, as if she had changed a person. But after Buggy walked out of Minjiu Palace, his red nose trembled and his arms were full of laughter. Ha 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 ha, this uncle finally took off. Wait for Shanks, the silent change of the Buggy god will surely amaze everyone. Wow, haha, it's cool. It's still the same Buggy, nothing has changed. Suddenly remembering the day when Buggy shamelessly licked, Xiaoya chuckled. Join Anna's team, these two talents will start. Then perfect the training tower and open a small hang for the subordinates. Chapter 139. An Ice Lobby. World Government Organization, the island that never sleeps. At this moment, the island is being attacked by a group of rookie pirates, and there is a mess everywhere. Damn, Straw Hat Crew, you're pushing me. Looking at CP9 who fell to the ground, and Straw Hat Crew, who was also seriously injured, Spondum became angry. The golden phone bug on hand is extremely obvious. Who, Chi? Straw Hat Crew gasped for breath, but was relieved to see Frankie being rescued. This is their toughest fight since they entered the Grand Line. Those CP9s are all non-humans, if they hadn't exploded collectively, they would definitely be destroyed. I, actually fell here. Lu Chi was lying on the ground, his sharp eyes could not help but dim. He is a man who calls the weak sin and believes in dark justice, but he is a little confused at the moment. In the past few years undercover, he wasted too much. Due to Spondum's inaction and precaution, CP9 had a hard time getting in touch with Hacky in the first half, growing up hard, and now being defeated by a child makes him a little self-deprecating. Spondum is crazy again. He will definitely put the fault on them, not to mention that their master is so secretive, he has already thought of the fate of his 04 and others. Hey, pigeons, join us. Under the anger of Spondum and the sluggishness of CP9 and others, Luffy came to speak. And you guys, you are really strong, let's build a career with us. Zoro, Sanji, and others are also confused. Who said that Luffy has no brains, and seriously, isn't this a chicken thief? Today, the Imperial team is illustrious, and there will soon be a world war. As a citizen of the Empire, it is my duty to recruit the strong into the Empire. Keiku on the other side was very dissatisfied. What nonsense are you talking about? We are. By the way, we are under the Minjiu Empire. Straw Hats, adventures. Future Straw Hats. Luffy interrupted the conversation, held on to his hat and said solemnly, causing Zoro and the others to stare blankly. 10 days ago, a man in a green robe with a shoehorn tattoo came on the boat. Talked a lot to Luffy mysteriously, so. Soul sublimation, enlightened. Wow. For a moment, CP9 and others were shocked. Spondum almost threw the golden phone bug out. Ah! Minjiu Empire! Spondum screamed, sweating profusely, and dialed the golden phone worm tremblingly. Aokiji at Marine Headquarters saw the silver phone bug ringing and connected directly. Aokiji Admiral, I am Spondam, the Minjayu Empire invaded Nice lobby, please support immediately, save me. 66. Who? Aokiji was in a trance for a moment. Why did the Imperial troops go to the first half? No. How is Ben Admiral's golden phone bug still in the hands of this crap? It's Straw Hat Crew, it's Moon Empire, it's, crackling. 5. Aokiji had a question mark on his head. The sound seems to be thunder? Is Spondam dead? Forget it, what does it have to do with Ben Admiral? Sleep. Nice lobby. Everyone stared blankly at the duo who fell from the sky. The terrifying thunder that fell from the sky directly electrocuted Spondam into coke. Grass, do you think the CP9 chief is so awesome, just such a piece of shit? Anas fell from the sky, with the thundercloud Zeus floating around him. Then he touched his chin and said, no, I must be too strong to kill everything in seconds. 5. Dover came over and said with a smile, Bibababo, he was originally a War 5 scum. Shut up, you don't need to say it. With a dark expression, Anas turned his gaze to the Straw Hat trio with a strange look in his eyes. GGG, long time no see, little trash. You are still so weak, a few CP9s will make you covered with injuries, it seems that there is no value in training. Zoro and others have black lines, this dog-headed man is still so arrogant. But what surprised Straw Hat Crew even more was that Anas seemed to be much stronger, and what happened to the Thunderbolt beside him? CPG? Anas glanced aside and said without a doubt, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the True Spirit team under the Minjayu Empire. 99. From now on, you are all my soldiers, understand? The members of CP9, including Rob Lucci, were all condensed. Don't pay attention to Straw Hat Crew, these two are also big figures in the Minjayu Empire, can they refuse? No. They are mine. Luffy immediately shouted and rushed over to block Lucci and the others, causing Anas to be stunned. Call. Sanji spit out a smoke ring, walked over and said, Anas, don't rob people. Hey, it's really been a long time since I met, I didn't meet you when I founded the country, let's fight first. Zoro grinned and pulled out 3 knives eagerly. I miss it so much. I was once killed by Anas and tried to catch up. Now, I don't know who is stronger. You guys, want to fight me? Anas couldn't believe it, even extremely annoyed. Boiling Bobo, these little guys are going to beat you up, General Anas. 35. Doflamingo didn't think it was a big deal to step aside to watch the show, what a bunch of naive little guys. I think I've grown a lot, but I can't even feel the difference, I'm still weak and pitiful. Hee, feel the pain. Without hesitation, Anas sneered and disappeared in place the next moment. Boom. Anas came directly to the 3 of them and punched suddenly. Electric blast. Boom. The terrorist force was directly vented at the feet of the 3 people, forming a terrifying big explosion. Filled with thunder and flames, it shattered hundreds of meters of ground in an instant. Bang bang bang. The terrifying power rushed in, and the 3 of Luffy Sanji Zoro felt that their eyes were darkened. Puff. Because the distance is too close, even if Anas didn't attack the body to avoid the explosion with one punch, the bones of the 3 were still cracked. They vomited blood, the terrifying pain swept through my mind, and passed out on the spot. This scene made Usopp and Nami stay in place. What happened? How did Anas suddenly become so strong? Luffy. Chopper, Frankie, Usopp exclaimed. 2 new little trash added. Anas looked at it coldly, and the terrifying conquerors pushed it horizontally. Bang bang bang. In an instant, conquerors avoided Nami, and the 3 of Chopper fainted on the spot. What? Nami screamed with a black line, Anas, look at the good deeds you have done, do you know how much it costs to treat them? You are killing me. Lose money. 173. Rob Lucci and others in the distance were dizzy. You're not going to save your companion, but you're discussing medical bills? If Nami knew the idea of CP9, he would definitely complain. Luffy and the others were not beaten by Anas, and they became stronger every time they woke up, so money is the most important thing. Compensate, pay, what a big deal. Anas looked relieved, and the place finally came back. He is very vengeful, after all, he has been beaten by the rapid growth of the trio. Crack. The next moment, under the shock of Lucci and others, Anas came to Frankie, fumbled for a long time to open his body, and took out a simple drawing. The plot seems to have changed, Frankie's drawings have not been burned by him. Hey Sai, this is the Pluton design. This is the blueprint we've been looking for 5 years. 35. Dover was pleasantly surprised, and Lucci and others were full of indignation. Obviously this blueprint is by their side, but they have been abandoned for 5 years. Anas had no interest, he threw it directly to the guild, let Minjayu glory go to enlightenment, looked at CP9, and opened his mouth full of air. Have you considered it? Weakness is the original sin, join my team, Haki's good fruits will be given to you. Lucci's body was shocked, weakness is the original sin? Everyone looked at each other and had no choice at all. We join, Mr. Anas. Anas expressed his satisfaction, and suddenly looked In the distance, a beautiful girl came over. She was a little tired after the battle, but she didn't lose her sense of S***X. Your name? Ah? My lord, I'm Khalifa. 99. Very good, will the bed be warm? The imperial palace needs you. 66. Chapter 140. While recruiting members in Anna's Twin Points. Above the lighthouse, a grey-haired, stylishly dressed old man was packing his things. I didn't expect the old man to be so old that he didn't even have the opportunity to retire. 99. UBD, Rayleigh, don't let me see you. The Roger Pirates ship doctor, Carlos, gritted his teeth while packing his things. Glancing down the lighthouse, watching the huge whales flapping in the sea, Kyukaros couldn't help but said, finally fulfilled a wish, I didn't expect that they would still be alive. The whale Laboon, but 50 years ago, the Rumba Pirates asked him to take care of him. Who knows that it takes decades to take care of him? I thought everyone was dead, but Rayleigh came to the news that a certain explosive head was still alive and became a bone man. Yes, Usopp and Crocodile woke up that day and wanted to invite Brook to go with them. But Brook did not agree and remained in the Devil's Triangle. But that's not the reason why you cheated on the old man. Thinking of Rayleigh's phone call not long ago, Kyukaros tickles his teeth with anger. Hey, Kyukaros, the Imperial Medical College needs you. If you don't join, I will lead the troops to arrest you. Your sister, is there such a trick to the old man? But the world is so big, Kyukaros can't hide if he wants to, he can only recognize it with his nose, pack his things and wait for someone to pick him up. Suddenly, Kyukaros' body shook. Senior Kyukaros, I'm here to pick you up. Buggy. Turning his head, Kyukaros was full of surprise. The buggy in front of me is as plain as water, extremely serious. Even if the breath is restrained, he can feel its terrifying power, which is stronger than him. Don't talk about the Roger Pirates. Today a 4 Emperors rank collapses, and tomorrow a 4 Emperors rank collapses. All of them are Admiral 4 Emperors. Kyukaros is not very strong. Kyukaros' complexion said, Buggy, you have changed. Yeah, I only know today that I am me. Buggy's eyes are full of deep, like an expert outside the world, with a sense of ethereal. Alas, you have really changed. 35. Kyukaros was heartbroken and walked towards Buggy. Then, snapped. Kyukaros slapped Buggy directly on the head and shouted angrily, okay. You kid, haven't seen you for so long, are you pretending to be in front of this old man? You have indeed changed, and your face has become thicker and thicker. It hurts. Buggy broke the skill in a second, and laughed with embarrassment, don't fight, uncle. I'm really strong now, can't I pretend to be an expert? What training tower has been fighting for 10 years? Fight for another 100 years, and don't think about my Buggy character changing. Shout, you and Rayleigh all the way. Kyukaros was extremely angry and pushed aside, let Rang, this old man has to pack up and then go to work for your empire. 99. It's inhuman, the old man is so old, and he still squeezes me. Seeing Kyukaros cursing, Buggy smiled dryly, Uncle Kyukaros, don't blame Uncle Rayleigh, he is also for your own good, he's such a fart. Do you know this old man in his 70s? Kyukaros was not angry, he took out his slippers and threw them over, don't mention that shameless BD to me, when I see him, either I will die or he will die, just wait. Hey. Buggy scratched his head and didn't know what to say, but looked forward to it. Tisk tisk, the two uncles fought, that scene, black history. After a few minutes, Kyukaros packed up the medical supplies and said casually, you came here to pick up this poor old man on purpose? It's really hard for you to run so far. Of course not. Kyukaros' eyes widened, okay, you stinky boy, are you picking up the old man by the way? Is the old man so unbearable? Uncle, calm down. Buggy hurriedly took a few steps back, and his expression was rare, serious. I'm here, the captain is coming back. 99. Boom. Kyukaros was shocked, opened his mouth, and said after a long time, you have a heart. There are so many of us that we can't even bring back that guy's body, and we don't know how he lived down there. There are so many secrets on Roger. Listening to the voice of all things, let him know too much truth, and some incredible abilities. Even if he dies, the world government will not let him go, and will still send people to study the corpse. You kid pit me? You are the only one who can invite an egg. Kyukaros was quite angry, the most likely corpse was in Marie Joyce, did Buggy die alone? No, uncle misunderstood, His Majesty asked me to occupy Logue Town. Really, as long as you occupy there, His Majesty will resurrect the captain. Buggy's words left Kyukaros stunned in place, with an unbelievable look on his face. Resurrection? What medical principle is this? Before that, Xiaya can't help but frown. Resurrection? What is this operation? It's not that he can't be resurrected, but his omniscient realm is on the moon. Don't you mean that you can be the same as the moon by winning the world government and rewarding the title of Lord of the Navigation World? but the system suddenly prompted him to occupy Log Town first. Xia thought for a while and agreed, anyway, sooner or later, and then sent Buggy. System, explain. Ding, don't worry, your majesty, after winning New World, there will be a surprise. 0. Hehe, I believe you are a ghost. Shielding the system, Xia fell into peace. Surprise? Hope it's not a shock, anyway, the system likes to hide it, Xia said it's a habit. Get up and fight the landlords with the girls at night. The mates are so bad, they never win, they beg for mercy every time. The other side. The journey of the Empire continues in New World. When the Cake Island was destroyed, the ant died, and the news that all her children surrendered. The world is silent. Even all the careerists in other sea areas have a bitter expression on their faces. Quick. Too soon. In the past few days, the Minjiu Empire has already won 1/5 of the New World. There is blood everywhere, and any big pirate is afraid. All the forces remaining in the New World are collapsing and there is nowhere to escape. TT. Many big pirates rely on their own strength to be tyrannical, and even conquerors, directly choose to cross the calm belt, trying to escape to other West Blue, North Blue. But the moment it just arrived at the calm belt. AL. To the horror of the pirates, countless giant sea kings rose from the sea and charged in extremely terrifying one by one. No ink marks with you at all, as long as you get close, you will be massacred. You are very strong? As long as you can't fly and have no special abilities, even if you are stronger than Whitebeard, you can't survive. Countless giant sea kings blast, one after the other. When the mouth is opened, the ship will be swallowed up, the tail of the fish will be engulfed, the warship will be destroyed, and the waves will be frenzied. No matter how many people you have, no matter how strong you are, you can only be consumed alive. 2 days down. The calm belt on both sides, with Zhao Hao, was stained with blood, and there are still many forces moving towards the calm belt. Because the news didn't get out, I don't know at all. Sea Kings were ordered by Xia to strictly guard the calm belt for half a month, and those who came were killed without mercy. Within 2 days, except for those with special abilities and those with flying abilities, they escaped from the New World. Or hide in some special ability space, other major forces can only wait to die. But no one dared to take revenge. Wrong, they didn't retaliate, the 5 elders kept in touch after getting Xia's contact information. It's a pity that Xia is on the moon, and the phone number cannot be transmitted at all. And Xia doesn't use the phone for a long time, how good it is to chat directly with the guild, and I am not a member of the guild to meet in person. Emperor Palace Minjiu Hall. Morgans, President of the Imperial Press, meet your majesty. May the empire last forever, and may your majesty be immortal. Morgans entered the temple for the first time, quite excited, bowed his head and worshipped the devil. Get up, what's the matter? Xia glanced at Morgans. Your majesty, 5 elders, 9. Chapter 141. Your majesty, world government 5 elders, would like to speak to you. Morgans looked at Xia cautiously, for fear that Xia would be angry. After all, this is a trivial matter, and he even bothered Xia because of this. Oh? Interesting. Xia is not angry, and has a lot of interest. Now that the good news is frequent, and I am drunk in the gentle town, wrong, and I have just finished training, it is time to go to pirates. Let's go, I want to hear what they want to say. Open the door and let the 2 go out. Blue blue. Morgans called, and the voice of the curly-bearded 5 elders came. How is it, have you been in touch? Xia raised her brows slightly, why is this tone so urgent? What's the matter with me? The phone was silent for a while. 2 seconds later, the curly-bearded 5 elders said politely, Masutani Yasuki has seen His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire, I wish you. Let's talk less and say it directly. Otherwise, get out of here. After a while, the bearded 5 elders appeared. Your Majesty the Moon Empire, we would like to invite you to settle in Marie Joyce. How about you share power with our king, Lord Im, leader of the Celestial Dragons? Morgan's stagnant, sharing the country? So capricious? Xia wants to laugh inexplicably, this must be proposed by little sister Yumu, what a chicken thief. Let me explain to you, Lord Yumu is. I know who it is. Interrupting the words, Xia spoke directly with a strange smile. Shared rights? Okay, I asked that little girl from Yumu to be my foot-washing maid, and I agreed. Boom. A terrifying aura came from Pan Gukan, which made the 5 elders bend over, and their expressions changed drastically. Apparently, Im was eavesdropping and was furious. Miss Ben is so angry that she's hurt. The phone bugs over there are exploding. The signal is broken, Xia's expression is playful. Whether you are a man or a woman, you must be so angry. It is unacceptable for a woman, and even more unacceptable for a man. The invincible gentlemen are treated as women and maids, as long as they still have a trace of dignity, they will explode with anger. In the future, these idiots will call again, just start scolding, no matter how hard they are, I will remember your credit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Morgans was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down. Credits, pure gold, bright moon pills, etc., are all longing for countless people. Brush. Xiaya disappeared in place. He still has a powerful fruit in his hand, which the golden lion found yesterday. Now, he is going to find a younger brother, use this fruit perfectly, and become the top admiral under his command. New World is full of fights. Nowhere, the big pirates are running around. But every road is an imperial army, and there are countless sea kings in the calm belt strictly guarding it, so many big pirates escaped and came to a strange place. What is that? My god, it's too big, Eve. One by one, the big pirates who escaped from the unfamiliar sea were shocked. See far away. On the endless sea, a colossus came on the waves. The average depth of the ocean in the pirate world is at least 7 or 8 kilometers, and the deepest place can reach tens of thousands of meters. One can imagine how huge this giant elephant, which even the sea level has just touched its knees. This giant elephant towers into the sky, and on its back there is a kingdom called the Furry Principality, and an ancient race lives in the kingdom. The Fur tribe has a very close relationship with the Kojaki tribe. Moo. It seems to have found a large pirate ship not far away, and the giant elephant roared, as if warning, don't get close. This kind of sound made the scalp of all pirates numb, as if they were neighing in their ears, and their eardrums were bursting. I see. This is the legendary Zou. It is said that there is a giant elephant walking on the sea, with a mysterious kingdom on its back, and it does not stop all year round, at least it lived 1,000 years. A certain big pirate with a reward of more than 500 million, when the words came out, caused an uproar. Mysterious country? 1,000 years of life? This mysterious creature, after the pirates calmed down, their eyes became extremely greedy. The more mysterious, the greater the harvest. They are all pirates, who is afraid of who? If you kill the elephant, you may be able to avoid the pursuit of the Minjiu Empire. The old man proposes that we form an alliance. It's all to avoid the Minjiu Empire. After the alliance, we boarded the elephants back together and waited for the opportunity to take revenge. 39. Seconded. Agree. One by one, the big pirates agreed one after another. There are more than 5,000 pirates gathered here, and they are ferocious. But how to get up? I am a gravitational fruit person. Let me take you up. However, you have to listen to me in the future. A tall and strong super sturdy man spoke in a deep voice, and everyone just wanted to refute, but after looking at it, his complexion suddenly changed. A few years ago, he fought against Kaido alone, and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he was defeated, he was still proud. One of the strongest pirates under the 4 emperors. No, a big pirate who is no weaker than the 4 emperors today. God of War Arid Sun. Gravitational fruit abilities. Conqueror's Haki. Super strength. Bounty, 2.63 billion berry. It is said that Arid Sun was abandoned by his parents and grew up on the island of the beasts of the New World. Fighting with countless beasts of Haki all day long, getting the secret book to awaken Conqueror's Haki, the fruit of gravity under the lucky suit. This is the son of a goddess, and his debut is the pinnacle. Go out to sea to kill the big pirate with a reward of more than 1 billion, fight Kaido alone after 3 days and lose the battle, rest for a few days. Turn around to fight Anti, escape with minor injuries, rest for a few more days, turn around to fight Redhead. Finally, fight against Whitebeard and get out. More battles with Admiral, just 10 years of wind and rain, just 45 years old this year. This is a big pirate that makes New World crazy, and countless pirates admire and want to join. Some people call him a new generation of Red Earl. But Arid Sun is a loner and will never accept any weak to follow, otherwise he will form a force and be absolutely qualified to become the 5th emperor. As for why not just fly out of New World? Arid Sun has his own reasons, because he just found out that there is a historical text of the road sign on Zou. He is not afraid of the powerhouses of the empire, but he also wants the historical text. But now, the Lone Ranger is no longer suitable for the times, and he also needs power. Okay. We agree. In just a few seconds, dozens of pirate groups joined together and chose to listen to Arid Sun. Walk. The terrifying gravitational waves swept all the pirates, and Arid Sun's eyes narrowed. The next moment, under the exclamations of the pirates, all the pirate ships took off together at an extremely fast speed. Moo. Suddenly seeing a fleet of ships flying up, the giant elephant Zou couldn't help but feel annoyed. Boom. The elephant trunk, which is thousands of meters long, exploded directly into the void, causing a roar, and a terrifying attack came. Damn. A strong wind pressure shadow came, and Arid Sun's face slammed. Raise your hand, and the terrifying gravitational force erupts. Awakening, black hole extinction. Scratching. The opening is a big move. Under the horror of the pirates, there is a large crack in the void ahead. Not very fast, but the dense space cracks unfolded, and a terrifying black hole with a vertical and horizontal direction of hundreds of meters appeared violently. Rustling. In an instant, everything around was engulfed and shattered, terrifying. Boom. The huge elephant trunk collided with the black hole, which is like the ratio of an elephant to an ant, but the horror of the black hole is beyond imagination. Moo! Ziuawa groaned in pain, blood dripping from the trunk of the elephant. The trunk seems to be torn apart. A large piece of flesh and blood disappeared, and a large blood mist swayed, causing his entire body to tremble. Humph! Arid Sun snorted coldly and continued to take off with the fleet. But the kingdom on the back of the elephant is full of chaos. Because of Zoe's tremor, the whole country was shaking, and the expressions of all creatures changed greatly. Why is Zoe so irritable today? What happened? A dog-headed creature is startled. He is Inuarashi, one of the 2 kings of the furry principality. The king in charge of the day is as famous as the king of the night, the cat viper, Kojiki Odin's retainer, and one of the 9 red sheaths. Boom! But the shaking didn't seem to be able to stop, and Quan Lan immediately roared, "Go and call the cat and pit viper over, don't fall asleep." Yes, Inuarashi-sama. As soon as the soldier left, Inu Ian's face darkened. He sensed what he saw, and there was a large group of strong men rushing here, and the speed was extremely fast. Chapter 142. 10 minutes later. Boom boom boom. The hairy principality with hundreds of years of history on the island of Sato on the back of the elephant, and now, the happy smiles on the faces of the citizens have disappeared. Because Arid Sun brought 5,000 pirates and went to war directly after landing. Be sure to suppress everything with absolute force and conquer everything above. Boom bang! Huge and chubby blonde cat viper and Inuarashi, the 2 dukes, the guardians of the furry kingdom, were seriously injured by Chi-Chi's force and fell to the ground. The 2 can take turns to play against Jack, and the battle will be dead for 5 days. But in front of Arid Sun, Zhao Zhao was crushed, and the 2 of them were beaten to death in a few minutes. Other fur tribes have been retreating under the offensive of the major pirates, a bloody country spreads, and there is a screaming, pain everywhere. If you don't surrender, you will die. The conquerors on Arid Sun swept the audience, and the breath of the beast made everyone horrified. Kill us! My fur tribe, never surrender! Inuarashi and Cat Viper gritted their teeth and shouted, with grief in their hearts. Once followed Kojiki Odin to the waves, followed Kojiki Odin to join the Whitebeard pirates, and followed Kojiki Odin to the Roger pirates. Ahem, Kojiki Odin is so rude. When did they suffer this kind of insult? No, they were caught by the Kaido serpent 18 years ago. Don't agree? Go to hell. A terrifying gravitational wave on Arid Sun's hand even turned into a repulsive force, and the 2 forces superimposed and swept out. This is a terrifying fluctuation that is enough to tear the mountains and seas apart, and it will erupt at any time. Stop fighting. Please don't fight again. A rather cute bunny-eared girl burst into tears on the ground, and Garrett, who had never felt pain, was full of despair at the moment. This. Inuarashi and Cat Viper shook their bodies and turned their heads in grief. It was a pair of unyielding, but extremely painful, sad and eager eyes for life. If they continue to disobey, this kingdom will come to nothing. Lord Arid Sun, we have found it. Looking around, I saw a few big pirates carrying a huge red inscription coming from the whale forest. Red road sign history text. Not good. Inu Lan and Cat Viper's expressions changed greatly, and they finally sighed helplessly when they saw Arid Sun who was about to kill. We, surrender. Very well, I will not treat you badly. Alder Sun couldn't help but stop with satisfaction, he is not a cruel and murderous person. On the contrary, I saw a group of fur tribes with a sense of closeness. After all, I grew up on the ferocious Beast Island. His friends are animals, and he was raised by a summoning monkey king. However, just as Alderson walked towards the historical text of the road sign with hot eyes, his body suddenly became tense, and the expressions of others also changed drastically. A voice full of majesty and unquestionable came. Can you give it to me? Arid Sun. Who am I? Just as Arid Sun was about to explode his strength, his pupils shrank and he couldn't move. Space confinement. Abrupt, invisible energy fluctuations in the audience. This is the power of time and space beyond this world, and it is terrifying. All life forms in the furry kingdom, including Aridson, were imprisoned in place. Every inch of space is solidifying, as if the pause button was turned on. No matter how they struggled, except for the fact that their thoughts were still active, they could not move. Just when everyone was terrified. Brush. A figure suddenly appeared, standing high in the sky, and the gorgeous black and gold robes set it off with incomparable nobility. On his handsome face, there are pupils that are indifferent to everything. The gorgeous and magnificent moon throne emerges behind, and the moment the visitor sits down. A mighty force that makes everyone feel small is sweeping the entire kingdom. Everyone was shocked, the Comer. Mysterious and noble. Sturdy and unparalleled. Xia. The moment he saw his face clearly, Arid Sun and other big pirates, and even Inuarashi and Cat Viper were all maddened in their hearts. No one in the world knows Kun. If it wasn't for being imprisoned, the big pirates would have fled absolutely frantically, exclaiming in fear. You are very good. Xia looked at Arid Sun, who was more than 5 meters tall and had a body similar to Arnold, and admired it. According to the current statistics of the powerhouses, even among the countless great pirates of powerhouses, Arid Sun is still a top 10, or even a top 5 horror existence. Well, not including disappearances and imprisoned ones. In a word, the current Arid Sun is not weaker than the 4 emperors, and has the same strength as Hellmand. Space unsealed. Xiaya's eyes lifted slightly, releasing the confinement of the space. At the moment of lifting, the big pirates were terrified and ready to flee, but Arid Sun immediately shouted, "I'll stand for Lao Tzu, whoever dares to escape will die." For a moment, the big pirates stood there in horror, and lowered their heads, not daring to look at Arid Sun, let alone Xiaya in the void. God! I suddenly realized that this is the god who once coerced the world, and we actually thought of running away? Arid Sun, I have seen Lord Xiaya. I wonder if you are here. His face was slightly condensed, and Arid Sun immediately spoke calmly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. No one is a fool, no matter how crazy he is, he would not dare to be rude to Xiaya. Growing up on Ferocious Beast Island, he knows better what the strong eat is. Knowing that the gap is huge, and then rushing up to shout a battle without a brain, that's something only a brainless person would do. 0. Ask for flowers. Submit to me, Arid Sun. I will give you the status you deserve, and take the world for me with white beard. 35. Xiaya's dull voice resounds in the kingdom. Inuarashi and Cat Viper laughed bitterly. Since Xiaya arrived, she didn't even look at them. The front foot just surrendered to Arid Sun, and then Arid Sun was about to kneel? What's the matter? Arid Sun. Willing to serve you. A second later, Arid Sun gestured and knelt down to declare his allegiance. Well, get up. Throwing down a bright moon batch, Xiaya is very satisfied. Chatting with smart people is easy and natural, those who know that he is like a god and still refuse to surrender are mentally retarded. The next moment, under the surprise of everyone, Arid Sun, who just got up and picked up his batch, was full of frenzy and bowed down again. Arid Sun. Willing to give everything for you, Your Majesty the Great Emperor of the Moon Empire. 5. Countless people are speechless and twitching. This is not the king of our hearts. Brush. Raising his hand to receive the historical text of the red road sign to the small world, Xiaya's flat voice came. I gave you the position of a 2-star general, allowing you to form a team of thousands. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to fight everything for you. Ding, Arid Sun joins the Minjiao Guild. Afterwards, Xiaya set her eyes on Inu Arashi and the others. Huh? Found a bunny-eared girl? Garrett also looked at Xiaya with wide eyes, full of curiosity, but not afraid. Interesting. Xiaya invoked a gravitational pull and fell on her head. Yeah, who's touching my head, he. Feeling the touch on his head, Garrett was startled and couldn't help laughing. She likes others to touch her head, and when she is upset, as long as others touch her head, she will laugh cutely. Bunny ears or something. Xiaya didn't think much about it and looked at the other fur tribes. It seems that it has no value. One by one is at most the level of Jack or even a little weaker, and it is not at all noticeable. Xiaya raised her hand, and the terrifying giant gate that spread for dozens of miles fell over the kingdom. The giant gate suddenly landed, directly engulfing the kingdom, and everyone disappeared to go to the moon. It's your turn, Elephant Lord. After finishing the trivial matters, Xiaya came to the elephant 100 meters away in an instant. Moo. The elephant master who was licking the wound immediately roared when he saw the unparalleled little ant in front of him. It knows everything on its back, but it is powerless. System, does it meet the conditions for receiving the bright moon batch? Death. Chapter 143. Xiaya's eyes are hot. How tall is the elephant? Don't guess, the giant elephant Zhou is a long-legged elephant with 3 legs. It's like a person with 2 knees and an extra half leg under his feet, like a long-legged clan. In other words, just the long legs of the giant elephant occupy about 3/4 of its height. The deepest seabed is more than 10,000 meters, but just over the top knee, which means that about 1/2 of the height is not in the sea. But the bottom of the sea here is not clear how deep, about 7 or 8,000 meters to 10,000 meters or so. Therefore, the giant elephant Zhou is about 14,000 to 20,000 meters tall. When it is impossible to use scientific observation dimensions, but at least more than 10,000 meters. Ordinary elephants have several tons, what about the elephant owner? 10,000 tons is the foundation. Ding, go back to Your Majesty, yes. 17. Xiaya couldn't help laughing, and she raised a terrifying aura. The power of time and space circulates, and the power of destiny reincarnates, instantly making Xiao's eyes change greatly, quite frightened. Submit to me, I won't kill you. Boom. Xiaya punches in the distance. Under the horror of Zhou, the void in the distance for hundreds of miles was cracking. The dense cracks directly produced a giant black hole, which disappeared in an instant. Moo. 173. Zhou let out an A, his eyes firm. It seems to say again, I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want to die here and miss the promise. Tisk tisk, it smells so good. Xiaya didn't care too much, a bright moon badge appeared in her hand and fell directly on it. At the moment when the imprint of the bright moon was formed, a devil fruit appeared in Xiaya's hand, which was the phantom beast brought by the golden lion. Whoosh! A sesame seed fell into the stomach. Xiao felt nothing, and his eyes were full of confusion. Eyes with contempt, you will feed me this in the future? Do you want to starve me to death? How cruel! 35. Xiaya was speechless and was despised by an elephant. Transform! Giant elephant Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, Zhou Wu's body trembled, trembling uncontrollably, stirring the sea. Buzz! A touch of radiance blooms from the body, overflows on the body, wraps it, and the next moment. Roar! Zhou's voice has changed, and the huge elephant body is also shrinking. A thunderstorm rose, and an incomparably huge human-shaped phantom appeared faintly. What a strong momentum, stronger than Kaido. Xiaya stared at the huge figure, looking forward to it. When the thunderstorm dissipated and the silhouette appeared, a terrifying existence that is enough to shock the world has appeared. At first glance, this is a giant tens of thousands of meters tall, and the imprint of the bright moon on his body is extremely obvious. Surrounded by thunder, surrounded by storms. Especially that bright bald head illuminates the area for hundreds of miles, and the muscles on his body are taut. The terrifying aura shocked the void, and the sea below was howling. Pfft! Suddenly, under Xiaya's astonishment, this terrifying existence fell directly into the sea, leaving only a huge bald head with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Out of the sea, it was full of confusion. The scene was once extremely funny. Who? I'm swollen. The deep, hoarse voice resounded for hundreds of miles, and when the bald head finished speaking, he was stunned. Hey? Can I talk? Come out. Imperial warrior. Xiaya used the fruit of gravity to fall directly on the bald head, rushing its 10,000-meter body out of the sea and floating in the void. The huge shadow covers dozens of miles, and if ordinary people see it, they will definitely be scared to death. With a ray of light in Xiaya's hand, he used his spiritual power to shoot some common sense and language into his mind, and blend it gently. Can it shrink? It gets bigger when fighting. The elephant master, who had just received common sense, said in a naive voice, it seems. Okay, I'll give it a try. Don't use me, Haki order. Oh, I know, I will be obedient. 35. Xiaya said let him go. Zoanyu Demon's human fruit titan giant form. Master Storm and Thunder. Strengthen strength and defense. Kaido? In front of Zhou Wu at this moment, he is a stinky little brother. It's not the problem of fruit ability, but Xiao's strength base plus ability, it would be terrifying to become a humanoid. Wow la la. Zhuanmi's body began to shrink, 5,000 meters. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. I don't seem to be able to. Go on. Don't give up. Xiaya is helpless. Is it inappropriate for the elephant to take the titan fruit? After all, it is too big, but there is no other fruit of everyone at present. 2 kilometers. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. Zhou Wu's face turned red, he squeezed his body hard, of course it was within the acceptable range. 300 meters. Dash asterisk. Zhou seems to have mastered the trick and becomes relaxed. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Can't be any smaller. I can only do this, maybe it will be smaller in the future. Xiaya nodded, already satisfied. He could feel the power of the explosion in Zhou's body, which was already terrifying, and with the titan fruit, the bombardment exploded with one punch. That is, millions, tens of millions of tons, or even hundreds of millions of tons of power exploded, knocking down the red line with one punch. In this world, a person weighing hundreds of pounds can easily emit a ton of strength, not to mention one Mizuou. With the body of the elephant and the power of the titan, who can be the enemy in this world? From now on, you'll be called. Forget it, just call Zhou Wu. Follow me, you can still be stronger, I will find someone to teach you. Open the door, Xiaya takes Zhou in. Ding, Zhou joins the Minjiao Guild. The addition of Zhou attracted the attention of many people, and they all clicked on the information to check. Suddenly see the picture, shining big bald head, behind the giant elephant phantom. On an island in New World, the recovered Kaido and other teams are fighting. The giant door opened, attracting all eyes, and after seeing who came. I'm waiting, Your Majesty. 35. Hawkeye and the others bowed in unison. But out of the corner of his eyes, he could not help looking at it curiously. Next to Xiaya, there are simple and honest-looking 10-meter idiots. Get up, this is Zhou. Xiaya introduced, a new member of the escort team, let him learn from you for a while Haki martial arts, combat experience. What? New Celestial Guard members? What kind of qualifications does this Iron Han have? In an instant, Fujitora sensed it, eagle-eyed probed, Arnold was curious, Rayleigh was surprised, and Kaido stared at him fiercely. What are you looking at me for? Facing Kaido's vicious gaze, Zou touched his bald head, inexplicably upset. Look at you. Kaido snorted loudly, very dissatisfied. Isn't it just a little taller than him? I've never heard of it. Such a familiar name, forget it, stupid big one. Your Majesty, can I beat him? I'm not happy if I don't beat him. Everyone was in an uproar and beat Kaido? Xiaya has an interesting look. Allow. The moment the words fell, Zou moved. Under the astonishment of everyone, the thunderstorm raged on Zou's body, and the power of the Titan was invincible. With the muscles in his right hand tucked, he rushed directly towards Kaido, clenched his fist with one hand, and bombarded suddenly. Ha ha ha, good to come. I won't beat you and cry today, I won't be called Kaido. Kaido has never been afraid of any younger brother, and the fist is also impacted with one hand. Boom. For a moment, under the sluggishness of the crowd, Kaido's eyeballs almost protruded. The whole hand was like fragile tofu, it was smashed by Zou, and he punched Kaido. Crack it. The sound of bone cracking sounded, and the atmosphere rioted. In the next instant, Kaido turned into a meteor and flew upside down towards the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The entire island was pushed horizontally by the terrifying air waves. FK 99. Rayleigh et al. Are dumbfounded. What are you kidding? This big stupid guy almost knocked Kaido out with a light punch. Just punching the wind to crush the entire island? Looking at the relaxed appearance, this is by no means full force. Sure enough, the bald heads are the big guys. Hey? Your Majesty, did I do something wrong? Looking at the blood mist of Kaido's residue on the ground, Zou was full of anxiety, scratching his bald head full of apology. I really didn't mean it, that troll is too weak. 5.5 people. Oh heaven. Hello, you thick eyebrows, big eyes, iron, and Han. Where the hell did this monster come from? Jin and Quinn were even more chilled in their hearts, looked at Zou in fear, and directly put him on the blacklist that cannot be provoked. Very good, very nice. Rayleigh, Zou is handed to you, teach him haki. Hawkeye, see if he has any talent for swordsmanship, teach him. 35. Fujitora, teach him how to use the power of the fruit. Arnold, Marine 6 styles, teach him. Xiaya will turn Zou into a terrifying war fortress. He had just discovered that for a powerhouse like Kaido, Zou's biggest weakness is that his speed is a bit slow. Although the strength defense is strong, it can quickly hide from the agile powerhouse, but it can be compensated. Don't forget, he is also the Master Storm Thunder. Yes, Your Majesty. Rayleigh and others also saw that Zou Wu was not a savage man in the world, and seemed to be strong but not very good at using it. The perfect apprentice template. Xiaya, equally satisfied, turned and returned to the moon. Kaido? Find a corner to cry, and then eat a bright moon pill and fly back. Chapter 144. Day by day. Half a month later, the New World War has come to an end. All forces become silent. Especially Marine is still fighting in the first half of the Grand Line, further compressing the living space of pirates. New World, with the addition of Alderson and others, is even more powerful. Especially the appearance of Zou directly shocked the world. 3 days ago. New World, an anti-imperial alliance composed of a dozen pirates, encounters Kaido's gang. Without waiting for Hawkeye to take action, Zou Wu was angry. Boom. Directly revealing the whole body, from 10 meters to 10,000 meters high, the Titan giant is shocking. When you raise your hand, the storm and thunder collapse everything, and with one punch, the land of 100 miles is destroyed. No matter how many people you have, they will all be wiped out under the attack of Xiuaowu. Even if Kaido and others are besieged, it will take at least a few hours to completely destroy the team. But under the 3 fists and 2 feet of Zou Wu, in just a few minutes, he was completely destroyed. This scene happened to be photographed by a certain reporter, Morgans madly promoting the might of the empire. The world shakes. Global sensation. The major forces are terrified. In that picture and video, the 10,000-meter giant steps on the ground. Even Kaido and others are like the scene of ants. The storm and thunder are added, and the fist that destroys everything is engraved in the hearts of countless people. It's a battlefield meat grinder. This man is invincible. The Minjiu Empire is too invincible. Very well, come back Zou, it's not for you anymore. To recall Zou to the moon for training, Xiaya said don't scare the world government to death. At least this world, before the battle for Marie Joyce, is not suitable for shooting, otherwise others will not be able to train. Another day later. This is a small island in New World. This island is very strange. There are tens of thousands of marines on it, and there are also many warships outside the island. But they are all staying on this extremely remote island, not knowing what to do. Moreover, Marine's general, wearing a black cloak, not white, was fighting against Marine. Temporary conference room. A beautiful woman with navy blue wavy long hair, wearing black pointed high heels, walked in, frowning, a little troubled. What's the matter, Anne? Teacher, I can't get in touch with Chika, maybe. The office was silent, and everyone's expressions sank. In this dangerous new world, if you can't get in touch, you will kneel no matter your life or death. The extremely sturdy Shuzo said solemnly, Chica went to Molan Island yesterday, and according to the information, that is the direction of the Minjiu Empire's Skyzhang team. In an instant, everyone's expressions became complicated. Teacher, let me take a look. Garishly dressed Bins applied. The purple-haired old man took out a box and opened it. Don't worry, Chica's life card is intact, there should be no problem. As for the Minjiu Empire, the old man has to obey. Everyone was surprised and couldn't help nodding their heads. No matter what the purpose of the Minjiu Empire was, he did accomplish what Marine had not done for hundreds of years. That is to completely clean up the big pirates of the New World, and even those dirty nobles and royal families are within the scope of attack. What a new life has been given to the New World civilians. The Empire of the Moon, Xia. An rolled his eyes and subconsciously looked at the newspaper on the wall. Many important newspapers are on it recently, and the one in the middle is a majestic photo of Xia. She looked down on pirates in her heart, but she had to admire Xia's extraordinary existence. Are you shaken? The purple-haired old man inadvertently looked at everyone's expressions, and saw the inexplicable light in Anne's eyes. Yes, compared to the actions of the Minjiu Empire, his so-called plan seems so dirty, cheap and crazy. Zephyr, a hero haunted by glory and tragedy. In his life, he fought countless pirates, but never killed any enemy. Admiral, the predecessor of Naval Headquarters who was called Do Not Kill. 14 years old, entered Marine Academy with Garp Sengoku Tsuru. 38 years old, become Marine Admiral. Happy family. At the age of 42, his wife and son were killed. The misery begins. Since then, he has become an instructor of Marine Academy, and has trained Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji 3 Admiral, and many Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, etc. It can be said that the current top Marines are either Zephyr's old friend or his student, and other generals Marine also admire this hero very much. At the age of 65, the training ship he led was attacked by pirates. Apart from Anne and Bins, all of his beloved students were killed, and his right arm was severely injured. 70 years old, form a pirate guerrilla team to hunt pirates, Anne, Bins join. A month ago. At 72, Vabel, who murdered his students, joins Shishibukai. Zephyr began to have a strong sense of doubt and distrust within Marine, and resolutely quit Marine. Established Neo Marine for the purpose of destroying pirates all over the world. The glory before the age of 42, the pain after the age of 42, the struggle and sorrow after the age of 72. A hero for a lifetime, but in the last years, full of resentment. In just 1 month, Zephyr was disappointed with the whole world because the thief who mutilated the students became Shishibukai. However, it was also during these times that the appearance of the Minjiu Empire made Zephyr confused. I'm really wrong. Zephyr came to his senses and felt a little painful self-blame. He just wanted to kill the pirates, but the hatred blinded him for a while. If he really carried out his plan, blowing up those islands and letting the magma spread to New World, perhaps the students and family members who have died will not forgive themselves. Yes, you are indeed wrong. If Xia was there, she would say the same thing. The fault is not in the method, not in the idea, not in the other, but in the weakness. His family and students were all killed by pirates, and Xia came instead. Don't say anything about destroying New World, he didn't even blink the whole world. After the death of Lao Tzu, let the flood flood the sky. If this revenge is not avenged, it will kill the pirates of the whole world. Dangerous thoughts break in time, students should not read. Teacher, according to the investigation, the Minjiu Empire will take New World in a few days at most, and then we will know where to hide. This is Anne's heart, and the Minjiu Empire is unstoppable. Teacher. Looking at Zephyr who was silent, Shuzo couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, no matter what decision you make, we will follow to the death. Everyone nodded seriously, not afraid of life and death. They all deeply admire the hero who worked hard for Marine and suffered half his life. Ha ha ha, 173. Zephyr burst out laughing and patted Shuzo's shoulder with his left hand, don't mess with the rhythm, kid, it's alright, suddenly so sad, what a man. Since the pirates of New World will be wiped out soon, this old man decided. Disband New Marine. 35. Wow. Zephyr's words left everyone stunned. No, this. Before anyone could finish speaking, Zephyr immediately waved his hands, his eyes full of seriousness. Really, all of you are Marine elites, all have bright futures, and if you go on with this old man, there will be no good results. Go back to Marine, that's where you belong. Teacher. Ian. Zephyr sternly interrupted Anne's words and said solemnly, listen to the teacher, don't let the teacher make mistakes. 99. The old man just wants to, in these last years. Go back to your hometown and give them mother and son, guard the tomb. Before she knew it, Zephyr burst into tears. He has been telling himself to be strong for so many years, but when he is old, as long as he thinks of it, he can't help but collapse. Kindness does not command soldiers, good people are hard to do. How much has he suffered because of his kindness? Every time I think of it, it is full of remorse and full of grief. Rustling. Suddenly a voice came, Zephyr's face stern, and he immediately shouted. Who is it? Come out. Boom. Zephyr slammed the punch and smashed the office directly. When people from the outside world are exposed, everyone is silent. Gu la la la, long time no see, Zephyr. Chapter 145. Abaj. Whitebeard's blonde hair fluttered, and he sighed as he looked at Zephyr with tears on his face. How beautiful the Zephyr used to be and admired by countless people, now. But I can only hide in this small island, rubbing the wounds in my heart. Dad, don't be emotional, can you come down? A weak voice sounded. Marco flew in the air sweating profusely, and Whitebeard. He was holding a big sword and stepped on him with haki all over him. He was suffering. Daddy is so cruel. After catching Chica, knowing Zephyr's location, he immediately brought Marco here. For the fastest speed, Whitebeard felt that it would be more reliable to let Marco fly with him. It can be humiliating to be caught or carried by Marco, so what should I do? Using Marco as a plane, of course. Sit on it, stand up when you arrive, how cool. Cough cough, put away your wings. Whitebeard couldn't help but feel embarrassed, he really suffered for his good man. Bang bang. It wasn't until the two of them jumped to the ground that Zephyr calmly asked, what are you doing here? Gu la la la, the old man is here to give your students a good future. Humph, I don't believe you, big pirate. Zephyr's face was a little ugly, even though he had known Whitebeard for decades, he still didn't like his pirate status. Wrong, the old man is now under the Minjiu Empire, a 2-star general. Captain of the Shenkong Special Forces, General Whitebeard. Whitebeard stabbed his knife on the ground and gave a majestic shout. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Pirates became generals? Zephyr remained calm, so what? Your old friends, Sengoku, Garp, Crane. Your students, Akainu, Garp, Aokiji. When everyone didn't know why, Whitebeard said a long list of names, and Zephyr frowned. Until the next sentence, the whole audience was shocked. They, all belong to the Minjiu Empire. Boom. Zephyr's eyes widened, even a little indignant, then helpless, and turned to calm. So what, is it against justice? No. It's just a betrayal of the filthy world government, what's wrong? But Anne and the others were stunned, their minds turned into a paste, and it was difficult to digest such a big event. Whitebeard looked at Zephyr in amazement, Gu la la la, you are indeed the Black Arm Zephyr, you are the coolest one I have ever seen. If you have something to say, just let it go, don't take an old man's mouth, it's disgusting. 133. The corners of Whitebeard's eyes twitched, and before that, he slashed directly. But now, well, with blonde hair fluttering and a healthy body, that's a cool. Jealousy? Be jealous. Let's go then. Don't think about resistance, the peak me, the old you understand the result. Whitebeard opened a huge portal directly, his voice full of confidence and menace. In an instant, Anne, Shizo and the others looked ugly, but they were full of powerlessness. The peak Whitebeard, the teacher is getting old, and their nearly 10,000 people are not enough to jam their teeth. Zephyr said calmly, Vabel is in the Moon Empire, right? Whitebeard raised his brows slightly, thinking of the silly big man with the same crescent beard. Yes. But remind you that although he is not a good thing, his brain is not good. But for now, he is a soldier of the Empire charging into battle, and he has meritorious deeds. The people of the Empire can't be deceived. Even if you become a member of the Empire, you can't harm your own people for no reason, understand? 39. The laws of the Empire are extremely severe for those who murder, kill people. Not to mention the soldiers who pioneered the Empire. Zephyr snorted coldly, you don't need to teach the big truth. This old man solves it by himself. Definitely more upright than you. All troops obey orders. In just 2 seconds, Zephyr shouted, took a deep look at Whitebeard, then looked at Anne and the others, and shouted. Pack up your gear and go in. Yes, Commander. Marco looked at Zephyr unexpectedly, and whispered, Dad, this purple-haired old man is too cowardly, and he doesn't even have any thoughts of resistance. Snapped. Whitebeard gave him a brain blow and scolded, what do children know? Think about it, the old man once rebelled against his majesty for you. As a result, not only are you crippled, you are also dying one by one. In the end, the old man knelt down and begged for mercy for you at a great age, and even died on the spot, very majestic, isn't it? Now, when they face me, what is the difference between me facing your majesty back then? Marco is silent. It was an unforgettable, yet memorable day. But my dad is really comparing yourself with your majesty, don't be ashamed. Moon. Hi? Zephyr. Sensing the arrival of Zephyr's group, Xiaoyi raised her hand and the screen appeared, and took a second look. One more look at Zephyr's hand, one more look at Anne, the ability to go backwards. Nice talent. Satisfied with Zephyr, Xiaoyi. What identity, what sin, what experience, he is too lazy to care, as long as it is not a brain dead. Imperial College is about to open, and there is an urgent shortage of experienced coaches like Zephyr. Needless to say, Zephyr's teaching level and experience, he will also throw Rayleigh in the future. The current two big coaches are also enough. Since it is a talent, it must be treated as a talent, so that the eyes of freshmen are not higher than the top. Robin, go ahead, bring the badge, and this to the Zephyr gang. Xiaya chuckled and handed the badge box and energy ball to Robin. Your Majesty, what is this? Oh, that energy ball has the vitality to restore youth, repair injuries, and also has a Grandmaster Teijo Haki, a great pirate with the power of a phantom beast. Robin nodded involuntarily. In this way, Zephyr will not only return to his peak, but will also go further and not be weaker than others. There may be more than one team, after all, the battle is imminent. However, are you sure your Majesty has nothing to say? Huh? What do you mean? Robin couldn't help but smile and pointed at Anne on the screen. Look at that girl, she is so handsome, won't you be moved? Why don't I take her to the Imperial Palace as a maid? Naughty. Xiaya lightly scraped Robin's nose. For the Emperor to do whatever he wants, there is nothing to worry about. The other islands of New World were basically occupied, and Anna's brought people to Wanakuni. Apart from the scattered islands, this is the last country in the New World. Elbaf has long been taken by the Golden Lion. Wanakuni, a powerful country located in the New World, is closed to the country, never receives outsiders, does not join the world government, and even marine ships cannot enter. Residents are accustomed to wearing kimonos, and the top leaders are called shoguns, and the top leaders of the region are called daimyos. Flower capital. Wanakuni is the most prosperous place, where the capital is and where the general is. In a building. In the room, one person has blue and white hair, with a curl of hair hanging forward, wig, wearing a blue kimono with green circles. One person has beautiful long hair of emerald color, a beautiful appearance, a dignified behavior, and a splendid kimono. I found out that Kaido has surrendered to Xiaya, and the New World is in chaos. Sooner or later, Wanakuni will be conquered by Xiaya's Minjiu Empire. P.S. In some posts, I found that many people look down on Zephyr. I think he is the weakest admiral in history, his character is not good, his behavior is also dirty, anyway, there is no good word for him. You know, he only quit Marine and went to extremes when Vabel was Shishibukai during the 2 years he practiced in Luffy, because of hatred. If you have been a good person all your life, one bad thing will deny everything, so it is very difficult to be a good person. Yes, in terms of strength, compared to Sengoku Akainu and others, the performance is really not enough, but please don't look down on the word admiral. Can he be the first to become admiral at the age of 38 at the same time as Sengoku et al? Is he really weak? 65-year-old protecting students, his hand was cut off by Vabel, what does this mean? There is no process, only results, who knows what happened in the middle? And he let Vabel go once. Beaten by Luffy in your 70s? Zephyr was fruitless, broke his hand, and was so old that it was not bad to be able to fight Luffy back and forth in the theatrical version. A certain lion was almost kicked to death by Luffy. A certain hot fan suit man was beaten by Luffy with one punch. A 15-year-old terrifying existence that drew Rayleigh and was chased and beaten by Luffy? Which of these people didn't immediately kill the entire Straw Hat group at first, but the result, alas. The theatrical version is the intellectual version, just have fun, don't take it seriously. Chapter 146. Minjiu Empire, it's coming. Kurozumai Orikai's guardian Kurozumai, no, to be precise, Denjiro, one of the 9 red sheaths, spoke with a very serious face. After Odin died, immersed in grief for a long time, his appearance changed completely. Now they belong to Orikai, in order to overthrow the rule of Kaido and Orikai. Xiaya. The first beauty of Wanakuni, Waranzayazi, Kojiki Hiri subconsciously touched the lower abdomen. There are also Xiaya's newspapers and bounty orders. I thought it could only be regarded as a frustrated fantasy, but I didn't expect to rely on Xiaya to realize it. Xiaya's empire is going to conquer everything, is the mother's prophecy wrong? Hearing this, Denjiro's body trembled, and he couldn't help but mutter. The world is like a dark night and the moon is like a queen, and I will hold the remnant and hold the lack until the dawn. When King Hui looked through for 20 years, the 9 shadows came to the east. 35. This prophecy is the prophecy of Kojiki Hiri, the mother of Kojiki Hiri, who is the fruit of time. It is prophesied that after 20 years, the Red Sheath 9 or 9 heroes will overthrow the rule of Orikai and Kaido together. Could it be? The Minjiu Empire sent 9 strong men to come? Luo. Denjiro believes in the prophecy, right? It has only been 18 years, and the Minjiu Empire is about to kill. Even if the Kurozumai snake is packing up and preparing to run away, what is going on with the swelling 2 years in advance? If Xiaya knew what she was thinking, she would definitely find it boring. All visible futures can be changed. The current Minjiu Empire is not the past, and the future cannot be observed, so. The Moon Empire is a variable, and Kojiki can't predict, which leads to errors. Also, what the two of them didn't know was that after sending Momonosuke, Kojiki was shocked 173. Who are they? Why can't I see? Because she saw that her daughter had grown up, but was taken away, very vague but extremely powerful, because the big snake fell in a pool of blood. And this scene is actually 18 years later, not 20 years later as she predicted. In an instant, Kojiki adjusted the timeline and moved Momonosuke and the others forward by 2 years. But the previous prophecy, Kojiki was also uncertain. It can only be left as it is, without modification. Ugh. Denjiro shook his thoughts. In any case, the snake is dead, because no one can stand the dirty existence of the snake. Well, I'm looking forward to. Kojiki Hiri looked out the window and quietly left. Just overthrow it. The Kojiki family is a thing of the past. No matter how the Minjyu Empire is, it will not be crueler than the snake. At the same time, what the two didn't know was that the capital of flowers is in the shadow of the corner street near the general's mansion, where the fluctuations of time and space are obscure and clear, and several people suddenly appear. When these people are Kojiki, with the time fruit ability. 2 years in advance, sent to 18 years later. Momonosuke. Kinemon. Reizo. Kanjuro et al. We have arrived. Kinemon looked around vigilantly and protected Momonosuke who was sleeping. The time travel just now seemed like an instant, and this prosperous flower capital also changed its appearance. Ugly-looking, red-haired Kanjuro dressed in bells and whistles was not too nervous. I inexplicably glanced at the general's mansion far away on the corner, and my heart was shocked. The Red Sheath 9? His full name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. But a long time ago, he was a traitor who was beaten into Odin's group by the Kurozumi family. Now, 18 years later, the first thing is to go to the Kurozumi family to report the situation. After all, Momonosuke is not dead. Ah! My stomach hurts! Kanjuro exclaimed, ignoring others, and quickly disappeared in place in a flash. Kinemon, Reizo, and the others looked at each other. Leave one person to wait for him, and let's hide first. Kinemon, hugging Momonosuke and Reizo who were sleeping, disappeared into the darkness. After a few minutes. General's house. What did you say? Kojiki Odin, that guy's idiot son isn't dead yet? 35. Looking at Kanjuro, who hadn't seen him in 18 years, Kurozumi, a burly but extremely ugly snake, exclaimed. Astonished, the crown on his head almost fell off, and his purple hair became straight. Yes, General, send someone to catch him, just outside the general's mansion. Kanjuro said that he was fed up with the days of undercover. Odin was dead, and there were only a few 9 heroes left, unable to turn the sky. Catch him? Momonosuke counts? After exclaiming, Kurozumi calmed down and didn't take Momonosuke in his eyes at all. The main thing right now is to run. The Minjyu Empire is too cruel. If you don't surrender, you will die, and no King Kun is allowed to exist. Upon receiving information, Wanakuni is the last country, and will soon perish. He knows what kind of garbage he is, and the Minjyu Empire will not let him go. It just so happened that you came back too, packed up together, and went abroad overnight. Surprised by Kanjuro, Kurozumi took out a huge bag and put a bunch of treasures in it. Even knocked out a few maids and dressed in. What's so special? Aren't you afraid of suffocation? You like to play with corpses. Body? Why, General? Hearing the voice, Kurozumi's body was shocked, but he ignored it, and instead, looked out the window sluggishly. It's over. 99. It came so fast. Boom. In an instant, the entire flower capital suddenly trembled, awakening countless people. I saw that the sky was dimmed, and a huge gate that was so huge that the sky could not be seen appeared. Cover the small half of the flower capital, and the dense army rushed out. By the order of His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjyu Empire, take Wanakuni. 35. Listen everyone, don't resist, those who resist will be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy. Wow. Anna's True Spirit team, Arnold's Earth team, and Arid Sun's Black Hole team all shouted together. Doflamingo, Crocodile, Jinbei are in the 3 major teams in turn, a total of 3003. Kill. 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 The elders of the mechanical clan had a brilliant moon, and the voices of the tens of thousands of mechanical clans resounded throughout the flower capital. It even spreads in Julai, Zaimei, Rabbit Bowl, Bell Queen, Baiwu, and other places. Tsuru's tea house works as a waitress for women, and the beauty Xiaoju's eyes widen, coughing. It is actually the women's clothing boss Juz Hikang. The head of the thief in Julai, the pink-haired fat man looked at the giant gate in the distance. Ashura boy. Hisong in the prison had just been fed a poisonous fish when he was frightened by the whistling sound and spat out. For a time, Wanakuni was shocked, and countless people fled in panic. It was really too powerful for the Imperial team. They are here. Denjiro, Kojiki Hiri look up, the giant gate can't see the end. What is this? Who are they? Kin Eamon, Lazang, and others were even more horrified, because the giant gate collapsed the surrounding buildings, exposing them. Moreover, they are directly opposite the giant gate, surrounded by the mechanical clan rushing out. The scene was embarrassing. That big-headed monster in blue, yes, it's you, come and show me the way. Anas pointed at Lizang and shouted, and then suddenly froze. Because Momonosuke in Kinnaman's arms was awakened, he spoke impatiently. Which BD is talking? I've made a noise to this young master. Anna's face turned black. This bald foolish boy in pink is so sturdy? Huh? Are we here? Momonosuke rubbed his eyes, turned his head and was startled. Ah! Hurry up and protect this young master. There is a black dog here, so fierce, so ugly. Puff! In an instant, Doflamingo and Crocodile blushed, wanting to laugh but embarrassed. Hee hee! Black Earth Dog? Are you talking about me? Anas's eyes began to turn red. He had always been proud of his hound family, but someone called him a local dog. Not good. Kinnaman was startled, and quickly covered Momonosuke's mouth. Young master, stop talking. Get out of my way. But Momonosuke was extremely fierce, and when he broke away, he looked like a young master, and he was still very upset and turned around and shouted. Of course I'm talking about you. You ugly dog, you're not as good as that guy Inu Lan. Huh? These people are. Pfft. 35. In the next instant, Kinnaman and the others froze in place, their bodies covered with blood. I saw Anna's sharp sword pierce directly through Momonosuke, and the other hand grabbed it very quickly, pinching Momonosuke's head. I have endured you for a long time, chop. 35. Bang. Momonosuke's head explodes. Brains splattered. Dead without a corpse. Chapter 147. Momonosuke's death, calm. Dover and the others sneered without feeling, but Kinnaman and the others were angry. BD, how dare you kill the young master and fight with you? Haha, a swarm of ants. When Anas raised his hand, thunder and flames floated around him. Son Prometheus. 99. Dad, I'm here. IFK. If the dead ant sees this scene, it is estimated that she will be able to climb out of the grave with anger. Well, dear son. The son Prometheus fell directly on Anas's hand, and suddenly slammed into the incoming Kinnaman, and others. Burst of flames. The blazing flame is like a jet, and it is extremely ferocious and tens of meters, turning into a ferocious hound, directly biting it and submerging it. Terrifying temperature, even with soul damage, kill it on the spot. Kinnaman and others. Including the corpses of Momonosuke, they turned into ashes and were scattered by the wind. Kill Lao Tzu. Whoever dares to resist, kill his whole family. 35. When he turned around, Anas roared extremely viciously, and all his good mood was destroyed by Momonosuke. That bald idiot boy, it was a bargain to kill him. Boiling, what a general's mansion. When he turned his head, he saw the general's mansion not far away. It was so magnificent. While Doflamingo sneered, countless tenacious thin lines erupted from his body. The dense hooks are woven into a large net, and birdcage immediately surrounds the entire flower capital. Gravitational tides. Arid Sun even turned his hand against the Commodore military mansion, and the terrifying gravity exploded in an instant. The gorgeous general's mansion seemed to have lost its gravity, cracked piece by piece, and flew towards the sky, colliding and condensing. In the blink of an eye, countless building fragments formed a huge sphere with a vertical and horizontal dimension of several hundred meters in the sky. Ah, what is this? Countless people in the flower capital were horrified and fled. Kojiki Hiri and others had just arrived from a distance, and they were also stunned in place. The Minjyu Empire is too strong, any one person is so terrifying, and directly attack the general's mansion. Fall. The sphere slammed into the atmosphere and fell directly into the ruins. Boom. The terrifying vibration spread for more than 10 miles, and the general's mansion completely collapsed. Ah, my general's mansion. 35. A roar full of killing intent sounded, and the shadow rushed out of the ruins. It was a gigantic creature, with bloody scarlet eyes. 8 sturdy snake tails swayed and slammed the earth, and the 8 heads were like snakes and dragons, looking extremely ferocious. Zoan phantom species snake fruit Orokai form. Roar. The Orokai Hakeki transformed by Kurozumai Orokai is not only huge, but its power is extremely terrifying. When the Orokai moves, the ground nearby is crushed. Whoosh whoosh. Except for the snake head with a darker crown and a crown in the middle, the other 7 large green snakes were directly wrapped in armed colors, and they were thrown towards the crowd like whips. Fire in the sky. Anas raised his hand, and terrifying flames fell from the sky. The 7 splits sputtered on the 7 snake heads, directly scalding them, and the snake skins were scorched and rolled up. The repulsion is heavy. 9. Arid Sun's gravitational fruit is extremely terrifying, turning it in the opposite direction directly forms an extremely terrifying repulsive force. Starting with the palm of his hand, it even turned into a semicircular blue repulsion circle, which slammed on the snake's head. Bang! The 7 snake heads were directly ejected, and the terrifying Yu Wei took the whole body and was rushed out and smashed into the ruins. Earth Warriors. Anna's is directly integrated into the earth, and when it reappears, the earth collapses. Under the shock of countless people in Wannakuni, large tracts of earth and rocks condensed into a giant hundreds of meters high. 10 times the density. Click. Density compression, armed flow, the giant compressed into a height of 40 or 50 meters. But it has a more terrifying power, jumping directly and falling next to the Orakai. Under the horror of the Kurozumai snake, grab a snake in each hand. Tear off. Arnold, who was dozens of meters high, tore off the 2 snakes extremely brutally, and the blood mist sputtered. He raised his foot again, kicked the crown snake fiercely, and kicked it directly into the ground. Boom. This scene is so cruel. Countless Wannakuni people froze in place. Crocodile is quite envious, General Arnold is getting stronger and stronger, and it is terrifying to do anything. 5. This is the truth, after all, the soil fruit is his superior fruit. Moreover, before going to New World, Xiaya admired Arnold very much. He also integrated a great pirate with extremely powerful Taishu and Conqueror's Haki, and directly stabilized it at the top level in the pirate world. Arnold now is no weaker than anyone. Okay, give that rotten snake to the second one, and we will take Wannakuni separately. If one party is in trouble, ask for help immediately, don't lose your life for these natives. When Anna spoke, everyone couldn't help nodding. You must know that Wannakuni is a country of samurai, and there are many strong swordsmen here. It will take a lot of time for so many of them to win. Everyone left to go to other cities, and the Zhenling team was in charge of the flower capital. Boiled, General Annas, look there. Looking down Doflamingo's fingers, Aniston froze in place, and then he was overjoyed. It's amazing to see at a glance, what a beautiful woman. If you don't dedicate it to your majesty, it will be a great sin of thunder and lightning. No, run. I'll help you block it. Noticing Anna's wretched expression, Denjiro immediately exclaimed. He was all too familiar with this expression, it was the same lascivious expression as many of Kurozumai's younger brothers. Want to take Kojiki Hiri and give it to you as a plaything? Dream about it. 0. Ask for flowers. It's okay, Denjiro. The more I do, the less they will hurt me. 39. Kojiki Hiri was calm and said warmly. I know, but you're going to be sent off as. Denjiro is indescribable, as stunning as Kojiki Hiri, he can't imagine the result at all. Their majesty is, the godlike Xiaya. One sentence made Denjiro stunned in place and then smiled bitterly. Perhaps, only the existence that oppressed the world could bring happiness. And Kojiki Hiri took the initiative to walk towards Annas and others. Yes. You are very clever. Seeing Kojiki Hiri approaching, Annas couldn't help but admire. Compared to this, what kind of beauties are the bunch of beauties he caught these days? Such a smart and beautiful woman may be valued by his majesty. Kojiki Hiri came over and bowed gracefully. Thank you for your compliment, I am Kojiki Hiri, I am good at dance music, I am willing to follow your arrangement. It's so polite, I believe your majesty will like you. Annas was really amazed, the woman in front of her was like a lady, and her behavior was dignified. He could not find any shortcomings for a while. Kojiki Hiri's eyes flashed slightly, and he was relieved, bet right. Almost scared this girl to death. To be honest, she couldn't guarantee that Anna's expression was to give her away, but there was no possibility of escape just now. I can only bet, after all, it is possible that he kept it, or that Annas gave it to others, and she will suffer for the rest of her life. But Xiaya is different. She believes that such a great existence will not arbitrarily bully a weak woman like her. My lord, I am the granddaughter of the previous generation Wannakuni General Kojiki Sukiyaki, and the family reputation is sufficient, I am willing to win Wannakuni for you without bloodshed. Of course, the Kojiki family is history, just please be kind to this country. It is good. Annas is overjoyed, it is best to kill without blood, not only can reduce casualties. It is more able to preserve this country completely, after all, it is the territory of the empire. Boyle, this woman is not simple. Watching Annas being brought into rhythm, Doflamingo frowned slightly and stretched out. No matter how simple it is. Annas said happily, if you can do it, and I will give you credit, this general can grant you a non-excessive request. 35. And your majesty will value you even more. Request? With hateful eyes, Kojiki Hiri glanced at the Kurozumai serpent that was crushed by Arnold in the distance. This guy is going to die, so. The little girl asks for nothing but to serve your majesty for the rest of her life. Doflamingo is even more surprised, tisk tisk tisk, this woman is amazing. Speaking is an art, who taught this woman? Huh? You look down on General Ben. T. Chapter 148. Huh? Are you looking down on General Ben? Anna's face turned pale, and he was quite angry. It is your duty to serve your majesty, but a request is a request, and this general's promise must be fulfilled. 35. I'm sorry, sir, it's the little girl's fault. 35. Kojiki Hiri thought for a few seconds embarrassedly, and said softly, the little girl has nothing to worry about, but there is still a brother. It may appear in 2 years. If he is at fault, as long as it is not a serious crime, please forgive him once. Anas couldn't help but wonder, why 2 years later? What are the characteristics of your brother? The mother is the fruit of time, and sent my brother to 20 years later, that is, 2 years later. But his age shouldn't change, he's still 8 years old, he's a little bald, he should be in a pink kimono, his name is Momonosuke, and there are some guards around him, 35. Send people to the future? What an amazing ability! Doflamingo and Anas were amazed at the fruit of time, but they were stunned. Shit! What the hell? Is it so coincidental? Why is the description 173 the same as the wretched bear child just now? Unfortunately, Momonosuke and the others didn't even say their names, and they were all burned to ashes by Anas. Kojiki Hiri wants to meet Momonosuke, but there is no hope in this life. The two looked at each other, Anas coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject. General Ben knows, in 2 years, right? I'll pay attention. Yes, what you said was 2 years later. What he killed just appeared, so what does the death of your brother have to do with him? As for the day when Kojiki Hiri finds out the truth and troubles him? Shout, it's not that he blows it, just because he is the first dog licking, the first hero, the first strong man under his majesty's command, ahem. In short, even the future imperial concubine don't want to cheat him casually. Cough, Wanakuni doesn't need your help, it's not safe here, you go to the moon first. Anas, who was a little embarrassed, opened the door directly and let 2 female soldiers walk in with her. FK. That damn boy, cheap him. Anas, who was quite depressed, looked fiercely at the entire flower capital. At this moment, he really wanted to fish Momonosuke out of hell and kill him hundreds of times. Rush for Lao Tzu, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. After 1 day, Wanakuni is fully occupied. 2 days later, the new world has completely fallen. The half-month-long war is finally over. While all the forces were relieved, they couldn't help but despair. The Minjiu Empire is too strong. The world government is also half dead with anger, but it is helpless, and it is full of plans in secret. Celestial dragons, needless to say, even if they are mentally disabled, they know they are afraid. Dozens of celestial dragons who stayed in New World before were captured by the Golden Emperor to be slaves. Every day, he changes his torture methods, and he never tires of running a variety of torture celestial dragons projects, which are very popular and make a fortune in blood. The Emperor is supreme, the Emperor is the only one. New World is included in the Empire section, any member of the world government, any pirate entering, will be killed without mercy. Businessmen from all over the world are welcome to come to the Minjiu Empire for business, it is absolutely safe. Morgans will spread the newspaper around the world and continue to promote the power of the Empire. The world's powerhouses are silent, and countless civilian businessmen are crazy. In the future, New World will be the safest place, and there will be no pirates. In the blink of an eye, countless people set off towards New World. What if the Fishman Island disappeared, still passing through the bottom of the sea? In the future, Xiaya will even have to get through the Grand Line, and the Empire will collect tolls, At the same time, heroes from all walks of life return to the moon for repair. New World is incorporated into the Empire territory, and it can be incorporated in the moment. Xiaya's face turned black. Ding, congratulations to your majesty for opening up the territory, winning half of the Grand Line, and rewarding privileges, imperial power is supreme. Imperial power is supreme, all fixed territories that belong to the Empire completely, omniscience and omnipotence can be extended. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaya wanted to beat the system because it was so ink. It's over when it's cool, and it's always hidden and tucked. Is this a test? You win. Xiaya really feels that her system is unique. Not enough Xingxing? Then leave the moon empty for 5 years and talk about it. Not enough power? Come to the Lord of the Moon to be omniscient and omnipotent. The younger brother is unfaithful? The Minjiu badge serves, absolutely loyal. Insufficient strength? All races can be integrated, and sooner or later they are invincible to the heavens. There's a lot more, and now there's another imperial supremacy. Xiaya suddenly felt that the system was fine. Gradually let him change from the inside to the outside, regardless of strength or temperament, and become a tyrant who is qualified to rule the heavens. Meaning, New World, I am also omniscient and omnipotent. Ding, yes, and the Logue town that was taken before. In the future, I will take other territories, the same is true. Ding, Wei Chen dare not deceive your majesty. Suddenly being so kind, there is no limit, right? Ding, this is the first reward. If you occupy the territory in the future, you need to stick to the territory for a month. If it is not occupied by others, you will belong to it completely, and you will be all-knowing and almighty. 5. But even so, Xiaya is very satisfied. He thought that he still needed to take the whole world. After being awarded the title of Lord of the Navigation World, you can be omniscient and omnipotent, and now it is a lot easier. At least there is no need to send people to guard the new world. After all, there are so many islands and how many people can score, first send some young civil servants to manage the islands. He can also separate a clone to observe the new world for him, and kill any rebels directly. After the world is unified, various institutions will be set up to formally manage each island. That's easy. Wait for the courtiers to rest for a few days, cross the calm belt, and then... Huh? Raftel? Suddenly feel where it is, no wonder so many people are hard to find, Xiaya has no interest. To be honest, Roger's becoming One Piece is a complete conspiracy. First, outsiders, who knew Roger had actually found Raftel. Secondly, even if he finds it, others will really believe it. They are all pirates, who will take it. Also, there has never been One Piece before, and many pirates don't even know what Raftel is. Finally, who said it? Roger has arrived in Raftel. Do you say it when you see it? People believe it when you hear it. Possibility, Marine deliberately placed the title, trying to make the arrogant pirates besiege Roger. Possibility, after Roger arrived in Raftel, he learned the truth about the world, knowing that he was seriously ill and not far from death, so he made a big propaganda, calling himself One Piece, and even promoting the final place Raftel. Give all pirate targets the direction of power, and then kick off the era of pirates when executing them, giving the world government the greatest impact. Xiaya believes in the last possibility, otherwise outsiders will not know whether Roger has arrived or not. Even if someone knew that he had collected the historical text of the road signs, he would not believe it. But if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. After the pirates have the motivation to target, no matter whether it is true or false, they will work hard for the Pirate King, and no pirates are willing to condescend. Incredible. I see, no wonder you asked me to take Log Town. Only then did Xiaya figure out what the surprise of the system was. Isn't it the expansion of the omniscient and omnipotent Emperor's supremacy? The first reward does not need to protect the territory for a month, then. 5.5. The past and future of Log Town are controlled by Xiaya. The battle is imminent, that guy, it's time to return. Between the words, Xiaya's eyes flickered, and the incredible power was washed away. This mighty force crossed the moon in an instant. The world of pirates seemed to tremble for a while, making countless strong people bewildered. East Blue. Log Town. A few days ago, Buggy attacked here in the name of the Empire, causing all Marines in East Blue to tremble. But Sengoku's order, Marine is not allowed to go to Log Town. So although shock is not small, and even caused the 5 elders to be alert. But then there was no surprise, because Buggy just occupied the place and nothing else changed. In a tavern, a strong white-haired man drank a cigar in one hand and wine in the other. His eyes are full of decadence, he is the one with the ability to smoke fruit, Colonel Smoker. No, Smoker, stop drinking. Chapter 149. Tashigi was helpless, holding on to the frame of her glasses. A few days ago, he was beaten to death by the little pirate Buggy, and after recovering, Smoker was decadent. Not only did he lose Log Town, but he also resented his own weakness. Ugh. Tashigi could only sigh, and there was no support from the headquarters. Fortunately, Buggy didn't start a killing spree, just stayed here calmly. Boss, bring me a glass of rum. 39. The voice startled Tashigi, and Smoker shook his body, raising his head to reveal bloodshot eyes. Ha ha ha, here you go again, Buggy. The elderly owner is very hospitable, especially with a great enthusiasm for Buggy, passing the wine while missing the opening. To be honest, that kid Roger used to come to me for a drink, and decades have passed in a blink of an eye. You came here to see you off more than 20 years ago, when you were still a little fresh meat, but now, oh, let's not mention it. 95. Pfft. 39. Buggy just took a sip of wine when he turned his head and sprayed. Then came the rejoicing, Buggy's red nose trembled and his eyes widened. Boss? You are the first person who dares to tell the truth. You are so right. Young, I'm so handsome, I'm so terrifying, I'm sobbing with ghosts and gods, and the endless girls are bursting. So. 35. If it wasn't for the force of life, how could I be vicissitudes now? It's so hard for me. Pfft. For a moment, Tashigi-04 couldn't help laughing. Smoker also twitched his eyelids and said in a deep voice, when will you let me go? Buggy didn't kill him, and he didn't want to stay here either, he just wanted to wander the world and find his way in the future. Hey, I am in the period of explosive strength now, maybe I will be promoted to the first echelon of the Empire in a few years. Buggy expressed his expectations, and said casually, although you are not strong, you are still a Logia. I will join the True Spirit team first, and be my team's younger brother in a few years. Understand? Speaking of which, you are so ashamed of Logia. Smoker's face suddenly turned into Kurozumai, can you die if you don't tell the truth? Boom. Suddenly there was a shock, and the entire Log Town shook. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed greatly and they panicked. Buggy was about to run out when Xiaya's voice came from his ear. Don't panic, I'm shooting. Yes, Your Majesty. Under the astonishment of everyone, Buggy immediately knelt on the ground, full of respect. The next moment, get up and drink loudly, spreading the word throughout the town. I am the subordinate of the Minjiu Empire, the god of buggy. Everyone, don't panic, with me here, everything will be fine. Boom. Before anyone could react, the violent vibration started again. Kaka. A terrifying sound of shattering sounded, and everyone was horrified, as if the island had been torn apart. Ah! Fly, fly! Everyone is dumbfounded. The sea in the distance seemed to be getting farther and farther, and the entire island was shrouded in a pale golden halo, flying directly towards the sky. That speed is simply beyond imagination, and it will enter the atmosphere the next moment. But no one saw this terrifying scene, otherwise it would shock the world again. It feels so good. Xia Yat, who is sitting on the moon, can't help but feel happy. The field of omniscience and omnipotence has spread to New World and Log Town. He can control everything while sitting on the moon. This feeling of controlling everything. Even better than being on the moon, after all, the isolation is so far away. Whoosh! On the coast of the moon, Minjiu continent, many people are wandering, because of the renovation in the past few days, many big guys come here to fish. Suddenly it got a little dark. When people look up, a shadow broke through the atmosphere, shot directly and landed on the coast. Brush! Rayleigh, Whitebeard, and the others, who happened to be fishing on the shore, were all stunned. This is Log Town? 99. People are puzzled and moved. Isn't your majesty on the moon? How did you get the Log Town in the pirate world? Kamui is like a prison, his majesty is indeed omnipotent. Could it be? Seeing Buggy walking out of Log Town, Rayleigh, the redhead, and the others were shocked. Of course they knew that Buggy had gone to occupy Log Town, and it was said that his majesty wanted to. The war is imminent, add strength to the empire. The future of Xia people, when the majestic voice echoes calmly and powerfully. In my name, time and space are reversed. Powerful cleansing, everyone stayed where they were. Looking around, I saw that the tall execution platform in Log Town was covered with a faint halo, and then... buzz! Under the shock of everyone, the picture of the execution platform changed rapidly. It's like turning back the years, there are heavy rains, snowflakes fall, some people have climbed here, some people have destroyed it. One by one, the screen quickly rewinds. 1 year. 10 years. 20 years. In a few seconds, the picture returns to 22 years ago, and everyone's breath stagnates. This. That BD. Captain. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Redhead, Hawkeye, and others all shook. The scene of the execution platform is exactly, Roger kneels on the ground, and 2 soldiers stand with knives. But Roger was not afraid at all, with a big smile on his face, full of heroism. Want my treasure? I can give you all of it if you want, go find it. I put all my treasure there. Pfft. Roger's eyes became more and more pale as the sharp knife penetrated his body. Rayleigh and others, who had never noticed it before, clearly saw the endless regret in Roger's eyes. Captain. In an instant, Redhead and Buggy were crying again. All the memories flooded into my heart, I only hated myself for being too weak at that time. Boom. At this moment, everyone looked shocked. I saw the sky above Log Town torn apart, a giant hand glowing with golden light. Grab Roger's body, before everyone reacts. Disappear. A few seconds ago. Marie Joyce. In a highly vigilant and secretive laboratory. Forget it, after so many years of research, there is nothing to study. A certain scientist in a white coat shook his head, full of sighs. Oh Roger, what secret is there in him that makes him so powerful that he even hears the voice of all things? But after so many years, I haven't found any difference. It can only be said that the talent is much stronger than that of ordinary people, but this cannot be replicated by the current science. Not even cloning, because experience matters. Brush. After many people were stunned, Roger's body disappeared. Even the part that was cut out also turned into fluorescence and disappeared. Go and report, Roger's body has disappeared. Humph. Xia snorted coldly and looked at the world of Pirate 173 with a stern face. Because he felt an anger from the world of pirates, as if to kill Xia, this is the origin of the world, the feedback of the law of time and space. Yes, the pirate world has no consciousness, but each world has its origin and its own unique laws. Xia's time and space change the past, which is a violation of the laws of the world, but it can only be powerless, and it can't affect the moon. Time paradox? Change the past. Oh, go and fix it yourself. Xia knew that nothing major would happen, after all, he did not change the general trend, but just pulled the dead Roger out of the long river of time and space. Those affected, that is, those scientists and others, will not affect the world. The future Roger belongs to the future, and the future can be changed and will no longer be affected. If it weren't for omniscience and omnipotence, the power of time and space would be too far behind. Xia is made with the help of omniscience and omnipotence, who controls the long river of time and space in Log Town. Just the power of time and space, even if it can collapse the entire pirate world, it can't do the things just now, the gap is huge. Coastal. Kamui is like a prison. Your Majesty's ability, I will never be able to catch up in my whole life. With your nonsense, your Majesty is omnipotent. Except for the sluggish Rayleigh and others, Dover, Sand Crocodile and others revealed their endless worship to Xia. Logue Town not far away returned to normal, but on the empty execution platform, Roger appeared. That's what it looked like more than 20 years ago, when it just died. Xia still hasn't arrived, but the voice echoes and the mighty power spreads. In my name, life is revived. Boom. The light of life descends. Gol.d. Roger. Chapter 150. Gol.d. Roger. Going to sea in your 20s, recruiting Rayleigh. 39 years old, join forces with Garp to defeat the Sea King Rocks. 47, recruit 15-year-old Monster Bullet. 50 years old, suffering from an incurable disease, recruiting Kyukaros. In the same year, they encountered the Flying Sky Pirates, and the whole group was at the end of the road. God took care of them and the storm passed. At the age of 51, he fought against Whitebeard for 3 days and 3 nights, and he did not hesitate to ask for talent. Kojiki Odin joined. At the age of 52, he arrived at Raftel and was called the Pirate King by the world. In the same year, Scourge Beauty abandoned wife and children. 53 years old, publicly executed, died on the spot. This life is extremely brilliant, countless civilians resent, and countless pirates yearn for. Boom. When the light fades away, Roger's injuries were removed, and he opened his eyes suddenly. But aware of his own situation, he was alert, and directly. An extremely terrifying conquerors poured out, sweeping over a dozen miles in an instant. Many people immediately stopped breathing, and many who were not strong enough fainted on the spot. Seal up. Xia, who was looking at the imperial palace, snorted coldly. The owners of these conquerors, not to mention other skills, like to put Haki in a mess. First seal the strength, find someone to fight and talk about it. FK. My strength, the devil. The next moment, under the stunned crowd, Roger stood up and was full of panic. When he saw Rayleigh and others in the distance, he was not surprised, but his face was full of fear, and he stepped on his forefoot. Boom. 39. The ordinary Roger fell directly from the execution platform and almost died on the spot. But still struggled to get up and ran towards Rayleigh, screaming as he ran. Rayleigh, come and save me. Newgate, take me away, someone is greedy for my body. Everyone's faces are stunned, what is this one piece? I'm afraid it's not the king of comedy. Rayleigh and others have a black line, and they are acting so much. After Roger got sick, he liked to entertain himself. Roger was horrified when his strength was suddenly blocked, but he felt relieved after seeing Rayleigh and others in the distance without incident, and then the actor got up. Oh well. Xiaoya's eyelids are twitching too. Because he heard Roger's voice before. I'm not dead? No, who just sealed my strength? Too scary, right? Hey, why did this existence resurrect me? Did he see me? What? Rayleigh Newgate is here, he seems to like the strong, bad. No. I can't sell my body, I have to pretend to be crazy and sell stupid to escape a level, rush, 9. Xiaoya's face also darkened. Your logical thinking is really eye-opening, One Piece. Thinking of this, Xiaoya's voice drifted over. Give me, beat to death. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions became rich. Sand Crocodile grinned, Dover laughed, even Hawkeye and the others were inexplicably excited. Just when the redhead and Buggy were entangled, Golden Lion rushed over with a face full of anger. Gee ha ha ha, good you Roger, the old man sacrificed so much for you, you didn't even look at the old man. If you don't blow up your chicken today, you'll be called a golden dog in the future. Bang bang bang. Since Roger's strength was blocked, Golden Lion also restrained his strength. But the smashed down with a punch, really hit to death. Hey, stop it. Roger is completely dumbfounded, why? We are both pitiful people, looked upon by a terrifying existence. Shouldn't there be a concerted effort to escape? Goo la la la, Shiki, take it easy, just lose one leg, and the other old man will come. Whitebeard walked over with his fist clenched, and Rayleigh took the lead. Hey, BD Roger, I've been tricked by you all my life, and I still have to fight for you in my 70s. I want both of your hands. Bang bang bang. Don't wait for Dover and others to make a move. It's really that the three of them are too ruthless, it's really clever to control the force. Every punch wounded the body but not killed, but it made Roger unable to stop the pain. Blink, the blood is blooming. What kind of hatred and what kind of hatred this is. Wow, the captain is so miserable. Ah, my heart is so cool. 35. Redhead and Buggy were crying and laughing. For some reason, if it wasn't for the airtightness of the 3 Whitebeard fights, the 2 of them would have wanted to go up and punch a few times. So exciting, I really want to go. Yes, yes, beat One Piece, I really want to. It's a pity, so many people have rushed up. Inside the imperial palace, Xia and the maids looked at the screen and cheered. Everyone wants to participate, and they all think that beating One Piece is super exciting. Roger, you really succeeded. Xia couldn't help laughing, and wanted to beat him because Roger's influence was big enough. Say? Is he really the pirate king? Maybe now, but few pirates who were Roger's contemporaries recognized it. Because Roger got away with Shiki's air pirates, it was pure luck. Because Roger fought against Whitebeard for 3 days and 3 nights, and he didn't win, but he stole the second captain. Because Roger stole the road sign from Big Mom, the historical text rubbing. Because Roger. Maybe he was sick, but he did not defeat all the big pirates at that time, but only reached Raftel. However, many big pirates will think, who knows whether it is true or not. Why do they become kings there? It's just that all of a sudden the whole world knows it, and suddenly it's advertised as One Piece. No matter whether it is a conspiracy, a calculation, or an attempt to overthrow the world government, it all happened too suddenly. People repeat what they say, so many of the great pirates of the same era have to admit it. But now, too many people grew up listening to the legend of Roger, no one cares about the past, and they are all chasing the position of that king. The new little brother is here. Then prepare for battle. Now. Imperial City. It is the most prosperous area on the moon right now. In addition to the various strongmen attacking various places, they are also constantly recruiting various talents along the way. Famous doctors? Famous architects? Famous scientists? Famous writers, etc. As long as you are an elite in the industry, many of you will bring them back to the moon to add to the building. So many capable people. Aware that thousands of capable persons were being held in the prison, Xia checked the abilities one by one. Most of these people are big pirates, and there are indeed many top devil fruits, but most of the users are too rubbish. Usse, Katakuri. Conqueror's haki is not weak, and even sees the future. Where do you think he is weaker than the Admiral 4 Emperors? Maybe it's armed color, maybe it's physique, maybe it's combat experience, maybe it's the protagonist's halo, but the fruit ability is really bad. If it is not developed to awakening, it can be seen, otherwise it is a glutinous rice ball. All powers can be improved, but devil fruit can either get rid of physical training, or change to a more powerful sublimation power. What's good for him? There is also Dover's ability, which looks quite powerful, but it is also a low-level fruit. Do you still want to develop causal lines, time lines? Law lines? Wash and sleep. Xia is very considerate of the younger brother, after all, if the younger brother has him, he will also have, with Zhao's favor, check the various abilities in the prison one by one. Forget it, let them choose for themselves. 10 minutes later, Katakuri, Doflamingo, entered the prison. There are also a lot of people behind them who are also curious to look for abilities, such as Sand Crocodile, Quinn, Cracker, etc., all of them are very greedy. Even the Redhead, Rayleigh, and others, and even the Golden Lion Whitebeard came to join in the fun, what a pain in the a. Xiaoming, choose this, the pig fruit is the best. Listen to the voice of all things to remind you. Bullshit, stop listening to Roger, that's all, pheasant fruit, amazing. Hehe, do you think Xiaoming is an idiot? This flying squirrel fruit is the most suitable. A bunch of idiots. Xiaoming, don't listen to them, the old man thinks this is good, dung beetle fruit, fall into the dung pit, your majesty can't find you. Too strong. 39. Hey, seconded. Well, sell batches of pears. Listening to the recommendations of the big guys, Brother Ming is sweating profusely. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. You are all tricking me. Seeing this scene, Katakuri silently retreated to find it by himself, so as not to be trapped into two forces. Chapter 151. Hey, with so many good abilities, I suddenly want to change the fruit. Sand Crocodile is smoking a cigar with a deep face, his sand fruit is not strong enough. FKU. You are too greedy. With a sigh of contempt, Yan Jiajin stared at an old man in the prison in front of him. The sign on the prison door said the fruit's ability and detailed introduction. There are too many big bosses in the empire, and he suddenly feels that his strength is not good. If it goes on like this, I won't even be able to rank in the empire in the future. The teleportation fruit in front of me is really strong and I really want it. Even if the strength is still inferior to the boss, it is difficult for the boss to hit him. Everyone, you can change, but if you want to be suitable, you can only retain one kind of ability, understand? Suddenly, Xiaya's voice echoed in the prison, and everyone was shocked. Yes, your majesty. Many guys who were greedy and wanted more wiped their cold sweat and woke up. Yes, no matter how much ability is worthless, the ability still depends on the person, if it is not suitable or lacks talent, it is all a waste. Most importantly, what is the ability here? After winning the Impel Down, after winning the world, all the fruit abilities will be returned to the country. If there is, then you can choose the most suitable one. The icing on the cake is a waste. Xiaya can't help but shake her head. It seems that there are many abilities, but there are also many soldiers in the empire. Most of them are talented, and who among the younger brothers can guarantee that they will always be stronger than the latecomers? If Dover wants to change it, he will give the 173 fruit of the thread to others. Develop a stronger one yourself, this is a reasonable application. Just when people are watching the ability. After an hour. A. Imperial City. Bang bang. Under the astonishment of many people, 4 black figures fell on the square. The 4 were carrying luggage, helmets, and guns and weapons on their bodies. Who? Hey, robot? 99. One of the guards of the Royal Forest Army, Minjiu Mend, brought people over, and couldn't help but be surprised. These 4 little people are similar to the previous form of the mechanical race, they are all tens of centimeters small. Cough cough. A small robot, Yo-Yo, woke up and said in confusion, "Have you finally reached the moon? We will definitely find out the cause of Dr. Ao's death." These 4 small robots were created by a Doctor Who in the pirate world. But when the Doctor was viewing the moon more than a month ago, because the various explosions on the moon were extremely obvious, the frightened Doctor died on the spot. In order to figure out what happened on the moon, the robots decided to fly to the moon to avenge the Doctor. How to come to the moon? The 4 of them considered for a long time and decided to use helium balloon. Yes, it is the kind of very ordinary hydrogen balloon, make it bigger, hang a rope, grab the balloon and fly up. It's really unscientific. Xia knew, Eve, the moment the 4 people reached the moon 100 miles away. It was Xia who threw the 4 people to the moon with the help of Xia, otherwise the current lunar atmosphere could burn them to death. The original story has finally begun. What Xia is talking about is the original plot of the Enel Moon arc. Can a robot fly to the moon with a hydrogen balloon? It's trampling on Xia's worldview. Not to mention the distance from the moon to the world, not to mention space or anything. Just the atmosphere of the pirate world is 1,000 kilometers thick, and friction has to wear you to death. Thief Oda, you really know how to play. Then, Enel is coming soon. In the original work, after the arrival of the robot, it was trampled by the space pirates and seriously injured. Then Enel came down like a god tomorrow, killed everything in seconds, and saved the 4 of them. Lead the army of machines inside the moon and occupy the infinite land. Even watching the world of pirates, want to fight back? But everything has changed. Xia said that the current Enel is not even a younger brother in front of the space pirates. Anna's own strength increases Mother's strength. Arnold's own strength and T-Dolphin increase all the strength of the pirates. The other members of the space pirates are not weak, at least the 2-color Haki can, and Enel's dream of occupying the moon is even more of a hammer. Say Cao is here, really. Xia perceives the outside world. 100 miles away from the moon, a ship is taking off from space. On the hull, a big word is written. God. This is a man who makes no secret and regards himself directly as a god. Since the courtiers are resting, let's have a sideshow. 9. I want to have fun with the people. Xia raises her hand, sweeps away with great power. A ship that is taking off to the moon. Enel was looking at the blue planet in front of him with puzzled eyes. Why is it different from what I observed before? How did the moon turn blue? Forget it, the place this god wants to occupy. No matter what, God loves himself. Suddenly, a mighty force washed over, Enel's expression changed greatly, and he found that he couldn't move. Next moment, even the man and the boat disappeared in place. Wow! The giant arena in the imperial capital, many spectators come here to play. A boat suddenly appeared in the center and caused a shock. I see, your majesty. The host Minjiu Huaqiluo, who was in shock, heard Xia's voice transmission, and immediately smiled, holding the microphone and shouting. Let's cheer! Welcome to the world of sailing, Thor, Enel. Ow! In an instant, the audience was excited. Wow, which evil party is this? It is named after God. After all, fighting in the arena, in addition to betting on the competition. Others are basically captured inhumane and extremely cruel villains and pirates, amusing the lunar residents. Tsitsize. All of a sudden, the thunder burst out and rushed out of the boat. You are blasphemous. Enel, who was covered in thunder and lightning, looked at the audience angrily. Damn, who just controlled him? And all these rubbish, they treat him like a monkey. Death to this god. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel's golden stick hit the drum on his back, and there was an endless thunderbolt. The thunder and lightning turned into a huge thunderbird that was 100 meters tall, and charged towards the audience in front of it in a terrifying manner. Ow! To Enel's astonishment, no one fled in fear, but laughed even more happily. Rustling. Under Enel's daze, his thunderbird disappeared 10 meters in front of the audience. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, it swayed a ripple, and nothing happened. Haha, it seems that Thor from the nautical world is not very smart. However, he turned out to be a thunder fruit capable, too powerful. Open the door and let the evil party go. Fight. As long as you win 100 games, you will be free. As the host Minjiu Huaqiluo shouted, the atmosphere of the audience was ignited. In a short period of time, many people received the news, and Chi came to the arena curiously. You know, Thunder Fruit is one of the almost invincible abilities, and it claims to be a god, so how can you not be curious? It's you. A strong man with a height of 6 or 7 meters walked out of the gate, staring at Enel with murderous intent. His blood turned red. As long as you defeat this rubbish, it will be 60 games, and if you win another 40 games, you will be free. Naive. The so-called freedom is liberation, and it is Xiaya who brings her strength to her younger brother. After all, these wicked gangs with no humanity at all, even kill their family members, eat their entire family, and they will be hard on seeing girls, etc. Xiaya will never let them live, lest they get into trouble everywhere and harm the back garden. Who are you? Enel resisted killing intent and looked around the audience. He just tried it, and not only did Lei Ting not pass through the barrier, but he also couldn't, and was directly trapped to death. Ow, it seems that the god of thunder in the maritime world doesn't know the rules. It's very simple, you are now the prisoner of the evil party of the moon. If you can win 100 games, you will be free. Standing in front of you is the evil Hughes who New World offers a reward of 630 million, fight. Minjiu Huaqiluo's explanation, Enel was completely furious. What do you think of this god? Slaves. Chapter 152. Yahahaha, I really anger the god, go to hell. Enel sneered, raised his right hand, and the thunder's power exploded, emitting a dazzling blue light. God's punishment. Just as Enel's arm flicked slightly, a few meters thick lightning flashed out, extremely dazzling. Funny god. Evil Hughes sneered, and when Enel raised his hand, the whole person disappeared in place, dodging the lightning. Yeah, haha, you escaped, you ants. 35. Enel sneered and suddenly found the evil Hughes rushing towards him. Although I don't know why this person's body turned black, he disdains. Want to get close to God? God will make you feel hopeless. Boom. In the next moment, the color of Aioni's road changes. The pitch-black fist hit him directly, and the terrifying power dented most of his murderous mouth. Bang! Enel flew upside down, slammed into the barrier, and fell to the ground, his bones rattling, and he was in constant pain. His eyes were full of disbelief, he was actually hit by a mortal? What a weak god! Evil Hughes sneered and continued to rush over. The two collided one after another, and only after Enel took a few heavy blows did he learn to hide in the distance and attack from a distance. But this time, Enel has been seriously injured, his body is stained with blood, and his breath has weakened a lot. After all, his physique is not strong enough. Gu la la la, it's fortunate that Xiao Ming didn't start to choose, or he would cry to death this time. At this moment, Whitebeard and others also arrived together, joining in the fun. Katakuri's eyes are also condensed, it is. Thunderfruit's name is too loud. Shit luck guy. Doflamingo looked at Enel in the arena with envy in his heart. His string fruit looks like a strange bull, but for top powerhouses, even awakening is gimmicky, and the damage is scum. Who can tell him where this garbage claiming to be a god came from? Thunderfruit? Your uncle. This kind of strength? Can't even beat a pirate with a reward of 600 million? What a waste. 99. Many other powerhouses, watching the battle, also looked at Enel with dismay. This almost invincible ability is simply feeding the dog. This guy is 37 years old and only 2 months younger than the redhead. Is there still room for growth? Xiaya was also accompanying the maids in the imperial palace, looking at the screen. For Enel, Xiaya from the emperor's point of view, this kind of person is very characteristic as a courtier. As for giving power to other people? There is no better fit than him at the moment, let's talk about it. Well, Thor, can you be called Thor if you are not crazy? If you are crazy about the enemy in the future, then Xiaya will like it. In the end of this game, if Enel doesn't use Lei Ying, even if he uses Thor, he will end up either dead or disabled, and he may not have a chance to use it. If you can survive, I will give you a chance. Xiaya hugged Sister Robin, nibbled on the grapes peeled by Sister Hancock, and watched the show. 5 minutes later. It was unbelievable, even the Golden Lion and others didn't understand it. With such a powerful ability, after only a few minutes, Enel was seriously injured and died? Just got a few punches, how weak is this body? Kill you. Evil Hughes doesn't care, the entire armed forces flow, attacking and killing the past with all their strength. The thunder god in front has collided with the barrier again and fell to the ground, this time it will kill. But when it's close to a few dozen meters. Enel raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of hideousness. Yahahaha, want this god to die? Dreaming. 35. Crackling. 100 million volts, Brontosaurus. 35. Boom. Enel's whole body instantly turned into a beam of thunder, transformed into a dragon, and the terrifying thunder pierced through the heavens and the earth, rushing towards the evil Hughes. Bright thunder shone across the sky. Puff. Evil Hughes was directly penetrated, and blood mist sputtered. Tsitsize. The thunder blasted, and Enel rushed directly into the sky, filling the sky with lightning. One after another terrifying thunder swept through and wrapped around the whole body. Under the shock of countless people, it formed a huge thunder and lightning body in the sky. Cover the sky. 200 million volts, Thor. Thor clenched his fists and slammed down fiercely, like a mountain topping the top. Boom. The area below the arena was shattered, and thunder filled the air. Thunder. The motto of the ark appeared in the sky, as if hundreds of millions of thunders erupted from Enel, sweeping the entire arena in the enchantment. The black clouds rolled in the sky, and countless huge thunderbolts with a terrifying atmosphere were swimming in the clouds like thunder snakes. When Evil Hugh's complexion changed, he didn't even notice the gathering of thunder in the sky. The red-haired and others who were onlookers were slightly surprised. This kid gathered thunder and lightning to prepare to enlarge the move. Unfortunately, the Evil Hughs discovered it too late. Wanlei. 55. Whoosh whoosh. Under the consternation of the audience, countless thunders fell from the sky. Directly turned the enchantment into a sea of thunder, and lightning with a thickness of several meters continue to violently attack the Evil Hughs below. Ah! There is nowhere to escape. The Evil Hughs is armed but still numb and painful. In the moment of relaxation, the armed color reveals a gap. And the endless thunder pierced through the cracks and bit into it, beating the whole body. Yeah ha ha ha! This is the end of your blasphemy. Go to hell. 55. Enel's wild laughter resounded in the sea of thunder. Boom! The thunder cloud began to collapse, and the wide range of black clouds gathered together at an extremely pervert speed. The thick thunder clouds disappeared, and the original appearance of the night sky was re-exposed. When everyone saw it, there was obviously a huge pitch-black sphere in the sky, and the aura of destruction in it was enough to destroy everything. 0. Ask for flowers. Zitzizig. There are violent lightning all over the black ball, and the interior is full of amazing airflow and current. Everything around the thunder ball is assimilated into nothingness by the powerful voltage. This kid, it's not bad. The expressions of Golden Lion and others froze. The black ball in front of him has been completely transformed. If it falls, no one doubts whether it can destroy an island. The dazzling series of operations just now was not easy. Destroy the world. Enel stretched out his hand, and the thunderball pierced through the void. Wherever he passed, the space vibrated violently as if it collapsed, and the pitch-black electric light flashed a terrifying darkness. Whoosh! As if in an instant, it fell to the ground. Boom! The blazing light made many people close their eyes, and the terrifying shock even spread to the Imperial Palace. If it weren't for the barrier, it would be enough to destroy the entire arena and training ground area that spanned dozens of miles. After the thunder dissipated, many audience members exclaimed. Everything in the arena disappeared, not even the body of the Evil Hughs could be found. The whole ground seems to have collapsed for more than 100 meters, there are cracks and potholes everywhere, and no one is intact. Bang! A figure fell to the ground in midair. Enel, who was seriously injured, consumed the last of his strength, but still tilted his head and didn't know where to look, extremely hideous and bitter. After all, he's just a monkey being watched. My god, win! Bang! Looking at Enel who passed out, Whitebeard and the others couldn't help shaking their heads. A wonderful battle, but still a powerless struggle. Everything depends on His Majesty's decision. If you give him a chance, maybe he can be a recruit to participate in team training. If you don't give it a chance, you can only fight 100 times, and then you will be divided into strength. Go, you decide, let him join the team. A word from Xia Ya, the generals of the major teams were instantly excited. No matter how unbearable Enel's physique and physique character is, he is still a good soldier with good training, and there is nothing that a general does not want. The old man put the words here, this kid belongs to the Zhenkong team. 35. FKU, this Thor, my flying team wants it. Hehe, my beast's team likes this kind of arrogance, no one wants to grab it. Everyone, stop for a moment, give me a face, how about giving him to my Tyrant Saber team? Looking at the confident expression of the red hair, the bosses instantly became angry and drank again and again. Your face counts? I'll beat you up with nonsense. Anyway. Battle Q Soldiers, number 9527. Me. Enel. Apply to play. T. Chapter 153. When the screen turns off. Kojiki Hiri walked gracefully, holding a newspaper. Your Majesty, this is today's newspaper, there is a news, I believe you will be interested. Oh. Taking over the newspaper, Xia Ya swept it over and couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the world is so chaotic, has this plot still appeared? Shishibukai Shadow Assassin abdicates, new Shishibukai Blackbeard Teach takes over. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, will be publicly executed in 7 days. Summit War? Whitebeard vs Marine. World Government's decision? Look at who Marine is, you're not going to laugh at me. Xia Ya doesn't care about Ace. But this is a good chance to win world government directly. Knowing that Whitebeard belongs to the Empire, but the world government still does it, it is obviously going to be a one-off. Otherwise, just sit and wait for death, that is not the behavior of the big forces, and only by taking the initiative can there be a possibility of victory. Interesting, then. 173. The war on West Blue North Blue has been postponed. Originally wanted to take the territory on both sides of the New World, but now Xia has changed her strategy. Through Summit War, Live the World, Marine all betrayed, united the Empire to kill Marie Joyce. Tisk tisk, I'm afraid the 5 elders will be PD'd to death. That's it, the last war. 35. After thinking about it, Xia directly asked Robin to send the news to each team to make the final preparations. Reunification is imminent, ready to fight. Wow. After the news came out, everyone on the moon shook. Summit War in 7 days, World War in 7 days. The pirate world is also sensational. The world is going to be in total chaos. Who will lead the new era? Countless wise men have understood that this is not a struggle between Whitebeard and Marine, but a battle between the world government and the Minjiu Empire. Everyone felt a very heavy pressure. No matter who wins or loses, they will start cleaning the traces of the other side, and cleaning the world's careerists. 2 days later. The world is undercurrent. The major forces not only wait and see, but are also constantly calculating the winning ratio of both sides. Good position. Don't help? That's the grass on the wall. I don't know where to die in the end. Sabayati Archipelago. There are fewer and fewer pirates here. The New World was captured by the Empire, and the first half was surrounded by Marine. Today, the life of the pirates is getting worse and worse. However, some people are always lucky. Over and over again, he escaped the siege and pursuit of Marine, and even more than a dozen rookie pirates offered a reward of over 100 million. The evil runaway era, 10 supernovas. Luffy. Zoro. Kid. Hawkins. Lo. AP. Kira. Bonnie. Capone. Uraj. It was 10 people. Drake was originally a Marine undercover agent, but New World was destroyed, so he did not continue to sail and returned to naval headquarters. If Xia sees it, she will be equally surprised. A group of sons of the gods, they are so messed up that none of them died. Well, it's your choice. But these supernovae are very confused, the road has come to an end, and further ahead is the New World. There is more cruelty than the first half of being besieged by Marine. It will face the killing of the Imperial Army, and it will not make any sense with you at all. A thief is a thief. The Empire does not allow the existence of thieves. Sabayati Land number 13, Shucky's ripping off bar. I don't know why, maybe it's fate, maybe it's a coincidence. The 10 supernovas gathered here in disguise to avoid all kinds of Marines. Because they found that the Marines seemed to subconsciously ignore the 13th place. Especially around this pub where Marine couldn't find them, making them curious. Is there a deep background here? Boss, where are we going next? Hearing the question, Capone Big's face was extremely ugly. Look at it again, it's really not good. I can only go back to West Blue, I don't want to die outside like this. Shout, garbage. 99. Hearing this, Kid, who was not far away, was extremely disdainful. Being a pirate requires you to have the awareness to face death at any time. A coward like you is not worthy of being called a pirate. Eat. Shit, you guys. Boss Mighty. Boys cheer. Capone Big's eyes filled with murderous intent, and the faces of several other supernovas who were also preparing to return turned black. APU sneered directly, ah blah blah blah, you guy who got the highest bounty for a newcomer by killing civilians is also worthy of being called a pirate? Garbage. Boom. In an instant, the table collapsed. Kid was furious, how to see how APU was upset. Enough, let the old lady stop. You are so noisy, are you trying to attract Marine? Bonnie shoved a mouthful of meat without any image, full of roars. Everyone be quiet. Luo, who was holding the knife, stroked his beard, turned his head and said expectantly, what do you think? Will it be dangerous to go to New World, for Hawkins to be in charge? Well. Feeling the curious eyes of many people, Hawkins just took out the divination card. He looked at Luo strangely, it's really strange, you have a death sign on you. No, it's gone again, and it's not right. It seems that your choice in the future will determine your life and death, and soon. So, thank you, Hawkins. 35. Luo's heart sank, and he immediately understood something. His enemy took refuge in the Minjiu Empire, and it is almost impossible to take revenge. And his ability is destined to make Dover unforgettable, and even told Xia that his choice is unpredictable at that time. Just as Hawkins continued his divination, Zoro and Nami in the corner not far away were eating and drinking, as if everything had nothing to do with them. And Luffy was still bowing his head in pain, because he saw Ace's newspaper. Supernova, maybe the last batch. Shucky at the bar is boring, these unlovable little devils, if their eyes are still above the top, there may be no future. The Empire, Marine, and the two sides surrounded the pirates, and there was no hope at all. At this moment, 2 people in black robes came. Shucky, give me a glass of rum. Shucky, give me face, give me that glass of lens. The two voices made Shuki's face darken, and he turned around and roared. You immortal guy, you are still alive. Did you follow that person and look down on me as a little commoner? 35. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, no. How dare I, isn't this busy, Shanks? You've been playing for a few days. Shanks' eyes twitched, and he quickly said, yes, Uncle Rayleigh is super busy, he hasn't slept for several days. My mother believes in you, you bad old man is very bad. 35. The roar aroused the curiosity of the supernovas, and Zoro and the others were even more shocked when they saw it. I'm going, isn't this the two imperial bosses who were present when the country was founded? Usopp suddenly said, Luffy look, it's Senior Rayleigh and Senior Shanks. Shanks? 35. Luffy was suddenly shocked, looked up and ran over. Shanks, woohoo, you are finally here. Ace him, woohoo. 5.5 Looking at the crying Luffy, Shanks couldn't help but say, okay, how old is he and he still loves to cry like he was a child, don't worry, if Ace really dies, 99. Why don't you go down and accompany him, it's a big deal. Luffy's cry stopped for a while, as if thinking. Sanji and the others who came from behind all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Senior Shanks is too bad, this guy Luffy doesn't really want to be buried with him? Thank you Shanks. As if he had figured out everything, Luffy cheered up and grinned, why didn't I think of it? Hell has been scary since the village chief, and there must be a lot of adventures there. 95. If something happens to Ace, I'm going to make an appointment. Finished calf. Everyone was speechless, and Rayleigh's eyes widened. Your Majesty, this child does not need to be cultivated anymore, his brain is not good. What? Yes, 4 Emperor's red hair. Chapter 154. Wow. I don't know who shouted in horror, and everyone's complexion changed in an instant. The supernovas are even more nervous, the general of the tyrants of the Minjiu Empire. It's over. Shanks smiled, no, I am no longer the 4 emperors, I am the Empire. Go away, ha ha ha, yes, I'm Rayleigh. Surrender sooner rather than later. Rayleigh's self-satisfied words made Shanks' eyelids twitch beside him. Old man, people didn't recognize you, you have to come out and pretend to be a coercion. Ah. Rayleigh, who is he? So familiar. Don't worry about that bad old man, run away. Boom. The terrifying conquerors erupted directly, and was even controlled in the tavern, directly stunning a group of small garbage, leaving the supernova stunned in place. But that mountain-like pressure made the supernovas sweat profusely. Hee, who is Rayleigh? Rayleigh's face is very ugly, and it's very unpleasant to pretend to be a second force. It was at this time. There was a sudden exclamation from outside the tavern, and the moment everyone looked back, their expressions froze. I saw 3 celestial dragons with their slaves, arrogantly walking past the tavern. Even when passing by the pub, I glanced inside and then stopped. AUT, 35. Charles Rose 04 ST sniffles. Looking at the group of pirates who fell to the ground, he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Dad, sister, look, they fell as soon as we came. Is this the new way to kneel? I love it. Saint Roswald frowned. This trip, it was completely because the 2 bear children had to come out, otherwise it would be so chaotic outside. Xiaololia Palace on the side couldn't help but nodded, this is indeed a good way to kneel, you should lie on the ground when you see us. 35. Kid and the others turned black, holding back their anger. What these mentally retarded celestial dragons, still dare to make waves. Insane. Rayleigh and Shanks frowned slightly, preparing to shoot. Ah, what a beautiful woman. 99. Suddenly noticing Bonnie, St. Charles Rose gave an evil smile. Mum hey, give it to this young master, I want to make her the 13th wife of this young master. A hole. Jewelry Bonnie was instantly angry, and after a series of events, people's fear of celestial dragons plummeted. Boom. Under the astonishment of everyone, Bonnie took out a gun very aggressively and fired directly. Want to be a wife? The old lady broke you. Ah. Admiral. Call Admiral. 99. Wow, it hurts, I want all the people inside to die. The guards were stunned in place until Charles Ross was shot in the shoulder and shouted in pain, this woman dared to shoot? APU and the others looked at each other, with celestial dragons in front and Rayleigh and others in the back, kill them? Interesting. Rayleigh sat down and watched the play directly, with a playful expression on his face. Now the prestige of celestial dragons has plummeted. Shanks also squinted, and he sensed that a certain monkey wandering around Sabayati was rushing here. Boom boom boom. While contacting Marine, a few guards rushed in to fight, and even led Kid and others in, and started a big fight. Celestial dragons, I don't know what it's like to chop. Pulling out the knife, Zoro was full of interest and also killed the past. And Luffy, who hated the world government more and more, stepped out first, and the chaos started. Hey, I'm here too, I won't have a chance to fight celestial dragons in the future. Sanji spit out a smoke ring, and under the headache of Nami and others, he also rushed over. Looking at the broken tavern, Shucky gritted his teeth and said, "None of these guys can be spared, I heard no Rayleigh." Rayleigh smirked, yes, I promise none of them can escape." After half a minute, when Kid and the others just broke through the siege and were about to rush out, an extremely dazzling golden light in the distance spreads out a golden avenue from far and near, so dazzling that many people closed their eyes. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light, little trash? Whoosh! The dazzling golden light appeared directly in front of Kira and kicked it out. Light speed kick. Boom! Under Kid's shock and anger, Kira was directly kicked out, and the blood mist swept across the sky. Ah! Kira! Go to hell! Robotic arm! Kid was angry, and the magnetic force surged, attracting a large range of metal objects and weapons to form a giant arm, trying to attack the golden light. Oh, it's scary, the current supernova. After converging into the adult form, Kizuru grinned wretchedly, ignoring everyone's shocked gazes. Next moment, Kizuru disappeared in place, suddenly appeared in the sky above Kid, and stepped down fiercely. Boom! The terrifying force vented and kicked him directly into the giant pit. Most of the bones in the upper body were broken, and he vomited blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Not good. Admiral Kizuru. The other supernovas looked horrified, Admiral in front, Imperial General in the back, what are you waiting for? They fled immediately. It's really scary, one by one so fast. Kizuru's exaggerated expression appeared again, and a mirror-like light accumulated in his hands. And the emitted light beam is refracted and bounced back to the surrounding target, forming a track of light. Bang bang bang! Between the refraction of light, Capone Beeg, APU, Uraj, Bonnie, and others were kicked by Kizuru. One by one, they stayed under Kizuru, and they still fell to the ground with serious injuries. The gap was huge. Ah, it's so scary, I was almost run away by you. After landing, Kizuru sighed with emotion and looked quite scared. Everyone. Pretend to be a criminal. One bite is terrible. A supernova in 1 foot? Don't. 99. Suddenly noticed that Kizuru looked over, Zoro Sanji and the others tightened. Nami even said in a cold sweat, this Admiral, let's leave now. Please don't attack us. Ah, so scary. It is said that the predecessor of the Empire, Kizuru, is a playboy, and he is too deep into the play. That is the actor who never stops when he performs, and even beats his own people when he is ruthless. But you are pirates, you attacked celestial dragons too. It's terrifying, as an admiral, I don't. Kizuru, who was pretending to be aggressive, the next moment, his face sank. Ah! A hole! Xiaolulia Palace screamed, and when she saw the blood sprayed from her body, she recovered and cursed. Damn Kizuru! You soiled Momiya's clothes. You 173 pariah, can you afford to pay? When Ben Gong returns, he will let Sengoku remove you from your post, you. Suddenly, Xiaolulia Palace's expression froze. Because Kizuru turned around with murderous intent on his face. You, what are you doing? Ah! Stop him, he wants to. Before the words fell, under the shock of the seriously injured supernova, under the shock of Charles Ross, Roswald, and others, Kizuru dashed over, smashed the hood of Xaluria Palace, and pinched her head with a big hand. It's scary, celestial dragons, do you really treat the old man like a dog? Bang! Brain blossoms burst, the audience is silent. Xiaolulia Palace was crushed by Kizuru, and everyone's brains were short-circuited. That's true temperament. Rayleigh and Shanks looked at each other, choking out a few words. Kizuru, what is this operation? Isn't double pay for undercover agents? Nami and others were stunned, and Bonnie and others were even more dumbfounded. Admiral, killed celestial dragons? Ah! Xaluria. It took a long time to recover, Roswald was instantly angry, took out his gun and shot it. Can penetrate Kizuru's elemental body one after another. Oh, stop pretending. Showdown. The old man has endured you for a long time, rubbish, go to death. Kizuru's killing intent almost materialized, his figure flashed, and when he returned to the place. Bang bang! The heads of Roswald and Charles Ross exploded again and again. It wasn't over yet, Kizuru rushed towards the celestial dragon's guards one after another, with full strength and a massive killing spree. All silence. Chapter 155. While everyone was stunned, celestial dragon's guards were slaughtered too. Kizuru stopped with a happy face. You asked him how it felt to kill celestial dragons? Excited. It's cool, but it can be even more cool. Luo. Amid the crowd's attention, Kizuru grinned, took out the phone bug, and contacted 5 elders. Blue. Is something wrong? Paul Salino. Kizuru said slowly, it's alright, I just killed a few celestial dragons just because I didn't feel good enough, so I came here to scold you. 35. A bunch of idiots, the world government will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later, wait to die. The highest position of celestial dragons? I'm afraid not the most stupid 5. 35. A group of mentally retarded grandmothers who don't love uncles and uncles. All of them are as ugly as pigs. Why didn't your parents throw you to death at that time? The 5 elders were stunned and shouted in anger. Ah, you! What are you? BCH is hypocritical. FK bastards, I feel like throwing up when I hear your voice. The drafting of the old mother, Baba, the old man was almost disgusted to death. Your old mother turned out to be a group of mules. Kizaru's abuse can't stop, everyone is stunned. In the rage of the 5 elders, Kizaru's words are like bullets. I heard that you have a dead fat woman named Yim on top of you. Isn't it ugly and shameless to hide in the corner every day? No, what if it's a man, the 5 of you playing field battles with him in the middle of the night, how hilarious, isn't it? Oh, you really know how to play, sluts are sluts, so dirty. 5 elders exploded with rage. Kizaru, you. Don't talk to Lao Tzu, Lao Tzu is obsessed with cleanliness. 35. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Come on, this old man has put his words aside, whoever runs away is your ancestor. A bunch of dead pigs are afraid of you. 99. Bang. The phone bug is directly pinched. Wow, cool. Kizaru is feeling refreshed all over. Endured for a lifetime, once vented. That feeling is so cool. Under the bewilderment of Rayleigh and Shanks, Kizaru waved his hand towards the Marines who came not far away, his eyes full of compassion and pain. Goodbye, dear Marines. For the justice of the people and the people, I killed celestial dragons. The world government can't tolerate me, Admiral, who loves the people like a son. Farewell, my homeland, from now on I'm going to wander. Farewell, my justice, this old man will never regret it. Tear. Marine Admiral's shirt is torn off, Kizaru disappears in place. Tear off your sleeves and don't take away a cloud. Ah, Kizaru Admiral. Wow wow, Marine can't live without you. The next moment, the Marine soldiers cried in unison. They understood, it must be Kizaru Admiral who couldn't stand the celestial dragons bullying the civilians and made a brazen shot. In the end, he lost to the power of the world government, and left his home for decades full of pain, grief, and grief. What a miserable admiral. Rayleigh et al. Supernovas. Show. Before he left, he pretended to be aggressive, amazing, Polisalino. How to do? Shanks is a little confused, is this the plan? Why did Kizaru betray the world government at this time? It's alright, just hit the world government, I just left one. Rayleigh smiled nonchalantly, then stared at the supernovae. Let's go, take them down, wipe the eye of the yellow monkey, and you won't have any problems. They came here to capture supernovas, because many of them have good abilities. The potential is also good, if you want to be a soldier, if you don't want to die. You guys go back to the moon too, you're too weak, don't call yourself an imperial elite. 39. Practice hard to serve the empire, and in the future, I will give you vacations in the name of adventurers and continue the grand line. After Rayleigh finished speaking, without waiting for Luffy and others to speak, he kicked into the giant door one by one. Well, little sister Nami, go in by yourself. Imperial Palace, there is no activist like you. The next day. The world shakes. Admiral Kizaru slaughtered celestial dragons, betrayed Marine, betrayed world government. Everyone was stunned. I thought the world was in extreme chaos, but I didn't expect it to be so chaotic. This news was spread all over the world by Morgans in advance, shaping Kizaru into a good general who prayed for the people. It even denounced the evil force world government again, focusing on describing what kind of dirty existence celestial dragons is. For a time, Kizaru's reputation was quite high. The prestige of the world government plummeted. Boom. Damn Kizaru, check it out for me. Find him, the old man will cut him 10,000 yuan and feed it to the dog. You bastards, you insulted us and even Lord I'm, 99. In this life and this life, I swear to kill Kizaru. The rage of the 5 elders is at its highest level ever. Even Xia Yan never made them so angry. Listen, Kizaru's swear words, is it someone who said it? They've never heard so much dirty talk in their lives. My lord, I suggest offering a reward for this yellow-skinned monkey. Yes, it's clear that Paul Salino has been plotting for a long time, a traitor. Obviously I'm not a good person, and I still scold others, the old man is ashamed to be in the company. Inside the ancient city, Aokiji, Sengoku, and Akainu all opened their mouths. This is the spit from the heart, who made Kizaru pit them many times, but it is also to distance themselves from the relationship. The world war is about to come, and Kizaru defected directly. Of course, a few people in Sengoku don't care about this, anyway, the world government will be over soon, so it's good to strike it in advance. What I care about is that Kizaru also brushed a wave of reputation before leaving, which is shameless. I'm envious, something like Kizaru has become a marine hero. Let's go and deal with Ace's affairs first. After the matter is over, hunt down that BCH again. The long-bearded 5 elders gave a few people a deep look, then waved their hands. After the 3 of them left, the flat-hat 5 elders hurriedly asked, do you hear that? Did they lie? No lie, they are really upset Kizaru. Curly-beard 5 elders was very sure, and his voice changed. However, their mood swings seemed to be too great. Maybe they were hurt by their sudden departure? After all, colleagues have been working for decades. Humph, a group of dead virgins, betrayal is a slag slaughter, they all deserve to die. Blonde 5 elders are full of rage. As long as a few people show signs of betrayal just now, he will definitely kill them. Okay. So far, Marine has basically no problems except Kizaru. The bald-headed 5 elders said, you should be worried about Garp's side, he disappeared for so long, and this time he captured his grandson again. Bearded 5 elders waved, no problem, just a Garp. When it's over, it's time for Marine to clean up too. Everyone nods. Regardless of whether there is still a traitor to the party, even if there is doubt, it must be purged. Emperor Palace Minjiu Hall. Xiaya looked at a newspaper that promoted the righteousness of Kizaru, spread the evil of world government, and praised the Minjiu Empire. Morgans wrote it well. But reward order. Evil Admiral, Polisalino. Bounty, 10 billion, good Zhao, Berry. A good 10 billion, your bounty is even higher than me, Polisalino. Ahem, your majesty, Wei Chen is guilty. Kizaru couldn't understand Xiaya's words, and immediately fell down and pleaded guilty. Under the stage Golden Lion, Whitebeard and other courtiers looked at Kizaru inexplicably. Incredible. Such a genuine Kizaru admiral. Killing celestial dragons without a word, turning around and scolding 5 elders, what a talent. Putting down the newspaper, Xiaya said calmly, what's the sin? Your Majesty, please forgive me. 35. Kizaru was startled immediately, and quickly said, Wycan has no credit in hard work, please see that there are 80 mothers on Wycan, and there are, Wycan is wrong. Get up, don't be ashamed here. With a wave of hands, Xiaya's next sentence makes Kizaru happy. I used to endure it, but when the empire was established, the people of the empire should not be humiliated. As my escort, you did a good job this time. After all, Kizaru is a member of the Guardian of the Son of Heaven, and Xiaya appreciates this behavior. Celestial Dragon's chops dare to scold him? Gotta kill it. Chapter 156. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your appreciation, Wei Chen will continue to work hard. Kizaru's expression suddenly became wretched, and he gave everyone in the audience a contemptuous look. As if to say that everyone here is rubbish. Your sister. Everyone couldn't help but feel annoyed, what does Kizaru mean? Don't you just kill a few celestial dragons and scold the 5 elders, and you're floating? Your Majesty, the empire is unparalleled, and the masters are like clouds. Wei Chen Kaido, apply for the battle, and expand your territory for you. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't expect that Kaido, the old man, would be able to write. No hurry, there are still 3 days before the public execution. Xiaya's words made everyone nod. Except for Whitebeard who was a little worried about whether Ace was doing well, the others were already rubbing their palms, ready to fight. 3 days later, it will be the top war in history. Let's all go down, the day after tomorrow morning, gather in the square. 35. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone congratulates. Op fruit? Xiaya looked over and saw the supernovae caught by Rayleigh. Hawkins, APU, Uraj, Bonnie, and Capone surrendered directly when they were caught. Pride? Can I eat it? For them, the Empire even sent the original 4 Emperors Shanks, Pluton Rayleigh to arrest them, what can they do? Bonnie's fruit that can make people old and young makes Xiaya's power of time a little deeper, and the other people's abilities are very ordinary. 173. Kid was very resentful because of Kira's death, especially when he came to the moon, after knowing that Kizaru was undercover, did he resist again? Tisk tisk, what a conqueror's owner, what a temperament. Since you have not accepted the imprint of the bright moon, you can only die, and all your abilities and strengths will be fused to others. Others followed the Straw Hat crew into the Imperial City training camp, participating in brutal training. Kill me. 9. Trafalgar D. Water Law, that's the only word he got caught on the moon. Because Dover was on the moon, Luo didn't surrender, and even didn't want to endure it any longer. Madness. For Luo's choice, Xiaya can only say this. There is only hope if you are alive, but between Luo and Dover, Xiaya definitely chooses Dover. Does Luo have any advantages as a courtier? Just because he has many pirate fans? Nonsense. Nice ability, hand it over to you, Kyukarose. Xiaya directly transformed all of Luo's strengths and abilities into energy balls and fused them to Kyukarose. Only those with strong medical skills can fully exert the power of Op fruit. Compared with Luo, Kyukarose, who has recovered to his prime, is the most suitable for this ability, rather than slashing with knives everywhere. Thank you, Your Majesty. 35. Even Kyukarose, who disdains fruit, is also pleasantly surprised by Op fruit at the moment, which will allow him to better study medicine at the Imperial College of Medicine. Your Majesty, Wei Chen knows a senior, her medical skills are extremely superb, and she is very suitable for the Imperial Medical College. Oh? Who is it? Drum Island, Dr. Kurha, should be 139 years old this year. Xiaya can't help nodding. She has a saying that is particularly memorable, "Do you want to know the secret of my eternal youth? Go ahead and bring her in with buggy." "Yes, your majesty," Wei Chen retire. 99. Just then, Vivi stepped cautiously and walked quietly with big eyes. "I found you, come here." When Xiaya raised her hand, under the exclamation of Vivi, the whole person fell into Xiaya's arms, and her pretty face turned red. "His Majesty." Vivi blushed and spoke crisply, her eyes hazy and watery. "Hey, what a shameful move. Fortunately, there is no one here, otherwise my red face will be laughed at by those goblins." "So cute." Xiaya squeezed her pretty face lightly and said that she likes Vivi's blushing look the most, which is quite charming. "Tell me, what are you doing here? Is such that?" Vivi calmed down and shy, blinked and said, "I met Mr. Kizaru when I was watching the construction of Yukian Peak with Sister Robin." 35. He said that when he defected, he encountered a marine warship, brought back its beautiful Colonel Hina, and sent it to the training base for the Imperial Maids. Hina, 35. Xiaya is a little confused. "Playing fighting games with Robin and other girls recently, it seems that I haven't paid attention to the new maid." Vivi continued, "Didn't Logue Town bring back the moon?" 99. But Buggy, specially sent a beautiful girl Marine Tashiji to the maid base. "Tashiji?" Xiaya can't help but help her forward. "My servants. How many beauties have you brought these days? Do you remember?" Xiaya also thought it was too messy, so she asked Vivi to build a training base for Imperial Maids. Check the identity, verify the innocence, score the quality, training rules, multiple reviews, and then send it to the Imperial Palace as a maid. 2. Eve, to the concubine and the Empress or something. Xiaya said that the good-looking skins are the same, and the wonderful soul 10,000 years is rare and demanding. But when Vivi is an adult, he will seal the concubine, because it really pleases him. Likewise, he thinks Xia Minjiu is perfect. But the girl is too cold to melt her heart. "What? If you don't choose so many girls, do you have to play sword spirit? You Emperor! It was really rough. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? When will you be an adult, or will I add 2 years to you?" "Yeah, humming." 3 days later. Morning. The atmosphere of the world has been suppressed to the extreme. Even if the civilians noticed something, they closed their doors one by one, and the whole world became much cleaner. And many careerists and kingdoms are anxious like ants on a hot pot. Because many people were afraid of Xiaya's former coercion and wanted to join the empire before the war, but there was no way. Even if they knew that Dover, Morgans, and the others were from the empire, but everyone ignored them, which made them helpless. The war has started, but you still don't stand in line, waiting for the settlement after the war? In an instant, because of the ignorance of the Minjiu Empire, many forces were angered, and they all joined the world government with gritted teeth. The 5 elders are overjoyed, no matter how strong or weak, every point is strength. But then came the anger. The 5 elders are not good, the Minjiu Empire invades Impel Down. Boom. 2 hours ago. It's just dawn. Marineford welcomed Shishibukai, and Blackbeard, who arrived yesterday, found an opportunity to slip away more than half an hour ago. Sengoku gave him a death stare, and a disdainful smile. Minjiu Guild. Sengoku, everyone, don't destroy Impel Down, it will be the prison of the Empire in the future. Redhead, don't worry, it's just taking away the capable and the strong. Sengoku, that's good, I think it's better to take them all, find out their hidden treasures and secret memories, and then assign everyone's strength to the Imperial Generals. Crowd, you are still ruthless. In this case, everyone in the Empire is welcome. Impel Down is a land of great wealth for the Empire. Many pirates have various treasure memories, various powerful abilities. And many top powerhouses can enhance their heritage, except for a very few who can serve the Empire, others directly deprive everything to the elite of the Empire. Impel Down. The world's first prison, located in the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. Director Magellan is having a stomachache, so let's not talk about a bunch of rubbish like the Deputy Director. And on the 6th floor Eternal Hell. It is either a death sentence or a life sentence, and the criminals are too ferocious and erased from the history of the monster pirates. The prisoners on this floor are all near legendary bigwigs. Hi, ha, hi, ha. In this silent eternal hell, the bursts of breathing were extremely harsh. Not for business, but because the extremely strong middle-aged man is doing his daily exercise. Even with sea-stone handcuffs, his body is weak, but his will is still strong. More than 20 years of hard training, ignoring any ridicule and sneer, always consistent. Hee, how powerful the heir of the devil used to be, now there is something wrong with his brain. That is, there is no use in exercising here. If you don't have enough food every day, it is better to save your physical strength. People are waiting for someone to rob prison, or escape from prison by themselves, and continue to go out, haha. Chapter 157. Mockery all over eternal hell. Hearing the words prison robbery and prison escape, many pirates showed ridicule. It's impel down here, who else has done it except Shiki paid the double price to escape. Others don't dare to rob prison, that will anger the world government. Especially after the Golden Lion escaped from prison, the custody became stricter, and the difficulty was countless times. Call. But seeing that the devil's heir was unmoved and continued to train, many people sneered and lost interest. Do you know, Xia? I don't know who mentioned it, eternal hell is full of surprise, confused, and some people are afraid. Seeing the big pirates who entered eternal hell 2 days ago, I didn't know much about it, and I was full of emotion. Some time ago, that terrifying coercion belonged to him. He alone coerced the whole world, and no matter how strong he was, he knelt down and vomited blood. 5. At that time, I happened to encounter Kaido and was about to be beaten to death when the coercion came. I saw with my own eyes Kaido, like me, kneeling in horror and vomiting blood. He also destroyed Marie Joyce with one palm. The world government doesn't even have the courage to take revenge. He also conquered dozens of powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Shanks, Hawkeye, etc., formed the Minjiu Empire, and unified the new world. Count the time, no surprises, maybe today is the day when the Minjiu Empire fights the world government. Many pirates were terrified. All the arrogance seems to be worthless in front of this existence. The coercion of the world, the existence beyond imagination. Even the old man in the farthest corner opened his eyes, a little shocked. Before, there was indeed coercion that skipped Impel down, causing everyone to vomit blood, but it was not clear why it was man-made, coercing the whole world? Why have I never heard of such a strong person? Shiryu, the guard who often kills prisoners indiscriminately, frowned. He has only been locked in for a few months, and the outside world is so unfamiliar. Xia, why does this exist? Still exercising, Douglas Bullet also froze, feeling a little discouraged for no reason. You must know that he has long made up his mind to kill all the strong men in the sea and prove that he is the world's strongest pirate king who surpasses Roger. But a non-human existence like Xia seems to flatten all his arrogance. The first half of his life was brilliant, but now he can only be locked in prison. Becoming a Boy Scout before the age of 8, walking on the edge of life and death on the battlefield. Before the age of 13, he became a hero on the battlefield and ate the fruit of fusion. At the age of 14, he became a national hero, a general, and experienced hundreds of battles. 15 years old, draw with Rayleigh, only experienced defeat in Roger. Until the age of 22, Buster Call came, and even Garp Sengoku was there, exhausted and captured. Now 43, he has missed more than 20 years of his best formative years and can only do ridiculously routine exercises in prison. But the lack of chi and blood all the year round, let alone progress, it is very difficult to ensure that the strength does not regress. Even if I don't miss growth, can I kill Xia? 39. Just as decades ago, Bullet was skeptical of Roger's strength, mired in self-doubt. Because he understands that even if he is 100 times stronger than Roger, he cannot do Xia's coercive world. At this time, everyone's face in eternal hell changed. Gee ha 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 ha, long time no see, scumbags. The Golden Lion flew out from the invisible portal and glanced at it, full of arrogance and disdain. Those years in eternal hell made him unforgettable. He can't forget, there are many old immortals mocking him. Oh, with so many newcomers, many of the immortals are hiccups. It's you. Golden Lion. Impossible, how did you get in? 35. Many people recognized the Golden Lion with horror, followed by surprise. Did it suddenly appear? Space ability? They don't care, they just want to get out of here. But the next moment, even the calm Bullet, Shiryu of Rain and some old antiques have their eyes widened. Incredible face. Goo la la Allah, what a disgusting place. Get out of the way, you bad old man, in the way. Give me face, the two of you don't quarrel. Whitebeard. Kaido. Redhead. Brush. Hellmand, Fujitora, Hawkeye, Dover, Sand Crocodile, etc. For the sake of efficiency and curiosity, dozens of powerhouses of the Empire basically came. There are also thousands of Royal Forest Army, the fastest speed to brush Impel down. What shocked many pirates the most was the unshaven-looking guy who looked around curiously. How is this possible? One Piece Roger. Many people looked sluggish, how could Roger be resurrected? Bullet took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and lowered his head sadly. The oath I once made has just ended here. Ha ha ha, it seems that many people know me. Roger snorted like a big star, then coughed lightly and said calmly, yes, I am Roger, I am high. 35. You are an A. Whitebeard went up and slapped him, do you want to hold an autograph session for you? Stop pretending, and do things quickly. Roger's face is speechless, this is definitely jealous, right? 0, ask for flowers. 6 lines, let's go. In the blink of an eye, many people ignored the imprisoned pirates, and Roger and the others all set off towards the upper floor. No need to destroy anything, open the cell, open the door, throw it all in, and you're done. Ah! Something is wrong. The 4th basement level of Blazing Hell, Magellan's office, and the monitoring room are all here. Deputy Commissioner Han Yabao suddenly saw the surveillance footage of Eternal Hell, and a person who appeared almost scared him to pee. Without thinking, he rushed into Magellan's office and kicked the bathroom. BD, you actually peeped at me. Magellan, who was excreting with a refreshing expression, saw Han Yabao kicked the door and quickly blocked it, and immediately blushed angrily. This idiot, peeking at his DK, is a pervert? Look at the shocked look on his face, surprised by his shape and size, he is very proud. What a delicate and small black needle. With a glimpse, Han Yabao groaned. Immediately exclaimed, the big thing is bad, Golden Lion Whitebeard and others invaded Impel Down, right in Eternal Hell. If you don't solve it, the position of the director is mine. Boom. Magellan was shocked in an instant, a large area of poisonous mist was sprayed, and Han Yabao fell to the ground and twitched. He ignored it at all, rushed straight to the monitoring room, and his complexion changed drastically. Blue. Marshal Sengoku, What? Okay, I see, I'll support right away. That's it. 95. Magellan is stunned. I haven't explained the situation yet, you start to answer? Could it be that Sengoku's sense of sight is to the point of foreseeing the future? I admire you. Eternal Hell, the pirates slowed down and clamored for help again and again. Get down on the ground for Lao Tzu. 39. The release of Golden Lion conquerors, Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido, and others are also released. In an instant, the world turned pale. Not to be outdone, many prisoners collided with it. The terrifying power shocked countless people, the whole Impel Down seemed to be shaking. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the pirates in Eternal Hell fainted, and 99% of the 5 prisons above fainted. Long time no see, Bullet. Rayleigh walked to the corner of the prison and looked at the strong man who was still full of energy even though he was imprisoned for more than 20 years. He's the guy who drew the co-captain when he was a teenager. The redhead looked curiously, he hadn't seen Bullet himself, because when Bullet left the Roger Pirates, the redhead didn't join the Roger Pirates when he was only about 10 years old. 15-year-old trainee redhead, compared to 15-year-old draw with Rayleigh's Bullet. How much youth is wasted in prison? It is you. Death. Chapter 158. Looking at the blonde man in front of him, Bullet recalled the moment, and said in a trance, is it an illusion? Why are you not getting old at all? I said, I got immortality, maybe even immortality, do you believe it? Many prisoners were shocked, and Rayleigh continued, you also saw that the person you once longed to defeat is back. Join us, keep getting stronger, keep fulfilling your unfulfilled vows. Submit to your majesty, as long as you get enough credit, everything you want will be there. Longevity? Immortality? Return? Stronger? Oath? Surrender? Bullet's body shakes, it's so dreamy. It is good. He had no choice, after all, he was just a prisoner and could only nod silently. He is unwilling to waste time like this again. What's more, he once swore that he would defeat Roger and become the strongest in the world. But Xia, even if he beat Roger, makes him decadent and full of energy at the same time. The other side. It's been a long time since 173, Redfield. Whitebeard walked in the corner of Eternal Hell, looking at the old man who was pierced by sea stone chains with complicated eyes. Another existence that evokes memories, now, not much. You wouldn't want to say, surrender, that one? Barrick Redfield, the great pirate of decades. Known as the Lonely Red Earl, and the Lonely Rider, he is extremely powerful, and he is on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. But, listening to the flat and solitary voice, Whitebeard laughed, goo la la la, why not? Anyway, it's better than dying in prison and letting everyone forget. 99. Yet. I'm about to. Dead old. Redfield was silent for a while, remembering the deeds of Xia mentioned earlier. He glanced at the middle-aged Whitebeard with fluttering blonde hair, and his voice was faint. Look, is it worth it for you to give up your freedom and give up your dignity for the sake of youth? Really? Is it worth it for you to sacrifice your freedom and waste your youth for dignity? Whitebeard's bland rebuttal made the Red Earl tremble. He has no freedom, no youth, and only a loneliness and arrogance to support him. Goo la la la, this fruit, I asked your majesty for it. When a purple-patterned fruit appeared in Whitebeard's hand, the Red Earl was shocked. Whitebeard continued, of course, just borrowed to see, the final ownership, his majesty will find a suitable person for it. No one is better than me. Redfield let out a loud drink, his eyes full of desire for youth. Zoan Bat Fruit Eudemon's vampire form. You can absorb the lifespan of others by absorbing the blood of others, so that you can return to your youthful appearance, and even your strength can be restored to your youthful time. He originally wanted to wait for that glimmer of hope of getting out of prison, and then go to find this fruit, but... You win. I agree. Looking at Whitebeard's smile, Redfield finally smiled bitterly. Proud? Proud? Aloof? Invincible? In the end, it is still lost to the years. Little devil, this old man is not a coward. Redfield suddenly looked into the distance, his sharp eyes making people dare not look directly. Kr. Shiryu of the Rain changed his face, and suddenly his face was ugly. You are still so disgusting, always eavesdropping on other people's hearts. 99. Leadfield born to awaken observation haki. It can easily read people's hearts and memories, and is extremely terrifying. Pfft. Suddenly, a sharp sword struck, and Shiryu of the Rain stared blankly at the black sword that pierced through his heart, a little in disbelief. Why? Don't kill others but kill him? You are bloodthirsty, do not meet the team's requirements, die. Hawkeye took out the black knife indifferently, causing many prisoners to bow their heads. Are you an idiot? You don't form a team, you don't want me. It's not a waste to kill him now, how good it is to bring it back to Laozi's team members to integrate. Annas walked over and turned into a troll, extremely angry. No matter how unbearable Shiryu of the Rain is, he is still a strong man. Just don't kill the Imperials, but Hawkeye obviously doesn't like it. Hawkeye. I forgot, but I don't bother to explain. Damn, it's fortunate that I didn't completely die. After checking it, Annas threw a Minjyu Dan directly into Shiryu of Rain's mouth. You BD wasted my Minjyu pill. When you wake up, if you don't join my team, I will chop you up. The other side. It's you. I want your ability. Katakuri is holding a huge ice cube in his hand, which is the world destroyer frozen inside. Berndy Waldo. Imprisoned in frozen suspended animation for 30 years. Momo Fruit, you can magnify your own speed, the speed and volume of objects you touch, 1 to 100 times. This is the norm, if awakening. Katakuri's unimaginable power. Is it possible to increase the defense, increase the attack power, etc., then it is terrifying, no matter what, it is the top devil fruit. Garbage sticky fruit, can be replaced. After all, His Majesty said, except for the very few who can join the Empire, the rest will become the nourishment of the Imperial Sergeants. World Destroyer? Not enough IQ, no value to cultivate. What's the matter, it was preempted. Doflamingo walked over, frowning a little, but he didn't really care about Zero. After all, Momo Fruit doesn't match him very well, and he still likes those fancy but extremely powerful top-level devil fruits. Compared to the top powerhouses, my main weaknesses are physique, speed, and attack power. No, all of these can be made up through cultivation, but they require the assistance of abilities with great potential. So, is there anything here? Beckman came over and said casually, yes, that girl, the nine-tails fox form of the phantom beast, do you want it? Dover turned his head to look, frowned suddenly, Katarina Depen? So ugly. And Zoan doesn't seem to have a high ceiling. The ability should be left to the maids of the Imperial Palace to play with, Nine-Tails Fox, tisk tisk. Saying that, Dover's face swayed with a meanness. He doesn't know about Xiaoya's hobbies, but they are all men, fighting Nine-Tails Fox in the middle of the night, exciting. That trash behind you, strengthen the fruit. 35. Strengthen your physique, strengthen your strength, strengthen your speed, strengthen your resilience, and strengthen yourself, is that enough? At this time, Bullet, who was released from prison, passed by and left a sentence lightly. Dover's eyes lit up, and his comprehensive abilities are definitely not weaker than Momo's fruit, or even better. However, it is still not in line with the pace of his denial of 6 relatives, and it is not arrogant enough. TBD, if there is no better, then change it. Very good, thanks. No thanks, little trash. 5. Doflamingo's face darkened. 15-year-old Drorelli is amazing, second only to Roger. He remembers this grudge, he is very grudge. Same with 5.5, on the 5th floor. Magellan, who had just descended from the 4th floor, was suddenly jumped by the next jump, and dozens of terrifying existences rushed up from eternal hell with thousands of people. Damn you! Magellan whispered coldly, and the mouth was spewing poisonous gas, like a Satan demon, with a pair of demon wings behind him. Stay away from him, according to the information, his poison will kill him. The sand crocodile's complexion was slightly condensed. As a poisonous fruit person, Magellan was covered in poison. Even when you open your mouth to breathe and sigh, sometimes poisonous gas will spew out. As long as you encounter it, no matter how strong you are, you will have to die or be disabled. Go to hell. Poison Dragon. With a huge sound of breaking through the air, Magellan's hands, a giant formed of 3 venoms, swung their teeth and danced their claws, and rushed straight to the crowd. Darkness devours. Hellmand waved his hand, and the terrifying darkness was like a beast. Directly engulfed Magellan's poisonous dragon as if it never existed. Chapter 159. Can't hold back. Seeing this scene, Magellan turned on his full strength and sprayed countless venom on his body. It was no longer purple, but a bright red poison. Any substance in contact with it will be infected and gradually spread and erode everything. As long as a person comes into contact with the poison, it will gradually spread until death. Toxic Giants, Hell's Judgment. Magellan's body released the strong poison of a skeleton-shaped giant, which was extremely ferocious, and directly became a huge poisonous giant with awe-inspiring power. Gravity burst. 35. Gravity rebound. At this moment, Arid Sun and Fujitora exploded gravitational and gravitational rebound at the same time to form repulsion. Magellan's body froze, as if there was a gravitational force pulling him over, and a repulsive force strong enough to bounce off the mountains to repel him. Ah! Magellan was in excruciating pain. Puff puff. As if countless people were pulling his body back and forth, the poison giant burst apart, cracks burst out from his body, and the blood mist filled the air. Slash. 39. Shockwave. 35. Golden tornado. Taking advantage of Magellan's sluggish body, the terrifying attacks of Hawkeye, Vabel, and others also fell on him. In an instant, Magellan fell to the ground with serious injuries, and even his arm was cut off, and the golden wave of the Golden Emperor drowned him to death. Straight 04 made a golden statue. Tisk tisk, the cooperation is really good. 35. Roger is really full of emotion. Except your majesty, if anyone can survive from these people, maybe only that old Yunbai. Don't kill him, his ability is good. Leave a group of people on this floor and continue to go up. 99. 5 minutes later. No one can stop the soldiers of the Empire. Every floor keeps people to capture the prisoners. Roger and Hellmand bring people to the first floor. Boom. There was a sudden roar, and Hellmand couldn't help frowning. Is there anyone else attacking Impel down? 35. Hey, it turns out to be this ability. Interesting. Roger's sight went far, he heard everything, and even understood the ability of the comber. He immediately turned his head and smiled and said, Hellmand, do you think there is someone who is more powerful than your dark power? Better than the power of darkness? Hellmand was stunned, and then sneered, it's not the old man who said that all those who are capable of the power of darkness in this world are younger brothers in front of me. What about dark fruit? Hellmand's face turned black, and endless darkness poured out of him. In an instant, all the light around was swallowed up, leaving only the purest black. Ability also depends on the person, is he worthy of being compared with the old man? No need to guess, Hellmand knew that the visitor had the ability of darkness, and also understood the identity of the visitor. Nu Shishibukai? Traitor of the Whitebeard pirates? Self-proclaimed Blackbeard? A piece of garbage. Ha 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 ha. Is this Impel down? Where's Magellan? I didn't expect that there was no one who could fight. The utter laughter resounded on the first floor. Blackbeard took arrogant steps, and came from a distance with a big belly. Behind him, Lafayette, Van Oka, Poison Q and others were all excited. Their Blackbeard pirates are indeed invincible and unstoppable, and they will become the Pirate King in the future. Wait, Hellmand. 39. As Roger spoke, he rushed over and said seriously, I can't let you get hurt. Whoosh. Watching Roger rush up, Hellmand has a black line. You just want to fight yourself? Take a head? Yo, black fat man. When Roger's voice came, Blackbeard and the others were startled, who else? But not waiting for a few people to react, and even without seeing who the comber was, a terrifying attack swept in. God avoid. Roger swung the flying slash around Hacky with his knife at high speed, and the moment he appeared, it was extremely fierce. Although the scope is not large, it just includes a few people, but it is the condensed slashing, extremely terrifying. As soon as it appears, let the void tremble, tearing everything apart along the way. Damn. Blackbeard was full of anger in his astonishment, and black smoke rushed out of his body, trying to swallow the attack. Not good. But under Blackbeard's astonishment, the terrifying slash directly avoided the darkness and landed on them from another angle. Roger's evasion is extremely strange, the slash will avoid the opponent's weapons and attacks, and hit the body directly. Pfft. In an instant, a terrifying slash like a Shinigami scythe slashed through the crowd. Lafayette, Van Oka, Poison Q, Badgers, and others were even more sluggish, and they were directly cut off. What? Blackbeard cried out in pain, and the terrifying blow passed half of his body sideways. He directly tore out terrifying scars from his abdomen to his shoulders, cut off his right hand, and flew away. Boom bang bang. The next moment, under the anger of Blackbeard, Lafayette and others all fell to the ground. All dead. Everyone became two halves, and the blood flowed like a column, making Blackbeard sluggish for a moment. These are all his younger brothers, who haven't helped him realize his ambition, so they all died here. 35. Whoever you are, you will die. Blackbeard went crazy, and the endless darkness swept straight from him. Someone actually gave him the most unforgettable despair when he was most proud. The right hand was broken, which almost broke half of his dreams, and the hatred was monstrous. Clap la la. The darkness pouring out of Blackbeard had filled half of it, as if it could devour everything. Dark Cave. 99. Ong. One after another invisible power spread out from Blackbeard, covering most of the prison's first floor, and even spreading downwards. All the places shrouded in darkness are transformed into a terrifying force of devouring, a large number of buildings, a large number of ruins, prisons, and people, all sinking into the darkness. The darkness is like a huge black hole that can swallow it endlessly. Yo, that's awesome. Roger sighed, holding the knife ready to shoot again. It's enough. Some headaches. Roger's ADHD, Hellman took the lead, and even rushed into the terrible darkness without defense. K. Seeing Hellman entering so arrogantly, Blackbeard was extremely angry, but at this moment he wanted to run. Yes, he was really angry, but he calmed down in just a second or two, because he recognized Hellman as soon as he shot. Damn, it turned out to be someone from the Minjiu Empire. This vengeance will not be repaid, run. Boom boom boom. Under Roger's stunned expression, the fat man Blackbeard was extremely agile, jumping and jumping several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. It wasn't that Blackbeard ran away that he was shocked, that he was. This escape action is so funny, it's like a big club, ha 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 ha. I don't know what. Roger was laughing, tears came out, and the powerhouses and the mechanic behind him looked at him like idiots. Suddenly Blackbeard froze. Because he felt that the darkness he had just released was directly cut off by a stronger force. No, it was swallowed. To devour his darkness. Dark tide. Hellman's voice was like hell. The darkness released by Blackbeard surged, forming a black tsunami under his control. The darkness spreads so fast that it catches up with Blackbeard at incredible speed and engulfs him. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. In the darkness, Blackbeard was full of pain from the soul, and then disappeared, and the sound was swallowed by the darkness. Struggle in the dark, trash. The dark tides of Hellman never fail. Those who are weaker than him, as long as they are contaminated, they will tear their souls, but they will not hurt their bodies, and they can only fall down powerless. After 10 seconds, Hellman removed the darkness. Bang! Blackbeard slammed heavily on the ground, the pain in his soul made him tremble, and his consciousness collapsed a little, but those eyes. Still like a ferocious beast, full of bloodshot and full of resentment looking at everyone. Thief, ha 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 ha, it turned out to be you, it was really you, it turned out to be you. Looking at Roger coming, Blackbeard laughed wildly, but was full of unwillingness. He had noticed Roger's familiar wretched image before, but he didn't think much about it when he was angry, and he didn't dare to think there, but now. Did Xiaoya resurrect Roger? Hate. He really hates. Roger killed his companion mercilessly, letting him know that Xiaoya wouldn't want to let him go either. This made him have a hysterical hatred. Why don't you look down on him? P.S. Actually, the author really appreciates Blackbeard, but he is a real pirate, and the Empire cannot tolerate such a big thief. The war starts tomorrow, and the new world is in preparation. Chapter 160. Thief, ha 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 ha, Xiaoya. Why don't you look down on me? I'm just a little pirate, I've only killed a few people. Roger is a lot harder than Lao Tzu, because you know how many people he killed? Ah. Xiaoya. You don't deserve to be called a god at all. You don't deserve to be worshipped at all. Under the gazes of everyone, Blackbeard kept yelling like crazy, and the hatred shocked them all. Everyone couldn't help frowning. This guy seems to worship your majesty? No, he simply worships the strong. I can feel it. That's adoration from the heart, but never, no respect. Roger spoke in a deep voice, and suddenly understood Blackbeard. That is an ambition that can never be stopped. Full of sin, greed, madness, violence. Perhaps, Blackbeard is the real pirate, and he is just an adventurer. Thief, ha 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 ha. Seeing the contempt in the eyes of many people, Blackbeard laughed even crazier, and turned to roar. You have no right to look down on Lao Tzu. A man's dream will never end. But Lao Tzu's dreams have been ruined by you. 99. Boom. The next moment, an extremely terrifying gravitational force erupted centered on Blackbeard. And there was the darkness that moved Hellman, which rose from Blackbeard in substance, and instantly turned into a black beam, penetrating the first floor of the prison. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the black light penetrated the entire impel down, and even the turbulent sea water was rushing towards it. Wow la la. The sea water turned into a giant beast that swallowed the sky and washed everything away. Everyone's expressions changed. I really didn't expect Blackbeard to come to this trick and die together. Give me all to die. Blackbeard has left everything behind, it is impossible to escape, but if he is to die, he will also be buried with everyone. Black hole explosion. In an instant, Blackbeard's body cracked open, and his flesh and blood seemed to turn into darkness. A vortex with a strong gravitational force erupted from Blackbeard, as if turning itself into a black hole, devouring everything around him. The move that perishes together, because the moment the move erupts. Blackbeard is dead, the whole person has turned into darkness, and all his power has been consumed in the black hole. Madness. Ridiculous. Although everyone was shocked for a moment, they were not afraid at all, but were rather speechless. Who's going to kill you and take you for research? After all, His Majesty said that you don't need to sleep, double the time, and even accommodate multiple devil fruits, an excellent test item. So Roger directly broke out Conqueror's armed color, blocking gravity. Go in. Open the portal, Roger and Hellman take a shot at the same time. The terrifying two-color haki turns into a powerful repulsion force, directly smashing the terrifying black hole ahead into the door. Sea water is coming in, go away. 99. Everyone couldn't help but feel a pity. That black light penetrated the entire impel down, the sea water destroyed everything, and it would be difficult to repair it in the future. This time, all the people from Eternal Hell were brought back, but the upper floors were delayed for a while, the sea swept under the sea, and the entire impel down was only brought back less than half. Ivankov and others in the mezzanine were submerged by sea water before they were even found, and they were sure to die. The war is imminent. Xia picks out some talented and powerful, such as Bullet, Red Earl, and others. In my name, take away. Thousands and tens of thousands of prisoners were all collapsed into slag by Xia, and everyone's strength turned into energy balls. All major teams, let's fuse. Infuse its energy into each team member and increase its strength. There are currently more than 10 teams, and the newly added Red Earl and Bullet are also quickly being selected into the team. Xia doesn't know the background of the world government, but without his existence, he is definitely not weaker than the Empire. Baptism, only those who survive can look forward to the future. Are you sure you want to merge Blackbeard's power? Then you can't switch to a better ability in the future. Wycan understands, Your Majesty, please grant your permission. Looking at Doflamingo kneeling in the Hall of Bright Moon, Xia thought for a moment. The moment the black hole formed by Blackbeard entered the moon, it was sealed by the power set by Xia on the moon. At present, it automatically seals the power of anyone who is not the owner of the moon mark. At that moment, Xia finished analyzing Blackbeard's physique. It's nothing special, although it's different from ordinary people, but it's not strong, it's just a freak. Okay, I promise. Not only that, but also allows you to retain the ability of String Fruit, as the first dual fruit ability in the Empire. Xia's words made Doflamingo startled. Oh my goodness! Because of him, His Majesty changed the rule that one person is not allowed to waste 2 fruits. What a great favor, what a trust and appreciation this is, and sure enough, my brother Ming has great luck. Thank you, Your Majesty, I must work hard to serve the Empire, my minister. Fusion. Xia didn't pay much attention to it, and directly turned all of Blackbeard's power into energy balls and shot it into Dover's body. If Dover doesn't mention it today, maybe he can only find another fruit and replace it in the future. But today I took the courage to propose that Xia is willing to give a chance. After all, he also felt that Brother Ming's arrogant pace was inseparable from String Fruit's coquettishness. Secretly add lines, I hope you can bloom. A. Imperial Plaza. The Imperial Army is standing here uniformly. The Minjiao Legion's millions of troops, white robes and sleeves, the Minjiao batch. Each major team, each team has 1,000 elites, black robes and sleeves with bright moon badges. Team Roger Vulcan. Team Rayleigh Netherblade. Team Redhead Sword. Team Anna's True Spirit. Team Arnold Earth. Team Arid Sun Black Hole. Golden Lion Flying Team. Whitebeard Shocking Sky Team. Bullet Devil Team. Red Earl Bat Team. Fujitora Warriors. Kaido Beasts. Drago Storm. Zephyr Thunder. And the Marine Headquarters has been set up, waiting. Team Sengoku Daibutsu. Team Garp Iron Fist. Team Akainu Iron Blood. A total of 17 major teams. A total of 17,000 elites. Others such as Dover, Sand Crocodile, Vabel, Marco, Anil, Ka-Er, Golden Emperor, Jin and others are all in their respective teams. And the Guardians of the Heavenly Emperor, Zo. Hawkeye. Kizaru. Aokiji. Hellmand. Dozens of powerhouses, all of them are preparing. This is enough to make all forces tremble. And the 100,000 Imperial Forest Army, majestic. Looking up, it is densely packed, endless, and there is no end. Millions of Imperial armies are listed in 10 columns like 10 long talkie, and they start to stretch out for 10 miles in the Imperial capital square. The oppressive aura that everyone felt from the rolling mighty torrent was enough to make people feel suffocated, for fear of falling into it and being engulfed by it. Su. Suddenly, the Minjiao Emperor banner fluttered in the wind, the air of iron blood filled the sky. Just at this moment, Guzhou, the army of 1 million marched in unison, and suddenly pushed forward as if a black tide swept in, shouting out in unison. Congratulations to His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiao Empire. The gorgeous moon throne emerges in the void, Xia sits there calmly, and instantly makes everyone fanatical respect. Meet Your Majesty. The sound shakes the ring field, and everyone on the moon is boiling. For the glory of the Empire. Overthrow the world government, 99. Come on, apply for battle. Millions of voices converged and resounded across the moon, even though many people in the pirate world felt a little tight in their hearts. Precise. 35. The battle is imminent, Xia will say no more. With such an imposing manner, no time is waiting for me, and any words are dim. The army goes out. Boom. 2 extremely magnificent giant gates fell. Boom. Boom boom. The imperial drum sounded, and the momentum reached its peak. P.S. Didn't it leak? It seems that all the generals and emperors drawn by the old thief Oda have been collected. Jabba hasn't played yet, so I won't write more, just throw a sentence into Roger's team. Chapter 161. Battle. Fight. Fight. The Minjiu army and the Imperial Forest army entered the giant gate together. Xiaya's heart was surging. The two armies were not going to rush to kill Marie Joyce, but to kill the world. The imperial power is supreme, the emperor is the only one, and no forces are allowed to exist. Marie Joyce is the top battlefield where human life is like a must, and ordinary powerhouses have no effect. Most importantly, Xiaya is going to train the top battlefield running in team, other battlefield iron-blooded soldiers. Although the system has unlocked many restrictions, as long as you occupy a place and guard it for a month, the field of omniscience and omnipotence can spread to the past, but it is only suitable for the early stage. Now overthrow Marie Joyce and directly make the moon the highest center of power, and you can have the title of Lord of Navigation. Last mission. Xiaya is looking forward to it. 17 great teams, 17,000 elites, and 5 members of the Heavenly Emperor's Guard, a total of more than 20 generals. Can the world government stand it? All teams, go. Yes, Your Majesty. One Piece world, the domain of the 4 seas, and the Grand Line have all gone silent. Countless civilians closed their doors and locked their homes, but the breeze that wafted was terrifying. It was the breath of war. 7 days ago, the public execution was announced to the world, and the whole world was suppressed for 7 days. And with the arrival of this day, there are less than 3 hours left before the execution time. Countless people are uneasy and confused about the future of the world. 173. In front of the squares of the major islands, in front of the major forces, in front of well-known locations, there are countless people staring at the screen. For example, in the central square of the Sabayati archipelago, countless crowds gather, and on the big screen here, the real-time progress of the public execution is broadcast. It also brings together reporters and photographers from all over the country. Get the first information in real time and deliver the news to the world as soon as possible. With less than 3 hours left, is Whitebeard really coming? Whitebeard is a thing of the past, now is the age of the Moon Empire. If Xiaya came, oh, wouldn't that kind of existence kill everything in seconds? Not necessarily, the world government has existed for nearly 1,000 years. 39. The whole world is discussing, apprehensive, fearful, watching, and curious. Pedestrians of various colors have different expressions on their faces and hearts, which are extremely complicated. Now, Marineford. Through the call of the headquarters, the total number of elites gathered has exceeded 100,000. Among them are not only Marines 100,000 elites, but also the pirate alliance of 7 warlords of the sea. In order to ensure the smooth execution of this public execution, the world government also mobilized a group of elite CP0 and CPO captains from Marie Joyce. In this Marineford, Eve, Peninsula, a full 100,000 elites were commanded in front of the crescent-shaped marine fortress. Justice! Justice! The momentum is so great that it can shake and disperse the clouds at a height of 1,000 meters. Marineford, which was originally called the strongest fortress in the world, can be called a real iron wall at this moment. 3. All the Marines are in formation, and all the heavy artillery is on the outside. 50 Marine battleships circled Marineford, composurely dealing with members of the Moon Empire who could appear anywhere in Marineford. 3 hours before the final execution time. Shishibukai. The 7 warlords of the sea present, Violent Kun Bartholomew Kuma. Speed Swordsman Fairmonk. Killing Warrior Gakara. Boxer Barison. Ferocious Beast Kubeka. Queen of War Molina. Blackbeard killed the shadow assassin Dorley, but died in Impel Down again. Except for the bear, the other 5 were all great pirates trained by the world government. There are countless rear admirals in the rear, and 10 top vice admirals, each with an army of 10,000 people. Some eyes are burning, some fighting spirit is surging, and some expressions are indifferent. Justice shall prevail. And in the cries of countless Marines shouting for victory, under the watchful eyes of countless people, 3 figures came slowly from behind. The terrifying aura emanating from them made everyone present couldn't help but stagnate, and the shouts that shook the 4 wilds instantly became silent. Countless Marines held their breaths, all eyes focused on the 3 figures. Ow, Admiral! Seeing the rumored 3 people with their own eyes, their eyes were filled with excitement. Obviously, the identities of the 3 of them were self-evident for a long time to have such a great influence among so many Marines. It is Marine's highest level of combat power, Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, Green Cow. The righteous man was draped behind them, roaring in the sea breeze. Admiral looked solemn and walked all the way to the execution stand. There are 3 chairs there. The 3 admirals are seated in turn. In front of the execution platform are guarded by 8 giants, Vice Admiral, and below the execution platform, guarded by 3 Admiral of Headquarters. Yes, after Kizaru's betrayal, the Green Cow was met by chance 2 days ago when Aokiji was besieging the first half of the pirates. At that time, the Green Bull was killing pirates, and Aokiji was amazed by its terrifying strength. Just as Kizaru betrayed and avoided the world government's placement, after Aokiji brought it back, Sengoku directly appointed him as admiral, causing a sensation in the world. The war is imminent, and the five elders don't care too much. There are countless video phone bugs at the Marineford scene that spread the picture to all parts of the world. The screen is on. There were exclamations from all over the world, and then quieted down. Even through the screen, you can clearly see the heavy pressure from the scene. This kind of scene is unheard of, never seen before. At the same time, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, Grand Line. At this moment, everyone only felt that a heavy breath was condensed in the air, that disturbing and suffocating breath. That is, Marine 3 Admiral. Hey, he's the new Admiral Green Bull? The newspapers say he's a super monster. 99. It's so strong, I'm suffocating across the screen. The world marvels at the strength of Marine. Many attentive people found that the dozen or so CP0s in white suits behind Shishabukai's side were obviously the preparations of the world government. And on Marine's execution stand. It's really troublesome, as soon as you become an admiral, you're going to fight. Green New is an extremely burly man with curly black hair and lazy eyes. He hates troublesome things the most, because he thinks it's too troublesome to eat, and he hasn't eaten for a year, not 2 years later, so 1 year. 2 days ago, Aokiji took him to be an admiral, he didn't want to. Because he wants to go to the Minjyu Empire, where there are countless powerhouses, to meet Xia, who oppresses the world. But he couldn't resist Aokiji's enthusiasm, so he came to be an admiral. However, I will protect Marineford. Lu Niu said, his eyes began to see war, and he was not afraid. Seeing the Marines below gave him a heavy feeling called sense of responsibility. Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other without a trace. Aokiji coughed lightly, Green Cow, look at my face for a while, don't keep your head down and start fighting, understand? To be honest, Aokiji was a bit lazy, and after taking the Green Cow back to the headquarters, he forgot to explain the situation to him. Akainu is busy, Sengoku is busy, Crane is busy, Garp is sleeping, so. Until now, Green Bull doesn't know which faction he is in. Green Bull didn't know why, but nodded, I got it, Aokiji-senpai. Don't worry, even if Xia comes, I will never take a step back. 55. Do you know? Xia's coercion shocked me that day, I really wanted to fight him, ha 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 ha. Aokiji, Akainu 6. With His Majesty? You will be a dead cow. Chapter 162. Now. Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku, impel down was breached by Shishabukai Blackbeard, now flooded with water. Well, I see, let's go back. Sengoku spoke flatly, as if he didn't care. The Commander-in-Chief CP0, who was sitting beside him, frowned, Blackbeard? Isn't the Minjyu Empire in the information? And, isn't your reaction a little too flat? 35. What is the existence of the Chief CPO, that is the head of the spy, and just an hour after arriving in Marine, he felt a lot of doubts. For example, Garp is happily eating snacks? Don't care about your grandson? For example, Aokiji didn't wake up until just now, and Akainu just casually read a book. For example, Crane Vice Admiral was painting, and Sengoku was talking with Garp about where the senbei was, delicious. Except for the new Admiral, Green Bull, who is adjusting his breath to prepare for battle, the others are all leisure. I'm going, it's about to fight, you know. The CPO chief is full of surprise, very suspicious that these people did not take this battle seriously, but why? So what? Do you want me to yell? As a teacher, the most important thing is to be calm. This old man has been a marshal for so many years, so I don't need you to teach me. Sengoku spoke rudely, without even looking at him. I have just passed the guild and sent the world government to Marineford to report all the strong men. Just got the credit, Sengoku was so happy, he didn't bother to care. Very good. In the face of Sengoku's impoliteness, the chief CP0 said coldly, several adults are coming soon, I hope you can still be so lazy. Tell you, if you lose this battle, you will still die without the help of adults. Haha. Sengoku sneered without looking up. He even threatened him when he was about to die. Let's see how the old man is so mad at you. Over time. All over Marineford, an awe-inspiring sight. On the top of the Admiral, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, the expressions are solemn, and when the officers and lieutenants from all walks of life are descended, their expressions are tense and solemn, all holding their sabers or firearms. 100,000 Marine elites. Highest war alert. Everything is only to welcome the coming mythical kingdom, the Minjyu Empire. Don't let your guard down. Whatever happens, there are only 3 hours left, and then it's all over. The giant Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters yelled at the 100,000 Marine elites in Justice Square. Standing directly in front of Naval Headquarters are the 6-7 warlords of the sea. The History of the Development of the Minjyu Empire, a good book. Storm Kunbear is holding the book and reading it with gusto. This made the other Shishibukai frown. As the big pirates trained by the world government, they naturally knew what the bear was like. The meatball fruit ability person, the meatball person, can bounce everything, including fatigue and pain, and the air can also bounce away to cause teleportation. However, wasn't he completely transformed by Dr. Vegapunk and lost his sense of self? But now, how can there be a bit of lifeless appearance, but a leisurely traveler? Snapped. Closing the book, Xiong spoke calmly in the face of the suspicious eyes of several people. Where do you want to travel if you want to travel? Everyone is speechless. What are the meanings? Do you want to shoot them? Xiong continued to remain silent, his eyes filled with anticipation. The day before yesterday, Durag contacted him with the residual consciousness through a private phone, and determined the location, opened the door and brought him a bright moon pill. What transformation, what loss of wisdom! A golden elixir entered my belly. Ben Bear fights again 10,000 years. At this moment, the bear is always ready to attack several Shishibukai next to him. Bang! Ace, full of deep sorrow, was driven by two people and brought to the execution platform. The body is tied with sea stone chains, and the two CPOS are responsible for the execution. Justice shall prevail. 9. And in the shouts of countless Marines, a figure came from behind, causing the shouting to stop gradually, and countless eyes converged. The appearance of this person made the Marine soldiers, who had felt the atmosphere very depressed, instantly feel an incomparable sense of excitement. The fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. Marshal Sengoku. 35. On the execution stand. Sengoku came to the execution platform, did not speak, just sat down. And Garp sat down next to Ace, nibbling on the senbei. Crack, click, it smells so good. 39. 66. Ace is stunned. He hasn't eaten for several days, okay, but his grandfather eats so deliciously, it's too much. No, why does grandpa look so excited? Sure enough, I am a wild child who no one loves and no one loves. Time passes little by little. The world was silent, and many people were dripping with cold sweat due to the serious atmosphere. Two people came to the corner of Marineford. What happened to Sengoku? What are you doing sitting there? A certain bald old man is very annoyed. What does this marshal do to eat, without raising his morale, without declaring his identity as Ace, but chatting with Garp there? Another curly-haired old man also frowned. Forget it, he must be very nervous in the final battle. Wait, it won't be too late for the other party to come. The two are the 5 elders. Also brought a lot of strong, but more still in Marie Joyce, to avoid the raid of the Moon Empire. As time goes by, the last hour before the execution time. Just when the 5 elders got impatient. Boom! A grand portal fell on the shores of the port. Everyone's pupils shrank. Minjiu Empire, here we come. 0, ask for flowers. Clap la la. The terrifying wind and waves knocked down many marines, and even set off a huge tsunami. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped up, blazing cold air. Scratching. In an instant, the tsunami froze, even frozen for dozens of miles. The cold air overflowed, causing the heat to plummet and making everyone tense up. Aokiji Senpai's ability is really exaggerated. The green cow couldn't help but sighed and turned his head. Senior Akainu, you are magma, he is ice, and I don't know who is stronger. Fortunately, no one restrains me, otherwise I will have a headache. 99. Akainu said calmly, ability depends on the person. Although your strength and defense are good, but as far as I know, if you take a full punch from him, you will die. Oh? Who is it? FK. The green cow, who was about to say something, glanced from a distance. Even if he was strong like a monster, he couldn't help but shudder. Brush brush. Under the sluggishness of countless people, black crowds rushed out of the giant gate. At a glance, even the 5 elders hiding in the dark can't help but burst their scalps. Battle. Fight. Fight. The roar of jagged blood resounded throughout Marineford, terrifying all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world. This voice is even more awe-inspiring than that 100,000 Marines. Fight. 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 Accompanied by the sound, all the powerhouses of the Empire jumped out. Those imposing powerhouses made the eyes of the 5 elders bloodshot, and immediately called for help. Just looking at the generals and the Marines present, there is no possibility of victory at all. Whitebeard. Golden Lion. Redhead. Rayleigh. Bullet. Red Earl. Helmand. Fujitora. Kaido. Zephyr. Durag. Anas. Arnold. Arid Sun. Kizaru. Hawkeye. And the world-shaking Titan Zo. There are also tens of thousands of elites in the rear, more than a dozen team members, tens of thousands of elites, and none of them are weak. Even if it was weak once, it has integrated a lot of strength these days. At this moment, the elites of tens of thousands of teams are the lowest and top rear admiral. For a time, many Marines were dripping with cold sweat. The people watching the live broadcast were even more surprised. I don't know, I just found out. The Minjyu Empire is already invincible. Gu la la la, Sengoku, it's time, let go of my son thief. Whitebeard held the Kong Yunki and drank it with great momentum. The next moment, under the astonishment of countless people, Whitebeard staggered and was pushed away. Let Rang, you idiot, blocked me. An unshaven. No, after being specially groomed today, the well-dressed big man looked at the execution platform with complicated eyes and shouted out. Ace, my father is sorry for you. But don't be afraid, I'll take you home. Wow. Death. Chapter 163. When the familiar face came into view, many people stayed in place. FK, One Piece Roger. The green cow blurted out and made everyone react directly. In an instant, the whole world is frying. One Piece, who has been dead for more than 20 years, is resurrected. Not good. Damn it. The hearts of the two five elders will burst with rage. They thought of a possibility, even Roger can be resurrected, who knows if Xia will resurrect other people, then. No matter how arrogant the world government is, it can't stop the strong from tyrannizing soldiers. BD. You don't deserve my name. 99. Ace returned to God, full of angry shouting, eyes full of hatred and complexity. Abandon wife and children, live without raising. No matter what reason Roger has, Ace never agrees with him. You are the Pirate King, how beautiful and powerful you are. Even if you are sick and not far from death, but you can't even protect a woman, what a king. The Revolutionary Army can hide for so many years. As the Pirate King, don't you even have a place to hide your wife? Can't find a loyal subordinate to help take care of it for a few years? Do you have 173 to take my mother in the eyes? The more you think, the more painful, the more you think, the more resentful. Ace roared, go away. I don't want you to save me. Shut up, you. 39. Garp can't help but stand up, full of solemnity. Whitebeard, Roger, listen up, Ace is my grandson. Your sister. Whitebeard's eyelids twitched, even the sad Roger almost exploded. Just opened your mouth to call your son, you just say grandson. This shameless person, taking advantage of them, isn't it? Sengoku, hurry up. CPO grows up and shouts, time is not waiting for me. When all the powerhouses of the Minjyu Empire arrive, they must go to war directly and drag it to the world government for support. How old are you, you idiot? Sengoku's face was flat, and he stood up, breathing in fragrance. The commander-in-chief of CP0 was immediately furious. This is the order of the five elders, are you going to rebel, Sengoku? Hehe, congratulations on your answer. Many people looked surprised, watching Sengoku holding the megaphone bug. With a solemn face, the audience was shocked by the first sentence he spoke. People all over the world, Marines, I'm Marshal Sengoku. The world government is incompetent, the celestial dragons bully the people. The people. Marine, fighting for justice, can't stand the management of this existence, so. I represent Marine, it's the other way around. Boom. One word shakes the world. The five elders at the back were stunned, and the 100,000 Marines below were even more stunned. And countless people watching the live broadcast, Chi was taken aback. What are you kidding? Sengoku reversed? Within Marie Joyce, the other five elders were equally dumbfounded. Those patriarchs of celestial dragons who watched the live broadcast and waited for the results almost had a heart attack. Damn, what are you talking about? The chief CPO was almost scared to death, and hurriedly roared. The world is live, how much impact Sengoku's words must have. Can't you hear? Garbage. 39. World government is so dirty, those celestial dragons bastards disgust me. Marshal Sengoku, it's the other way around. Sengoku's voice sounded again, which awakened countless people. Apart from secretly forming their respective teams, he and Admiral did not give much notice to other generals and Marines. Because there are so many eyeliners in Marine, unless you are extremely trusted, even Sengoku can't figure out which one belongs to the world government, so the 100,000 Marines below are basically equally shocked. Presumptuous, how dare you? 99. A hole, Sengoku you. The curly-haired five elders rushed out and was about to scold, then sluggish again. Me. Admiral Akainu. It's the other way around. Me. Admiral Aokiji. Reverse. When Akainu and Aokiji got up to drink, the world fell silent. The five elders lost their voices and even suspected they were dreaming. Why? Why in the end? They clearly took precautions and conducted investigations secretly countless times, but there was no sign of rebellion, but now? One by one, the Admiral Marshals rebelled collectively. FK, that's not funny at all. The green cow also jumped up in fright, his forehead covered with fine sweat. The whole person is dumbfounded, he has only been an admiral for 2 days, is there such a thing? If you want to rebel, tell me in advance. Without a little precaution, people will die. Aokiji-senpai, you brought me here, Marine is. Just as the green cow was about to say something, it was equally sluggish. At this moment, he has the whole heart of wanting to die. Me. Vice Admiral Garp. reverse. Me. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, reverse. 99. Me. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, back. I. Vice Admiral Burns the Mountain. With Garp's big drink, top Vice Admiral shouted in unison. These are all generals that Sengoku believes to be trustworthy. Obviously, these people are loyal to marine justice, and none of them are secret sons of the world government. The world is shaking. At a glance, all the high-level marines rebelled. The CPO side, the five elders side, eyelids trembling, lips trembling. For a moment, I couldn't say a word of anger. This kind of unbelievable thing happened. Marine collective rebellion? They can't understand without breaking their heads. You sister, I'm so hard. The green cow wants to cry at this moment. Since you decided to rebel, why didn't you tell me what to do with me as an admiral? He really wanted to say something right now. Is it time to rebel now? Really, please don't abandon him. A hole. Damn you. The next moment, five elders, CP0 all burst into rage. However. Shut up, old man. Wait for the old man to finish speaking, then you can force it. Five elders sluggish again with Sengoku's burst. Marines, we fight for justice all our lives. Not to protect the world government and celestial dragons. The celestial dragons have killed countless civilians and shamed our justice. Today, in the name of Marshal Sengoku, I implore you to fight for true justice. 99. I wish there were no more celestial dragons in the world, and I wish there were no more thieves in the world. For justice. Sengoku's continuous shouting resounded in the hearts of countless people. For justice. Hundreds of thousands of marines are all infected, and those who can be selected here today are just people. Which of the righteous people doesn't hate pirates, and who doesn't want to kill celestial dragons? Today's opportunity is also their chance. For justice. Kill all the celestial dragons. The roaring sound like a tsunami made people's scalp explode, shocking their heartstrings. Those who watch at close range, whether it is civilians, pirates, or people from other forces. Even across the screen, it is thousands of miles away. But at this sound, many people subconsciously stepped back with fear on their faces. Marine's aura was countless times more tyrannical than before. This is the will to fight the celestial dragons to the death. All marines are ordered to march to the four seas immediately. Eliminate all traces of the world government, kill all pirates, kingdoms, and go to war. Just then, Crane Vice Admiral and several top Vice Admiral walked into the soldiers. Just under the wrath of the five elders. A majestic invisible giant door falls directly into Marine Square horizontally. Directly engulf 100,000 Marine elites. All that has to be said, the battle is about to take place, the so-called Marine elites are cannon fodder, it is better to let the Crane lead the soldiers to assist the Minjiu army and the Royal Forest army to occupy the four seas. With Crane and a few generals around, the Marines will also stabilize. Die, you all have to die. When the 100,000 Marines disappeared, the bald five elders were completely furious. Curly-haired five elders, and the CPO elites are furious and ready to attack. 5.5. Right at this moment. Under the horror of countless people. The Whitebeard gang on the side of the Minjiu Empire. Marine side, Sengoku, Akainu et al. Chi bowed respectfully and shouted loudly. Wait sir. Congratulations to His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. Boom. This is an unimaginable terrifying power that everyone feels. As if the sky and the earth are covered, the thunder is rumbling, and the air is surging. The immeasurable Kamui is vast, the ice in the distance is broken, the sea is turbulent, and a palpitating force spreads. At this moment, Void Whale, five elders and others were directly crushed their spines. What a terrifying aura. Everyone was startled, they were sweating all over their bodies trembled involuntarily. Enveloped by such a breath, even the green cow is trembling, unable to even move. A stalwart figure appeared invisibly from the void, walking steadily. Boom. 35. Stepping down one step, the tyrannical aura trembled into the void. Bang bang. In an instant, five elders Zero and others were crushed to the ground, full of horror. Chapter 164. Wait, Your Majesty. Dozens of powerhouses and tens of thousands of elites bowed down together. The five elders and others were crushed to the ground by the momentum, and they were all terrified. Yes. Xia. I don't know who exclaimed, and the whole island was quiet in an instant. Even people from all over the world fell silent, and they all turned their attention to Xia. Xia, the robe flutters, standing in the void, but like a supreme god descending on the world. Minjiu Empire, ha 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 ha. The bald-headed five elders suddenly realized that they couldn't help laughing miserably. Look at the Marines who just shouted rebellion, and they all bowed down to Xia so respectfully. It's ridiculous how ignorant they are, even Marine doesn't know about another day. Brush. The luxurious bright moon throne rose and fell, and Xia sat down calmly. In an instant, the domineering aura suddenly rose a level. Pfft. 39. The two five elders vomited blood directly, their eyes full of horror. CP0 and others even lost the courage to fight instantly, and despair spread throughout the body. Marie Joyce watched the live broadcast of celestial dragons and shouted in panic. The person they feared most was Xia Yat. Seeing that the 5 elders were overwhelmed by the momentum at this moment, they all fled, trying to hide. Waste. The 3-5 elders 04 still in Marie Joyce vomited blood and fled. Where are you fleeing? Can't wait any longer. Send all the strong at once to attack Marineford. The details can't be hidden, let the major celestial dragons' families, let the shields kill them. The 3-5 elders said a word, full of fear. The world government has existed for nearly 1,000 years. In order to maintain world domination, the Marine Army CP organization was formed on the surface, and it was secretly enhanced. Most of the good fruits of hundreds of years have fallen into the background of world government. For example, there are currently 19 celestial dragons families. Every family and every era must cultivate, at least one family shield with top-level strength cannot be weaker than the highest combat power of the world government, that is, Admiral. This means that the celestial dragons family must have at least 19 highest combat powers in each era, or even more. The CP organization, the chief, and the deputy chief cannot be weaker than the highest combat power. In addition to the major celestial dragons families, the 5 elders also have to form their own escort teams, and the escort team does not need many members. In addition to self-cultivation, it will also absorb the top powerhouses of various eras. Not every strong man has no desires. Old and dead? Then continue to cultivate and continue to collect. It must be ensured that every age, every 5 elders has a 9-man guard. For example, Zhu Jianwei and Zhuolongwei, none of them can be weak. There are also talented celestial dragons, the elite members of the top family are not weak. The fruit is stronger than the other, no less than 10, second only to the highest combat power. The Commander-in-Chief Kong, the generals of the Marie Joyce Guards, all have a presence that is not weaker than the highest combat power. The most important thing is the Celestial Dragon's national treasure, the national treasure that requires op fruit or vitality to open, and also the background of Celestial Dragons. Im's terrifying strength is also the pinnacle of Celestial Dragons. To put it simply, the strength of the world government is far beyond what many people imagine. And at Marine HQ. Take them. Xia Yi restrained her aura and spoke directly. Boom boom boom. The live phone bug is protected, and under the shock of countless people around the world. Marine's side, Minjiu Empire's side, Chi killed the 5 elders and others. This live broadcast is a warning and shock to all forces in the world. Curly-haired 5 elders, bald-headed 5 elders, CPO chief, deputy chief, and more than a dozen elites are also playing. Kill. When the 5 Shishibukai trained by the world government were also ready to take action, Xiong suddenly opened his eyes. A ruthless punch was directly pressed over. Bear's paw impact. Chucky. Atmospheric riot. The bear presses the atmosphere in the air with the ejection of the meatball to form a large air block, and a huge shock wave is generated under the reaction force of the atmosphere. Boom. The shock wave was released once, and the huge destructive force directly formed a storm, blasting the 5 Shishibukai directly out. There are multiple injuries on the body, and the eardrums are roaring. Die. The powerhouses of the Minjiu Empire surrounded Marineford, saw a Shishibukai flying upside down, and Katakuri shot fiercely. Seeing the color predicts the future, and before it is attacked, it has already begun to make moves. Momo, 100 times faster. Momo fruit, 100 times faster. Katakuri holding a trident, disappeared in place in an instant, passing by the speed sword master Fairmank. Puff. The powerful flow of armed forces on the trident, accompanied by rapidity, directly cut it in half. Number 1, Shishibukai dies. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Doflamingo sneered, endless silk threads pouring out of his body, and a terrifying darkness spread in all directions. Darkness, wild waves and white lines. The tens of thousands of transparent white thin lines are dyed black by darkness. Formed a wave-like wave attack, and directly formed a huge twist-shaped white line in the distance, trapping the boxing champion Bison in the line and strangling him. Under the blessing of string fruit's characteristics, dark fruit is like a duck to water. It not only strengthens the attack power of the thread, but also enhances the flexibility of the dark, such as the arm swing to control the dark thread. Ah! Boxing champion Bison roared in pain. This thread is not only sharp and tough, but also has a terrifying dark gravitational force. As soon as they touched it, they were engulfed by the black wire and forcibly pulled into the darkness created by Dover. The terrifying dark cave turns into a black hole and crushes it. Second place, Shishibukai, die. 10,000 tile roundhouse kick. 35. At the same time, seeing the fierce beast Kubeka flying upside down, Jinbei mobilized all his strength and kicked him with all his strength. The terrifying roundabout kick kicked the fierce beast Kubeka out, causing direct damage. 100 Desert Great Sword. Crocodile pressed the ground, and hundreds of huge and sharp swords suddenly rose from the sandy land. Wrapped in armed colors, it fiercely attacked forward. Puff. The fierce beast Kubeka directly becomes minced meat. Third place, Shichibukai, die. Bang bang bang. In the process of killing warrior Gakara flying backwards, gunshots sounded instantly. Beckman, Usopp, Laluki, the three of them fired at the same time, the weapon color on the bullets turned into obsidian, and it slid into his head directly. Bang. Brain burst. Fourth place, Shichibukai, die. Huh? He flew towards me. At the same time, Zoe saw the Queen of War Molina flying upside down, and did not hesitate to shoot. Well, just use tenths, no, hundredths. Forget it, it is still 1,000th of the power, otherwise it will affect other people, Zoe thought so. Ordinary punch. The thunderstorm soared on Xiuao's body, and he punched. Boom. With one punch, a huge column of terrifying air of hundreds of meters was directly formed, directly drowning the Queen of War Molina. Bang. In an instant, it turned into a blood mist. Fifth place, Shichibukai, die. And that terrifying air wave swept over half of Marineford in an instant, sending many Imperial elites flying out, all spitting blood. This made Zhou Wu very embarrassed, scratching his head with a simple and honest face. I really didn't mean it, why don't you stay away from me? 35. Many people's eyelids twitched and they were full of depression. But the five elders were all taken aback. Because the time from the bear's shot to the death of the five Shichibukai happened almost at the same time, in less than 3 seconds, all of them died. These are the 5 big pirates trained by the world government, not little ants. He was killed before he showed his strength. Suddenly, the 5 elders and others felt a chill in their hearts, and the few who just shot were obviously much stronger than before. Moreover, Whitebeard and others also surrounded and killed. 35. At the same time, the Green Bull wanted to cry without tears and looked at the group of big men who came around. What the heck, Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, you are going too far. You are the one who insisted on inviting me to be an admiral, how easy is it for me? The Green Cow was full of grievances and wanted to die. He's only been an admiral for 2 days, and he was still pulled by Aokiji. Don't tell him about betrayal or anything, and besiege him, just kill him. Ahem, in one sentence, join the Empire. 99. Aokiji took the main responsibility, and was a little embarrassed at the moment, because he really forgot about the Green Cow. Okay, I'll join. Gently sweeping a group of bigwigs, Green Bull nodded gloomily. The person who knows the current affairs is a hero, why should he die for the world government? Subconsciously took over the Minjiu batch, and the body was shocked. FK. Your Majesty is invincible. What are you waiting for, FK them? Under Sengoku and others' ignorance, the Green Bull rushed towards the commander of CP0 full of energy. Kill. Chapter 165. Kill. For the sake of efficiency, the Imperial Powerhouse starts a siege. All the people watching the live broadcast were stunned, and many strong people felt their scalps go numb. I can't believe that the powerhouses of the Empire are so ruthless. Chief CPO, besieged by Green Bull, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora. Deputy Chief, besieged by Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Zephyr. Countless people are terrified, these two can live for 5 minutes, count as CP0 win. Shameless. The audience of Marie Joyce is going to die in unison. So many big men besieged, shameless. 16 CPO elites, more. The sealed realm, open. Enchantment field, open. In an instant, Minjiu Heptu and Minjiu Luoshu trap 16 CP0 elites in it. There is nowhere to escape, and even the strange fruit ability cannot be used. This changed their complexion greatly. They were chosen to bring them here because of their peculiar fruit ability. Aside from the ability, the strength is the level of the top Vice Admiral, isn't this waiting to die? Ha ha ha, go to hell. Use your death to announce my return. Hey, I hope you can survive my punch. 2 minutes, get them done. Kaido, Bullet, Zoe, Arnold, 4 burly men, all rushed into the barrier. Fighting physique and physique? They haven't been afraid of anyone. Hey ha. 35. Zoe, who is closest to the barrier, rushes in first and hits it with 3 punches. Even if the Titan fruit is not used, Zoe strikes at will, and it shatters the atmosphere. 3 extremely terrifying shock waves were formed, attacking in 3 directions. Boom. The air instantly turned into a roaring and furious billowing wave, and the earth in the enchantment instantly shattered, turning into a terrifying storm and crushing it away. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the 4 weaker CP0s turned into blood mist. The other 8 people flew out one after another as if they had been severely injured, collided with the barrier and their bones were broken, and they all vomited blood. Stop my father! Kaido shouted loudly, his face was ugly, if it goes on like this, a few steps later, he won't be used at all. Huh? Are you talking to me, 5? Zhou Wu Han turned his head. Kaido's eyelids twitched, and his voice was as gentle as possible. Zhou, as one of His Majesty's guards, guarding His Majesty is the most important thing. FK, you two are shameless. Before the words were finished, Bullet and Arnold had already rushed in and started killing, and in a blink of an eye, 2 more were disabled. Death to Lao Tzu. Kaido doesn't care about other things, and his strength is full. The terrifying conquerors roared out, blasting out the air column with a full blow, directly blowing up the nearest CPO elite. 35. The 2 CP0 vice chiefs caught a glimpse of this scene, and their eyes were split. Without their abilities, the trump cards of these CP0s with special abilities have all become lambs to be slaughtered, causing the 2 to vomit blood. What are you calling? Go all out. Big Buddha impact. Gravity knife, tiger. 35. Light speed kick. 99. The 8 marine bosses are in full bloom, and the terrifying attacks are wave after wave. Watched by countless people all over the world, it was full of size. Siege is a terrifying force that is exponentially multiplied by the offensive. The members of the world government who remain in Marineford are doomed, there is no negotiation, and there is no chance to support. Interesting. Xia Yat, who was sitting in the void, looked at the other side with interest. The sword intent there is vertical and horizontal, attracting the attention of all swordsmen. 9 sword guards, separate them. The bald-headed 5 elders shouted coldly, and the opponent he faced was extremely powerful. Roger. Rayleigh. Redhead. Hawkeye. These 4 people are all in their peak state, and they are all terrifying swordsmen, and their tricks are terrifying. Sword net. The next moment, 9 terrifying sword beams turned into a net, attacking Roger and the 4 extremely sharply. Kill. The 9 sword guards of the bald 5 elders are all great swordsmen, and they are not afraid to kill anyone. But the great swordsman is also divided into layers, the eagle eye slashes 3 times in an instant, and the terrifying power directly destroys the sword net, with the fighting spirit and excitement of ultimate in his eyes. There are few great swordsmen in the world, there are still 9, this is the opponent he wants. Xia Ya's many teachings have brought Hawkeye's kendo to the next level, and he needs bloody battles to break through. These 9 were handed over to me, you killed the 5 elders. The 3 red-haired men looked at each other. Although these 9 people were weaker than them, they were still great swordsmen. Together, they were enough to kill any of them. Hawkeye, is this a breakthrough between life and death? Between life and death, there is great terror. Hawkeye let out a loud shout, Xia Ya's words made him remember, and he rushed over without fear of everything. The sword intent on his body is even more terrifying, and the extremely condensed sword light is extremely sharp. Good. Xia Ya couldn't help but appreciate that Hawkeye is really his most optimistic swordsman in this world. As long as he is given the opportunity to jump out of the world, the future can be expected. God avoid. 66 blade. Ming slash. 35. Roger, Redhead, and Rayleigh burst out of the siege and hit the bald 5 elders. The terrifying sword light turned into a trident and superimposed, and the terrifying sword intent on it was unparalleled, making the void tremble as soon as it appeared. Oh, a bunch of rats. Let you know today what the 5 elders are. The bald-headed 5 elders had cold killing intent in their eyes, and a terrifying sword intent rose up from their bodies. Because he became the 5 elders, he is the highest-ranking celestial dragons? Wrong, because they are the strongest, they became the highest-ranking celestial dragons. After all, this is a world that speaks by strength. The scars on the 5 of them prove that they have experienced many battles, and they are many times stronger than those rubbish who only know how to eat and drink. Sword domain, prestige. Under the consternation of the red-haired 3, their attack seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and shattered. No, it's not a natural enemy, it's a special defense against slashing. Sword domain, storm. Boom. At the moment when the sword intent of the bald 5 elders erupted, the 3 of Roger retreated together, because they felt a fatal crisis. Boom. A wave of terrifying sword chi storms swept across, as if the entire island was splitting up. In an instant, half of the Marineford was standing, and everyone's expressions changed. Not good, protective barrier. Bartolomeo, who was brought back by Buggy and joined the True Spirit team, immediately opened the barrier. A circular barrier that blocks the storm ahead. Nice job. Anna's praised, and his color changed. An invisible transparent mask unfolded from the bald-headed 5 elders, covering the entire island in an instant. The next moment, the sword energy storm swept out. Clang clang. In an instant, all the swords and metal weapons neighed, and thousands of sword chi burst out from the bald-headed 5 elders. The terrifying sword intent turned into a sword domain, and the domain was full of violent sword spirits, extremely terrifying. Chichichi. Under the horror of Bartolomeo, the barrier that had never been broken shattered. In an instant, many elites of the Empire were simultaneously affected by the sword energy, and dozens or hundreds of small wounds suddenly appeared. The next moment was about to suffer heavy casualties, but Xia Ya raised his hand and wiped out the advancing sword field. Do not. But the 9 great swordsmen sword guards in the back were unsuspecting, and they were the first to be shrouded in the sword domain. Puff puff. Under the slight change of Hawkeye's complexion, the 9 people directly turned into blood mist, as if they were chopped into pieces by hundreds of millions of sharp blades. Flying back, Hawkeye stared at the bald 5 elders. Turn the sword into a domain? Terrifying kendo. Everyone flew back quickly, looking at the bald-headed 5 elders who broke out in astonishment. It was difficult to understand how strong this bald-headed man was. It's half done. Xia was slightly surprised, thinking that the 5 elders were all generals. But obviously this bald-headed 5 elders is much stronger than the curly-haired 5 elders of Grandmaster Teju. The breath of the Quasi 6-star midterm took a step towards the 6th star. The sword region has not yet been completed. If he is given time to complete the sword region, it will be truly terrifying and will completely enter the 6 stars. Hawkeye has just touched the threshold of Jianyu. Go all out. Roger, Rayleigh, and the red-haired trio all look condensed. The terrifying haki are intertwined together, and the superposition erupts. The Overlord's territory double. Boom. In an instant, 3 terrifying domains attacked the sword domain directly. Between collisions, thunder flashes, storms rage, flames boil. The terrible atmosphere swept across Marineford, and everyone looked over. Chapter 166. Boom. The sword domain of the bald 5 elders is truly terrifying. For a few seconds, the entire Marineford was unable to withstand its terrifying power, all buildings collapsed, and no part of the earth was intact. Roger, red-haired, and Rayleigh 3 haki superimposed Overlord territory, equally powerful. The collision between the two sides is like the collision of a sword chi storm and a natural disaster. One blue, one purple. The terrifying collision detonated the atmosphere, and the roar swept across a radius of 10 kilometers, and the terrifying air waves even shattered the ice on the sea surface. This movie is really good. Xia watched this gorgeous special effect, not affected at all. The void around him trembled. Xia twitched the corner of her mouth. Did she want to go up and fight? Xia Minjiu is always guarding the void around him. Even if Xia fights with her sister at night, Xia Minjiu is always there, which makes Xia dumbfounded. What a loyal guard. Xia is very impressed. Excuse me, how did you stay calm in that scene? It's a pity that Xia didn't go to investigate, otherwise Xia Minjiu would definitely be found at that time. Her jade face was reddish. If you want to make a move, I won't stop you. 35. Too weak, no interest. 39. 6. Xia Minjiu's cold voice makes Xia feel amused. You can't find a male friend with such a coldness. Boom. Under the amazement of countless people. The formidable power of the sword territory and the tyrant territory is extremely terrifying. After a few seconds of collision, the island is crisscrossed and ravaged, and no part of it is intact. Next moment, the whole Marineford just collapsed. Damn. Sengoku's face turned black and his heart ached. I knew that the war was going to start in another place. There are so many precious materials in Marine Headquarters 173. After the war, I can only ask your majesty to reverse the time and space to restore the island. Ice Age. When Aokiji saw this, the cold air broke out immediately, freezing it for dozens of miles. Frozen burst. Frozen several times, from the ice surface to the seabed for a dozen miles to create a battlefield, Aokiji's physical strength consumed most of it, and then stopped. God avoid. At the moment when the sea was frozen, Roger escaped from the territory of the tyrant, and hit him with all his strength. The two sides are still colliding, and Roger's blow is like an arrow, bypassing countless swords, and attacking from all directions. Humph. 35. The bald-headed 5 elders snorted coldly. The sword intent on his body became a bit stronger, and his face changed slightly when he was about to shoot. The dark moon is coming. At this moment, the lonely red attacked. An invisible wave emanated from his body, and his body shot out. 4 silhouettes attacked with the same majestic breath. Under the bat fruit, the dazzling scarlet blood mist instantly enveloped the sword domain, surrounding the 4 clones of the sword domain, and a bloody shadow stabbed towards the bald 5 elders. Gravity frenzy. At the same time, Arid Sun's gravitational fruit exploded directly. The terrifying gravitational force that was enough to lift the island suddenly fell on the center of the sword field, directly causing the bald 5 elders to stagnate, and Haki had to stop and break free. But at this moment of lag, pfft! Roger's bizarre evasion, directly bypassing the weapon, swiped at the bald 5 elders. There were hideous scars on his body from the left shoulder to the lower right waist, and blood spattered. The 4 avatars of the Red Earl, holding an umbrella stick, directly pierced both sides of the murderous mouth of the bald-headed 5 elders, both sides of the shoulders. Boom. Under the control of Earl Red, the 4 clones blew themselves up after stabbing them. The sudden self-destruction like 4 anti-aircraft guns directly caused the bald-headed 5 elders to be severely injured. For a time, their brains roared, and their thoughts were interrupted for a few minutes. Whoosh! The bald-headed 5 elders, who lost their defenses in an instant, were directly attracted by Arid Sun's terrible gravity. Good chance. The eyes of the 3 Rogers were bright, and it was their direction that was flying out of control. At this moment, the bald-headed 5 elders was not only seriously injured but also out of control, and his body's defense was insufficient, enough to kill him. However, everyone underestimated the bald 5 elders. A stronger sword intent erupted from his body, and even during the process of flying backwards, it was as if a whole group of sword lights were roaring, and no one dared to approach. Infinite division. But at this moment, under everyone's astonishment, Buggy hit the bald-headed five elders like a cannonball, and opened his big hands to hug him directly. Awaken, smash! The terrifying sword ray directly smashed Buggy into crumbs. However, an extremely powerful smashing force erupted from the debris, slamming into the bald five elders. In an instant, the body of the bald five elders was shocked, and most of the sword lights on his body were shattered. In the next instant, Buggy, which had turned into crumbs, was directly pulled away by gravity, leaving only the bald-headed five elders. Combination skills, tyrannical sword slash. Roger, Rayleigh, and the red-haired trio's recent break-in tricks are extremely sublime. The three knives are full of armed conquerors' slashes. As soon as they appear, they are majestic, and the killing intent is awe-inspiringly fused together, and their power has increased tenfold. Boom! The dazzling light burst, and the bald five elders drowned. The flesh and blood in the sky swayed, and the breath of life disappeared instantly, stunned another curly-haired five elders. Impossible! Not only him, but several five elders of Marie Joyce also exclaimed. Then look ugly. The bald-headed five elders, Eve, as the second strongest among them, are naturally extremely powerful, but the series of cooperation just now made even them horrified. Siege, really cannot be viewed with common sense. As long as someone controls the field, a little carelessness will face a lure. They originally wanted to bring everyone to attack, but I'm told them to guard the place and could only watch the bald-headed five elders die. Buggy. With the blood mist swaying in the sky, the three Rogers were nervous. Cough, I'm fine. In the distant ruins, the blasted Buggy smiled brightly, but his body was covered with scars. Just took the initiative to split the whole body and hugged the bald five elders, and used the power of awakening to smash and weaken their sword glow. Even if he was not afraid of slashing, he was still severely injured by the terrifying collision. Good boy, nice job. Roger, Rayleigh came over full of admiration. To be honest, the Buggy just now attracted the attention of a lot of bald five elders, and also weakened the sword glow on his body, otherwise he might not necessarily kill him directly. The redhead was even more worried, and came over and took out the Minjiu Dan. Buggy, eat quickly, you. PS off. Buggy pushed away with a displeased face. Don't forget, I have a grudge against you, Shanks, Boom. Pain struck, and Buggy fell to the ground with a black eye. A lot of nonsense. Stun Buggy's red hair and shove Minjiu directly into his mouth. Roger and Rayleigh couldn't help laughing, and the two were so nemesis that they couldn't help looking into the distance. The captain of the CPO has been severely wounded, and he is 1 or 2 away from death. The vice-captain of CPO died directly, and the 16 elites of CP0 were violently smashed into pieces by Kaido. The sword guard of the bald-headed five elders was brutally killed by him, leaving only the curly-haired five elders struggling. Besieged by the Golden Lion, Durag, Whitebeard, and Anas, he was bruised in a few minutes. The guard of the curly-haired five elders was killed by Zoe with one punch. 6 styles, extreme airburst. The curly-haired five elders, who specializes in physical training, burst into a suit, and the blood on his body turned into a mist. The whole person was like a peerless beast, and the terrible blood was amazing. Boom. As the curly-haired five elders revolved, they blasted out terrifying punches, which directly collapsed the atmosphere around them, forming a vacuum field. The attack broke out again, and the vacuum field was to be blasted out and exploded. Earthquake. But Whitebeard's terrorist attack struck, directly breaking the atmosphere, interrupting his attack, causing him to stumble. Durag was already prepared, and a dozen Uzumaki in his hands rushed over, rioting rapidly around the curly-haired five elders. Tornado. 9. The terrifying tornado disrupted its movements, and was swept up into the sky by the careless slash wave. The fierce golden slash of the golden lion in the sky, savagely attacked, and instantly passed by. Spiritual shock. Anas is far away, his eyes are sharp. The power of the soul fruit was on the right track, and the terrifying spiritual power turned into invisible sharp blades under his spiritual racial talent. The great darkness. Also in the sky above Helmand, the fallen angel behind him trembled, pouring out endless darkness. The surrounding sky darkened as it quickly engulfed downwards. Boom. The attacks from all sides collided and exploded. The blood mist swept across the sky, and the 3 five elders of Marie Joyce couldn't help but close their eyes. Everyone, stick to Marie Joyce, go to war. Everyone, target Marie Joyce, attack. Chapter 167. The world is silent. All the forces watching the live broadcast trembled. No, there is no major force in the outside world at this moment. At present, the strongest ones are some pirates hidden in the 4 seas, and several super kingdoms in the 4 seas. But in the live broadcast, the power of the Minjiu Empire scared them to pieces. 2 five elders, 9 great swordsmen, 9 physique experts, 2 CP0 chiefs with the highest combat power, 16 CP0 ace elites. So many powerhouses, just under the imperial offensive, in just a few minutes, all annihilated. Even the support from the world government was too late to arrive, making everyone panic and powerless. Really? When celestial dragons saw the death of the CP0 elite and the 2-5 elders through the live broadcast, most of them were stunned. A feeling like falling into an ice cave strikes, and the trend is gone. An unprecedented fear rose up in their hearts, making the whole body tremble. Quick, run away! One celestial dragons panicked and said, the 5 elders are all dead, Xiaya he will never let us go. Are they all devils? There are celestial dragons looking at the dead 5 elders, directly scared to pee. For the celestial dragons, the 5 elders are the strongest, except for some patriarchs and individual geniuses, they don't know the existence of I'm at all. As you can imagine, the master behind the scenes, how behind the scenes. But the 5 elders died in a blink of an eye, which was no different from the sky falling. Are their family shields comparable to the 5 elders, which makes them strong without being scared to death? You, the wife I just married, go to death first, you can't let people spoil you. 9. With celestial dragons, he still has a conscience and directly stabbed Xin Rob's wife to death. You Lu, Dad, you run first, and I will lead someone to catch up with you. With celestial dragons, there is still filial piety, and he does not want his father to take away the property and swallow it alone. Stop talking nonsense and run away. Take all the escorts, and all our possessions, and get out of the red line first. 9. The whole Marie Joyce, a total mess. A bunch of trash. The 5 elders, as well as many strong men, looked at some patriarchs with cold eyes. No one is stopping you at all. This group of trash, even if they win the final war, they will be washed away. Very simple, how many celestial dragons do you think there are? With a history of more than 800 years, if celestial dragons rarely get sick and rarely die abnormally, how many people will there be in more than 800 years? Even if there were only a few dozen people at the beginning, then for more than 800 years. According to the Population Growth Index, even if the couple is monogamous, the number of people doubles at least every 30 years, how many people will there be in 800 years? At least there should be hundreds of millions of people. But now, there are only hundreds of thousands of people. Celestial dragons are rich and noble all their lives, they are basically disease-free and pain-free, and they are basically dying of old age. Where have the other celestial dragons gone? That's celestial dragons self-cleaning. The supremacy of rights, without disease and disaster, can always proliferate a lot of waste every 100 years or an era. Not only disrupting Marie Joyce, wasting all kinds of resources, but also disrupting the world, making celestial dragons less prestige. Then it is time to wash all kinds of waste every time, to water Uranus, to maintain the power of Uranus. Target Marie Joyce, attack. Yes, Your Majesty. With Xiaya's move, everyone below was excited. The high mountain that has stood for nearly 1,000 years will be flattened under their feet. This is a moment that will go down in history. Gee ha 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 ha, come up. This time, the door was not opened. The golden lion controlled the huge ice block, and everyone jumped on it. Marineford is very close to Marie Joyce, looking up at the red line, and above it is the center of world power, Marie Joyce. Come on. The ice cubes flew away, Xiaya looked forward to it. Huh? Was some executioner ignored? It is said that Ace was originally high profile, but everyone forgot about the first battle. But now he also rushed over with the large force, always following behind Whitebeard, ignoring Roger. Do you feel it, Minjiu? Xiaya flew at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, overlooking the Marie Joyce below. He felt that a 6-star, no, 2 6-star power was boiling, even merging. It's usually the other smell is very strange. That's a sword. Xia Minjiu's cold voice floated out, still hiding in the void without seeing anyone. Really? Xiaya couldn't help but be surprised. Do you still remember the supreme throne among the flowers? Below are all kinds of swords, spears, swords and halberds, which are the weapons left by 20 kings, and various weapons of former heroes. And that void throne, if you look at it, it's clearly an upside-down giant sword. Standing there blatantly, it turned into a throne and was guarded by Xiaya praised, it's amazing, it's a good idea to make Uranus the throne, Sister Yumu. Who is Sister The other way, breath is. 95. Breathe, unlike a woman, Your Majesty, you need healing. 35. Xiaya's eyelids twitched, it was rare for this girl to say a few more words, and she actually mocked me. 3 ancient weapons, Pluton battleship, Poseidon Shirahoshi, but no one knows what Uranus is. I originally thought it was a sky battleship, or a weapon similar to Gundam, but I didn't expect it to be a sword that controls natural disasters. At this moment, Xiaya perceives the past and can't help but realize. 0 Uranus is a sword of power that can devour any fruit. Wake up with the blood of celestial dragons, wield life force, and wield the sword of authority that affects the worldwide weather and natural disasters. 35. No wonder Dover once said that with Op fruit, you can use the real power of Marie Joy National Treasure Master in the entire world. For example, Dover, if you use Op fruit to gain immortality. Then use the blood of his celestial dragons to awaken Uranus, the sword of power, and drain his life force to control the horrific scourge of the world. Manipulate natural disasters such as weather, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, etc., and devour any fruit ability and use it, with the power to destroy the world. What a Uranus! 35. Life is endless, attack is endless. If there is no one to stop it, the terrible natural disaster will clean the whole world. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, there were not so many islands in the pirate world, and the mainland was destroyed by the 3 ancient weapons. The most terrifying, Uranus can devour any fruit ability and call it, which means that not only has the power to control the natural disaster itself, more capable of wielding an arm, releasing various terrifying abilities. Surgery for immortality. The reason why I'm became the master behind the scenes is that he is the strongest and can better utilize the power of Uranus, because I'm live for more than 800 years and have eternal life. In this way, I'm at this moment is invincible in this world, right? Xia smiled inexplicably, maybe it used to be. But at this moment, except for him and Xia Minjiu, there are still people who can fight against Yumu. Ice cubes fly. Everyone in the empire looked at Red Line with burning eyes, and their blood boiled. Beckman mused on his proposal, presumably they're ready for anything that could cause us trouble and stop us from attacking, so I suggest. When everyone looked over, Beckman smiled. A wave of long-range attack. Everyone's eyes lit up. There are thousands of abilities in the world, and no one can tell what the world government has prepared. What if you are cursed by an awakened person just after you log in? Or, virus power awakening? Or, a massive dynamite rock ambush? Such things, there is definitely a pot of terror ability, hard to guard against. Come to a wave of remote, mess up its layout, maybe even directly destroy the entire Marie Joyce, and then continue to fight. Come first, Daddy. Dragon Breath. P.S. You can go and see, the Void Throne is an upside-down giant sword. Currently in June 2020, the author doesn't know what the Uranus National Treasure looks like, so let's write about that sword, which dominates the weather and natural disasters. Chapter 168. Roar. After reaching the sky above Marie Joyce, Kaido directly transformed into a dragon, huge hundreds of meters, breathing dragon breath. Whoosh. The terrifying heat blasted away. Yahahaha, look at laying of this god. Annal's arc proverbs were brought, and countless thunders shot into the sky during the turbulence, and the clouds suddenly covered, and the thunder snakes walked around. The terrifying laying is brewing. Everyone was speechless, it was too slow. Gee ha ha ha, the remote still has to look at Laozi. The golden lion was ready long ago, and when it arrived, it collapsed hundreds of huge ice cubes that were hundreds of meters in size, and threw it directly into the distance. Meteor volcano. Frozen burst. Gravity knife, fire festival. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Big tornado. 99. Tiger's Way Mountains, 5. Except for Zo, more than 20 emperors attacked the Marie Joyce below, and the others, not to be outdone, vented their power. In an instant, the sky of Marie Joyce is bright. 173. The terrifying fluctuations swept down directly, and before it arrived, it triggered a terrifying and majestic air wave, and the cover fell. Whoosh. At this moment, Whitebeard and the others were shocked. A majestic beam of light extending for thousands of meters, with the ultimate power of destruction, charged directly up. Boom. Under everyone's astonishment, their attacks all collapsed. And Yue dashed forward unabated, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Who is shooting? I'm coming. 39. Zhou Wu, who had been watching the play, suddenly became excited and jumped directly below. Boom. Zhou suddenly punched, and the fist became hundreds of times bigger. Boom. The beam of light collided with it, causing a loud noise, and the swept air wave directly destroyed half of the Marie Joyce. Ah! Who can help me? In an instant, there was a wailing sound within Marie Joyce. Everyone could feel that at least tens of thousands of life breaths disappeared at that moment, and most of them were celestial dragons. Humph! A arrogant cold hum sounded, like a thunder burst. Uranus, Pole, Storm. Golden Lion and the others looked in horror, and a proud figure could be faintly seen in the distance, holding a giant sword of nearly 10 meters, and struck a terrifying blow. Boom! The energy storm that erupted in front was more than 100 miles away, and even pierced the sky. Rustling. The energy turned rapidly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a hurricane seemed to connect the sky and the earth, directly blasting Whitebeard and others into the sky. This power. No one can describe the power of this hurricane, a doomsday disaster over the entire Marie Joyce. Mu. 35. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Wu's 10-meter-tall body immediately grew larger, and a terrifying shadow spread for dozens of miles. The 10,000-meter giant reappeared in the world, and the thunder on his body directly hooked the dark clouds laid by Enel. Break me. 35. Zhou clenched his fist with his right hand, and a terrifying storm and thunder entwined, a brazen blow. Boom! A terrifying hurricane and storm thunder collide in one blow, triggering a terrifying tide of energy. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the ice cube controlled by the golden lion shattered instantly, and all the people above were shocked and flew out. Puff puff! Almost immediately, Marie Joyce was crushed by the terrible energy. Countless people turned into blood mist. Most of the Marie Joyce turned into a dark and gloomy deep-sea forbidden area in an instant, and the tide of energy with terrifying destructive power destroyed everything. Hey, what is that? Sabayati archipelago not far from the red line, countless people are stunned. I saw that the energy storm on the red line directly pierced the sky. Everyone could see this terrifying vision like divine punishment, and collapsed to the ground in fright. Boom! The terrifying attack made the terrifying force of the red line vibrate with a roar, sending out dense vibrations like a thunderbolt of God's punishment, and everyone in a radius of 100 miles was trembling. Run! Run, the red line has collapsed. With a sudden and violent roar, the people of Sabayati archipelago saw a scene they will never forget. Destroy me. 35. I saw a giant that was huge and even comparable to the sky above, and bombarded down again with a punch. Boom! This fist shattered, like a natural disaster. Everyone in the entire pirate world heard the loud noise. Everyone had an illusion, as if they had seen the scene of the battle between gods and demons in mythology, which was an unstoppable catastrophe. The red line, which had been standing for an unknown number of years, was directly blasted out of a huge bottomless abyss that stretched for hundreds of miles. Countless pieces flew in all directions, and even affected the four seas. Zhou, the imperial god of war. Xiaoya's eyes flickered slightly. This is not the strongest power of Zhou, because he has no skills. Skills such as 6 moves, skills such as moves, can explode several times of power, but Xiaoyu's pure physical strength is also invincible in this world. Just fighting for strength, not to mention 6 stars, 7 stars can be killed by Xiaoyu, but it is also difficult to hit. Zhou, is this guy really human? The scene of destroying the sky and destroying the earth in the distance was reflected in the eyes of the red-haired and the others, and everyone was shocked by this force that shook the universe. That's the red line. No matter how many people tried their best to leave a trace, they were crushed by Zhou's punch. If it wasn't for Golden Lion, Fujitora, and Arid Sun to control the float, anti-gravity, and gravity with all their strength, they would have been knocked off to where they would have gone. Hey? Anyone else? Zhou scratched his head in confusion, his huge eyes looking down. I saw a translucent light covering one corner, and the rest of Marie Joyce was completely in ruins. Cries, tremblings, and trembling pleadings came one after another. Except for the inexplicable protection of the ancient city of Pan, all other buildings have disappeared. The entire big red line directly under Marie Joyce was completely shattered, and even the ground hundreds of miles away were covered with ravines, which was extremely terrifying. Zhou Wu, you will shoot again later. Ah? Okay, I see. Zhou Wu nodded. The whole person shrank to 10 meters, stood in a corner and touched his bald head. Xiaya stopped Zhou, who wanted to shoot at the mask, and let Zhou come again. No one else has anything to do. Maybe I can escape, and even Logia will be seriously injured by the energy shock. Ah. Dead. The old man wants you to die. 55. Suddenly, an ultimate roar resounded. Brush brush. Figures shot out from the mask, more than 20 people, and most of them were covered in color. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't that they blocked Zhou's attack. But only if they were strong enough and just happened to be knocked into the mask, they survived. Only the 5 elders were left intact, as they were already inside the mask. It also happened that Zhou attacked the edge of Marie Joyce, otherwise the terrifying impact would be enough to shock everyone to death, and even the mask would not be able to prevent it. Is there just so many people? The bearded 5 elders glanced at him, furious. The 5 elders, each with 9 guards, are all strong. Except for the 9 dragon guard of the golden-haired 5 elders, he and the guards of the flat hat 5 elders were both killed by the shock at 5.5 outside the ancient city. 19 celestial dragons family shields, 2 of the 5 top families with the highest combat power, and 1 for each of the other 17, this is 27 people, but there are only 8 people left. Kong was lucky enough to be shocked to Pan Gukan, but the 3 highest combat powers in the guards were also killed. And those elites from all the countries that were secretly transferred to Marie Joyce, hundreds of thousands of people, all perished in just one blow. Except for the hundreds of celestial dragons elites who are resident in Panchanj, other celestial dragons are directly extinct. Dead, all dead. The blonde 5 elders suffered even more, and none of his family remained. At this moment, Marie Joyce is full of abyss and ravines, with countless blood permeating. 99% of the forces prepared by the world government collapsed under those 2 punches. 90% of the power, how tragic. You 2 die. Seeing the imperial gang flying in the distance, the blonde 5 elders are completely crazy. Kowloon Guard, give it all to Lao Tzu. 35. Chapter 169. Even if you all die, you have to kill a few for Lao Tzu. Yes, my lord. Zhulongwei stood up, his eyes also full of hatred. They are this era, the celestial dragons' family's respective arrogance, set up by the blonde 5 elders to guard the 9 dragons. Arguably the strongest guard in the entire Marie Joyce. Because their ability is Yan. Suddenly a dragon roar resounded, and a Zhulongwei body swelled and took off. A 100-meter-long, awe-inspiring white dragon appeared. Scratching. As soon as the giant dragon appeared, it brought the ultimate cold, and the terrible cold spread wildly around. In an instant, the gully abyss of the red line was covered with a thick layer of ice, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Dragon? Ice dragon? Roger and the others couldn't help being surprised, and looked at Kaido in unison. I saw Kaido's whole body trembling. This is excited, this is excited. Zoanyu Demon's dragon fruit ice dragon form. This is the legendary devil fruit, this is the big sign of his beast team. Ha ha ha, what an ice dragon. My beast's team wants this dragon, slaughtered him, and gave all of him to my team members. In an instant, Yin, Quinn and the others from the beast's team looked eagerly. At this moment, they really want to kill this dragon, and then let his majesty collapse into an energy ball, and let them fuse together, but... One stop, not enough points. The next moment, Rayleigh and others were all shocked. Yan. Roar. 35. One by one, the body of the 9 dragon guards swelled, and a large cloud of mist spread out, and huge shadows appeared from it. A more homogeneous and terrifying aura is intertwined in everything, and its terrifying aura is superimposed on layers, even Golden Lion and others can't help but breathe. Boom. The clouds spread, shocking the audience. In an instant, more than 20 generals and more than 10,000 elites all widened their eyes. There was a dragon Kaido that shook the world, so everyone was just surprised before the ice dragon, but now. 9 huge dragons hundreds of meters in size, each color is extremely ferocious, overlooking everyone. The terrifying breath intertwined that is enough to shock the world. How is it possible? 99. Kaido's big, bell-like eyes filled with anger. He is a dragon and very hacky, and the second dragon is very cool to be his younger brother, but the appearance of the 9-headed dragon makes his face of the dragon go where? Rare is precious, and he has 10 heads. Who will despise him in the future? Hey, no, there is actually a female dragon. Under the bewilderment of Yin, Quinn, and others, Kaido's old black face turned red. Shit. Boss, this is hair. Is it spring? Tisk tisk, amazing. 99. Xia was also extremely surprised. These 9 dragons are not some ancient species, but the kind of giant dragons that really look down on Kaido dragons. Gold, wood, water, fire, soil, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness? No, there is no water property. But these 9 dragons were enough to swept away all enemies in the past, and the background of the world government was terrifying. Perhaps, the Golden Lion's gang will be killed and injured most of the time. 9-headed dragons, why don't we build a mobile palace and let them run? Xia couldn't help thinking about it, for the emperor, to carry the temple of Kowloon, what a hacky. The 9 dragons formation. The blonde 5 elders roared angrily, and the 9-headed dragon separated instantly. Said that the 9 dragons formation was tall and high, in fact, they scattered and surrounded everyone, and then they all broke out the most powerful attack inwards, beating to death. Dragon breath. In an instant, 9 dragon breaths descended from the sky, and surprisingly merged together to form a huge energy tide of hundreds of meters, which distorted the void a bit when it appeared. Earthquake. Blade slash. Gravitational waves. Gravity wave. 35. A blow from Whitebeard and others made their energy shake and collapsed a bit, and the huge gravitational force and gravity that followed turned into repulsion and bounced toward the sky. Boom. The grand fireworks exploded, and a huge hole was blasted out of the sky. This made the blonde 5 elders' complexion sank. There were too many strong men on the other side, and they had to spread out to solve them. Zo vs I'm, come on. Yes, your majesty. Whitebeard and the others looked solemn, looking forward, their breaths contrasting. There are not many people on the other side, but they are all elites. Well, definitely win. Ha ha ha, my devil team wants a black dragon. The conquerors on Bullet swept out, and the terrifying armament flowed out of the body, rushing directly into the sky to fight. Said to be a dragon, but Bullet directly attacked the 3-headed dragon, which was extremely powerful. My Earth team, I want a soil dragon. My Black Hole team, I want a golden dragon. That fire dragon, my Vulcan team wants it. Roger said, looking at Ace in the corner without a trace. His Vulcan team just wanted to recruit Ace into the team, and then slowly cultivate feelings. But obviously, Ace ignored him and joined Whitebeard's air-shaking team directly. Goo la la la, the last battle, let me have a good fight. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki Haki's awe-inspiring opening, and he was surrounded by Overlord's armament, and he charged towards the bearded 5 elders. The final battle is over, and Whitebeard is eager to fight a bloody battle. Death? As long as he wasn't killed in seconds, Min Jiuan served, and Whitebeard didn't think the bearded 5 elders were any better than him. After so many years of pampering, the body is stiff. Gee ha ha ha, flat hat 5 elders, I want it. The arrogant Haki on Golden Lion swayed in all directions, and he took off with his knives in both hands, and he came up with a fierce slash. These two guys. Roger shook his head, his eyes became serious. Blonde 5 elders, use your blood to declare the demise of the world government. 35. God avoid. In the blink of an eye, the 3 legends battle the 5 elders. Marshal Kong, offended. 39. In order to make a quick decision, Sengoku had no idea of a bloody fight, so he dragged Garp and rushed towards Kong. The 8 shields of the remaining celestial dragon's family are being fought against by other emperors of the empire. The 9-headed dragon in the sky was also scraped by everyone. The remaining tens of thousands of elites were stunned. Their original opponent was supposed to be the guard force of Marie Joyce, but now it seems that they were all beaten to death by Zou. World government, does it have so little power? Dover and the Golden Emperor and the others looked at each other in dismay, and were a little annoyed. Damn celestial dragon's chops, nearly wiped out by Zou, cheap them. There are still people. Suddenly, nearly 100 people rushed out of the ancient city of Pan, and everyone's eyes lit up. War. Nearly 100 of the 190 visitors are gorgeously dressed, and they are the arrogance of nearly 100 celestial dragons remaining in Panchanj city, and they are the heritage that the celestial dragons family focuses on cultivating. Originally, as the last hope of celestial dragons, looking for a chance to leave, but now they have to fight. Among them was Alex Saint, yes, the one who made Xia slave, Isalia's brother. Archangel Judgment. Under the surprise of everyone, Saint Alexis was surrounded by white light, and 6 white wings were waving behind him. The whole person looked extremely holy and noble. Zoan human fruit Eudemon's angel form. The arrow to kill. A female celestial dragon has transparent wings behind her, and her ears are long and beautiful. The ability to form a bow in the hand is full of life. Zoan human fruit Eudemon's elf form. Petrified eye. A female celestial dragon incarnated with a human head and a snake body. She looked beautiful and attractive, with halos blazing in her eyes, turning the void into stone all the way. Zoan human fruit Eudemon's Medusa form. Crash, emotional bomb. A colorful halo shot out from one person's hand, which caused emotional fluctuations. Paramecia, emotional fruit. Fly, and all things roar. A celestial dragon in his 20s, extremely graceful and psychic. When he raised his hand, the ground smashed into pieces, and countless objects of various kinds smashed to the ground. Paramecia, mind the fruit. Next, the dazzling fruit abilities made the elites of the empire equally excited. What a pity that I can't find a good ability to replace it. Isn't this a gift? Chapter 170. Good. Each fruit ability, even Xia is an eye-opener. World government really hides too much good ability. 9-headed dragon? Angel? Elf? Medusa? Emotion? None of these abilities are weak. In addition to the above, Paramecia also has, weather fruit, crush fruit, absorb fruit, clone fruit, mind fruit, transfer fruit, cell fruit, gene fruit, dream fruit, fantasy fruit, blood and blood fruit, summoning fruit, tide fruit, hollow fruit, strength fruit, weak fruit, virus fruit, and more. In addition to the above, Zoan also has, Eudemon's Beeman. Eudemon's cat again. Eudemon's hell 3-headed dog. Eudemon's cyclops. Eudemon's unicorns. Eudemon's Pegasus. Eudemon's Tengu. Eudemon's Garuda. Eudemon's Pikachu, ahem. In addition, Logia also has, air fruit, frost fruit, aurora fruit, rainstorm fruit and more. However, there seems to be no white tiger or basalt or something like the phantom beasts, so they shouldn't be on the field. One by one, the powerful devil fruit drove the elites of the empire crazy. Mine. Mine. It's all mine. Turn into a Buddha on the top. 9. Suddenly, Xia was taken aback. Looking down, the huge wooden Buddha that covered the sky and the sun rose from the ground, and thousands of sky-reaching arms all gathered behind him, majestic. Senjo Hashirama? No, moo fruit. But the breath of this giant Buddha and the user is too weak. At first glance, this wood looks like a fake Dakong, and it is very brittle. Xia thinks that the current buggy can kill him. Although these abilities are good, it's a pity. The pity of Xia is for those Paramecia rules that are truly invincible. He believes that Zoan Logia has an upper limit, but it depends on itself. Paramecia has unlimited possibilities. Time, space, life, etc., did not appear at all. No, it appeared. Space transfer. He suddenly used his physique to repel Whitebeard's long-bearded 5 elders, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and an extremely vast energy rose from his body. Silent, invisible, and colorless, it instantly enveloped Whitebeard. With many people wide-eyed, Whitebeard abruptly disappeared in place, leaving no breath. This shocked everyone's heart, and they were all on guard. Space. Xia perceives where the imprint of the bright moon is, looks at the sky, sees through the layers of atmosphere, and sees Whitebeard suddenly appearing in space. It even transported Whitebeard into space. But Whitebeard was also extremely witty, and after a moment of nervousness, he returned to the moon with the imprint of the bright moon. Go to hell. Space exile. Compared with the silence of space transfer, the space exile of the bearded five elders is a panic as soon as it appears, and hundreds of people are surrounded by terrifying space Uzumaki. In Uzumaki, there is a turbulent void, tearing everything apart, which is extremely terrifying. Boom. Seeing this, Xiaya flicked his fingers and directly collapsed all the space Uzumaki. What? The long-bearded complexion changed greatly, and his eyes looked at the sky far away in horror. Xiaya bounced off his space so easily, which made him terrified, but then his breath was surging, and he continued to shoot at others. The bearded five elders don't want to shoot at the emperor level, because there is always the possibility of dodging, but one of them can die. Space is annihilated. The long-bearded five elders rippled in the space around them, instantly including most of Marie Joyce. The void around the tens of thousands of elites trembled, and then began to twist, as if it was about to turn into a black hole, and the shattered space collapsed and destroyed everything. Foul. Xiaya frowned slightly. Space fruit, control space. Xiaya just thinks about space teleportation, space barrier, space fragmentation, space folding, space exchange and other incomprehensible abilities. Bearded five elders is stronger than everyone, plus space fruit. For example, it is almost impossible for the redhead and others to hit the bearded five elders, but being touched by him is a scene of death or destruction. Minjiu, take him down. As soon as Xiaya spoke, the terrifying power of time and space was washed away. Space confinement. The cold voice has not yet completely fallen, and the space that has not been collapsed by the bearded five elders has been repaired, and it is an incredible force that directly imprisoned him. Damn, who is it? The long-bearded five elders were imprisoned in place. Since they were not imprisoned by time, their minds could still think, but only panic remained. He is a space-capable person, and he can't break free. Everyone in the Minjiu Empire was also in shock, because they had never seen Xia Minjiu. In the flower room, who had been observing the battlefield, frowned. A power of space stronger than the bearded five elders? This made a little annoyed. I just collided twice with Zhou at a distance. Although I didn't take advantage of it, I was amazed at Zhou's strength. But I didn't care, because Zhou's speed was not fast enough, and even if the attack range was extremely large, it was difficult to hurt himself. At this moment, he is trying his best to adjust his breath and prepare for Xiaya, but who issued this ability? Space chains. The cold voice sounded again, and the bearded five elders were even more horrified. The surrounding void turned into chains that locked him up and down, and even several chains pierced through his limbs and wrapped around him. Space teleportation. The bearded five elders burst out with all their strength and tried to teleport away, but the space chain completely blocked him. As soon as the power of space moves, it begins to collide with the chain. Puff. The bearded five elders vomited a mouthful of blood, and most of his body cracked. Instead of teleporting away, he was heavily injured because of the collision of space. The foul long-bearded five elders disappeared in place and were imprisoned by Xia Minjiu in another different dimension, which will be counted after the war. Third five elders, kneel. Wow, the voice is so good, it's amazing. Zhou Wu, the Iron Man, scratched his head and said what everyone wanted to say. But everyone understood in their hearts that the beautiful and cold female voice must be the foundation of the empire, and it is enough to know it in their hearts, and there is no need to guess. How is this possible? The flat hat five elders and the blonde five elders exclaimed in disbelief. They have long known the power of the space fruit, except that they were injured by Xiaya's terrifying palm last time, they have never been injured before, and they are all instant kills. But now, a certain woman seriously injured him without even coming out? Gee ha 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 ha, you are still in the mood to look at others. Space fruit, use your abilities as well, don't say Lao Tzu bullied you. While the golden lion was laughing wildly, he was a little unhappy with the illegal ability of space. Any fruit without garbage is only a user of garbage. If you give the fruit of space to a big pirate, you will have to kneel. You say golden lion is not angry. Oh, to deal with you, you don't need to use the fruit. Flat hat five elders sneered, the terrifying physical skills are not weaker than garp, and it is a terrifying attack when you move your fists and feet. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Golden Lion mobilized the lions to attack, secretly guarding his heart. He doesn't believe that this flat hat has no fruit ability, because he is not strong enough just by physique, and is not as strong as the five elders with curly hair who specialized in physique. He must be thinking about yin himself, this old yin ratio. Meteorites fall. Volcanic eruptions. The hurricane roars. Thunder roar. Wave earthquake. On the other side, the blonde five elders burst into Gan. Various terrifying natural disasters raged wildly here, surrounding the entire battlefield, causing Roger to be in a hurry for a while, and there were natural disasters in all directions. Paramecia, fruit of scourge. But it is far from Uranus' ability to control weather and natural disasters, not only in scope, but also in destructive power. The various natural disasters that can emerge in an endless stream also cover dozens of miles, and the sky thunders constantly falling. Even magma burst from the ice, huge storms can be seen everywhere, and the earth is collapsing inch by inch. Squad soldiers, everyone retreat. Chapter 171. Squad soldiers, everyone retreat. Zephyr's expression changed and he shouted. This blonde five elders fully displays the long-range attack, and the natural disaster fruit is simply a map cannon. Directly with the help of the whirlwind, it floats in the sky and bombards the bottom. It is all kinds of trouble for the generals, not to mention the soldiers. Good chance. The Flat Hat Five Elders saw the Golden Lion dodging the thunderbolt from the other side, and his body immediately surged with energy. The invisible energy hooks into a large net, directly incorporating the hundreds of meters of the two people's fighting range. The following screen, Golden Lion perspective. Pfft. 99. Under Golden Lion's frown, a thunderbolt struck the careless Flat Cap Five Elders abruptly, staggering down, and Rayleigh suddenly killed him from behind. Powerful swordsmanship blessing conquerors and armed colors, directly dislocated with the Flat Hat Five Elders, cut most of them in half, bleeding like a pillar. UBD, who asked you to help? The Golden Lion was very upset, but when he saw the seriously injured Five Elders, he also shot hard. Slash wave. The golden slash was fleeting, directly splitting the Flat Hat Five Elders in half. Died. Golden Lion didn't care, he fell on the ground and was about to take a few more knives, but Rayleigh didn't care when he came over. Available in the next moment. Pfft. The sharp blade, no, it was a hand that turned into a vertical knife and was full of armed colors, piercing the Golden Lion's heart by itself. Boom. The terrifying conquerors and armed colors surged out, the Golden Lion shook the people behind him, flew back and spit out blood, his face extremely ugly. Gollum. Without hesitation, he ate a Minjiu pill, and the Golden Lion looked ahead while recovering. Except for the battlefield in the distance, there is no Rayleigh in the first 190 sides, and there is no Rayleigh in the distance, but the bodies of the Five Elders in the flat cap are still lying there. Why? Who was attacking him just now? Boom. The next moment, Golden Lion's complexion changed greatly, because of the sudden air riot right behind. This was a terrible attack. But getting too close, the Golden Lion was blasted out with a punch. Noticing the strangeness of Golden Lion, Xiaya looked over. At first glance, the Flat Hat Five Elders succeeded in the sneak attack, but the Golden Lion's face was extremely angry and suspicious, as if something was wrong. Illusion space? What kind of fruit is this? After taking a closer look, Xiaya's eyes brightened a bit. At this moment, the battlefield of the two has been surrounded by illusion space, and even deceived the Golden Lion's knowledge, and even the Golden Lion's outbreak of conquerors did not break open. Perhaps, what the Golden Lion perceives, hears, sees, and smells are all false. Boom. Boom. In a blink of an eye, Golden Lion was attacked twice again, and his body was injured. He could only use his ultimate move to attack everywhere in all directions. What's the matter with you? I'll help you. At this moment, True Rayleigh charged and was about to attack the Flat Cap Five Elders, but then his face darkened, because the lions were madly biting towards him. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? 35. Sorry, wrong person. Golden Lion sneered, and then attacked into the distance, but suddenly slashed towards Rayleigh halfway. Eve. Oh, I've been on guard against you. True, Rayleigh sneered, slamming the knife. Oh? Can you tell me, how did you find out? Idiot, I've never heard Golden Lion apologize, you're fake. Really, Rayleigh is also tense at the moment, he has just entered the battlefield when he realizes that something is wrong. The Golden Lion's expressions he saw outside the battlefield and inside the battlefield were completely different, so he was vigilant as soon as he came in, but now he also has a headache, how to solve it? Especially seeing Roger rushed over and smiled, which made Rayleigh even more headaches. Damn, I've known him for so long, it's fake at first glance. Really, Roger can't have a wicked smile. Phantom fruit. Xiaya heard the voice of the Flat Hat Five Elders and understood the ability. Paramecia illusion fruit, can crochet illusion at will, deceive the six senses, and even the awakening of the Flat Hat Five Elders is more powerful. Awakening can deceive reality, such as, before death or serious injury, the ability of awakening records the state. After being fatally injured or even dead, the power of awakening can repair the injury, and even resurrect. Lower version of Kyoka Suijutsu, Izanagi. Xiaya is very interested in this ability, not to mention anything else, just awakening the ability to deceive reality. The degree of development is extremely high, and the growth rate is extremely large. Such a powerful ability, falling on the Flat Cap Five Elders, wasted. You still need to set up the illusion in a certain area, garbage. Xiaya can completely use this ability to evolve Tsukuyomi, Kyoka Suijutsu, Izanagi, etc. Quick fight. When Xiaya spoke, the powerhouses of the empire erupted with all their strength. The first player to control the field, Anna's eyes narrowed. Spiritual shock. The terrifying spiritual power turned into a blade and attacked Kong in the distance. Hi. 55. Kong, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly had his mind exploded, his soul ached, and his body trembled. He shuddered but did not cry out. Tekken, meteor shower. When the opportunity comes, Garp's fist is strong and domineering. It took a dozen punches to rush over, and even more, it shot the air out of meteor flames, directly cracking its fierce bones, and blasting it out. Big Buddha impact. Sengoku attacking the rear, the golden Buddha shines in the world, a fierce palm, turned into an extremely powerful shock wave. Very close, a palm landed on Kong's head. Boom. His head was sunken, his eyes, ears, nose and throat were overflowing with blood, and he passed out on the spot with the roar of his brain. Commander-in-Chief, kneel. The second player in the field, Fujitora, shot a fatal blow. Gravity knife, big mayhem. Watching a few people besiege up, Fujitora's gravity wave quickly swept the sky. The gravity of the natural disaster 5 elders was chaotic, and the body suddenly froze, a little uncoordinated. Right now. Blade. Extreme knife. God avoid. 35. Hawkeye, red hair, and Roger slashed into the sky with furious slashes, blocking all their escape routes. Hellmand, who had just rushed into the sky, the Red Earl even opened up. Blood Moon Raid. The endless blood-colored mist on the Red Earl shrouded the world. A streak of scarlet spears evaporated from the tip of his umbrella stick, extremely fiery, as if to split the sky into 2 halves. Dark Tide. The terrifying darkness on Hellman's body instantly enveloped a range of hundreds of meters like a teleportation, and the fastest speed skipped the blonde 5 elders. The Dark Tide with soul attack made his body sluggish a bit. All 4 attacks are coming. Boom. Flesh and blood splattered all over the sky. Fourth 5 elders, die. At the same time. Gravitational tides. The third player who controls the field, Arid Sun explodes Ultimate's gravity. Directly shrouding the Flat Hat 5 elders for hundreds of meters in a radius, the terrible gravity pulls it directly, and the movement is disordered. It directly interrupted its control of illusion. Bang! The illusion space was shattered, Golden Lion's hair was full of anger, and he directly killed the 5 elders, as did Rayleigh. Chance. Durag and Zephyr go all out. Wind Blade. It was a simple move, but it was true that Drago directly transformed himself into a huge wind blade, which was extremely sharp and rushed towards the flying 5 elders. Thunder Beast. Zephyr is even more thunderous, rushing into the sky, the horns on its head condense the terrible thunder and lightning, and draw black marks in the void. Boom. Durag and Zephyr collided with the Flat Hat 5 elders, directly inflicting heavy damage on it and rushing out. In the rear, Golden Lion and Rayleigh's slashes came together, and just fell on him. Bang. Bloody fog. Fifth 5 elders, die. Not good. 35. The remaining 8 shields, 9 dragon guards, and nearly 100 celestial dragons elites all changed. Here again, as long as the Minjiu Empire under siege is opened, it will be invincible. A control field is an attack from all directions, either dead or disabled. Gravitational tides. Gravity chaos. Spiritual shock. 3 field control players, raiding 8 shields again. The next moment, all the powerhouses will be killed together. Only half a minute later, he turned his head again and rushed towards the nearly 100 Tianjiao and the 9-headed dragon in the sky. Bang bang bang! The nearly 100 elites of all the top fruits, as well as the Zhuangwei who was enough to shock the world, did not die, and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Because this is the last celestial dragons, how can they die at will? Dover Golden Emperor and many others, but many tortured ideas have not yet been implemented. That 9-headed dragon is the power that each team desires, bringing it back to fuse. Get out. 35. Chapter 172. Just over half an hour. Xiaya has been streaming live, and the world has been silent. The power of the Minjiu Empire has extinguished the ambitions of all forces, and the civilians are beginning to be confused. Because I don't know what the policies of the Minjiu Empire are. After all, the commoners don't care who is the master of the world, as long as they are well fed and satisfied. Under Zhou's 2 punches, the power of the world government destroyed 90%. Under the siege of the imperial powers, the 5 elders were all destroyed, the celestial dragons all knelt down, and all the guards disappeared. So far, the world government has perished by 1%. Yes, as long as is not eliminated, the world government will never be extinguished. The power of hold the Uranus. It is enough to represent 90% or even 99% of the power of the world government. Come out, little sister Don't be shy. 35. Xiaya's slightly teasing remark made the imperial elites laugh together. This sentence, no matter whether is a man or a woman, will be extremely angry, killing the heart first. Boom. As everyone thought, the only remaining pan-ancient city burst directly. The terrifying aura surged out from the sky, and the imperial powers couldn't help but stagnate, and they all became solemn. Uranus, bright slash. Boom. In the eyes of everyone in the empire suddenly widened. From the ruins of the ancient city of Pan, a golden lightsaber that seemed to penetrate the world suddenly burst out, piercing through countless obstacles in an instant. For a while, the picture seemed to freeze. There seems to be only such a golden lightsaber left between the whole world, and it swept the world crazy instantly with the power to destroy everything. Go straight in the direction of Xia. Your Majesty, be careful. Before the voices of the great powers of the Empire could be heard, the terrifying golden light instantly stretched for dozens of miles. Interesting. Xia watched this attack calmly. Because although the attack was coming towards him, it was still thousands of meters apart, and the golden light was attacking in the distance. Boom! The sound of cutting that was about to pierce the eardrum sounded, and the golden light directly tore open the void. The light that runs through the sky and the earth, blazing into the distance, crosses the Sabayati archipelago. Boom! The rays of light rushed through, carrying a terrifying air wave, instantly making Sabayati archipelago a mess, and everyone looked up in horror. Bailey! Thousands of miles. The golden light crossed the Grand Line, and countless people were horrified along the way. This golden light penetrates the sky and the ground, as if there is no end. It runs through everything, swiping over the land of Sabayati, crossing the calm belt, and rushing into the land of East Blue. Boom! An island in East Blue. So strong. 35. Koshiro, who was traveling recently, suddenly shrank his pupils. Under the terrified eyes of the whole island, only a dazzling golden beam of light slashed across the head. The entire mountain peak was cut down by this huge golden light swept from nowhere, the entire island was cut off, and the sea boiled. The sound of cutting that shattered everyone's eardrums kept roaring. I only saw that the clouds of East Blue were lined up by this sword, and all the dozens of islands of East Blue were swept into two sections by this sword. Most of the countless people in the New World shivered under this terrifying blow. The roar spreads all over the world. Yue does not diminish. This sword crossed most of the New World and cut through the sky. Directly disconnected from the atmosphere, terrifyingly rushed out of the pirate world, turned into a meteor, and slowly dissipated after hitting hundreds of miles again. Quiet. Very quiet. All the powerhouses of the Empire and all those watching the live broadcast were sluggish. A sword across thousands of miles? Many people do not know how far this sword flew, but many people saw the light rushing out of the world from the other corner of East Blue, and even half the world saw the dazzling light. What power is this? The red hair looked at the distant sky in disbelief. The whole sky seemed to be cut open, and he could clearly see the outer space. Slashed to the corner of East Blue. Anil and Fujitora, who had seen and heard the farthest, witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes, and couldn't help but break their thoughts. The eyes of Golden Lion, Roger, and others flickered from time to time, as if they were still immersed in the unparalleled slash just now, inexplicably shocked. This slash! How did I do it? Sand Crocodile Dover and the others have opened their mouths sluggishly, as if their souls have been deterred by the threat of that sword. Run through the world, sweep the world. They simply cannot understand this attack. That sword will definitely cut me off. Kaido also suddenly returned to his senses, recalling the terrifying slash just now. His expression changed slightly. No, that was by no means his own power, nor was it right. It should be said that it is by no means pure swordsmanship. The crowd can't help but nod their heads. Pure kendo refers to physical swordsmanship and sword intent, perhaps adding haki, that is, pure body slashing. If Yim can attack thousands of miles with one sword only by his physical strength, then he is still not in the sky. Light attribute fruit. Xia felt the power of light from that sword, purer than Kizaru's light. It seems that Uranus also devoured the light attribute fruit, which can be used by Im to exert the power of light, swinging a sword with the characteristics of the speed and spread of light. Thinking of this, Xia said flatly, is this a dismounting? Little sister Im. Enough. 99. The anger sounded, and Im's figure instantly appeared on the battlefield, even standing in the void. He changed his clothes, covered his body with black robes, and even covered his head, only his eyes were exposed, as pale as stagnant water, icy and cold. This made the Empire vigilant and secretly complained at the same time. As expected of the mastermind behind the scenes. But you are too behind the scenes. When I go out, everyone is wrapped so tightly, even the voice is deliberately controlled, and the breath is automatically adjusted by me. 0. Ask for flowers. As a result, everyone couldn't even understand whether I was a man or a woman or whether he was always young. You will have no friends like this. Is this Uranus? Not caring about Yumu's outfit, Xia looked at the great sword in Yumu's hand. Sure enough, the nearly 10-meter-long giant sword was the one that was inserted upside down on the Void Throne. In other words, the Void Throne was Uranus. Xia can feel the terrifying power on the sword. Weather and natural disasters are controlled by it, which is much stronger than the natural disaster fruit of the golden-haired 5 elders. The storm was shown before, and the light was shown just now, and Xia couldn't figure out how many abilities it had. For hundreds of years, IMM might have devoured some of Uranus' best abilities. Equal division of rights, how? Im's hoarse voice sounded, and everyone in the empire couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, we're all here, do you want to finish in one sentence? Are you threatening me? Xiaya understood what Yumo meant, just like the attack that penetrated the world just now. 0. I'm is telling Xiaya that he is not afraid of anyone, and has the ability to make this world collapse. With a few hundred more swords, it is not certain how many islands will be collapsed. Threatening Xiaya with the peace of the world? Ridiculous. Fight to the death, if you die in battle, I will come back to life. 95. Remember, whoever kills I'm in the last resort gets a prize. 35. Under the consternation of Yumo, Xiaya raised his hand to send the elites back to the moon, and pulled Whitebeard back from the moon, leaving only more than 20 generals, and said words that made Yumo angry. But what angered him even more was the attitude of the imperial powers. I saw Golden Lion and the others open their mouths respectfully and grin again. Yes, your majesty. 9. Wait, I will kill little sister Yumo. Boom. The explosion of Imam, the shock of the terrifying conqueror's materialization. Boom boom boom. Not to be outdone, everyone came out of conquerors, sword intent, momentum, superimposed on each other, and rushed towards Yumo. In an instant, the void trembled. Marie Joyce, which was already reduced to ruins, collapsed into slag in an instant. The terrifying momentum swayed for hundreds of miles, and many people on the nearby islands felt that the air was a little heavier. Above the red line, there is a dark thunder explosion, and the air waves are violently attacking. Humph. After all, he couldn't resist the aura of so many people. Yi Mu took a few steps back and his breath was unsteady, killing intent in his eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up. It seems that I'm is not beyond imagination, can fight. Get out of the way, I'm going to start pretending. Zhou was very excited to get Xiaya's approval. Directly transformed into a 10,000-meter giant, the terrifying thunderstorm raged for hundreds of miles, and the bald head was bright. Boom. The thunderstorm directly destroyed the red line again, spreading all over the battlefield, making the faces of Whitebeard and the others below turn black. This jerk. Before you kill I'm, will die first. Death. Chapter 173. Boom. The 10,000-meter monstrous giant stands on the red line, with the sky above his head, making half the world look sideways. The sky is hundreds of miles away, full of terrifying thunderbolts, strangling by storms. The white clouds that were nearly 1,000 miles away were scattered, causing countless people to feel a huge sense of oppression. This guy. Looking at Zhou in front of him, I'm standing high in the sky couldn't help but have a headache. With a body of 10,000 meters and the power of the Titan, it can attack hundreds of kilometers at every turn, and ordinary people will be drowned in the bombardment if they cannot escape. But I'm not afraid, because the whole cards are full. You all back away, I'm going. Zhou Wu's breath stirred up the atmosphere for more than 10 miles, and the Whitebeard and others below were not even as good as ants. He was really afraid of killing his own people as soon as he made a move. Pit, go back first. Golden Lion and the others were extremely depressed. This Tai Han Han's attack range was too large. The next moment, the emperors from the empire retreated to the back of Zhou Wu, shrouded in shadows, staring straight ahead, and then prepared to cooperate to kill 19-0. Titan. Furious power. Zhou shouted loudly, causing a storm of dozens of miles. The muscles of the whole body swelled a little more, the terrible breath rose straight, and the simple and honest eyes revealed a sharpness. So powerful, I recognize you. Im's voice was indifferent, but there was deep fear in his eyes. Holding the Uranus, the mysterious light flashes on it, always on guard. I'm here. Zhou's huge fist of hundreds of meters poured out the color of armament, turned into obsidian and slammed into the sky ahead. Full punch. Boom. The terrifying force directly distorted the space and burst into the sky with a loud noise. One strike sends out the energy that runs through the sky and the earth, accompanied by the thunderstorm. The dazzling light makes people unable to open their eyes. The turbulent air wave shock wave that rolled like a turbulent wave instantly turned thousands of miles into ruins. The nearby islands below the red line were collapsed by the air waves, and the terrible aftermath spread wildly towards the world. Boom. The roar was deafening, and the eardrums of life thousands of miles away could not help bursting. The sky broke through a huge hole, and the atmosphere for hundreds of miles collapsed. The end is coming. Countless people roared, ran, and feared. But that terrifying punch carried incredible power and directly swept over half of the world. If someone looked at it from outside the world, they could clearly see a huge fist with a fulcrum, shaking the atmosphere of half the world wildly. Give the planet a middle score? Zhou's punch seemed to have affected half of the world, especially with the help of thunderstorm. It even caused torrential waves around the world. Hey, the sky is broken. 39. What terrified Roger and others was not the sky, but the sky that was hundreds of miles away and could not see the end. The outer space was glimpsed, and it was unknown how far this blow had affected. Zhou's terrifying power is vividly displayed, which is beyond the imagination of everyone in this world. I'm dead? Many people who have seen and heard a lot, such as Fujitora and others, looked ahead in amazement. Originally, I'm stood at a high altitude 1,000 meters in front of Zo, but now not only has he disappeared. Even in a radius of dozens or hundreds of miles, there is no breath of Yim. Ah, it's so scary, that guy won't be killed by a punch. 5. Kizaru smiled wickedly, and he was extremely unhappy with the behind-the-scenes master of IM. This statement has been endorsed by many people. Under that punch, the range is so vast that there is absolutely nowhere to escape, and it is definitely not dead or disabled. Huh? Not bad ability. Aware of Im's previous movements, Xiaya smiled lightly. He will not remind everyone, after all, this is the last battle, and the result is a foregone conclusion, and a little trump card is not enough to turn the tables. I didn't hit Im. Xiao's voice was like a thunderbolt, which shocked everyone's body, and then became alert. That wide range of attacks didn't hit Im? How fast was that? Be careful! Roger shouted, but before the sound came out, everyone couldn't help but stand up, feeling a deadly crisis hit. Uranus, Pole, Sea of Thunder. A cold voice sounded nearby, and before anyone could respond, a terrifying thunder that shook the world struck. Sizzle sizzle. The harsh roar of thunder washed away hundreds of miles, and everyone intuitively felt that they were overwhelmed by the endless thunder. The densely packed Brontosaurus forms an ocean at the foot of Zo, which is the ultimate destructive energy far exceeding 1 billion volts. Boom. In an instant, dozens of miles of red line collapsed into Kurozumai. The most heart-pounding thing is that this sea of thunder is linked to the sky, forming a pillar of thunder through the sky. The endless natural thunder and lightning madly bombarded downwards, even Zhou Wu couldn't help feeling numb and tingling all over. I'm actually appeared at the feet of Zhou and directly attacked Rayleigh and others, and he had no idea how he appeared below. Even if someone predicts what the future will see, it seems that the picture of the future is not displayed, and it is disturbed by a strange power. Puff puff. In an instant, nearly 10 generals including Zephyr were dying on the spot, and the rest were severely injured. Everyone, back off. 35. Whitebeard let out a roar, and the gathering was nothing short of a living target. And they were at the feet of Xiaowu, making it difficult for Xiaowu to attack. For the first time, all mistakes were made. Awaken. 35. Shocking. Whitebeard exploded, and the power of concussion under the awakening was almost materialized, and the surrounding thunder and lightning were madly shaken away. Click. One after another space is full of cracks, and the endless thunder is engulfed. Feeling the breath from a few miles away, Whitebeard mobilized with all his strength and blasted straight ahead. Boom. A large space collapsed, and Whitebeard couldn't help vomiting blood. Zhen Zhen's awakening hurt too much. Even Xiaya has no good way to eliminate it, because this is a trait, not a fruit defect. Only Whitebeard's physical growth can counteract the feedback of the shock force. Click. The dense space cracks, all the way through the collapsed thunder sea, quickly spread to Yumu. Humph. I'm snorted proudly, his eyes full of coldness. Just under everyone's astonishment, I'm abruptly disappeared in place. Yes, disappear without a trace, just like moving in space. No, even moving in space is easy and freehand. Damn, what kind of power is this? Golden Lion's blonde hair has turned into charcoal, and his face is full of suffocation. I'm definitely using this ability to avoid Zou's attack just now. If they can evade attacks in a range of hundreds of miles, will their attacks still be useful? I can't hear Im's voice. It's no use listening to the voice of all things. The Red Earl and Roger were also sullen, and their abilities didn't work for Im at all, like mud plunging into the sea. It's time. Drago suddenly opened his mouth and said with heavy eyes, I can hear that the wind just 100 miles away and the wind nearby have different flow speeds, and they suddenly disconnect at the border. What? Everyone was surprised. Durag affirmed, 5.5 It is definitely the power of time. Im can call the legendary time fruit. He paused time to avoid attacks, which means, as long as he predicts the attack, he will be dodged. Everyone's heart sank. Recently, the Empire is indeed looking for the fruit of time when Kojaki is looking for it, but I never expected it to fall into the hands of Im. Pause time? It's harder to deal with than space fruit. You must know that Kojaki only used the fruit of time to cross the long river of time and space to go to the future, and even predicted the future. Who knows if I'm going to hide into the future? Where's Minjai Uluashu? Thinking of the fruit of the ban ability, Rayleigh shook his head as soon as he mentioned it. The people present at the scene are all generals at the Emperor level, and many capable people are not there, so they can only rely on themselves. No, go back. When I saw Yumu appear again, he slashed across with Uranus in his hand, and everyone's scalp felt numb. Because of the extremely powerful energy on it, it was madly vented. Boom. Chapter 174. Boom. This terrifying explosion destroyed the red line beyond recognition, and the bottomless ravine was dark and dark as if it was connected to another weird world. The whole world is buzzing. Because the roar continued to resound in a short period of time, many people who had not watched the live broadcast were astonished. Uranus, polar storm. Uranus, Pole volcano. I'm holding Uranus and attacking frantically in the distance. This is not a natural disaster fruit, but an attack far exceeding its destructive power. Dozens of miles of land directly turned into craters, and the endless magma surged like a tsunami. Another destructive hurricane swept through, stirring for hundreds of miles with terrifying heat. The hundreds of miles of red line are riddled with holes, and there are countless potholes and holes everywhere. The climate of the whole world takes this as a starting point, and the rapid changes that spread to the world. One by one, Whitebeard and the others were attacked and drowned, and Zoe looked very angry. Death to me. With another punch, the 100-mile radius where I'm was all included in the attack range. Boom. The indomitable power of destruction, magnificent, and madly crushed. The 04 red line range where Marie Joyce was located was completely collapsed after several attacks. Boom. Endless rubble soars, a terrifying abyss emerges from the red line. The island on the Grand Line is close to the red line, and the people on it are all shocked. His Grand Line runs through. A moat runs through the Grand Line, and the sea water irrigates wildly. A piece of red line that completely collapsed, the Grand Line never stopped before and after. Roar. Get me out. Zoe roared angrily, but his punch didn't hit him again. The terrifying power in his body could not hit anyone, making Zoe Wu extremely aggrieved. Only 5 died. Who was hiding in a corner, ignored Zoe and instead frowned. With such a violent attack, only 5 people died, and when he glanced a little into the distance, he couldn't help being shocked. Because Xia was looking at herself with a playful expression. Xia, strike. No one can hurt me, and no one can kill me. 55. If you continue to fight, it will be nothing more than turning the world upside down, and then all the people in the world will die because of you. 5. Im's flat voice revealed arrogance and confidence. The fruit of time is not much developed, except that time is still. It also focuses on developing the ability to observe the future and always know what will happen in the next moment. And even if you really can't beat it, you can escape to the future. When Kojiki can do it, why can't he do it himself? Is it? Xia was non-committal. If it wasn't for the final training, this little girl would have died 800 times earlier. MB. The arrogance of more than 800 years may have become conceited. The fruit of time? After all, it is not your own. How much future can you see? Awaken. Black hole gravity. Arid Sun, who sprang from the hurricane, was covered in blood, and all the power burst out. The terrifying gravity directly turned into a black hole, and the incredible speed hit him. Hey, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm not surprised. Always observing the future, there is this scene of the sneak attack. Not needing time to stand still to escape, I'm started to counter-attack directly, holding Uranus with the power of destruction. Also at this time. Gravity chaos. 5. Fujitora also pounces from the other side, and the shot is full force. The same terrifying pulling force swept through the past, facing Arid Sun's gravitational force from a distance, and the two sides pulled and twisted the void. Uranus, pull, rebound. 35. I'm abruptly withdrew his sword, and a majestic force of rebound erupted from Uranus. Boom. The pulling force of the two sides was blown away, and Yumo held his sword proudly. These are the abilities of Uranus, which he has personally devoured for Uranus over the years. As long as the ability to devour can be invoked by him. But it's still the same sentence, if it's not his own ability, how much future can I'm see? The territory of tyrants. Rayleigh, Roger, Redhead, raid from 3 sides. The fields of each other collided with each other, and I'm was included, making him absent-minded for a moment, and his face was a bit ugly. These bastards aren't dead yet, so. Time. Awaken. 99. At this moment, Anas, who crawled out of the magma, was full of arms, and his eyes were full of killing intent. All sorts returned to the sect. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual storm materialized violently. Different from Ant's soul storm, Anas borrowed the 10,000 swords that Xia casually said to return to the ancestors. Directly turn the awakened soul attack into tens of thousands of terrifying sharp blades. The speed was several times faster than that of the storm, and it fell on I'm in the blink of an eye. Boom. I'm also burst out conquerors, shattering 99% of the sharp blades. There are still a few psychic knives piercing the soul, but these injuries are of no use to I'm. It only made I'm in a trance for a moment. Whoosh. A dazzling light, extremely condensed into a tiny laser, rushed over in an instant. Pfft. 35. To everyone's surprise, the light condensed by Kizura directly pierced into Im's head, leaving a hole and bleeding. Chance. 99. The gravity of Fujitora and Arid Sun erupted again. This time it was not Im, but the great sword in Im's hand. Whoosh. Under the strange eyes of Im, Akoku took off. Air gun. A weathered gun with a length of thousands of meters shot out from the magma. This is the attack that Durag has condensed dozens of times in an instant. The dark moon is coming. The blood mist figure flashed past, and the Red Earl rushed out from under Im like a scarlet horse. At the same time, Garp, Sengoku, Bullet, and others all came together. Boom! But Zhou, who had been ready and had been watching condescendingly, took the lead in making a violent attack. The thunder and storm all turned into power, making its attack speed several times faster, and it crashed down. Boom boom boom! The terrifying force crushed everything, and under everyone's attention, Imlian and the Red Earl Chi were directly blown into a blood mist by this punch. The terrifying Yu Wei fell into the sea, blasting out a bottomless abyss that spanned more than 10 kilometers, and even triggered a monstrous tsunami in the distance. I'm is dead. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they didn't care that Earl Red was also beaten up. Sure enough, after they evaded several times of immobility, they thought of one thing. The fruit of time is 20, no, the ability of Kojiki 18 years ago, even if I'm first obtained it, it was only a dozen years ago. Could it be that I'm had no fruit ability before? Could it hold multiple devil fruits? Very unlikely. 190 So everyone noticed the giant sword in Yumu's hand, because the attack of the giant sword was too terrifying, it was simply unreasonable. This should be Uranus, and the fruit of time is also Uranus ability. As everyone thought, after shaking off Uranus, could not escape the siege of so many people. However, the next moment, the audience was sluggish. Even Xiaya was surprised for a moment, hidden, so deep, Wow la. Under the heavy faces of everyone, the blood mist that Yumo had turned into a halo, and quickly gathered together. The wounds and bloodstains all over his body disappeared instantly, and the dazzling green halo around Yumu's body surrounded his body, and he couldn't see his body. But everyone could feel that M's breath was only a little weaker, and his body was unscathed. The fruit of life ability. Immortal. I'm in the green light, coldly said something incomparably proud. The fruit of life is the ability of Yumu's body, and Yumo has not undergone immortality surgery because Yumo does not believe in anyone. The ability gives him a strong vitality, and it can deprive other people of the vitality and turn it into his own, maintaining the most vigorous posture of life at all times, so as to live forever. It can give life to all things like the soul fruit, so as to control the attack. Its awakening can allow it to recover quickly no matter how many injuries it receives, as long as its physical strength is not exhausted. Immediately after being blown up, it was Imu who had already engraved his own imprint of life, which resulted in an outbreak of vitality recovery. The most astounding thing is... Boom boom boom! The shattered Uranus, that great sword, suddenly changed shape. Under the shock of everyone, the giant sword turned into a terrifying sky battleship, floated in the sky, and landed behind Im. Is this Uranus? Chapter 175. I'm with life energy wrapping the whole body. Uranus in the form of a giant sword took off, and it swelled in an instant. In the end, it turned into a huge steel thing with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, like a deep-sea beast, a sky battleship. Above, thunder, flames, magma, cold air and other natural forces all burst out and flowed, exuding a terrifying aura. This is what Uranus really looks like. Xiaya can't help but be surprised. Such a huge sky battleship usually turns into a giant sword, and it turns into a void throne and stands there, no one else can think of it. Suddenly, Xiaya understood two doubts. First, why Uranus can use so many abilities. Because Uranus is made of devil fruit mother tree, whatever ability it devours can be invoked. Second, why are there so few celestial dragons? For Uranus to remain immortal, it needs to replenish energy at all times to maintain its integrity. In addition to continuously absorbing various devil fruits, it also needs a lot of vitality to maintain. Every once in a while, the waste cleaned up by the celestial dragons is used to water Uranus. When Uranus needs to enter a similar cooling state, he uses the blood of celestial dragons as a sacrifice to perform a special ritual sacrifice. Although this opening method can prevent Uranus from being stolen by people other than celestial dragons, the price is that each time it is activated, two conditions must be met. 1. Majestic vitality, 2. A large number of celestial dragons sacrifice life like cattle and sheep. When Zhou collapsed and destroyed 90% of his power, Yumo poured all the blood of the dead celestial dragons into Uranus to complete the half-start. Then use your own fruit of life to instill huge vitality to completely open Uranus. It is precisely because of this condition that celestial dragons will enjoy all kinds of privileges, and even if they suffer a little damage, the world government will go to war and dispatch admiral to punish them. The purpose is to deter the outside world and ensure that there are enough celestial dragons to activate Uranus at any time. It really opened my eyes. Xiaya sighed, and then her voice became cold. It was your biggest mistake to let Uranus show his full body, kill Im. Boom. The next moment, under the consternation of Yumo, the people of the empire continued to charge up desperately. Xiaya, do you have to die? Im just couldn't understand Xiaya's thoughts. I am a person with the ability of the fruit of life, and my strong strength can maintain my physical strength for several months without any problem, and with the help of Uranus. In the end, with all kinds of natural disasters bombing, how many people will die in the world? The world is full of devastated, what if the Minjiu Empire wants it? How much effort must be spent to restore it? Isn't it good to share the rights with oneself? Loneliness is the cruelest punishment. Who has the right to be with Xiaya except for oneself? You will die, the world will never be okay. Xiaya's dull voice completely annoyed Im. You will regret this. Uranus, activate the natural disaster mode, I want this world to be destroyed again. 35. Im Zenhan's voice fell, and a blazing light erupted on Uranus. It seems to have turned into a small sun, illuminating most of the world, and countless rays of light spread wildly towards the whole world. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion resounded through the sky in an instant. Thunder, flames, cold air, flashes and other energies surged out, swaying for hundreds of miles, and exploded in all directions. As if more than 10 small nuclear bombs were detonated at the same time. The terrifying explosion not only shook the void, but also set off an incomparably violent blast of air, radiating hundreds of kilometers. The world is immersed in the doomsday. Too fast, Uranus' attack speed is unbelievable, and the attack from all directions is difficult to defend at all, as if to completely destroy the world. Xiaya watched this scene calmly and did not stop her. This turmoil is not only a warning to everyone in the world, but also a restoration of Xiaya's divine power after the war. At that time, I can quickly scrape a wave of faith and loyalty. Shocking. Gravity frenzy. Gravity chaos. Whitebeard and the others all attacked Yumu. Without the fruit of time, no matter how strong Yumu is, in the eyes of everyone, he is still a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If he cannot kill him once, he will kill him 10 times, or 100 times. So many people are always draining Im. Break it to me. Zhou rages on Uranus. When Im was confused by gravity, causing his body to stagnate, his complexion changed greatly. The biggest mistake I made was to let Uranus show the whole body, unable to hold it to use the time ability. Expose yourself and Uranus to attack. Do not. Im roared angrily, followed by a terrifying wave of madness. Uranus, which is over 1,000 meters, is a target. Under Zhou's full strength, no matter how strong it is, not all places are extremely strong. Crack. A crack opened, and the next moment, it spread rapidly. Boom. Uranus is fried. The terrifying roar resounded through most of the world, the explosion of Uranus, the riot of natural disaster energy overflowed, and even the whole world was shaken. The majestic and terrifying aftermath slammed into all directions, and the area within a radius of thousands of miles was shaking like shivering, and the strong shock caused the world to be devastated. The terrifying destruction and shock directly led to the catastrophe in the sea area. Not only did it evolve a super tsunami that was hundreds of meters high, but it also caused the seafloor crust under the crack to change. The real doomsday is beginning to come. It's over. Xiaya spoke flatly. Im is very strong, but without the fruit of time, he can't last long. Just like Zhou, who attacked and destroyed 100 miles with one punch before, but was dodged by Yumu, and now there is nowhere to hide. No matter how strong the fruit of life is, it also needs to consume physical strength. Especially in the case of being blasted, each recovery consumes a lot of physical strength. How many times can you recover? The live broadcast is still on. The explosion of Uranus caused a shock in the world. Even though many places began to suffer disasters, there were still many people watching the live broadcast in faraway places. Looking at Im, who was under siege and fell behind in the picture, everyone understood. The world will belong to the Minjiu Empire. ***. 2 days. 10 days later. Im's fruit of life is indeed extremely powerful. Keeping Im at his peak for more than 800 years, and even making progress from time to time, his terrifying strength has endured for 10 days under the siege of so many strong men. Even if he was beaten up 9 times by everyone during the period, he still relied on his life ability to recover. Ha 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 ha. More than 800 years. Xiaya. Loneliness is the greatest pain. You will regret it. Boom. But the physical strength consumed by each recovery made Im powerless. At the last chance, Im burst into the sky with a laugh and blew himself up on the spot. He directly killed his closest friends, Roger and Golden Lion, to death, and Im also died completely. I didn't even show my true face until I died. Xiaya shook her head. Im really used the word behind the scenes to the fullest. Even if it is blown up and revived, without clothes, it will still wrap itself with life energy. Only a pair of pupils were exposed from the end to the end, and even the eyelashes were blocked. Am I really that ugly? Xiaya can't help but think maliciously, but he does have an interest in Im. If he is a man, he should be a younger brother when his image is over. If his image is not as good as that of a T-dolphin, then he will deprive him of his strength and give it to others. If she is a woman, she will stay as a maid if her image is amazing. If her image is miserable, then go to the arena and become a slave. Forward. Xiaya raised her hand to resurrect Yumu, and she was stunned when she saw her face. The world government of Connaught was actually controlled by such a beautiful woman, the Millennium Empress. Such a strong identity, a standard-made template. Ding, congratulations to your majesty for completing the ultimate mission. Reward the second lunar space gate, and wish your majesty immortality. 39. rewarding the title of Lord of the Navigation World. Congratulations to His Majesty's omnipotence and omnipotence spreading to the world. Host, Xia. Title, Lord of the Moon. Lord of the Navigation World. Privilege, life and death. Creation of the moon. Imperial power is supreme. Ability, the power of time and space. The power of destiny. Realm, the quasi-8-star pinnacle of outsiders on the moon. Combat power, midterm combat power of 1 star outside the moon. Items, portable small world. Special random door. Bright moon badge. Bright moon cloth. Bright moon throne. Bright moon sword. Navigation world main task, all completed. This world, it's done. Xia couldn't help but feel a little joy. Lord of the seafaring world, this world belongs to him completely. Thinking about it, Xia washed out a terrifying might that shocked everyone in the maritime world, sweeping the whole world. B-35. Rebuild, nautical world. Boom. P.S. After thinking about it, it's a pity that I'm died, but it's also a good strength. It's written as a female to be a maid. If the old thief Oda comes to slap his face in the future, let's say it's a parallel world, Chapter 176. Boom. When Whitebeard and others were lying on their bodies, the terrifying power that erupted from Xia shocked everyone. Suddenly, they felt incomparably small. No, people all over the world feel very small. I saw Xia disappeared in place, and reappeared was a magnificent figure that expanded the entire sky. Surprisingly, the majestic figure of Xia emerged from the sky, so that the entire Grand Line could be seen clearly. It is incredible to know that the world is round. Xia, Hey, this power. Countless people felt their scalps go numb when they were shocked. This was not the same as taking the moon to coerce the world last time. There is no coercion this time, but it has the power to make anyone lose their language. The faint radiance on his body is full of divinity, which is an existence that can no longer be set off except for the description of gods. God, he really is a god. In an instant, countless people all over the world were excited. In particular, many civilians immediately knelt down and bowed down, and the reverence in their hearts soared. The eyes of all careerists dimmed immediately, and they were enemies of God, and the cycle of reincarnation was never repeated. By my order, all things will be revived. Camui's prison-like power was washed away, and the world that was still in the doomsday scene was shaken. The terrifying storm and thunder suddenly dissipated, and the islands that had been destroyed by the impact began to be repaired, and the dead civilians were also resurrected one by one. But they all retained their memories before their death, and they all looked at the sky with shock and reverence. The collapsed hundreds of miles of red line seems to be going backwards in time and space. There are only majestic ravines that are dozens of miles wide, running through the Grand Line. Boom. An island more than a dozen miles in size fell into a gully, and another huge monument fell from the sky and landed directly on the island. There were 5 words on the monument. Empire Canyon. The collapsed Marie Joyce is also revived in splendor. Xia revives Marie Joyce not for anything else, but for the innumerable details in it, such as wealth, fruits, books, treasures, etc. As for the building, overthrow and rebuild. In my name. The 4 seas continent, come out. A voice full of majesty resounded throughout the world, and everyone was stunned, completely understanding what it meant. Even Rayleigh and others were stunned for a moment, and then they were shocked. Could it be that your majesty wants to? Boom. The roar that resounded throughout the world shocked countless people. All the islands in the north blew, east, west, south, tremble, causing countless riots, as if some incredible existence is grabbing the islands and trying to take them away. But what followed was that everyone was sluggish. Boom. An island took off, but it was extremely stable, staring blankly at the farther and farther sea. Boom. The second. The third. In the land of the 4 seas, all the islands were separated from their original locations and flew towards the center of the sea. Something is going to happen. After Golden Lion and others came to their senses, they all ran to the edge of the red line to look at the world. I saw that in the 4 seas, the islands began to condense densely. No one knows how many islands are in each sea area, but at this moment, even the islands of East Blue can't be counted, and they are connecting with each other. Buzz. East Blue, people on thousands of islands looked at each other, shocked, excited, terrified, and excited beyond words. Immediately afterwards, the islands began to merge with each other, and the process and its calmness, as if water droplets were compatible, gathered together calmly. Boom. Countless people's brains roar. An unprecedented grand continent was born in East Blue. When the East Blue continent landed in the sea and stabilized, most people shouted excitedly. Lord True God! I'm willing to give everything for Lord Xia. Master Xia is invincible. The civilians were shouting, and they were really excited. East Blue is very big, there are many islands, some people have never been out of the island in their whole life. Because if you leave the island casually, you will either get lost, encounter pirates, or encounter a storm. Communication is inconvenient, Trade is inconvenient, and it is easy to breed pirates. If something happened to a certain island, even Marine couldn't come and rescue him with all his strength, because East Blue was too big, and Marine's troops couldn't handle it at all. But now, when troops are assembled, trade is accessible, and exchanges are integrated, new vitality will always burst forth. The so-called pirates? If you dare to kill and set fire, you may not even be able to escape from the mainland, and you will encounter all kinds of siege. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Xia created more than a dozen islands, all the way from the East Blue mainland to the Twin Points, otherwise it would be too difficult to go from the mainland to the Grand Line. Grand Line, Xia will not go to fusion. This is not only a feature of the nautical world, but also a travel destination for countless adventurers in the future. Boom. West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, the three continents also appear. Looking from the sky, you can see that the four continents are in the center of their respective sea areas, and then each of the dozen islands are connected into a line until the red line. Would you like to penetrate the calm belt? Xia thought for a moment. The mainland has come out, but for example, West Blue and North Blue are still separated by two calm belts and a grand line, and it is difficult for the two seas to have communication opportunities. After all, the world always has to develop itself. The Imperial Academy will solve the problem of communication development, and Xia doesn't need to do everything. This is a miracle. Countless people shouted excitedly, and Sengoku and others were also very emotional. They naturally knew why there were so many pirates, because the islands were too scattered, and it was difficult to find anyone who would kill anyone and go out to sea, and Marine was beyond his reach. However, once the mainland is out, and if the management is strengthened, the crime can be eliminated to the greatest extent fundamentally. Damn it! Why do you do this? There are also people who are full of anger, especially the royal family and nobles of the major kingdoms. They occupy an island well, they are free and no one cares. But as soon as the mainland comes out, someone will definitely come to manage and completely squeeze their power space. Xia is forcing them to death. Ah! Feeling various emotions from all over the world, Xia's eyes turned cold. Brainless thing, still want to be king and tyrant? Be the emperor of the land? From now on, there can only be one voice in this world, and that is the Minjiu Empire, and that is his. The whole army of the empire, attack the four seas and continents. 39. Royal nobles, vicious pirates, all killed without mercy. 35. Yes, your majesty. Under the portal opened by Xia, Akina red-haired and others rushed in. The Minjiu Corps, the Royal Forest Army, and the 100,000 marine elites who had already conquered the land of the four seas had already set foot on the mainland and rushed to the kingdoms one by one. Kill. The powerhouse of the empire, the most terrifying force of the imperial army broke out. This time Xia will not give anyone another chance. Because the notice has been sent many times, greedy for rights? Just kill. The aristocratic pirates ran towards the mainland coast in panic, but the panic of the civilians gradually subsided after a short period of time. Didn't you hear Master Xia say only to kill bad people? Didn't you see the sky where Kamui is like a prison, Master Xia? An inexplicable peace of mind emerged in the hearts of countless civilians, and their sense of identity with the Minjiu Empire skyrocketed. All those with fruit ability, all the folk powerhouses who are not weaker than Shishibukai, you are limited to arrive at Sabayati Archipelago within 3 months, register and serve the Minjiu Empire. Violators will be killed without mercy. Wow! There are many capable people in various places, and the strong ones look stagnant. Xia's voice pointed directly at the soul, and she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to, and she didn't even dare to raise any thoughts of resistance. I am the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire, and I will bring peace to the troubled times. Everyone belongs to the citizens of the Minjiu Empire, all races are equal, and the world is unified. 39. Boom. The Emperor's robe appeared on Xia's body, the Minjiu throne fell, and the indescribable Emperor's aura swept the whole world. Countless people, aside from the villainous aristocrats, almost all the commoners could not help but reverence. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. Chapter 177. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of the Minjiu Empire. Seeing that 99% of the world's people all kneel and worship, Xia's heart is also surging. Zhongshan, what an intoxicating word. The system, if I sway the moon batch, has a huge disadvantage. Xia spoke inwardly. Submit to him, even if it is false, to his intelligent race. Touching the Minjiu badge will automatically form the Minjiu mark, which constitutes the condition for Xia to control life and death and integrate strength. But the biggest drawback is that all Minjiuian reporters can instantly return to the moon. The elites are fine, but if billions of people are like this, the moon will be in chaos. Ding, the Minjiu badge is entirely owned by your majesty, and you can set your own restrictions. Yes. 35. Xia nodded. Changed the setting of this time to sway the bright moon badge, and immediately raised my hand. Wow la. All over the world, countless people were shocked, the sky was dyed golden, and countless badges fell from the sky. But it didn't cause any harm, just hovered smoothly in front of all the people who surrendered. Go on, honor of the empire. 99. Everyone raised their hands to pick it up and was shocked. That endless world, that stalwart figure, that indescribable identity, shocked everyone. Although these people accepted the inheritance of the picture, they did not form the imprint of the bright moon on their bodies. They could only join the imperial government and the army. What followed was the utmost respect and disdain for all those who resisted. In the face of this existence, any resistance is ignorant and pathetic. Meet your majesty. May the empire last forever, and may your majesty be immortal. This is a cry resounding throughout the world, and the sense of cohesion and identity has reached its peak. It is good. Xia is naturally pleasantly surprised, because he will combine the power of billions of people. Surprises naturally need to be shared, and I should have fun with the people. In my name, the people of the empire will be cured of all injuries and diseases. 99. Boom. The green rays of light from the sky scattered from the sky and merged into the body of the people of the empire. The disabled, the sick, and the infirm are all healed. Even if there is no disease or disaster, the body is still warm and full of energy. For a time, except for the place of slaughter, all over the world cheered. The figure of Xia disappeared into the sky, and countless people bowed and worshipped. Congratulations, your majesty! The battle of the world is going on. Xia is back on the moon, taking Vegapunk before she goes. Vegapunk was born in Gaidao and is a scientist of naval headquarters in the world government. He is known as a scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years. Unlocked the transmission conditions of Devil Fruit ability, and enabled objects to possess Devil Fruit ability. A few years ago, the method of using sea stone to allow marine warships to pass through the calm belt was invented, allowing marine to travel freely to the other 4 seas. Design of life. Human gigantic experiment. Discovery of lineage factors. Create the first artificial devil fruit. Antivirus suit. Pacifists wait. For the Imperial Academy of Sciences, this is a rare talent. The current Academy of Sciences, usse, judge, and many scientists around the world, as well as thousands of mechanical geniuses headed by the elder Minjiao Liuyuan. The main research and development of military weapons, biological weapons. In addition to developing the strength of the empire, what Xia wants most is Minsheng technology. This is not only related to the happiness index of the people of the empire, but also related to their own happiness index. Meet your majesty. Minjiao Liuyun and others all bowed together. Xia waved her hand and said, no need to be polite, how is the development of electricity? There are TVs in the sailing world, but they are also projections of telephone bugs. And the phone bugs are rare and have few functions, and most of the people of the empire have never come into contact with them. Colleges and schools will be established, but Xia still needs the world economy to open, so communication is a big problem. Mobile phones, computers, airplanes, etc., cannot be lacking. Your Majesty, after the power analysis is completed, a power generation tower has also been built. Speaking of this, Minjiao Liuyun is a little embarrassed, but most of the Academy of Sciences is a scientist specializing in weapons, and it is still difficult for those people's livelihood technologies you mentioned. 99. Oh my god, what kind of online mobile game or something? Concubine can't do it. Airplanes are fine, because the mechanic is researching flying warships, which is based on Enel's arc motto, using electricity as the energy source. Xia couldn't help frowning, it seemed that she was in a hurry. Do we really have to wait for decades to develop technology, or take a chance to open the world of technology? Can you tell me? Vegapunk looked very polite, but his eyes were full of wisdom. Minjiao Liuyun immediately said, so. 99. Forward. The confident Vegapunk suddenly got stuck and glanced at Xia without a trace. His Majesty really loves the people like a son, and changes his tricks to add color to the people, but he also discredits Minsheng technology. Ding, congratulations to His Majesty on winning the first world. 35. Open the novice spree and reward a human-level world. Xia was stunned suddenly, and then lost her mind. What's the meaning? Ding, the system randomly selects a human-level world, and after selection, the world completely belongs to your Majesty. 99. Xia couldn't help but look forward to it, this big gift package is full of pride. Send a world directly, which means that he does not need to go to the raid, directly omniscient and omnipotent to extend the whole world. But since it is a human-level world, Xia hopes for technology, and it is not weaker than the technology level of the original Earth. Of course, in the ancient world, such as Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, and Three Kingdoms, Xia also wanted it very much. Because the system of the empire was not perfect, civil servants were even more scarce. Let's vote. Ding, the human-level world is being selected. 99. Ding, the human-level urban world is being selected. Ding, the Doomsday branch of the human-level urban category is being selected. Ding, congratulations to your Majesty for obtaining a human-level world, a biohazard world. Resident Evil? Xiaoya glanced at the light and shadow in her mind. World profile: hundreds of genetics and bioengineering experts are conducting a scientific study in Umbrella's bioengineering laboratory, the Hive. A virus broke out and spread rapidly. In order to control the virus and prevent it from leaking to the ground, the supercomputer Red Queen closed all the hives, and the virus quickly infected all the staff. But in the end, the virus leaked, and from then on, the end of the world began. The Umbrella Company. Xiaoya doesn't care about the other liquors, stalkers, Volcuns, but Umbrella is a treasure. The world's largest business giant, 90% of households in a certain country use their products. On the surface, it is the vast majority of high-tech industries such as drugs, medical hardware and defense industrial products. 0. Ask for flowers. Secretly, there are secret industries such as high-tech military technology, life engineering, biological weapons, etc., which accommodate too many scientists. In the movie world, the last Umbrella Company created a new civilization in order to purify the world and make the world doomsday, but was stopped by the Red Queen. What do you want? Xiaoya is in a good mood. The most important thing in this world is scientists and various materials. Doomsday, just right, everyone died. In the future, this world will be regarded as the Empire's military industrial research and development base, weapons test base, and training base. Whoosh! Xiaoya flicked her fingers, and 2 halos shot towards the nautical world. Kizaru Aokiji, who was fighting in East Blue Continent, South Blue Continent, shook his body. Go and bring back all the scientists and the Red Queen. 35. Yes, Your Majesty. Looking at the open door ahead, the two walked in, quite excited. In that halo is the language Grandmaster, and information about Resident Evil. I smile proudly, I smile proudly. 35. This is the new world, and Kizaru's mouth is so happy that his earplugs are grinning. 0. Sure enough, monkey, I am His Majesty's most capable minister, other people, go dream. Note, this article is written in the final chapter of Resident Evil. Resident Evil World. The Umbrella Company was founded by scientist Marcus, but his youngest daughter, Alicia, has an incurable form of progeria, and if she turns 25, she will be as old as 90. In order to treat the youngest daughter, Marcus discovered the T-virus, which will find and repair damaged cells in the body. It seems like a miracle, the youngest daughter is cured. The role of the T-virus is limitless, and it can cure thousands of diseases. After its development, the world has entered a new era. From now on, people are no longer afraid of disease and aging. But the T-virus has unimaginable side effects. After a young boy suddenly coughed to death and upgraded, the first zombie was born. The accident was covered up, and Marcus wanted to stop the project, but was killed by his partner, Isaacs, and took the Umbrella Company for himself. Gradually, the top of the company was influenced by greed and power and planned to cleanse the human race. Isaacs used Acelia as a template to maintain the company's best interests, and created a super artificial intelligence Red Queen. 10 years ago, a biochemical crisis broke out in Raccoon City, and the T-virus leaked from the underground laboratory of the Hive. The government of a certain country dropped a nuclear bomb to destroy Raccoon City, but it failed to stop the airborne infection. The virus spread around the world in a few days, and humans fell at the feet of the virus. In the end, the last human beings are also the greatest hope. Come together and fight the last stand in the Peanut Tons Special Zone. A special area of tons of peanuts in a certain country. There is a desolate, ruined atmosphere everywhere. The once prosperous city no longer exists, replaced by various dilapidated scenes. At a glance, no one is intact, all buildings collapsed, and even the sky was grey. Cough cough. From the deep well, a short-haired woman in black crawled out. The whole person is a little weak, walking tremblingly, coughing all the time. Alice. P.S. The reader reminds that technology development is required, and the first part of Resident Evil has been written too much, so the 2 chapters of Resident Evil end the end of Pirates. If you have suggestions in the future, you can say that the appropriate ones will be added. Chapter 178. Alice. She is a clone of Alicia, the daughter of Dr. Marcus, a senior Umbrella Company, and the security guard of the Hive, the underground test base of Umbrella Company's Raccoon City. Awakened superpowers after T-virus transformation. Rapid self-healing ability, high agility, strong strength, physical skills beyond ordinary people, mind waves, immunity to zombies, etc. But now the superpower has been lost and he has become an ordinary person again. Walking to a small lake, Alice couldn't help being thirsty and squatted down to drink water, just at this moment. Boom! The surface of the water exploded, and a rather strong zombie rushed out of the water and threw himself directly on Alice. Ho ho ho, 99. The zombies were about to bite furiously, and Alice's reaction was extremely quick. Blocking with one hand, pounding the past with the other, and constantly retreating to the back. Brush! After a punch, Alice suddenly retreated. Ho ho ho! The zombies roared, but the right leg was entangled by a chain, the whole leg rotted and collapsed, but it was difficult to leave. Alice didn't stop, she was about to turn around and leave. Clap clap clap. A sudden applause appeared. Alice turned her head suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her body was full of tension. It's really strange to come to 1900. One with a wretched face and a bright yellow suit, the other with an explosive head and blindfolded as if about to fall asleep. The clothes are cleaner than the last. What makes Alice most alert is that the two are 3 meters tall, which is absolutely unscientific. Oh, you don't change your face in the face of that kind of monster, you are really scary. As Kizaru said that, under Alice's astonishment, she stretched out her finger, and a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out. Boom! The golden light fell on the head of the zombie, and it exploded directly, and like a bomb, it blew a huge pit of dozens of meters on the lakeshore. Superpower. Alice's vigilance was inexplicably less, although the two had abnormal heights. According to her experience, these two people are completely new human beings who have survived the T-virus. You are. Alice was about to open her mouth and was startled. Boom! A building not far away shattered. A giant zombie bird nearly 10 meters long flew out, with a ferocious and terrifying face, and rushed here very quickly. Hide away. 9. Watching Alice looking for a place to hide, Aokiji pulled down her blindfold and looked lazy. Allah, I almost fell asleep. Whoosh. When Aokiji raised his hand, a cold air rushed into the sky. The cold air froze the void, and it crashed into the giant zombie bird very quickly. Under Alice's astonishment, it froze it directly. Bang! The huge ice cube fell to the ground and shattered into slag. So strong! Alice sighed with emotion, and hope rose in her eyes. These two are absolutely. Don't think of us as saviors. This world will be the military factory of the Empire, as you will know later. Kizaru smiled and took off his sunglasses to make it more lewd and playful. This lady, can I trouble you to take us to Raccoon City? Imperial Arms Factory? Alice was surprised, but she still shook her head and said, the place has been destroyed by a nuclear bomb, and there is no one left. Huh? How does it feel like someone's watching us? Aokiji looked around, and the sight spread. Just as Aokiji thought. The satellites were positioned here, and someone was indeed watching them. To be precise, an artificial intelligence was looking for Alice. There are energy fluctuations there, it should be some kind of signal. Kizaru looked at the building in the distance, and there were current fluctuations in it. Signal. Alice's eyes lit up, and the two of them ignored the two and ran towards the building. Oh, what a resolute woman. Kizaru smiled, looked around and shook his head. This world is completely helpless. Doomsday crisis. Scientists are really scary. Stop talking, go see what signals are there, and then go to Raccoon City to complete the mission. There was death everywhere, and Aokiji said that he didn't want to stay in this world for a second. After a few minutes. In the dilapidated building, Alice came here. Sizzle. Suddenly the lights flickered, and the printer on the table was sizzling, printing something. Hello Alice. Alice leaned over to see, a string of Hello Alice above. Schadenfreude. Thinking that it might be the operation of the Red Queen, Alice was a little unhappy. My satellite shows. There are 4,474 people alive on the surface of the Earth. When Alice turned around, the screen behind her was all lit up, and it was all red, and a Lolita girl was talking. They will be gone in 48 hours. Alice helplessly spread her hands. What do you want from me? Do you want me to say that you won? You have wiped out the human race. No, quite the opposite. The Red Queen retorted, I want you to stop me, Tsitsiza, be careful behind you. Boom. Before Alice could turn around, a golden light flashed, and the zombies behind exploded directly. Ah, are you the Red Queen? The golden light condensed into Kizaru, and looked at the little loli on the screen curiously. Aokiji also took a second look when he came over. Artificial intelligence? It seems that the development of technology is beyond imagination. Who are you? The Red Queen's eyes revealed a humanized surprise, and there were no two people in its database. Kizaru asked rhetorically, can you tell me how many scientists there are in the umbrella? Most of the scientists around the world are blocked, about 3,000 people, and there are 620 people in Blue Umbrella biological weapons, 810 people in Red Umbrella military and computer technology, and 1,020 people in White Umbrella biological weapons. The Red Queen didn't care about this, and after speaking, she began to question, the energy in your body is very powerful, the T-virus transformation cannot reach your level, are there other laboratories in the world? 99. Oh, more than 5,000 scientists, that's enough. Ignoring the others, Kizaru looked at Alice, come on, take us to Raccoon City, don't resist. Alice. You only have 48 to disappear, if you don't stop me, I will start a massacre. 99. At that time, there will be no one on Earth. Umbrella has developed antibodies to the airborne virus, released antibodies, and once contacted, it will destroy the T-virus and everything it has infected, and then everything will be over. A series of words from the Red Queen brought Alice back to her senses. Where are the antibodies? 5. Underground in Raccoon City, in the hive. Kr. Okay, you can go. Kizaru was too lazy to listen, grabbed Alice and rushed out of the building, lead the way immediately, in a hurry. Alice can't struggle at all, and the Red Queen is also stunned. What's their history? Also, with them here, I will be more successful in preventing me. Humanized thinking on the face of the Red Queen. Its procedures don't allow it to harm the Umbrella Company, but Alice can. Half an hour later. Who the hell are you? Alice's face ached as the wind roared around her. Aokichi's ice wings unfolded and flew, and Kizaru's light wings unfolded and flew, not flying very fast, but it also shocked Alice. Kizaru didn't feel pity for Xiangxia when he mentioned her, instead he looked into the distance and said, "Ah! How majestic, how dare you run with so many zombies?" Alice couldn't help but be surprised. An armored vehicle with a fully armed face was running on the road, and more than 10,000 zombies were chasing after him frantically, like zombie soldiers. Boom! Suddenly a shell from the armored car rushed over from the bazooka. It's not friendly at all, this world. Aokichi yawned coldly, and an ice blade flew over quickly. Boom! Brilliant sparks burst in the air. Oh! God, they are flying. 99. Who are they? Exploding shells at will? The people on and inside the armored vehicle were shocked. Among them, Dr. Isaacs, the mastermind behind the Umbrella Company, looked even more serious. After getting out of the armored car, Isaacs looked at the three people in the sky, and it was even more cold. It turned out to be Alice. Are the other two also Transformers? Catch them. The higher UPS led by him believe that the growth of mankind will one day destroy the Earth. It is better to freeze the high-level elites of the Umbrella Company before this, and then destroy the human race. After the human beings are purged, the resources and facilities are still there, and then these people will be thawed, the antibodies of the T-virus will be distributed, and all the organisms infected with the virus will die, thus ruling the Earth. It can be said that Isaacs is the maker of all destruction. Actively leaked virus killed 7 billion people. Boom! The armored vehicles were full of fire, and all kinds of weapons were fired in unison. It's really scary, these 5.5 natives. Kizaru's face turned cold, and he kicked it directly. Whoosh! The blazing golden light directly smashed various bullets and shells, and it fell on the armored vehicle unabated. Boom! The armored vehicle with strong defense exploded directly, and thousands of zombies were affected in the rear. Alice was sluggish for a long time before she said two words. Monster! Another half-hour later. Inside the hive. Activate security monitoring. Wesker, the big boss in the last episode, looked at the picture outside the hive with heavy eyes. The previously captured picture was of Kizaru raising his hand and destroying the armored vehicle, but after a while, the three of them arrived at Raccoon City, which was definitely a huge threat. The Red Queen projected not far away said flatly, "The honeycomb security system has been fully activated and entered into automatic operation." 99. Do not. Wesker turned his head and said, "Exit the automatic operation, and I will operate the defense system myself." The Red Queen wanted to refute, but when she saw the three people rushing towards the screen, she said flatly, "As you wish, the hive defense system is now under your control." Wesker picked up a glass of wine and said fiercely, "Release the hellhound. Cerberus on." As the Red Queen's voice fell, dozens or hundreds of licking hellhounds rushed out of the hive with rotten bodies, guarding the outside. Chapter 179. Outside the hive. Is this the power of a nuclear bomb? Raccoon City Center, Kizaru and Aokichi looked at the huge pit ahead and couldn't help but be surprised. The deep pit collapsed for hundreds of meters, with a vertical and horizontal kilometer, and the impact range was even greater. The area of dozens of miles has turned into a plain, and it was only caused by a single blow from a weapon. If we were at the center of the explosion, you and I would die too. Aokichi once again has a new understanding of the power of technology, and Uranus-Pluton is also a technology product. The larger the yield, the higher the core temperature, the nuclear bomb with tens of millions of tons, its explosion center. It can instantly explode with a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. To know that the surface of the Sun is 6,000 degrees, and its center is less than 20 million degrees. Hundreds of millions of terrifying heat, even Logia will be destroyed by energy, which belongs to energy collision, but it is only the most central instantaneous explosion. But it's not a problem for the two to escape the central explosion in advance, but the aftermath also has an impact, and the radiated energy is very troublesome. There's a beehive. Alice pointed to the exposed corner of the underground laboratory in front of her, her face a little ugly. Because hundreds of zombie dogs rushed over, so if the Red Queen asked her to get some antibodies, it would be death. It's scary, old man, 99. Kizaru, who was about to pretend to force a wave, Aokichi shot directly. Ice Age. The terrifying cold air erupted like a torrent, spreading for thousands of meters in an instant, directly freezing all the hellhounds. But avoiding the hive just right, Aokichi charged straight ahead. Don't mess with Kizaru. All I-04, it's so scary, I almost scared the old man to death. Kizaru pouted and disappeared, leaving only Alice in the wind. That guy with shit all over his head has something wrong with his brain. Close the hive. Seeing the scene just frozen, Wesker couldn't help but panic. Start the closure program. With the door closed, the Red Queen's eyes lit up. Boom. The next moment, the strong defense of the hive was directly breached. A series of alarms sounded. Kizaru and Aokiji passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals, killing everything in seconds. If the target continues to follow this route, they'll be here in 20 seconds. In the gorgeous hall, the Red Queen's words made Wesker look fierce. Wake them up. 35. It is good. The Red Queen did not refuse, and opened the command directly. The 2 Kizaru entered from the top of the hive. While landing in the air, Kizaru's eyes widened. It's scary, this world. Keep only one's own people, clean the world, and then rule the world. How dirty. Aokiji's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a chill filled his body. From top to bottom, there are thousands of meters below, and the surrounding buildings with a sense of technology are full of frozen nutrition warehouses. Densely placed together, thousands of people are refrigerated at low temperature. These people are the high-level elites of the Umbrella, safely waiting for the end of the Doomsday Plan, and after awakening, they will control the world. Noah's Ark of the Powerful. In the inner hall, a man in a black suit said, "Is the clearing plan completed?" "No." Wesker shook his head. "Then why wake me up?" If Kizaru was here, he would also be surprised, because the man in black who was awakened was the mastermind behind it, Dr. Isaacs. The one killed before, Isaacs on the armored vehicle was just a clone, and its body was also refrigerated. Boom. At this moment, the door shattered, and 2 figures rushed over. "You." There was a strange light in Isaac's eyes, and various pictures appeared in front of him. Fighting prediction software. Directly start predicting the possibility of various battles, killing people with a pen, killing people with glass, etc., all in the most scientific way to reasonably predict various battles, and call out the screen to guide. A series of operation screens are completed. 100% probability of destroying the target. Seeing this, Isaacs laughed. His strength is also extremely strong, completely surpassing human beings, and with the assistance of fighting prediction software, who is he afraid of? Although the 2 people in front of him are tall, they are a younger brother in front of him. Isaacs, he thought. "Listen, I'm AI. AI your sister." Kizaru, who was disgusted by Isaac's smile, raised his hand and the light condensed. The target's attack energy exceeds the acceptable range, it cannot escape, and the mortality rate is 100%. Do not. This was the last picture Isaacs saw, and in his shock, a golden light blazed. Boom. At the moment when Isaacs turned into a blood mist, Wesker was shocked. Also shocked was the old lady who was awakened and came out in a wheelchair. The old lady is another founder of the Umbrella Company, the daughter of Marcus, the discoverer of the T-virus. Progeria was cured by the T-virus for a period of time, but soon disappeared and became an old man. Similarly, Alice is also her clone, and the Red Queen is also made in her 10-year-old appearance. Owning 50% of the company's shares, it is currently the largest holder of the Umbrella. But the old lady responded quickly and said immediately, "You've been fired, Wesker. Umbrella employees, no harm is allowed. Ordinary people, unprotected." The Red Queen's response was faster, and the moment the voice fell, the gate behind Wesker was mobilized. Bang! The huge and heavy gate fell, directly smashing Wesker's lower body, dying on the spot and living for a few minutes at most. "Ah? Who is this?" "Forget it, it's just a trick." Ignoring Wesker, who stepped into death, Kizaru looked at the Red Queen and said, "Submit to our Imperial Majesty, I will not kill that woman in a wheelchair. Can you understand?" The old lady's expression changed, and then she said solemnly, "What is your purpose?" Kizaru's play taste, "This world's Minjayu Empire wants to save this world, does it count?" Psychological analysis, he didn't lie. Energy analysis, unstoppable. Red Queen's words silenced the old lady, and finally sighed, "Transfer all the authority of the hive to him, Red Queen. Umbrella authority transfer. New in power, please leave your name." There were only these 2 sentences left on the screen, and a projection fell on Kizaru and kept scanning. "Interesting, it's not for nothing, but the old man can't control you." Looking at the high-tech in the hall, Kizaru was full of interest and took out the bright moon batch. "Where is your core? See if you can understand this." Crack. The ground opened mechanized, the complex parts turned, and the box full of science fiction rose up. "Try it." 35. Kizaru put the Minjayu badge on it, and the next moment, the Minjayu badge disappeared and turned into a mark. Name of the person in power, Xia. All the umbrellas, pay tribute to the great Emperor Minjayu Empire. Under the consternation of the old lady, these 2 sentences appeared on all screens. The Red Queen. Salute to the great Emperor Minjayu Emperor. Even the Red Queen is full of humanized expressions, kneeling on the ground, that is indescribable reverence and loyalty. "In my name, the infected will perish." The next moment, Xiaoya's voice suddenly echoed throughout the world. Rustling. In an instant, countless zombies all over the world turned into dust and disappeared into nothingness. Even the virions in the air disappeared. The old lady in the hall also disappeared because she was also injected with T-virus. However, Alice did not disappear, because she survived the T-virus, but the infection factor was eliminated, and people were not within the scope of Xia elimination. In the whole world, there are only more than 4,000 people left, and other creatures are almost extinct. How tragic. Bring back all the scientists and data. Everyone else in the hive is gone. 99. Yes, Your Majesty. A month. All the nobles of the kingdom are destroyed. 2 months. The traces of the pirate villain are eliminated. 3 months. A year of duty-free world. The establishment of the various ministries of the empire, the military and political stability. The 4 seas are divided into East Continent, West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. Each state establishes a governor, and its sub-provincial, city, and county governors. The major islands of the Grand Line are divided into provinces, governors, municipalities, and governors by area. The turmoil has subsided. 4 months. Marie Joyce has been rebuilt and renamed Minjiu City. The empire is stable at 190, and the states are traded. The Grand Line opens and adventurers register to travel. The original marine was renamed the Imperial Marine, guarding the islands and states. The mechanic develops various desert islands and develops the Red Line. The Imperial College was established to train the elites of the empire. Schools are established in each state and province, and the children of the empire can enter school when they reach the age. 5 months. Imperial Academy develops electric network, first computers enter states. All capable people in the world, all the top vice admiral and above, all belong to the Imperial Army. 6 months. The cross-sea train runs through the Comm Belt, connecting with South Blue in the east and North Blue in the west. The Imperial elite runs through the Red Line, the East-North Blue is connected, and the West-South Blue is connected. The 4 seas trade through, and the world economy is booming. 7 months. The world is thriving, and the influence of the former world government has been completely eliminated. The Tianlong slave farm was established, and the Celestial Dragons elite turned into slaves to fight the villain, which attracted countless onlookers. New species added to the Imperial Zoo, Celestial Dragons. 8 months. The first phones to hit the states. New media in all states ushered in a big explosion. 9 months. The mechanical family develops the Imperial flying battleship, known as the Flying Aircraft Carrier. Minjiu Glory took Anas and his gang to conquer the surrounding life planets. Imperial Army weapon upgrades, laser guns, laser swords make a splash in the world. 10 months. State planes take off. TV enters thousands of households. 11 months. The moon becomes the center of power. A high-ranking official in the nautical world is appointed to the Red Line Minjiu City, and the gate of the world stands in Minjiu City, which informs the Moon Empire. 12 months. Satellite lifts off. Shock the world. Countless people are also talking about it, and the ministers are even more so. The development of the world is too fast. Is this the power of technology? Yes, the strong in the empire practice metaphysics, and the development of the empire uses science. But, what exactly is metaphysics? 66.5. P.S. New World is open, please support. Chapter 180. Many ministers marveled at the changes in the world. After Vegapunk joined the Imperial Academy of Sciences, they learned His Majesty's philosophy and collided with the scientific geniuses of the mechanical family to have countless sparks. The technology and information brought by the Resident Evil crisis have made the Empire's technology explode. After the super artificial intelligence became popular, it amazes all scientists, and its capabilities are even more powerful. Those technologies that take decades to change are all over the world in just 1 year. Of course, this was done with the full support of the Empire, and any department would be given a green light. Computers, mobile phones, TVs, refrigerators, airplanes, etc., will not increase the strength of the Empire, but they can increase the happiness index of the civilians, that His Majesty said. Happiness index? It is said that Whitebeard and Kaido don't fight anymore, and play games online at home every day? Virtual network. Yes, the Imperial powerhouse did not waste time, but indulged in the virtual network created by Xia. To the Red Queen management of Resident Evil, of course, to the Red Queen to break through a lot. The virtual network currently only allows the owner of the imprint of the Bright Moon to enter, and it is a world that is nearly 100% real. Even if you die in it, it will only consume some mental power and sleep. The virtual world currently starts from a human level 1 star, to a human level 6 star. Xia has created countless races and powerhouses, and the Imperial powerhouses and army teams are excited to fight every day to learn and improve. Of course, Xia was also troubled by the metaphysics that puzzled the Empire. Although the virtual network has created countless racial powerhouses, they also fight with their own bodies and talents. It is no different from fighting in the pirate world, and there are no exercises. Headache, how to create the exercises. Omniscient and omnipotent, Xia has no background at all. The practice is to develop oneself, strengthen oneself with various energies such as spiritual power, enhance the state, and reasonably enhance the combat power. Otherwise, like Whitebeard, who fights every day and night, and is not a superhuman, how much strength can he improve? If a pirate powerhouse wants to improve his strength, he can only rely on time to grind, and a little bit of enhancement haki strengthens his physique, and no matter how rich his combat experience is, it will not change qualitatively. Even if you create a lot of awesome moves, the moves also depend on the person. If you don't have enough strength, it's a bells and whistles. But I don't know anything about energy upgrades and cultivation techniques. Xia even turned all the novels she had read into books, and then researched and created them. The result? He found himself so stupid, reading novels and researching exercises, crazy. Xia broke the realm one by virtue of the fusion of all ethnic groups and the terrifying spiritual energy and physical energy. But what about Roger and the others? In addition to combat power, what kind of realm is there? Xia can fly by himself when he reaches the 6-star realm. Even if Roger and others reach 7-star combat power, don't even think about flying by himself, because there is still no realm. It is said that there is no realm. It is better to say that it is the level of life, and the essence of life has not progressed. The life essence of the human level 6-star is an extraordinary life, which can increase the lifespan and fly in the flesh, but it is difficult for the Empire powerhouse to improve the life level. Therefore, combat power and realm are two concepts. It is still necessary to rely on energy to improve the level of life. 35. Haki in the seafaring world is too slow to improve. Yes, energy, as long as there is another world that relies on energy to enhance its strength, I can analyze it. Therefore, it corresponds to the human body and creates a practice that belongs to the Empire. Xiaoya's eyes brightened with energy. The owner of the imprint of the moon can learn any world power system, any exercises, and integrate any world energy, which means, as long as Xiaoya analyzes the key to energy upgrade, then the exercises created are the most comprehensive. The world has only fighting spirit? The world has only spiritual energy? The world has only magic power? All are fine. As long as Xiaoya creates the exercises, the owner of the Minjiao mark can absorb any energy to progress, improve the realm, and enhance the level of life. It's been a year, the empire is stable, and the new world can be opened. The best is a world with energy upgrades. I'm looking forward to it. 39. Xiaoya thought about it, walked out of the different space, and sent a sound transmission to the past. Go and inform all the imperial troops, prepare for the battle, inform the minister to open the court meeting, Annas. Yes, your majesty. Hashtag. Minjiao Palace. The hall is extremely magnificent and extremely vast. Come on, see your majesty. All the ministers are congratulated. Xiaoya looked up, Wenchen He, Beckman, Minjiao Glory, and some elite ministers of superpowers. Generals Whitebeard, Kaido, Redhead, Roger, Sengoku, Tisk, so many. To be honest, the system of the empire is a bit messy, but it's okay. It is a new system formed by combining the 3 ancient provinces and 6 parts of the earth, the modern system of the earth, and the system of navigation. Emphasis on strengthening the supremacy of imperial power, strict legislation, inner saints, and outer kings. But Xiaoya still felt that something was wrong, and the most important thing was Wenchen. Many systems are a bit messy and bloated, but there is no problem at present, and the courtiers have no better ideas, not to mention Xiaoya. Omniscience and omnipotence is a pit. But Xiaoya is a pure Chinese, and she is dressed to the moon. He really wanted to bring over famous officials from the Qin and Han dynasties, the 3 Kingdoms period, and the Sui and Tang dynasties, but he couldn't do it at present. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. There is no problem at the moment. No problem, it's all based on Xiaoya's prestige, no one dares to make a fuss. But in the long run, there will always be some small problems, and we can only wait for the opportunity to open the ancient Chinese world. This meeting is easy. Open the new world and conquer it. Xiaoya's words fell like landmines in the hall. In an instant, everyone's eyes became excited. Do you know how they spent this year? It's so cool, ahem. But it can still be more refreshing. After all, this world does not have any challenges, and a new world can bring new vitality. Your Majesty, your servant Kaido, apply for battle. Your Majesty, the old minister has neither credit nor hard work, please take Wei Chen with you. Your Majesty, please don't leave me, please bring Wei Chen. In an instant, Kaido, Kizaru, Red Hair and others all spoke up. The passion of the courtiers has begun to burn, and they all want to go. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of generals. Xiaoya's words reassured the ministers. They rubbed their palms one after another, wishing for a battle. System, let's get started. Seeing the excited appearances of the ministers, Xiaoya was also looking forward to it. Directly let the system start the second lunar space gate. No, the system will automatically select the world before starting. Ding, the world is choosing. Xiaoya was immersed, and light and shadows suddenly appeared in her mind. These lights and shadows are all worlds. Yes, no matter how big the world is, even if there are countless universes and 3,000 worlds in it, it is considered a world, and the world named is all light and shadow. Looking at the worlds in the light and shadow, one by one, Tianjiao flashed past. Xiaya's heart was very surging. Drop. Drop. It's drop. Danyos, ding, the two-dimensional world is being selected. The picture in front of Xiaya changed, and the light and shadow disappeared a lot. There is only a sea of light and shadow that is full of colorful atmospheres. But among them, there are still extremely terrifying and unimaginable worlds. Ding, human-level two-dimensional selection is in progress. In an instant, the breath of light and shadow plummeted, and Xiaya was inexplicably disappointed. To be honest, with his title of Lord of the Moon, he is not afraid of the rank of heaven, let alone the rank of heaven. Even if the prehistoric times are opened, he dares to go over and make waves. There is no moon in Honghuang. However, there is a lunar star in Honghuang. It was an unimaginable and terrifying planet, and its size could not be estimated. Xiaya dared to take the lunar star across the Xiao Palace. There is also the supremacy of privileges and imperial power. As long as you occupy the territory and stick to it for a month, omniscience and omnipotence will spread. It's so cool to take the lunar star to the flood, snatch resources, and plunder the exercises. Forget it, it's all Xiaya's fantasy, so I choose to continue. Ding, human-level two-dimensional world, open. P.S. New world is open, please support. Chapter 181. Ninja World? Hokage Ninja? Xiaya looked at the light and shadow, and the world within it was rapidly approaching. Some people sneered and sneered, secretly all kinds of conspiracies, living thousand-year-old yin ratio. But he has a kind of filial piety that is unmatched by ordinary people. Inside there is a pair of circle eyes, shouting every day that I am electricity, you are light, Baba. I am a god, you are a coward, and everyone here is trash. There were people in it who were extremely dissolute and looked white-haired. In fact, he was a super wretched man, running around with a pig face, followed by a lot of young women chasing him furiously. There are people with white eye disease, and there are pseudo-snake mothers in them. Some of them have pink eye disease, and some of them are black and white. Tisk tisk, it's so heroic. This size, this shape, doesn't even hang. Suddenly seeing a certain blonde woman scrubbing, Xiaya sighed with emotion. Ninja girl super murderer. I would like to call you the strongest. Wonderful world, 39. It turned out to be this period, nothing to be afraid of. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaya's mind was clear. In the ninja world, except for the existence of very few fouls, other so-called shadows really can't withstand the offensive of the Empire's powerhouses. The world is good, at least it has energy. What Xiaya hopes most now is a world of energy upgrading, so as to analyze the creation method. Xiaya doesn't care about chakra or anything, she just wants to understand the basic way of raising the state of energy. Okay, let's go to the side hall to discuss. When Xiaya raised her hand, nearly 100 documents of the ninja world fell into the hands of the ministers. Minjiu Hall's side hall 190 is also a conference room, which is convenient for everyone to sit and discuss. Inside the palace, everyone is immersed in the excitement of the ninja world. Ninjutsu. Chakra. Blood follows the limit. 5 countries. 5 villages. This world is very different from the seafaring world, but also similar to the legend of Wanakuni, which has aroused the enthusiasm of everyone. Ah! The strongest people in this world are basically the village chiefs. Kizaru took off his sunglasses, and the dead fish's eyes were full of astonishment. Could you please be more aggressive? After all, it is the strongest military force in a country, and they are all nested in the same village, don't you feel aggrieved? Look at Kaido. The redhead's focus was very different, and he said with wide eyes, your daughter became a man in Konoha village and became the captain of the Umbu squad, she is a genius, 35. Kaido's eyelids twitch. Anything else? Everyone looked through the information, and Whitebeard laughed even more, goo la la la, it's so miserable, it's become an experiment. As expected of your daughter, she survived as a transgender. Kaido's face turned black to charcoal. Garp also laughed, Kaido did a great job. I didn't expect you to send your daughter to Konoha to be an undercover agent. Your Majesty might reward you, ha 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 ha. Go away from me. Kaido roared angrily, his face full of displeasure. Sure enough, scandals spread thousands of miles, and family scandals cannot be made public. His daughter Yamato worships Eve, Kojiki Odin and runs away from home every day, which has been laughed at many times in the upper echelons of the empire. After half an hour, everyone has a basic understanding of the ninja world, and secretly compares their strengths. Except for the Otsutsuki clan who perform family ethics dramas every day, the empire is not afraid of it. Can even take the whole world at the fastest speed, and finally count Otsutsuki. Not to mention other ninjutsu, but there are 2 ninjutsu that attract everyone's attention. Konoha Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. 8 Inner Gates. The burly men such as Kaidozo looked at 8 inner gates with intense eyes. But Sengoku Beckman and others can't help but frown at impure world reincarnation. The cracking method also made everyone ponder. 1. Kill the caster. 2. Seal the body. 3. Seal the soul. Like resurrecting the dead to crack, relying on the will of the dead to crack, seizing control, etc., the imperial powers cannot do it. It is also very troublesome to find the performer, seeing and hearing the color perception, do not know who is performing the operation, everyone does not understand the principle of chakra. It's too simple, as long as it's not better than me, no matter how much it is, it's rubbish. Anas spoke arrogantly, the soul attack he developed, no matter how many reincarnators you have, as long as you are not stronger than him, all of them will destroy the soul. Everyone nods, it is not a big trouble, after attacking, take down all those who know this ninjutsu first. Go prepare for battle. Attack in 10 days. 99. Yes, your majesty. Everyone held back their excitement and was about to leave when Xiaoya's voice came again. The Heavenly Emperor's guard, set off immediately to clean up the new moon. Wow! In an instant, Whitebeard and the others' envious gazes fell on the Hawkeyes. His Majesty's bodyguard really had benefits, and even set off for New World ahead of schedule. However, the review of the Heavenly Emperor's guard is extremely strict, but in the end, it depends on Xiaoya's mood. Yes, your majesty. Zo, Hawkeye, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Hellmand were excited. Even Hawkeye, this cold ice cube, grinned, no, wicked smile. Go. Xiaoya opens new lunar portal. New world, start. Thousands of years ago. Atsutsuki Kagaya and Atsutsuki came to Earth in one go, but the two parted ways due to infighting. Kagaya consumes the chakra fruit and becomes the goddess of Mao. With the blessings of countless people, Kagaya created 2 sons with the help of Yin and Yang. Due to mutual misunderstanding, Yui and Hamura fought Kagaya for several months, which brought great disaster to the world. In the end, Yui and Hamura broke through in strength, sealed Kagaya with the planetary devastation of the power of Yin and Yang, and the moon appeared. Since then, Atsutsuki Hago Romo founded ninja, known as Sage of 6 Paths. Atsutsuki Hamura moved to the moon with his clan to guard Gadu statue. Thousands of years, as if bombing the command room. The former ninja, the former goddess of Mao, has long been forgotten by everyone. Only the name of Sage of 6 Paths is still circulating in the world. Ninjutsu is multiplied by tens of thousands, and the boundaries of blood are also varied. Countless talents have emerged in large numbers, and countless heroes have fallen. Now. Lunar surface. Brush. A portal opened, and 5 figures appeared one after another. Here is. Hellmand looked at the barren moon, and then looked at the blue earth in the distance, and couldn't help feeling emotional. This kind of desolation, I haven't seen it for more than a year. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Hawkeye couldn't help nodding. The moon in the nautical world used to be pitted, but it can be turned into a prosperous world under the power of Xiaoya. Looking at it now, I miss it, a ghost. There's a good smell in there. Zhou Wu scratched his head and opened his mouth naively. He felt that the moon, which seemed to be calm and nothing at all, was extremely dangerous inside. At the same time, inside a magnificent palace inside the moon. Someone came to the moon. 35. As if sensing something, in the palace, a middle-aged man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes. Descendants of Hamura, the white-eyed Atsutsuki clan. Father, what's wrong? Next to him was an 11 or 12-year-old white-haired boy with empty eyes. Even if he didn't have eyes, he didn't fuse other people's eyes, because there was a bigger goal. Atsutsuki Shiren, who has no eyes since birth, is the branch house's greatest hope. If you have a white eye with extremely high purity, and then fuse with the blood of Atsutsuki, you can open the Tensagen of the ancestors. It's okay, there are some little mice. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he frowned, damn the clan, for the ridiculous piece, they used all their strength to fight us. Unfortunately, you all turned into dust under the power of the huge Tensagen. Shiren, you have to remember that the world created by Sage of 6 Paths has been chaotic for thousands of years. It was a failure and should have been destroyed long ago, ahem. Saying that, the middle-aged man at Satsuki Fenjayun couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood, and his breath plummeted. Injuries explode. Atsutsuki's complexion changed drastically. Father. P.S. The first, Atsutsuki is the one behind the scenes of Borin Chuan, and he Hui Yoryuki descends, hiding for thousands of years, and owns the second 10 tails. Second, regarding Yui Yamura, Kagaya in the animation is a child born to the Emperor of the Motherland. But the book of the manga introduces, Kagaya is an ascetic, and the child comes from everyone's blessing. Just follow the comic setting, you know. Third, New World opens, ask for support. Chapter 182. Father. Seeing Atsutsuki vomiting blood, Atsutsuki Shiren suddenly became nervous. Father, are you alright? Don't worry, father is fine. Atsutsuki smiled indifferently, and then became serious. Torin, remember, we must awaken Tensagen and complete our branch house ideal, understand? Father, I will remember. 11 or 12-year-old Itsutsuki could not help but suffer, knowing that his father's time was running out. Everything is because of different ideas, and the civil war is tragic. After Hamura's death, the descendants were divided into two groups because of their different understandings and interpretations of the last words of their ancestors. Those who advocate the destruction of the earth are branch houses, and those who advocate peace are clans. Especially the disappearance of Kadu statue a few decades ago has exacerbated the contradiction between the branch house of the clan. The double war continued for decades, and finally Itsutsuki defeated the clan who advocated peace with the huge Tensagen. But the civil war was tragic, the clan was completely destroyed, the branch house was almost destroyed, and the Itsutsuki situation was also seriously injured. Even Yang Dun can't repair it, because the injury is caused by Yang Dun's attack. When you awaken Tensagen, it will destroy the earth and create a whole new world. The cold words of Itsutsuki resounded in the palace. Outside this majestic and magnificent palace, there are countless suspended sky islands floating everywhere. One of them sits on an island with a huge idol, called Hamura Shrine. There is a huge Tensagen enshrined in the temple, and the infinite and mysterious brilliance circulates in it. This is the eye of God fused with countless white eyes. Little mice, tremble under the pride of Itsutsuki. 35. Lunar surface. The guards are looking for a place to enter the interior, or blast away. There is movement. Hellman's sharp eyes looked into the distance, and everyone couldn't help but be a little wary. I didn't feel the breath of life, but it had a murderous intent like 1,000 troops. Boom! As if some invisible barrier had broken open. The next moment, under the surprised eyes of everyone, the dense army rushed over with murderous aura. At a glance, it is no less than tens of thousands. Ah! What is this? 35. There was confusion in Kizaru's eyes. These people have no life breath, but their movements are extremely sensitive, their speed is extremely fast, and they still have a lot of energy. A manipulative puppet? Whoosh whoosh! In the contemplation of the crowd, the army of tens of thousands of puppets was separated by a few hundred meters, and the golden chakra light balls began to be released from their hands, bombarding them wildly. Like a violent storm, the sky is filled with golden balls of light, making people have nowhere to hide. Is this chakra? Perceiving the energy of its golden light ball, Aokiji was curious, and his hands were not slow at all. Ice Age. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The highly condensed power of freezing seems to have formed a substantial ray of light, which instantly swept across the battlefield. The power of freezing spreads rapidly, and more than 10 miles ahead were instantly frozen into an ice field. In an instant, all the puppets turned into lifelike ice sculptures, shimmering with inexplicable brilliance. Nice power. At the same time, Hellman sighed, and a monstrous black energy rose from his body. The terrifying darkness turned into a tsunami in the blink of an eye, covering the sky for thousands of meters, and it always exudes a devouring, gloomy aura. Rustling. The golden chakra in the sky is like a drop of water into the sea, swaying subtle ripples in the dark, and disappearing in a blink of an eye. They came from there before, go. Hawkeye made a dull sound and rushed forward with the black knife in hand. The crowd followed, crossing over the frozen puppets, and Zoe curiously pointed with his finger. Boom! In an instant, the ice cubes exploded directly like a bomb, spreading for dozens of meters. The people who were caught off guard were splashed with ice chips, and Zhou Wu immediately said naively, "Sorry, I didn't mean to, I really just tapped it lightly." 5. Hawkeye also twitched the corner of his mouth, and then thought deeply, although Ziuao's strength is great, this situation will not happen, obviously. Be careful. Hawkeye, who was about to say something, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and instantly his armed body flew backwards. Boom boom boom. The next moment, as if the Boni no Mi card collapsed. In almost a second, all the frozen puppets exploded and turned into cold fragments. The chakra on his body seems to have turned into a power source, and the explosion of tens of thousands of puppets caused a loud noise. The range of several kilometers vertically and horizontally was instantly overturned by the explosion. It's so scary, these puppets. Kizaru dodged in the sky, frowning at the surface that looked like a baptism of cannonballs. The self-destruction of these little puppets cannot affect them, but this way of self-destruction of energy makes everyone a little more alert to the existence of the interior of the moon. After all, it was the army, and they gave up without hesitation. How ruthless. Found it. 39. On the other side, after Hellman escaped, he appeared at the spot where the puppet flew out, but this place was still barren and there was no sign. Obviously it is some kind of enchantment written in the data. Your Majesty said, one force will break all laws. Zhou Wu Han opened his mouth, but his expression was very serious. When he raised a punch, everyone couldn't help but tighten their bodies, for fear that Zhou Wu would open up. Boom. Under the terrifying force, the invisible barrier instantly turned into glass. Clicking, in the blink of an eye, dense cracks filled the void, and under everyone's attention, the halo that covered a huge area shattered. A channel full of energy appears. Brush. After seeing the passage, everyone jumped in. At the same time, the puppet team failed. Even the connection world was broken. Having said that, Atsutsuki was calm. Because the huge Tensagen in the luxurious hall is his greatest strength. Father, why don't we immediately destroy the earth and create the new world? 55. Atsutsuki said terrifying things as plain as water, looking forward to it. Not urgent. Looking at Jiren with empty eyes, Atsutsuki said mildly, the earth is there and can be destroyed at any time, but you still need to grow, and the future Atsutsuki needs you to revive. 35. 0. Ask for flowers. He went to Earth more than 10 years ago and observed another white eye, the Hyaga family. But it is a pity that there is no white eye with extremely high purity, and I don't know if there is any now. Waiting for Shiren to grow for a few more years and have the power to control the huge Tensagen, then go to Earth to search for it. But his injury, time is running out. Gadu statue disappeared again, the situation on Earth is unknown, it is better to stay on the moon and teach Shiren for a while. Shiren, you, looking for death, but trespassing on the ancestral land. 35. Suddenly, Atsutsuki Fenjayun looked into the distance, his face overflowing with murderous intent, and instantly disappeared in place. Only Atsutsuki was left behind, and he closed his eyes and silently felt the power of the huge Tensagen. On the other side, the moment they landed, Aokiji and the others couldn't help but be surprised. There is a continent above the boundless blue sea, and there is another continent floating on the sky far away. Opposite the sea, on the floating sky island, prosperous and magnificent buildings abound. 0. The most amazing thing is that a huge artificial sun rises high above the sky. Its warmth and its radiance make people almost mistake it for the real sun. It is even more incredible than the interior of the moon in the nautical world. It seems that the people here are not simple. Aokiji murmured, but to his astonishment, there was almost no breath of life here. Ice Age. The blazing cold air fell into the sea and instantly froze. The crowd crossed the sea, fell into the forest, shuttled continuously, and then stagnant. There is a mountain in front, but there are some dilapidated ruins everywhere. Look. Following Kizaru's discovery, everyone looked. There seems to be an ancestral temple at the rear. A statue of a few people tall, with 2 horns on its head, looks extremely ancient, but it has long been worn down by the years. There's also a passage here. 35. Following Aokiji's opening, everyone saw a dark and deep passage behind the stone statue. The art master was bold, and everyone walked in without any fear. After walking through the stairs of the underground passage, everyone found that there were countless tombs in front of them, lined up in rows. Here, life is dead and extremely gloomy. Especially the huge coffin in the center, even if it has been gone for a long time, it still reveals a heart-pounding aura. It's that statue again, it seems that his status was very high. Looking at the huge statue in front, everyone didn't know who it was. The information given by Xiaya did not introduce too much about the Atsutsuki Hamura family. Right now, those who trespass on the ancestral land, die. P.S. It's not clear when the Zone family was destroyed, and I can't find it, but Jiren always has parents. The original work is that he grew up by himself. So set up, not long after the Zone family was destroyed, there were only 2 people left in the branch house, and Jiren's father died of serious injuries a few months later. It happened that only Jiren grew up alone. If you have any questions, please leave a message and revise it in time. Chapter 183. Die. The cold voice exploded like thunder, and the terrifying momentum was madly washed over. The surrounding air pressure suddenly compressed, and the golden chakra formed a dazzling brilliance, directly illuminating the entire cemetery, containing a terrifying murderous intent. Yang done breaking the mountain. The figure of Atsutsuki appears out of thin air. The incomparably violent golden chakra condensed crazily in his hand, turned into a dazzling golden light, crushed the air and blasted away at everyone. Good come. Seeing the golden light coming from the lasing, the people who had been on guard were not surprised at all, and the eagle eye was even more slashed. Whoosh! The knife light ripped apart the void, instantly forming an astonishingly huge knife light, condensed as the substance, glowing with a strange emerald green light, and in the blink of an eye it crossed the cemetery. The golden light and the sword light collide. Boom! As if dozens of missiles exploded together, most of the coffins in Nita's cemetery were shaken into pieces, and a terrible air wave swept all directions. What a powerful energy! Eagle eyes condensed. I just feel as if a golden sun appeared in front of me like 90 out of thin air. The terrifying energy actually broke through the sword light and bombarded him. A bunch of natives. With one blow, Atsutsuki's indifferent expression was high. It's as if everyone present is trash. Boom. 35. But in the next moment, Atsutsuki's expression froze. I saw Hawkeye lifted the knife, and a black ray of light boiled over it, and it collided with the afterglow of the golden light, and only took a step back unharmed. Allah, just call the native when you come up, it seems that your strength is not very good. 9. Aokiji opened his mouth at the right time, but his body was cold. Atsutsuki's face turned cold. It's ridiculous, but after taking a blow from me, such a proud face is really disgusting. Light speed kick. Even in the sudden shock of Otsutsuki, a dazzling golden light burst out at a terrifying speed, as if to kick him into pieces. Boom boom boom. Countless smashing sounds rang out in a short moment. The surrounding air seemed to be roaring wildly, most of the coffins turned to ashes, and a huge hole was blasted out of the cemetery. This guy is so scary. Even the old man's sneak attack escaped. When the dust cleared and the scene in front of him was clearly seen, Kizaru's wretched brows furrowed a little. Nice bloodline limit. It hurts me, be proud, native of the earth. Between the arrogant words, Otsutsuki Fenjayun's abdomen was rubbed with blood marks, and his eyes became solemn while pulling away. 1 is 2 meters in front of you, 3 are 3 meters, and 1 is 10 meters. This combination, Earthlings upgraded? What a powerful life force! Even under the watchful eyes of Aokiji and others, the so-called bloodstains of Otsutsuki disappeared instantly. The golden chakra flame on Otsutsuki Fenjayun seemed to be emitting a terrifying vitality. The power of Yang Dun. At this moment, Xia, who was far away on the moon in the nautical world, opened her eyes and looked sideways. Hokage Moon is naturally under the control of the title lord, but the golden chakra on Otsutsuki Fenjayun's body, and the moves just now, are the deep development of Yang Dun. Yin Dun and Yang Dun. The power of Yin, which takes the power of imagination and spiritual energy as the source, is created in nothing. The power of Yang, which is derived from the body energy that controls life, is endowed with life. The multiplication technique of the Akamika family, the supernatural power of the Senju family, medical ninjutsu, etc. all belong to the range of Yang escape. The immortal's body that can instantly recover any of its injuries without forming a seal is a manifestation of the ultimatization of Yang Dun. The exuberant vitality and surging chakra of Otsutsuki Fenjayun are by no means comparable to shadow power, and his Yang escape makes the attack much stronger. In terms of chakra quantity and quality, it has reached the ultimate of super shadow. Huh? That kind of injury. However, under its vigorous vitality, Xia felt the breath of dead wood, and there was an inexorable death energy that was constantly eroding its vitality. Although it does not affect the battle, it will die after a few months at most. Some injuries are hard to recover, like Senjo Hashirama, how strong Sage body was, and eventually died young. But it may also be because of the death of a lover and depression. In this world, Xia is most interested in the escape of Yin and Yang, which is the foundation of everything. Speed gets him. 35. Yes, Your Majesty. Under the astonishment of Otsutsuki, these 5 powerful people spoke very respectfully. His eyes revealed reverence that even he had not experienced in a long time. Behind them, there is a stronger existence. Suddenly, a sense of urgency emerged in his heart, and Otsutsuki rushed out of the cemetery. This is the ancestral land and cannot be destroyed anymore. Brush brush. The crowd quickly caught up, and the field of vision suddenly widened. It's in a palace. There are countless suspended sky islands floating in the air in the outside world. Some are palaces, some are temples, and some are carved with huge stone statues. The huge artificial sun outside made everyone look at it a few more times. The natives of the earth, pay the price for your violation of the ancestral land. Boom. The golden chakram mountain burst out like a tsunami from Otsutsuki Fenjayun. With his sudden fist blasting out from the air, a huge fist began to form out of thin air. All the air was expelled from the inside of the fist one by one, carrying the power of an absolute vacuum, and instantly bombarded it. Yang Dun, Shenkong strike. Everyone was on guard, as if they were facing the illusion of endless heavy mountains. Zhou stood on the spot, Aokiji and Kizaru Hellmand immediately spread out their attacks, and the eagle eye slashed instantly. Whoosh! Eagle Eye's knife is extremely sharp, a powerful slash like a silk thread appears directly from the knife, and it flies out with a terrifying speed. Condensed sword into silk. Hey! Surprised by Otsutsuki's situation, his divine air strike was directly cut open. Hawkeye was equally astonished, he not only underestimated Shenkong's strike, but also made a mistake. This huge punch of dozens of meters, even if it is cut open, only a part of the middle is missing, but it still swept in with terrifying power. Extremely fast. Boom. The horizontal knife block, the eagle eye armed the whole body. But it was hit by a terrifying fist, and in an instant, it seemed as if a huge mountain hit, and the eagle eye flew out directly. But he was caught by Zhou and stood there like a mountain. Pfft. In the same way, Hawkeye's condensed sword shredded across in an instant. Cut a piece of Otsutsuki's shoulder directly, and the blood spattered. Boom. The sky was torn apart, and the magnificent palace where everyone was located was instantly blasted into a huge hole by Otsutsuki, revealing the countless islands that were ups and downs outside. Damn, you pd me off. Feeling the pain on his shoulders, Otsutsuki was extremely angry, and his pupils suddenly shrank as Yang Dun recovered. Under his blinding 360-degree field of vision, the attack came. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. On the left side, the huge ice bird that erupted from Aokiji radiated terrifying freezing air that instantly condensed the void along the way, and the cold air on it made people shudder. Laser cannon. On the right, the dazzling golden light kicked by Kizaru is more dazzling than the artificial sun outside. Together with the ice bird, they formed a two-sided attack and directly surrounded the Otsutsuki situation. Damn, there is no one weak, what happened to the Earth's 5.5? Otsutsuki's eyes sank, and with a terrifying speed, he avoided the attack in an instant, and the terrifying chakra erupted on his body and was about to attack. However, Otsutsuki's retreat was already predicted by Hellmand, and the ready attack erupted instantly. Dark tides. Whoa! Suddenly, the endless darkness swept across the four directions, spreading over a kilometer in an instant, and all the light was swallowed up. It even drowned Otsutsuki, who had just rushed out of the attack. What? To Hellman's astonishment, his invincible dark tide was directly broken. Fiery golden light burst out from the darkness. Countless golden chakra visible to the naked eye directly tore the dark tide, and terrifying energy instantly condensed in Otsutsuki Fenjayun's hand. Forward. Under the strange eyes of everyone, Otsutsuki turned away from everyone and attacked Zou, 100 meters away. Because Xiuao is 10 meters high, he is a living target in his eyes. Yang Dun, breaking the air palm. Chapter 184. Yang Dun breaking the air palm. The surging Yang Dun chakra exploded wildly in Otsutsuki Fenjayun's body, condensed into his hands at an incredible speed, and blasted out into the distance. Boom! Shoot it with one palm, the atmosphere vibrates. Everyone only saw a strong chi that seemed to form a shocking air cannon, directly swaying ripples in the void with terrifying power and speed. Attack Zou? In an instant, the expressions of Aokiji and others became weird. It's not good for you to hit anyone, you have to hit Xiuao. When Zou Wubiao got up, no one could stop him. Haha, it's finally my time. In the next instant, Zou Wu raised his hand very excitedly and clenched his fist. What? This level of breath? The moment Zou raised his fist, Otsutsuki's heart trembled. It was the rich aura of a terrifying beast, which made him feel a fatal crisis. In an instant, flaming chakras swept over Otsutsuki Fenjayun. Under the perception of everyone, layers of energy were attached to him like armor, forming multiple defenses. And quickly evacuated into the distance, the speed is called a fast. Eat my punch? Immediately after, in the pupils of Otsutsuki, who had just turned around, Zou's fist burst out with a shocking shock that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The extremely explosive torrent of power collapsed the attack of Otsutsuki's wind and clouds, and turned into a pillar of the sky. Yue was illustrious. The terrifying impact struck, and Otsutsuki Fenjayun's entire body was continuously stretched and twisted, instantly turning into a golden light and disappearing in place. As far as the eye can see, the Otsutsuki situation that flew out like a meteor instantly smashed through the floating sky islands, and a series of roars and explosions sounded. It's so scary, I won't die. Kizaru grinned, playful. Of course, the perception of the past, not dead, after all, Zou Wu did not use all his strength. Moreover, the attack is separated by hundreds of meters, and the energy is consumed by the broken palm, and the energy is consumed by the chakra armor, but the remaining power. It's also terrifying. Father. 35. Just then, an 11 or 12-year-old child ran out with a worried expression on his face. How, no eyes? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The boy's eyes were empty, but he already had a lot of energy on his body. Brush. Hellmand came over and grabbed Otsutsuki Shiren, ignoring his struggle, and said coldly, tell me, who else is here? Humph. Kill me. Otsutsuki Shiren is quite tough and extremely calm. Hawkeye walked over and said calmly, it seems that there is no one else here. The place we saw before should be the last war here. Let me go, let him go. A loud shout sounded, and Otsutsuki Fenjayun rushed out of the ruins. Most of his clothes were turned into shreds, and his bloody body was recovering rapidly under the fiery sun chakra. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said, it's really scary, you're the second person I've ever seen, who wasn't crippled by a punch from Zou. It seems that your energy armor is very defensive. I used very little power. Zou Wu spoke in dissatisfaction, and Han's eyes sharpened. That child is your son, so fight me again, 2 punches, if you're fine, I won't kill you. This jerk. Aokiji and others looked at Zou with admiration, he actually said 2 punches? Zou Wu, who has always been a punch, has also learned this time, that is, to avoid the enemy's strange ability to avoid his fist. Let go of my. Give you. Hellmand resolutely threw Otsutsuki Shiren over, not caring very much. Oh well. Otsutsuki Fenjayun's eyes were full of killing intent, and he felt that his pride as a Otsutsuki clan had been insulted. One by one, the natives of the earth, all wait to die. Brush. The next moment, Otsutsuki Fenjayun took Shiren and disappeared in place. Zou Wu was stunned and said in a daze, hey? He won't run, right? Don't worry, this is the moon, he can run, FK. Kizaru, who was about to say something, suddenly looked into the distance in astonishment. Boom. An extremely terrifying chakra rose into the sky. As if the ion beam directly collapsed the gorgeous building, the terrible breath was surging. That's, hiss. Everyone looked into the distance, and suddenly their scalps went numb. In the shattered building, on the huge high platform, surrounded by layers of defense, a huge golden ball of light stood there. Looking closely, it turned out to be the same white eyes as Atsutsuki's situation, all gathered together, exuding a heart-pounding energy. It's really scary, the old man's mentality has collapsed. Kizaru glanced at it, and immediately got goosebumps. Those are countless eyes. Who in the end, so ruthlessly gouged out so many eyes and put them together? Pay the price for your stupidity. 99. Atsutsuki snorted coldly, and his body burst into aura, apparently connected to the giant Tensagen. The members of their Atsutsuki branch house tried their best to contribute their own white eyes, and they fused countless white eyes together to form a huge purple Tensagen, attacking the clan. After the sect was destroyed, Atsutsuki Fengyun even dug out all his eyes and fused them, making the giant Tensagen's power even stronger and turning it into golden color. Whoosh! An extremely dazzling golden light shot out from the huge Tensagen. The speed is unbelievable, and it crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, directly attacking Xiuao. Boom! The impact swept out frantically, and the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters shattered, and the aftermath stirred with a powerful energy shock, and the Hawkeyes had to retreat. Impossible. 35. When the dust dissipated, Atsutsuki Fengyun widened his eyes, his white eyes protruding a little. I saw the tower like Zhou, looking at his somewhat blackened murderous mouth with excitement, and a naive voice sounded. Huh? It even scratched my skin. Ha ha ha, you are amazing, can you be more awesome? I'm starting to get excited. Hawkeye et al. Shiren father and son. What kind of monster is this? Atsutsuki feels like his worldview is collapsing. This was a blow that once wiped out the clan, and no one could stop it. And this 10-meter man, standing there without any defense, only the murderous mouth turned black, and his skin was broken. Father, don't hold back. My dignity, Atsutsuki, cannot be lost here. Atsutsuki made a small face and spoke very seriously. Atsutsuki Fengyun gave Shiren a serious look, quite reluctant, and turned into firmness. What Shiren didn't know was that Atsutsuki's old wounds could no longer support that terrifying strength, and perhaps this was the last shot. But his pride in Atsutsuki cannot be lost. Whoosh whoosh! 190. Under the amazement of Aokiji and the others, the huge Tensagen turned into rays of light, and rushed into Atsutsuki Fengyun's body one after another. Boom! Boom! The original white eyes of Atsutsuki turned into a pair of pupils surrounded by hexagonal diamonds with golden rays of light and energy waves. His Tensagen turned out to be golden. Xia Yat, who was far away in the world of sailing, was also watching, and he did not expect that Atsutsuki would be so awakened. Tensagen Chakra Mode. Atsutsuki floated into the air, quickly forming a seal, his eyes suddenly opened, and a lot of golden chakra began to appear on his body. A white robe appeared out of thin air, and there were several Tomo logos on the raised collar. The most terrifying thing was that behind Atsutsuki Fengyun, there were 9 dark and mysterious spheres floating out of thin air, with the aura of destroying everything. This guy! So strong! Aokiji and the others have a look, and Atsutsuki's strength has become too strong in an instant. Everywhere, truth-seeking ball. When Xia saw the 9 black balls, the analysis was completed in an instant. These black balls contain the power of all things, and can make those who touch them disappear into nothingness in an instant. But not including 4 kinds of people. First, the owner of the power of 6 paths. Second, human body with 6 stars and above. Third, soul of human level 6 stars and above. Fourth, human life with 6 stars and above. In other words, truth-seeking ball is to destroy anything weaker than oneself. The premise must be met. It doesn't belong to the blood snares, it's just a special technique. The silver wheel is reborn. 99. P.S. It is an explanation for the truth-seeking ball, otherwise, if you go to other worlds, it will be too messy and impossible. Chapter 185. The silver wheel is reborn. Accompanied by a loud bang above the sky. Only when Atsutsuki Fengyun stretched out his right hand and flicked the floating truth-seeking ball beside him, the 9 truth-seeking balls immediately began to spin violently. And the speed is getting faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, a hurricane that seems to connect the heavens and the earth is directly blasted towards Zhou and others in the distance. Boom boom boom. No one can describe the power of this hurricane. A disaster like the end of the day appeared in the entire moon. A hurricane connecting the sky and the earth smashed all the objects around it. The huge power actually directly penetrated the entire moon, revealing the starry sky outside. You stand back. Zhou rushed up, the breath on his body was extremely violent. Titan punch. The breath of everyone present was stagnant, as if all the air around them burst, and as soon as the terrifying impact air column appeared, the atmospheric pressure plummeted. Boom. The air column burst out, as if an unstoppable catastrophe burst out. This is... Atsutsuki was taken aback. However, before he could react, the huge column of air instantly enveloped the entire world in front of him, and for a moment, the entire moon trembled. Boom! The collision between the two sides, all the scenes around the entire moon are hidden. For a while, there seemed to be only the rays of light that erupted from these two forces. The entire land was completely shattered, and the countless floating islands around everyone had instantly turned into the most primitive dust and ashes. And in the ninja world, just in time for the night. It is when the moon and stars are sparse. The moon today is extraordinarily large and round, and many people are watching the moon. Suddenly, countless people in the ninja world were shocked. Hey, look at the moon. Ah! What happened? I saw the corner of the moon, as if it had exploded, a huge mushroom cloud rushed out, and countless people seemed to hear a terrible loud noise. In an instant, the 5 major countries and dozens of small countries shook one after another. Could it be? Is there someone up there? Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the sky with heavy eyes. That kind of scene is similar to the scene where the terrifying ninjutsu collided. How could he not let him think too much? Mother! In the land of water, in a certain corner, Black Zetsu, who is completely black, stares absolutely at the moon. If you endure a few more years, I will surely rescue you. 99. This is the voice of Black Zetsu. Others don't understand. The guy wearing the spiral mask beside him said in a deep voice, why does the more I look at it, the more it looks like someone is fighting? You think too much. 99. As Black Zetsu spoke, his eyes turned cold. Of course he knows that there are people on the moon, who betray their mothers, and your descendants better die. However, the next moment, even Black Zetsu's eyes widened. On the moon. Damn. 99. This kind of power, how is it possible? With the help of the impact, Otsutsuki, which flew out of the interior, floated over the moon, with a black face. Most of the buildings inside the moon collapsed under that kind of collision, and what he couldn't understand the most was Zo's power. One of Tensagen's ultimate ninjutsu, collapsed with his fist. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Fenjiun spat out a mouthful of blood. His irreparable old injury could not bear the strength of Tensagen at all. Go ahead, you have one more chance. As Zo said, a big crater appeared on the ground, jumped out of the interior of the moon, and landed on the surface of the moon. I'm very satisfied with the attack just now, so. Zo don't. Kizaru and the others exclaimed, but Zo's movements were too fast. Roar. With a loud roar, Zo swelled up under the shock of Otsutsuki. Asterisk. km. Thousands of meters. Boom. The 10,000-meter giant, raise your hand, storm and thunder. The moon is creaking, and the Titan's real body is deafening and roaring. Never mind. Aokiji and others shrugged, don't you be so stubborn, what should you do to scare the people of the ninja world to death? Puff. This scene refreshed Otsutsuki's worldview again, and once again spit out blood. And silently put away the stone statue of Hamura that was about to be released, and took it out shamelessly. The stone statue of Hamura is so big, it's not big enough for Zo to punch. What is that? God, it's too big. Countless people in the ninja world looked at the sky in horror. This is the night of the full moon, and the scene of Wanmaizu at this moment seems to be in front of me. They don't know how big the moon is, but the figure is clearly beyond imagination. In an instant, the world shook again. The leaders of the major forces, Chi-Chi was awakened, looked at the moon, and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. With such a giant on the moon, who can resist? This god. 35. Well, my god. Grass. A certain circle of eyes in the land of rain, hesitating for a long time, finally cursed his mother. As a legend in the ninja world, the eyes are circled, and the built-in vision function is excellent. It can see much farther than the blind eye, just like a telescope. Especially the terrifying Zo, who was so big, and the thunderstorm added his body, was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Am I really God? Pain, no, the scrawny body Nagato, glanced at him, and couldn't help falling into a cold sweat. It's not scary, the tailed beast is very big, but it is only a few dozen meters. Can you imagine the scene where the 10,000-meter giant smashed down with one punch? Who can avoid the attack range? Especially the thunder and storms on his body, Nagato knew with his toes, and it turned the world upside down when he moved. And this kind of attack. The next moment, Nagato, who saw the most clearly, couldn't help but shrink a bit. On the moon. Damn it. Feeling the situation of Otsutsuki who couldn't hold on for long, and looking at Zo who didn't take him seriously, the whole person exploded with the last strength. Let me use my last life to declare the glory of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki screamed, and the whole person's momentum became even more surging. In chakra mode, the 9 truth-seeking balls turned into gold, and they quickly turned to condense with each other, and sent out a golden sword that runs through the sky and the earth. When the long sword that spanned the entire moon, no, beyond the scope of the moon appeared, Ninja World lost its voice again. Countless people looked at the moon with numb scalps, unable to imagine what the people above were. Is there a god above? 95. The sound of cutting that was enough to pierce the eardrums of countless people sounded, and there seemed to be only such a golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth, aiming at Zo. Otsutsuki Fenjiun swung out the golden chakra lightsaber in his hand, a devastating blow. What a powerful trick! I approve of you. Zhou Wu was a little surprised in his heart, and he was not slow to shoot. The action of the 10,000-meter giant, under the blessing of the storm and thunder, slammed into a punch with lightning speed. Boom! As if the entire moon had been cut in half, the endless golden chakra lightsaber and Zhou's fist collided violently. An energy shock wave visible to the naked eye on the starry sky spreads and overflows, and under the horror of countless people in the ninja world, it seems that the atmosphere of the earth has been depressed a bit. Break me. 35. Zhou Wu, who was not using enough strength, felt a pain in his fist, and suddenly burst out with all his strength. Although the whole golden chakra sword is broken, it still contains the cutting power of ultimate, like a thrown laser across the moon. Ah! Run! The moon exploded. 35. Under the shock of countless people, the moon was cut and collided, and the entire moon was first divided into two halves, and then turned into countless fragments. The pieces of the moon that filled the sky, Dinyos, made countless people feel terrified in their hearts. With so many pieces, any small piece falling on the earth is a disaster. At this moment, the time and space rippled, and countless people in the ninja world were sluggish again. I saw the turbulent energy wave, and all the flying fragments stopped. Next up. Boom! The terrifying sound of concussion even spread to the ninja world, and under the horror of countless people, an incomparably magnificent figure rose up in the area where the moon was originally located. It seems to be covering the sky and the sun is shining, and in the dark night, it is so clear and stalwart. Those pupils that ignore the common people, suddenly make people terrified. God! Countless people have a word in their hearts. Again! Nagato, who was watching the moon, suddenly cried out in pain, blood overflowed from his eyes, and his body trembled unspeakably. Nagato, are you okay? I closed my eyes in pain, not knowing how to explain to Konan. The moment he looked at the majestic figure that seemed to cover the entire night sky, Nagato felt as small as an ant. Rin Egan couldn't help but shudder. It took a long time for Nagato to utter a few words dryly. I saw it, the true God. Chapter 186. The world is shocked. Countless people who were screaming, panicking, and fearful suddenly became quiet, and their thinking was sluggish. Who will tell them? What was the explosion of the moon? What is the giant on the moon? What is the golden light on the moon that runs through the heavens and the earth? What is this existence that obscures the sky, is unparalleled, cannot be seen directly, and is indescribable? Everything that happened in just a few minutes was like a dream, even the shadows of the major villages were sluggish. No one can calm down in the scene just now. This kid is messing up again. Looking at the frozen Han Ziuawu, and then at the broken moon, Xiaya didn't know what to say. But I just like Zhou Wu's naive energy. In my name, retreat. A word back, burst the void. Under the sluggishness of countless people in the ninja world, the shattered moon is like the reverse of time and space. The moon recovered almost in the blink of an eye, the terrifying giant disappeared, and the magnificent figure was nowhere to be found. Just now, was it a dream? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. If it wasn't a dream, how would you explain what just happened? After living for so many years, most people play in the village, but you play with the moon as a ball? Xiaya snorted suddenly. In an instant, many people who observed the moon with the help of 190 techniques and tools all shuddered, vomited blood, and passed out on the spot. When Xiaya raised her hand, the moon seemed to be in a fog, and she couldn't see anything. His Majesty. On the surface of the moon, Hawkeye and the others bowed together. And far away. Swoosh swish. Atsutsuki, who was lying in a pool of blood, had halos flying out from his body. One by one, the white eyes passed through the barrier and entered the intact interior. Fly into the main hall and become a giant Tensagen again. Father. Feeling the sluggish Atsutsuki situation, Shiren was extremely sad. It's over to you. Xiaya is too lazy to watch this kind of family drama. A stream of life energy entered Atsutsuki Fenjiun's hands, dropped 2 bright moon badges, and disappeared in place. Congratulations, Your Majesty. After Xiaya left, Kizuru caught the falling moon badge and his expression swayed. Ah, this guy is still very strong, the old man will sell him to other teams, and he will definitely get a good price. Aokiji and others were speechless. This guy can form his own team, who would want it? Xiaya came to the interior of the moon. I also took a few more glances at the prosperous castles and artificial suns, and glanced at the ancestral tombs. Your body is still there, Atsutsuki Hamura. To be honest, there are still many surprises on the moon. Atsutsuki's strength is good, Atsutsuki's potential is good, and Atsutsuki Hamura is also a master. Mainly, the woman inside Six Paths Planetary Devastation. As for Sage of Six Paths Atsutsuki Hago Romo, many people think that he is an old yunbai who looks at the ninja world every day, but it's not. No, maybe he is an old yunbai, but he doesn't watch the ninja world all the time. He will only appear when the chakras of 10 tails, Indra, Ashura, and the 3 gather in one person, such as Six Paths Madara. It is to prevent the emergence of new six paths and to avoid breaking the seal of the moon. Found it. Xiaya senses the moment and finds a different space. The first step of six paths planetary devastation is to open up a different space and seal it, and then it will absorb all kinds of rocks and cover it. Otherwise, it will be covered with pure rocks, who will look down on it. Inside the six paths space. This place is full of seal atmosphere, and there are yin and yang chains with runes everywhere. What? When Xiaya came in, she was slightly surprised. This space is not only extremely vast, there are flowers, plants, and trees on a continent, magnificent mountains and rivers, and even an artificial sun. Obviously, this is Hamura's handwriting, the last filial piety. At first glance, it is not much different from the interior of the moon, but carefully perceive. Except for a breath of life in the center of the distance, there is no life in the mountains, rivers, and trees. It looks magnificent, but it is actually full of emptiness. Xiaya walked in the different space with ease and watched. The closer you get to the center, the stronger the power of yin and yang, and those chains that are invisible to ordinary people have begun to materialize densely. The strength of the seal, if there is no external force, it is not a human level 6 star to break free. And the farther you go to the center, the more, empty, the mountains and trees are almost gone, only the light sun falls, and the lonely stream flows. Atsutsuki Kagaya. Walking to the center of the continent, Xiaya looked. A few hundred meters away, an open ground with no plants. There was only a flat ground that was hundreds of meters empty, and a woman with long hair was sitting cross-legged. Centered on a woman, there is an enchantment 100 meters away. Above the endless runes, there is a layer of unknown chains that have completely sealed the entire enchantment. Women can only look at the mountains and rivers in the distance and feel the weak sunlight. At this moment, her eyes are in a daze, she can only walk within the range of 100 meters, and it has been like this for 1,000 years. Would you like to go out? Suddenly a voice woke her up and looked sideways. Xiaya was sitting a few meters away, drinking tea, and a detached breath came out spontaneously. To Xiaya's surprise, Kagaya glanced at him calmly, slowly closed his eyes, and opened his mouth faintly. Have you hallucinated again? Xiaya, that BD. What? Xiaya was stunned. Does she know herself? No, this little girl, dare to scold him? What are you saying? Xiaya's voice sounded again. Hey! Hearing the sound, Kagaya opened her eyes again and stared blankly at Xiaya for a few seconds. Under Xiaya's astonishment, she immediately rubbed her eyes with her hands, murmured and exclaimed. Yeah, there's something wrong with my concubine's eyes. What the hell? Xiaya couldn't help crying and laughing. Sorry, the goddess of Mao can't be this cute. Do you have? You are annoying. Interrupting Xiaya's words impatiently, Kagaya closed his eyes, a look of embarrassment on his face, and continued to murmur. There must be something wrong with my concubine, otherwise why do I keep seeing him for so many years? That BD, Xiaya, is actually called a concubine body maid, and when the concubine body comes out, he will definitely be interrupted. 35. It's enough. Xiaya's face darkened, this was the second time he heard Kagaya say he was in a hole. Brush. Xiaya stepped over and flicked Kagaya's forehead. Ouch. It hurts. Kagaya, like an untouched porcelain doll, snorted in pain, looked at Xiaya cutely, and then her eyes widened. The whole person is full of shame. Are you real? 99. You BD dare to come here. Between the words, Kagaya stood up and was about to rush towards Xiaya to beat him. I suddenly remembered that I don't have any chakra at all, and suddenly I braked. How swollen. The concubine can't beat him. Do you want to do it all over again and stabilize the scene first? Thump. Under the gaze of Xiaya, Kagaya suddenly braking, under the inertial impact. A stumbling foot fell on the ground, just bowed to Xiaya, her head was pressed against Xiaya's feet, and she was stunned. No, concubine should not be like this. Xiaya. Chapter 187. Fake. All fake. Who is teasing me? Is it Satsuki Kagaya that stupid? You kill your concubine. It's impossible for a concubine to be your maid. Kagaya sat down again, and when she thought about her own salacious operation, she felt an endless shame. Wow, the concubine is so pitiful. No one cares and no one loves someone who has been locked up for 1,000 years, yet to be so humiliated, let the concubine die. You know me. Xiaya couldn't help but have a headache, not only because Kagaya seemed to know herself. It's more because Huayuruki's face is cute and cute, no, it's stupid and cute, it's not like the kind of cold existence in memory at all. Atsutsuki Kagaya, how are you doing? What do you say? Kagaya glared at him, full of distress and weakness, his eyes rolling. How cruel, this guy actually pretended to have amnesia, is this a trap for the concubine? No, the concubine will definitely not be fooled. You, forget it. Looking at Kagaya's changing expressions, how cute and stupid Kagaya is, Xiaya said that her worldview has collapsed. Kagaya doesn't seem to be very smart, has it been closed for a long time? As if thinking of something, Xiaya asked, by the way, you. The concubine doesn't listen, the BD recites the scriptures. Kagaya immediately closed his eyes, blocked his ears, shook his head, and was almost fully armed in defense. No, it's just stupid. Xiaya's face immediately turned pale. If you don't say it, I will directly search your memory, understand? You BD. You idiot. 39. How are you? 35. Kagaya stood up directly, pinching his waist and looking at Xiaya very resentfully. Xiaya's eyelids twitched, and her whole body was not well. Trouble you scold people professionally, okay. What BD turned Kagaya into this? Having said that, at this moment, Kagaya has no horns on his head, no eyes on his forehead, and long hair fluttering, as if he had just landed on the earth. But there is no sense of coldness, instead, she looks like a little girl who is not in the world. No, the appearance is not very beautiful, but there is definitely something wrong with this character. There is a big problem. Who gave you the things in your hand? Only then did she notice what Kagaya had been holding in her right hand. Xiaya couldn't help frowning. It turned out to be a cell phone? And it is an imperial mobile phone, and looking at its style, it seems to be more advanced than the current new generation of imperial mobile phones. It also has its own power to keep the phone from being damaged or consumed. I understand. 9. As if thinking of something, Xiaya's perception spreads all over the moon, and even spreads to 100,000 miles outside the moon. Yes, on the second moon, Xiaya's invincible field increased by 100 miles, and so on in the future. But Xiaya's own perception is extremely broad. Not at all. Xiaya's eyes sank slightly. Isn't it some kind of imperial traveler who came here? What is he doing? Kagaya looked at Xiaya with a sullen face in dismay. What conspiracy is this guy up to? Could it be that the concubine really couldn't escape his clutches? How pitiful. Tell me what you know. Xiaya stared at Kagaya and spoke in a deep voice, trying her best not to explore her memory, because she was afraid of being infected by the stupid Kagaya. Just say it, why are you so serious? Kagaya expressed dissatisfaction, thought about it for a few seconds, and was full of complaints. Decades ago, you came here and said that your concubine was your maid, that you were angry, and then you threw a cell phone at your concubine and left. Of course you don't want it anymore. But this phone automatically plays a lot of videos, as well as projections, every day, every night, so annoying. It's always been those dozens, can't it be changed to a soap opera? And that joyful and big wolf, the concubine can be turned upside down. 35. Xiaya was stunned. What is this operation? It turns out that you became like this because of dozens of TV dramas that lowered your intelligence. Not bad. Suddenly, Xiaya laughed and looked at Kagaya with a different look. Good. Very good. Kagaya, you can be a little cuter. What do you mean? Looking at the eyes that seem to be saying you are so stupid, Kagaya's whole body is blown up. I understand, this is all your conspiracy. 99. What a simple and lovely girl the concubine was originally, but it has been contaminated by your video. 99. Brainwashing concubines played back and forth for decades. You are so cruel. Concubine is so pitiful. Looking at Kagaya who is so cute, Xiaya said that she still wanted to laugh. As long as there is a grain of peanuts, Kagaya, you will not change that much. Look at where this is. Of course it's, Kagaya, who was about to say something, was immediately startled on the spot. The whole person's cuteness suddenly stopped, and the cold breath was beyond words. The eyes are calm as water, the temperament is high and cold and arrogant, and it changes instantly. 0. Ask for flowers. A touch of indescribable cold-eyed and noble breath washes away. Looking at the world, there is an inexplicable haki. When Xiaya was surprised that Kagaya had changed back to the goddess of Mao. Then it turned black. Wow, the concubine finally came out. 35. Kagaya jumped up happily and immediately ran around in the imperial palace, touching everything excitedly when she saw it. Especially when he saw Nami walking by, his face was full of joy. What a lovely little sister, come, call me sister. Listen, my concubine is Atsutsuki Kagaya, and you will be covered by my sister in the future. 35. Kagaya held Nami's hand with a proud face, keeping Nami in place. For a long time, Nami looked at the abnormal Kagaya and asked curiously, Your Majesty, who is she? How do you feel about her? 0. What's the matter? Do you think your concubine is beautiful? Kagaya raised her head triumphantly, like a proud white swan. The concubine is the flower of the Atsutsuki clan. The man chasing the concubine went from the Atsutsuki planet to the Vegeta planet. It even rushed out of the universe. It is said that the beauties that are rare in 10,000 years of legends are concubines. Xiaya, Nami, the calf. Kagaya is completely helpless. Nami recovered and ignored the excited Kagaya who was running around. He was equally happy. Came over. Your Majesty, look, this is the Empire's newly developed third-generation mobile phone. And holographic projection. I downloaded a lot of TV series in the world of Resident Evil, and I stayed up late to watch some of them. Don't watch soap operas, I confiscated it. 35 Xiaya smiled and confiscated Nami's cell phone, but was stunned. Looking closely, wasn't this cell phone the one that Kagaya held before? Kagaya, where's your phone? No, where's my concubine's cell phone? After a long time, Kagaya's cell phone really disappeared, and Xiaya suddenly realized something. The power of time and space is not strong, so it needs to be strengthened. Then Hokage has Lilin there, to experience time and space by himself, inexplicably go back to the past, and come to the moon for a while. But the memory delay has not recovered, as it should be. P.S. Originally, I wanted to write 2 timelines, Lilin time travel. After all, some talents are dead, and some girls are married. But it was a bit troublesome, and a timeline was deleted directly. Chapter 188. System, can you explain? Xiaya is puzzled, to be honest, his current strength is indeed beyond the limit of the human world. Even with the power of time and space, you can go back to the past, but you can never change the past, because this will cause the world's time and space to collapse. Ding, Your Majesty, please explore by yourself. Xiaya didn't ask any more, because he already understood. Going back to the past with one's own power of time and space to change things will make the world's time and space laws collapse, but what if the power of time and space nurtured by the world itself? Then it is in line with the order of the world's time and space laws, and things that change. No, the world will automatically adjust the timeline. For example, Kagaya said he went to the moon decades ago, then the timeline will be adjusted too. Xiaya went to Hokage for the first time, decades ago. After 1900, things belong to the future, and now it's the second time to go to Hokage. So, the timeline is that I first came to Hokage decades ago and left my footprints. But after I came back, Hokage has passed for decades, and now it's the second time I've entered. After straightening out her thoughts, Xiaya felt a lot of emotion. The power of time and space is too profound, and his current level is very immature. Then the power of time and space nurtured in the world is only that of Lilin. He should have traveled once in order to strengthen the power of time and space, and came to the moon and turned around. System, no one knows me except Kagaya, right? Ding, no. That's good, Xiaya nodded. What are you thinking? Kagaya came over, looked at Xiaya curiously, and suddenly rubbed her stomach full of desire. The concubine is so hungry, the concubine wants to eat. 39. Xiaya raised her eyebrows, your physique, do you still need to eat? My concubine wants to eat you. Seeing Xiaya's face darkening, Kagaya immediately explained, it's not what you think, the concubine doesn't look down on you, concubine. Concubine, you big-headed ghost. Tell me clearly. Xiaya flicked Kagaya's head with a dark face. Stupid Kagaya, it will take me a while to get used to it. Kagaya, who has been infected by a bunch of soap operas and cartoons for decades, is afraid that he will never return to his high and cold style. Ouch. Kagaya rubbed his head and looked at Xiaya burningly, you have such a strong energy in you, your concubine should become stronger, and your concubine doesn't want to become a scumbag. As long as the energy is distributed to the concubine will become stronger after eating it. When the time comes, whoever you want to beat, leave it all to the concubine, and the concubine will help you beat them up. 66. Looking at Kagaya waving his fists, Xiaya was speechless. Atsutsuki is a race that grows stronger by eating energy? Would you like to grab a few Atsutsuki and dissect them? Is this okay? Nami came over and took out a devil fruit. Kagaya glanced at it and shook his head, it's too ugly to eat. You were blessed by everyone, so you created 2 children with yin and yang. Xiaya thought of introducing Kagaya in the comics as an ascetic who received blessings and had children. But at the moment, Xiaya is very experienced. Obviously, the child did not come out of the stomach, it was created by yin and yang. Kagaya's stupid expression suddenly subsided, and the whole person became cold. It's been a lot of fun watching soap opera cartoons for decades. Forced myself to forget the past, but when Xiaya mentioned it, I couldn't help thinking of the past, full of grief. You take this. Xiaya immediately changed the subject, and then took out the Minjio badge and handed it to her, join the imperial palace as a maid for a period of time to inspect you, understand? Leaving people behind. On your own. Poor thing. Kagaya suddenly made up a lot of shitty soap drama plots, and felt sad for his future life. The evil landlord, bullying the innocent and cute girl. You bully people, well. But seeing Xiaya's condensed eyes, Kagaya nodded and took the badge of the bright moon. Bear the humiliation. 1,000 years is not too late. What? The heavens and the world? Is the concubine very weak? The supreme god? The concubine can't escape? Why did you leave without a concubine decades ago? After understanding Xiaya's identity, Kagaya expressed that she was very aggrieved. Do you know how she lived in those decades? I watch soap operas and cartoons every day, and I don't even have time to rest. It's so miserable. Anyway, you are so strong, give your concubine some energy. Suddenly, Kagaya looked at Xiaya, pitiful and greasy. The words of tigers and wolves come out faintly. My concubine wants it. Xiaya was stunned, Vivi, Robin and the girls who came not far away were stunned. Who is this woman? In broad daylight, to say such a vulgar language. Hancock stepped on high heels, his steps were extremely arrogant, but when he walked to Xiaya's side, he suddenly became like a birdie. Face. Cheek dizziness. Red opening. Your Majesty, concubine. What do you call yourself? Concubine. Kagaya's white eyes became even more white, and he looked at Hancock quite seriously, full of dissatisfaction. It's a little taller than a concubine, where did you get the qualification to be called a concubine? As the goddess of Mao who rules the world, she is qualified to be called that. Hancock glanced at Hui Yoruaki flatly, looked up a little, lowered his head and said proudly, where's the little girl movie, you? Little girl? My concubine is over 1,000 years old. What about you? Shrimp? Vivi and other women who came over were shocked, and Hancock blurted out, so much bigger than a concubine. Kagaya, who didn't want to argue more, looked at Xiaya again with a pitiful expression. Hurry up and give your concubine body doesn't want to be bullied. Especially this stupid woman. Go ahead and talk, let's get to know each other. After Xiaya finished speaking, she immediately disappeared and left. He felt that if he stayed like this, he would soon be infected by Kagaya's stupid cute biography 5.5. When Hawkeye and others persuaded Atsutsuki to surrender his father and son. The ninja world is completely messed up. Other small countries and small villages don't think so much about their love. Anyway, they are bullied every day, no matter how many more they are. However, the 5 major countries and the 5 ninja villages have all entered a state of emergency alert. What happened on the moon, no one can calm down. Not to mention the majestic figure of Xiaya, it is said that the 10,000-meter giant is trembling. What the hell is on the moon? That's what many people think about. Chapter 189. Fusion is complete. In the different space, Xiaya sighed lightly. After a whole year, all the previous strengths were finally merged. The different dimension at this moment is no longer the empty state, but a space surrounded by countless planets. Whoosh! I saw Xiaya flicked her fingers, and the terrifying energy fluctuations erupted like teleportation. Boom! The terrifying attack instantly shattered a star much larger than the sun. Yes, one-hit crash. Instead of all kinds of grinding, analyzing, slowly destroying, etc., it is a blow to the stars. Host, Xiaya. Title, Lord of the Moon. Lord of the Navigation World. Lord of the Biochemical World. Privilege, Life and Death. Creation of the Moon. Imperial power is supreme. Ability, the power of time and space. The power of destiny. Realm, the quasi 4-star peak outside the moon. Combat power, the top 5-star combat power outside the moon. Items, portable small world. Special random door. Bright moon badge. Bright moon cloth. Bright moon throne. Bright moon sword. When you reach the ground level, the stronger you are, the more difficult it will be to fight across the realm. Unless the evildoer, it is impossible. Xiaya couldn't help sighing with emotion at the strength of the earth rank, even if his power of time and space and the power of destiny's reincarnation were legalized, he still only crossed a big realm. Especially at this stage from 3 stars to 4 stars, 6 stars to 7 stars, and 9 stars to heaven. Tier 1 to 3 stars, planetary level. Tier 4 to 6 stars, stellar. Tier 7 to 9 stars, galactic class. Based on the Earth, Jupiter is also a planet, but the volume is indeed 1,300 times that of the Earth. And some planets are 8 times the size of Jupiter, which means 10,400 times the size of Earth. Among the planets, the maximum mass can only be 13 times that of Jupiter, and the larger it is, it will become a star, which is 300,000 times the size of the Earth. As you can imagine, it's just a planetary level. The difference is 1 to 300,000 times. 1 to 300,000 times, it's too difficult to fight across borders. The combat power recognized by Xiaya has always been a one-shot recognition, and it is an instant hit. It's not the kind of strength that can be analyzed for half a day and cracked for half a day. With that time, Xiaya would have killed the opponent countless times. Stellar, even more monster. Xiaya doesn't know much about the universe, but the size of the universe is no joke. There are always people who think that the universe is very small, and the explosion of the universe is considered strong, but how big is the universe? 93 billion light-years? Wrong, that is the ultimate that mortals can observe, and no one knows what is 93 billion light-years away. Take the stellar sun as an example, its volume is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. This means that, normally, the weakest stellar scale is the strongest planetary scale, 4 times more. But the star level gap between each other is much larger than the planetary level gap. Some stars are 5 billion times the size of the Sun. That means, the stellar level gap is between 1 and 5 billion times. The star level gap alone is 5 billion times, how strong is it? Xiaya thought deeply about the image. How should a life at this level fight across borders? With the help of time and space, the power of fate reincarnation, he has raised his combat power a lot, but he has just reached the foundation of star level. Although he can explode the sun with his fingers, some stars can explode stars that are 5 billion times the size of the sun. The little pride in Xiaya's heart is instantly shattered. Of course, it is impossible for every universe to have stellar combat power. And the universe, like the world, is also divided into layers. No, it should be said that only the world is divided into layers. After all, some worlds contain multiple universes and infinite thousands of worlds. Xiaya will not think much about the life of that kind of world. No, since the gap is so big, why can my combat power span 2 realms? Xiaya said system calculation error. The difference is calculated by 100 million times. How can his strength span 2 realms, and the power of time and space can't be used like this? Ding, Your Majesty's combat power calculation is wrong. What's the meaning? Ding, please argue with the diameter, not the volume. Xiaya was stunned, and then suddenly realized. To be precise, in addition to one's own energy, combat awareness, and various physical exercises, the combat power is calculated by attack strength and attack range. Yes, for example, Jupiter is 1,300 times the size of Earth, but about 12 times wider. Blast out an attack within the diameter of Jupiter, then Jupiter will naturally collapse, so as long as the attack strength is sufficient, the gap is not that big. Isn't quality a consideration? In some worlds, a small stone has tens of thousands of tons, can it be blasted? Ding, Your Majesty has fallen into a misunderstanding. Someone has the same realm as His Majesty, but can only smash a mountain. This only shows that the spatial intensity of the world in which this person lives is too high, and it does not mean that this person's realm is low. 5. Ding, my realm is adapted to the heavens and the world, but different worlds behave differently. Your Majesty is a cosmic planet, please divide it according to the power of the planet. Xiaya got it. In the end, it depends on your own realm. Otherwise, after blowing for a long time, running to the highest world, unable to fly, and even breaking the mountain, it would be embarrassing. This is normal. On Earth, if you cut a stone with one knife, a small piece of rock on some planets is billions of times denser, weighs tens of thousands of tons, and is infinitely harder than a diamond. Can you cut it? Diameter or mass is the classification of planets. The spatial strength and the integrity of the law are the world's grading. So, what is the difference between the planetary level and the heavens? Ding, 1 to 100 times. Star level 1 to 1000 times, galaxy level 1 to 10,000 times. The gap is still huge. 35. Xiaya's little pride that has just risen, shattered again. The calculations are in Earth units, which means that the strongest galaxy is a billion times larger than the weakest planet. The pinnacle of the Earth, a billion Earths exploded with a single finger? Xiaya is not only a fusion of billions of people in the maritime world. All life in the entire Resident Evil crisis, except thousands of uninfected people, the rest include people, animals, plants, and so on. Whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, all of them were destroyed by him. Then the collapsed life, all the power stripped, is naturally taken from the essence and fused with itself. How many lives is that? Hundreds of billions start. Starting with 100 billion, the realm has only reached the pinnacle of planetary level. It's too much. So, how many life forms must Xiaya integrate in order to reach the pinnacle of the Earth? Is it an extravagant hope to explode the galaxy and the universe at the click of a finger?